Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 217, Bearsan heads for the elf village, for real. After passing me the deed to the house, Lettabelsan boarded the carriage and left me behind on my own. I used the keys that were inside the deed to unlock the door. When I entered, I immediately noticed a lot of dust drifting around in the air, so I decided to open some windows to air out the house. It really seemed like the house hadn't been occupied for a long time. They had mentioned that the house was cleaned about once a month, so this was about what I had expected. Had it been left uncleaned for all these years, the condition would have been a lot worse. I then began using my wind magic to sweep the floors. Luckily, there was only large furniture in the house. Had there been any small objects, my wind would have blown them all away, making my job much harder. As I walked through the house, I noticed that the arrangement was really basic. There were a kitchen, a living room, and a bathroom with a tub and toilet on the first floor, and 2 bedrooms on the second. It kind of gave of the newlywed vibe. Not that I really cared much about that, as I only planned to use it as a hideout for my bear gate. The gate would make it much easier for me whenever I wanted to travel over this border. It would have been even better if I had a place over the river, but this should be good enough. Once I finished going through all the rooms, I decided to set up the bear gate in one of the bedrooms. I didn't plan on staying in this house, but I still decided to set it up in the one I would be using, just in case if I had someone sleep over. I made sure to put it in the corner, though, so I had space to move around. Now I could come to this city whenever I wanted. After cleaning up the place a bit more, I locked the door and walked back to the inn. I wouldn't want the sisters to worry about me being kidnapped or something. Yuna-chan, you took a while. Is everything all right? I must have still taken longer than expected, as Sonya-san was already worried. Yeah, I should have come back sooner. If I had taken any longer, they would have likely stormed up to Lettabelsan's home and broken down the door. It went well. I met his granddaughter and had to read some books to her. Then, they even served me some tea when I wanted to leave. I explained what took me so long, leaving out the matter of the house for now. I see. That's good, then. Still, if they forced you to do anything, please tell me. After I thanked Sonya for her concern, Rumin came over as well. Yuna-san, thank you so much for getting the bracelet back. Rumin said and bowed deeply. I looked at her wrist and saw that the bracelet was now safely back on it. I'm glad you were able to get your bracelet back. It's all thanks to you, Yuna-san. Actually, Sonya-san was the one who paid for it. I didn't really have any idea how much she had paid, as gemstone value was a complete mystery to me. Also, it was thanks to my bears that we had been able to cross the river, so I hadn't actually done anything myself. Crossing the river might have been the hardest part, and the bears were indeed my summoned beasts, but if it weren't for the god presenting me with the water walking skill, it wouldn't have been possible. I really didn't think I should take any credit here. I heard about what happened from Wani-chan. She would have no way of getting it back without your help. Sonya-san still did most of the work. Even if she did, I must say your bears are really amazing, they can even walk on water. Sonya-san had told about that, huh? I had asked Sonya-san not to tell anybody about the summoned bears and my water walking skill, but I did make an exception for Rumin when Sonya-san asked if we should keep it from her as well. Rumin already knew about the bears, I saw no problem with her learning about the skill. We might even need to use that skill again anyway. Then you should thank them instead, as they were the ones to work hard to get us across. Of course. Swaying Bear-chan and hugging Bear-chan really did their best for me, didn't they? We continued to chat for a while and soon Miranda-san's party entered the room, most likely wanting to know if we got the bracelet back. They had actually wanted to come along in the morning, but something came up, and they weren't able to. I'm glad that everything worked out. I'm sorry for causing you all so much trouble. Rumin apologized to Miranda-san's party once more. Still, I can't believe you actually managed to cross such a rapid river and then even got the bracelet back despite the odds. I guess this just shows the power of a guild master. Yeah, it would have been impossible for poor adventurers like us. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces when Miranda-san said that. Yuna-chan, how exactly did you two cross the river? Ariel-san asked me, while also taking a step towards me. I made sure to also take a step back before answering. Sorry, but that's a secret. You can tell us. She said, looking quite displeased. While I didn't really mind telling them how we crossed, I decided to keep it to myself for now. Sonia-san, how did you two cross the river? Since I wouldn't tell her, Miranda-san targeted Sonia-san instead. Guild masters don't leak information on other adventurers, you know. You, too bad, then. Finally moving away from the bracelet and river crossing conversation, we jumped into discussing our current plans. When do you think the boats will be able to depart? About 3 days, probably. Yeah, they should be able to set sail by then. Still, since the boats haven't been working for the last few days, they will probably be crowded on first few trips. Since Miranda-san's party was from this city, their estimates should most likely be right, and that meant that we wouldn't be able to leave for next few days. Not to mention I really didn't want to ride a crowded boat. I wanted to experience a comfortable journey where I could relax and look at the scenery. A crowded boat would be the exact opposite of that. Are you all going to Sorzanark, Sonia-san? Yes, we are going to our hometown. Could it be that something happened there? Was that why Rumin went all the way to the capital to find you? How sharp. She didn't know any of the details but was still able to figure out what had happened. It's nothing serious, the village chief just asked me to return home. I haven't really heard any details, either. Everyone then turned to Rumin. The chief only told me to bring Wani-chan home. The two of them had decided to keep the barrier problem a secret. Well, it was a vital part of elven defenses, so it made sense to keep quiet about it. They had told me, though. Anyway, we plan on departing tomorrow if at all possible, so I would like to thank you again for taking care of Rumin. If you ever come around to the capital, please visit the Adventurers Guild. I would like to express my gratitude to you there. You don't really have anything to thank us for, but I promise we will definitely stop by if we ever head that way. Well, they were adventurers, so it would make sense for them to stop by the Adventurers Guild anyway. I could maybe also meet with them if I were at the capital at the time, but it would most likely be hard, considering I wasn't there often. Yuna-chan, do you live in the capital as well? Ariel-san asked me. I didn't really want her to ever come to my house, but Crimonia was quite a distance away, so it should be fine. I live in Crimonia. Crimonia? That's far. Yeah, it was, so I really hoped she would never come to visit me. Well, please let us stay at your house if we ever come around. No, that couldn't happen. I tried to just laugh off her request, letting Rumin take over. Everyone, thank you so much. I'm really happy I got to meet you here. But, we didn't really do anything. No, it's not. Everyone was very nice and welcoming to me. I was really happy when you helped me out. Well, I'm glad to hear that. If any of you ever come past here again, let's meet up and have a chat, okay? We only finished chatting late in the afternoon, so Sonia-san decided to treat us all to dinner. After it, we finally parted from Miranda-san's party and returned to our room. Yuna-chan, since the boats won't be able to depart anytime soon, I was wondering if it would be okay to ride your bears again. Sonia-san wanted to return to the elf village as quickly as possible. I had already set up a bear gate in this city, so I had no reason in sticking around, either. The only regret I had was not being able to ride on the ferry boat. Well, that was only a trivial matter, so I agreed to her request. The next day, we left the city by the same gates we had entered. The weather was nice today, so we couldn't summon the bears at the docks, much less walk across the river from there. That was why we had to walk a bit upstream this time around. This spot should be good. We had gotten quite a distance from the city, where nobody was in sight. Yay, we can finally cross the river. Rumin said and immediately climbed onto Swaying Bear. She was excited for this after hearing that bears could walk on water. Earlier, she had kept asking stuff like, are we there yet, and this is far enough, right? Don't get too excited once we are crossing. It won't be my fault if you fall off. Even though weather was fine, the river was still flowing rapidly, so I warned her in case she got too excited and accidentally jumped off. Once we were all set, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear leapt onto the river and began running across. This is amazing. We're really running across the river. Rumin wasn't going completely crazy, but she was making quite a ruckus. Rumin, calm down. But Wani-chan, we're running on top of a river. Yes, I know. Sonia-san tried to get her sister to calm down, but it didn't really work. Well, the crossing only took a couple of minutes, so we should be fine. The two of you are amazing. The moment we arrived to the other side, Rumin jumped off Swaying Bear and started stroking its fur. Even though the crossing was already finished, it didn't seem like she would calm down anytime soon. I left dealing with the hyperactive Rumin to Sonia-san, and slowly rode forward, hopefully in the direction of the elf village. We're finally going to the elf village. Chapter 218, Bear-san arrives at the elf village. Now that she had gotten her bracelet back, Rumin was smiling a lot more often. She had often looked quite depressed before, like as if she was feeling sorry. It was good to see her laugh and smile more now. Well, I only noticed how drastic the change was now that she was showing her natural smile. She must have been forcing herself before. We'll reach the village soon. Rumin said from atop Swaying Bear. Yeah. I never would have thought we would get here this quickly. Based on what they had told me before, we should reach the village today, as the bears were already running towards a large forested area. I wasn't sure if forest was the right word to describe the area. It almost seemed like a jungle. Anyway, the elf village should be inside this forest, and if it weren't for my bear map recording anywhere I went, I would surely get lost in this dense forest immediately. Even from here, all I could see was a whole lot of trees and nothing else. In no time, the bears reached the edge of the forest. The road practically disappeared here. Would we have to stride right through the forest, with no path to follow at all? That made me a bit worried. From here, the road gets narrower, but still wide enough for things like horses to pass through. So, a carriage wouldn't be able to pass through, but there was enough space for someone riding a horse. Because of this, I could no longer have the bears run on blindly, and had Sonia-san and Rumin lead the way from atop Swaying Bear. As we entered, I noticed that the whole forest was completely overgrown with all sorts of plants and vines, and only a bit of light managed to pass through the leaves. I was looking forward to seeing the village, hoping there would be interesting things to be found there, or maybe some unique foods. Maybe someone could even teach me how to make a protective bracelet, just like the ones Rumin and Sonia-san wore. First, I would have to figure out how to get a gemstone like theirs. They seemed quite precious, so it might end up being an issue. Still, if I actually managed to make one, I would definitely give it to Fina as a souvenir when I got back. This feels really nostalgic. It has been 10 years, right? I'm not sure. We elves don't really keep track of time. For me, it doesn't feel like much time has passed. It's definitely been 10 years, Wani-chan. You sound like you know for sure. Yeah, I do. You will understand once we get to the village. Rumin didn't explain any further, so we rode in silence for a while, eventually reaching a small river. We could easily cross it by just walking on it, but there was no need for that as there was a bridge we could take. As soon as we crossed the bridge, however, something felt off to me. It felt like my entire body passed through something. It felt like going through a thin membrane of magical power. As I looked around restlessly, trying to find the source of the feeling, Sonia-san noticed and spoke up. Could it be that you felt something? As soon as we crossed the bridge, I felt some weird magic-like thing pass through me. I answered her, telling her what it felt like. It was difficult to explain it otherwise. I wasn't exactly sure what a magical membrane would feel like, but this sure seemed to come close to it. Yuna-chan, your magic is really sensitive. What you felt was most likely our barrier. Most people can't feel it when they pass through it, though. Yeah. From what I gathered, members of our family had been the only ones who could sense the barrier. Our magical power is very similar to that of the barrier as we were the ones to make it, so it makes sense for us to feel it. But, in your case it's quite weird for you to feel it, too. Well, that didn't really help explain much. Does that mean Rumin also felt it? Yes, but only a little. Well, I only felt it slightly, too. It was most likely due to the bear suit. If I walked through without it, I surely would have not felt a thing. Still, this means that the barrier is working like it should be. That's true, but monsters can still pass through from time to time. Grandpa said that it's because the barrier must have gotten weaker. I don't really understand how it would get weaker so soon, but if Grandpa says so, then he's most likely right. By Grandpa, you mean the village elder, right? Yes. He's really kind, so I'm sure he will give you a warm welcome, Yuna-chan. We continued to trot along the narrow path, which was just wide enough for the bears to pass. We traveled for quite a while longer, but the village still wasn't in sight. Well, the bears were forced to walk slowly because of the path, so it made sense for it to take some time. I decided to use detection magic to see if we were getting close enough for it to be in my range. What the? There were 4 people quite close to us, 2 on each side. Not only that, they were even matching our speed. Were we being followed perchance? I looked over to where they were supposed to be but couldn't see anything. They were most likely elves, but why would they be hiding from us? It would have been understandable if I was traveling by myself, but both Sonya-san and Rumin were with me. Yeah, there should be no need for them to hide themselves. It didn't look like they would attack us, either, as they were following us at a set distance. Whatever their reason was, I couldn't calm down knowing they were this close, especially once one of them moved a bit ahead and another one a bit behind, making us completely surrounded. This could turn out to be problematic if they were actually enemies. Sonya-san. Just wanting to let you know we are being followed or better surrounded by what I believe to most likely be elves. Sonya-san's eyes widened when she heard me say that. Yuna-chan, you noticed. Wait, what? It seemed that Sonya-san had noticed as well while Rumin most certainly hadn't as she started to look around restlessly. You really are simply amazing, Yuna-chan. They are skilled enough to be able to conceal their presence from normal people, but it seems these ones aren't on the level to fool you yet. It was actually thanks to my detection magic, but I didn't really want to explain about that. Still, I had noticed nothing with my naked eye, so they really were very good at hiding. Even I only noticed them once I focused on it. Are we going to be fine? Yes, since we are here with you. I see. So, is it really necessary for 4 of them to be following us, then? Yuna-chan, you even know how many of them there are. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. I accidentally told them how many people I detected through the skill while it seemed that even Sonya-san only knew that there were people nearby but not how many of them. Yeah, she looked very surprised that I was able to figure out how many people there were. I really should have kept it to myself. If you know how many there are, does that mean you also know their exact locations? Should I really answer that truthfully? Well, I already told her I knew how many of them there were, so there wouldn't be much use of trying to lie from her on out. 1 on each side of us. Yuna-san, you're kidding, right? I can't see them at all. Rumin frantically looked all around her but was unable to spot any of them. Well, I also only knew where they were because of the detection magic. Without it, I wouldn't have known, either. I think it's because of swaying bear and hugging bear. They must have been surprised to see us riding on them. They aren't just going to attack us suddenly, right? No, of course not. No need to worry about that, Yuna-chan. After she said that, Sonya-san looked towards the forest, and then Labriat. She called out what was most likely a name. It seemed like I was right, and it really was somebody's name. After a few moments, I noticed that the tree in front of us began to sway with a few leaves even falling off. Looking up, I saw a male elf standing on top of a branch. You noticed us? The man asked, and I noticed he had quite the handsome face. Was he an elf? He sure seemed to be, as elves were said to be beautiful, whether they were male or female. That information was most likely true as Sonya-san was quite beautiful, Rumin very cute, and this man clearly seemed to be on the better-looking side of people. It's been a while, Labriat. Yeah, it has. Still, I'm quite surprised you managed to notice us. It's your job to watch the forest, isn't it? You don't have to worry about these bears. I can guarantee that they are quite harmless as long as you don't attack them. Does that include the bear on top of them? He said, looking at me. Does she seem dangerous to you? No, she doesn't. In that case, could you stop following us around? It's a bit uncomfortable. I understand. I will head to the village to make a report in advance, then. He replied only after thinking for a bit. Can you tell the other three the same thing? Labriat's expression changed when Sonia-san said that. Sonia, you noticed that much? There's 2 on each side, and another one behind us. She told him exactly what I had told her. Well, honestly, the one who noticed them was this girl, Yuna-chan. It bothers her to have you follow us around and would like you to stop. Sonia-san looked at me. Wah. I hadn't said that. Yes, they were indeed following us around, but I had never said it was bothering me. I was only worried that we might be getting in position to attack us. That bear noticed us. Labriat said and looked at me again, his eyes clearly inspecting me. Yuna-chan may be wearing this very cute outfit, but she's quite strong, so I would recommend you not to attack her. I wouldn't do something like that. Anyway, I get it. I'll ask the 3 of them to pull back. That's enough, right? Please do. Also, we'll all be heading to the village like this, so please let them know so they won't be too surprised, okay? Sonia-san said and patted swaying bear. Okay, I will let them know. The men said, then disappeared out into the thin air. Well, I was still using my detection magic, so I know he actually just left the spot he was standing at. Then, we heard a small sound, which reminded me of a flute, and the other 3 began moving away as well. Okay, should we head onwards ourselves? Sure. Sonia-san, who exactly was that person earlier? He's one of the forest lookouts. He makes sure dangerous things don't enter the forest. Well, most of time he just keeps an eye on the merchants traveling through. Then, since you 2 are with me, there really was no reason for them to follow us, right? They were most likely startled by swaying Bear-chan and hugging Bear-chan, and from what I gathered, also your outfit. It should be fine now, though, as they know that you guys aren't dangerous. Okay, that was enough for me. The bears continued walking down the narrow path, and eventually the trees began to thin out and opened up to a large crop fields and a village a small distance away. We had finally arrived at the elf village. Author notes. With this, they finally and safely made it to the elf village. Chapter 219, Bear-san reaffirms that elves are indeed a long-living race, Part 1. As we moved forward, I noticed that the elf village was quite a large settlement. That elf from earlier had also seemed to tell the villagers about us coming, because a few of them had already gathered ahead of time and were waiting for us, most likely to greet us. As we entered, I thought that they would be focusing on Sonia-san, who hadn't come home in 10 years, but they all seemed to stare at my bears and me instead. Their eyes sparkled like those of excited children as they looked at my bears. Then, an elf, who looked like a human in his 40s would, stepped forward. Sonia, it's been a while. It indeed has, Grandpa. Rumin, thank you for bringing Sonia back to the village. Rumin looked very happy when the men told her that. Even though Sonia-san had called him Grandpa, he didn't look that old at all. He looked more like an uncle. If their grandpa looked this young, I couldn't imagine how much younger their parents looked. What a fearsome race the elves were. Sonia, Rumin. An elven lady who the elf sisters called their mother appeared from behind the crowd. She was thin and had long, beautiful hair. Did elves exist just to pick a fight with the human race? She also appeared rather young and similar enough to the elf sisters that one might assume she was actually their elder sister. It felt really weird hearing them call her mother. The same with Grandpa, it would make much more sense to me if they had called him father. Father-in-law, wouldn't it be best if we discussed everything tomorrow? They've only just arrived and from such a faraway place, no less. I wouldn't mind that, but I would appreciate if they at least introduced our guests first. The grandpa, chief, looked at me and the bears. That shifted the attention of the villagers towards us as well. Is this the part where I do a self-introduction? I was about to speak, but the grandpa spoke first. Their grandpa, or better in this case the village elder, said and looked at me and my bears, which shifted the attention of all the villagers towards us as well. Was this the part where I had to introduce myself? As I was about to do so, however, their grandpa did it first. My name is Mumurut, and the chief of this village. You may have already heard, but I'm also Rumin and Sonia's grandfather. I'm Yuna, an adventurer. I asked Sonia-san to bring me along on this trip. I will do my best not to get in your way, so please let me stay here for this short while. In order to make a good first impression, I gave a polite introduction. Still, I wasn't sure how well it went through since I was wearing a bear suit. Are those your bears, young lady? He said, glancing at swaying bear and hugging bear. Yes, they're my summoned beasts. Summoned beasts, you say? They won't do anything to harm you, and neither will I, at least as long as you don't attack us first. After I explained that, I decided to unsummon swaying bear and hugging bear for now. The villagers let out surprised gasps, and I even heard some children saying the bear sans disappeared. In sad voices. I see. If you yourself feel in any danger, you may deal with it accordingly. So, if I understood correctly, they would let me be as long as they knew I wasn't a danger, and we were even allowed to retaliate if somebody tried to attack us. Sonia-san, please look after the guests for me. Yuna, right. You traveled far to get here, so we will treat you like an official guest. It looked like everything would be fine as nobody seemed to have any hostility towards my bears or me. I had been worried about them driving me out, but it seemed like it was all for naught. Sonia, please do come to my home tomorrow morning. Okay, I will. Mumurut-san then turned around and left. Some of the villagers went with him, while a few others stayed to talk to Sonia-san. Rumin quickly used the chance and started chatting with her mother, which kind of left me to myself. I took a quick look around the area before going to join Rumin and her mother. Yuna-san, this is our mother. Hello, my name is Talia. Thank you for taking care of my daughters. She was even more beautiful up close. I would have never imagined that she could be a mother of two. I'm Yuna and I work as an adventurer. Sonia-san has also taken care of me a great deal. Yuri so polite. If I may ask, is your outfit something normal at the capital? Talia-san asked me immediately. I shouldn't leave her in dark. And had to reveal the truth. That's right. Everybody wears one. Yuna-san. Please don't lie to mother like that. She has never left the village before, so she'll believe your every word. Mother, please ignore what she just said, there's nobody else out there that dresses like her. I tried my best to joke about the outfit, but it got shot down instantly. It wasn't really a complete lie, though, as the workers at my shop wore similar outfits. Therefore, I wasn't the only one dressed like a bear. Oh my, is that so? It looks so cute, too. I was even thinking about getting a set made for you, Rumin. Too bad it isn't popular. I don't need something like that, it's too embarrassing. She just said she didn't need an outfit like mine and even claimed it was too embarrassing to wear. So, that was how she had been looking at me this entire time. It's only cute on Yuna-san. It didn't feel like she was actually trying to flatter me. Fufu, Sonia brought back such an interesting young lady with her. Please tell me more at our home, you must be tired out from such a long journey, after all. Once Sonia-san was free, all four of us headed for their home. Rumin hadn't seen her mother in quite a while, so she was happily walking next to her. Sonia-san was lagging a bit behind even though she had already finished talking to her acquaintances. Shouldn't Sonia act more like Rumin? Sonia had been away for longer than Rumin had. Maybe she would be embarrassed to do so due to her age. Pondering on whether that really was the right reason, we arrived at a house, which I immediately noticed was a bit bigger than the ones around it. Our house is a bit cramped, but please make yourself at home. Wasn't saying that a bit insulting to the other houses. Compared to them, their house seemed quite large. Well, maybe there were a lot of people living inside. Rumin opened the door and went in first. I'm home. Wani-chan. As we entered as well, I noticed a young elf child peeked out from one of the rooms inside. They had short hair, so I was pretty sure he was a boy and not a girl. Although, if he grew his hair out, he could easily look like a pretty girl. Luca, I'm home. Luca immediately ran over to Rumin when she called his name. Did you watch over the house properly? You haven't bothered mother with any selfish requests, have you? No, I've been a good kid. Luca said happily and hugged Rumin tightly, who in return patted him on the head. He looked about 7 maybe 8 years old. Since he called Rumin Wani-chan, he must be her younger brother. They did look quite alike. Just as I had thought that, though, Sonia-san said something unbelievable. Rumin, who is that? Sonia-san asked while looking at the young elf. He's our little brother, Luca. He was born after you left, so it makes sense for you not to know him. Obviously, since Sonia-san hadn't come for over 10 years, she couldn't know him. She was the one in the wrong here, not returning home for so long. Although, they hadn't bothered contacting her, either. Why didn't you tell me we got a younger brother? We thought it would be okay to just tell you when you came home. Also, we didn't really know how to contact you. You could have just told the Adventurers Guild. Oh, really? Sonia-san sighed, seemingly having given up on them. Anyway, it really did seem that her family had gained an additional member without telling her, and for several years no less. Luca let go of Rumin and looked at me. There's a Bear-san and someone I don't know. Who are they, Wani-chan? By Bear-san, he was referring to me, which meant he called Sonia-san a stranger. Sonia-san looked a bit hurt when he said that. Well, it was her fault for not coming back for 10 years, even though her family really should have let her know about him. The Bear-san's name is Yuna-san. That other person is our big sister. Remember when we told you we have another big sister? Sonia-san stepped in front of Luca, and bent down to meet his gaze. Luca, right. It's nice to meet you, I guess. I'm Sonia, Rumin's big sister, which makes me your big sister, too. I'd be happy if you kept calling me Wani-chan from here on out. Luca seemed a bit troubled with the explanation, and looked at Sonia-san, embarrassed. Sonia Wani-chan. Now that Luca had recognized her as his big sister, Sonia-san looked much happier. I wasn't at all jealous, though, as I had many little brothers and sisters that called me Wani-chan back in Crimonia. I sure hoped they were all doing okay. Maybe I should call Fina over the bear phone tonight to let her know what I had been up to. Sonia-san took some time to pat Luca's head, then headed deeper into the house, looking through the rooms as she walked. I didn't think I would be getting a little brother. Luca, how old are you? 9 years old. Yes, and that's why I've been saying you haven't been home for over 10 years. Yeah, we had a clear proof of that here. There could be no better evidence than a 9-year-old younger brother she hadn't met before. Well, it's great he's here now. At least we'll have a chief in the future. Oh right, you left the village because you didn't want to become the next chief, right, Wani-chan? So, that was why she had left the village. That's not really why I left, I just wanted to see the outside world. If that's the case, Sonia, did you plan on ever returning, considering you had been gone for the last 10 years without coming back even once? Talia-san scolded her while placing some drinks on a tray and bringing them over. Rumin quickly jumped to her help, and distributed cups to everybody. How about it? Have you thought about settling down and starting a family? No, marriage is still too early for me. Besides, I'm having fun with my job right now. While us humans couldn't simply wait like that, it made sense for the elves to think of it more freely, as they did indeed live longer lives. Does that mean I'll have to wait for another 50 years or so? Wait, 50 years was too long. Or I guess that's just the elves' sense of time. Well, since Luca is now here, I don't need to have children, do I? That may be true, but I'd like to have some grandchildren soon. If I have to wait for Luca, that would be another 100 years. Like I said, that was way too long. He could have kids earlier than that, no. No way, I couldn't give him up to a bride so soon. I most likely shouldn't even bother trying to add anything to this conversation. Okay, well then, you still have Rumin. Wani-chan. Don't drag me into this. Do you think she will even be able to get married? You, mother, you're horrible. It's okay, I'll marry you, Wani-chan. Thank you, Luca. Rumin hugged her younger brother. Siblings can't get married, though. So he will have to marry me instead. Mother, you can't marry him, either. Sonia-san yelled at her mother. Without Sonia-san, there wouldn't be a straight man in this crazy family conversation. Rumin should be on her side, but instead, she kept saying things that made it even worse. Volume 3 of the book is in the works. Chapter 57 was awful to rewrite. Yuna looked for an inn, went to the Commerce Guild, went to the barracks, and even built a bear house with a flower bed, all in one day. Anyway, Sonya-san's family has finally made its appearance. Hopefully they will make it to the chief's house in the next chapter. Chapter 220, Bear-san reaffirms that elves are indeed a long-living race, Part 2. So, is the barrier okay or not? Sonya-san asked about the barrier, which had been the reason she returned home in the first place. Monsters break through. Occasionally, but other than that, it seems to be working just fine. Even so, that means the barrier has indeed gotten weaker. Yes. It all started a couple of years ago if I recall correctly. Out of nowhere, monsters started to break through the barrier. At first it was just one of two of them, but lately more and more of them keep waltzing in. That's why father-in-law decided to have Rumin find you, so that we could try to fix it. When I had first heard that the barrier had gotten weaker, I had thought it was something serious, but it turned out that it wasn't really an urgent situation. In that case, I should be able to explore the village in peace. So I take it no real damage has been done yet. Yes, everything's fine. Arthur and a few others are taking turns guarding the area. We did forbid the children from going out too far, though. Talia-san said while also throwing a glance at Luca. It made sense for children not to be allowed to wander around with monsters about. I still recalled how Fina had gotten into danger while looking for medicinal herbs on her own in a forest full of monsters. Children weren't able to protect themselves, so they had to be kept where it was safe. We should still hurry and fix the barrier as soon as possible. When exactly are we planning on doing it? We'll have to ask father-in-law tomorrow. I haven't heard all the details myself yet. Was the barrier really something that could be fixed so easily? In games and manga, protective barriers usually took a lot of effort to make and fix, but based on what I had heard so far, that didn't seem to be the case here. Was it only the matter of having 3 blood-related people performing the ritual? I hoped they would allow me to observe the ritual, even though I didn't know anything about the bara or the magic used. Since I had come all this way, I really wanted to see it. Well, they had told me that it was a secret ritual passed down in their family, so maybe I couldn't even be there to see it. Oh, this reminds me. Yuna-chan, right? Thank you for helping out my daughters. Oh no, it was nothing. No, without you, Yuna-chan, we wouldn't have been able to make it home as quickly, and the ride wouldn't have been as pleasant, either. That's right, Yuna-san's bear-sans are really fast. Yuri talking about those summoned bears, right? From the corner of my eye I noticed that Luca, clearly lost on what we were talking about, tugged on Rumin's clothes and asked her about it. We didn't understand what Labriat meant with bears in his report at all. He just suddenly told us that Sonya and Rumin were riding with bears back to the village. Father-in-law and I were so confused. It made sense for any normal person to be puzzled by it. Well, at least it looked like the elf who had stalked us had given his report like promised. And, when I saw Yuna-chan riding behind you, I was even more surprised. It only then made sense why he had said with bears not on top of bears. I had expected you two to be riding them, but to learn they were Yuna-chan's summoned beasts. When she paused I overheard a part of Luca and Rumin's conversation. I want to try riding them, too. Let's ask Yuna-san later. Well, I saw no reason to say no if they actually asked. I don't really have anything I can thank you with, so please at least feel free to stay at our home. I appreciated the offer, but I would have preferred to find a spot where I could build a bear house. It seemed like not many people went in and out of the village, so I should be able to find an unnoticeable spot if they let me set one up. Then, I could simply set up a bear gate inside. If I were to have a gate inside, would it maybe be better to pick a spot deeper in the forest? Sonya-san, could I build a bear house around here somewhere? Close to the village if at all possible. Build a bear house? Well, I think it should be fine, but you'll have to at least ask Grandpa for permission. In other words, I needed to speak to Mumurat-san about it. Well yeah, it made sense to speak with the village elder first. We can just all head to his house tomorrow. Are you sure that would be okay? Don't you have something important to talk about? Don't worry, we won't talk about that as soon as we get there. Anyway, you can stay in my room tonight. Sadly, she can't. Talia-san rejected Sonya-san's suggestion. Well, we are currently using it as a storage room. Why would you do that? You didn't come home for 10 years. Oh, but wait, the bed is still there, so I guess it should work. I just need to put new bedding on top. Sonia-san stood up and went to what appeared to be her room. Soon after, a scream followed. It's a bit cramped, but please stay in my room tonight, Yuna-san. Rumin most likely knew the state Sonia-san's room was in and decided to offer her room to me as an alternative. Sonia-san rushed back, and immediately began complaining to Talia-san, who nonchalantly gave her excuses. If you want your room, you just have to come back once a year. Don't be so unreasonable. Fine, then you just have to stay here for good. Sonia-san dropped her shoulders, showing how tired she was from dealing with her mother. Well, if she had my bears, she could come back whenever she liked, but with horses or other means of travel, the distance wasn't as feasible to travel back and forth every year. Rumin. Sonia. Father. A man who looked to be around 20 years old appeared by the front door. I kind of guessed for him to be the father before Rumin spoiled it. After all, if Luca was to be the future chief, then they shouldn't have had an elder brother. Now that the whole elven family had gathered, it created a very strange image as they looked more like a group of siblings than parents and their children. Yes, it has. Thank you for bringing her home safely, Rumin. I told you I would be able to do it, didn't I? Rumin answered proudly, but I really wanted to mention everything that had happened to her during her trip to the capital. Just to give a few examples of things I was aware of, she had been so hungry she passed out, had gotten lost inside the capital, and had even sold off her bracelet. I was sure there had also been many other terrible things that happened to her during her trip. Well, if it was even found necessary to reveal the truth about her trip, Sonia-san could easily tell them about it all, so I decided to stay quiet. Still, watching Rumin boast about her trip like that made me a bit worried of what could come in the future. Sonia, you haven't changed much. I'm not going to change that easily. Well, I'm happy you at least agreed on coming home to help us. There's no way I wouldn't after hearing that the barrier got weaker. Sonia-san's father proceeded to pat her on the head when she said that, and Sonia-san, clearly embarrassed by it, shook it off. Smiling, her father then turned to me. By the way, young lady dressed as a bear. It heard you noticed that Labriat was tailing you, which made him very frustrated. He said and laughed. Sadly, I couldn't tell them that it had only been due to my detection magic. I noticed them, too. Their exact positions. I heard that this young bear lady here was able to figure out the exact count of people and the positions they were hiding at. Thanks to the detection magic, this issue became a big deal, all because I had spoken out about it. Yuna-chan is an excellent adventurer, so it makes sense for her to stop them. That's right, Yuna-san is amazing. They didn't have to flatter me so much, I was just a regular girl without my bear suit. I only noticed because of my summoned bears. I'm not that amazing at all, really. Oh right, I did also hear that you had summoned bears with you. Yes, and those very bears told me about the elves following us. For now, I simply tried to pass it off as one of the bear's abilities, to avoid having to reveal my detection magic. Yes, and that's why Yuna-chan's summoned beasts are also amazing. Sonia-san seemed to completely buy it. Those kids have been getting cocky with their tailing lately, so this should be a good lesson for them. That guy wouldn't end up holding a grudge towards me, would he? Anyway, I decided to officially introduce myself to Sonia-san's father. His name was Arthur. He claimed to be the father, but if they had told me he was their older brother, I would have believed them completely. Still, it surprised me to see you are really dressed like a bear. When I heard about it from Labriat, I simply laughed at how stupid it sounded. Yes, I was a bear, laugh at me all you want. I could say nothing to object, though, as it was indeed true. Well, we don't have much to offer, but feel free to stay at our humble home. I was going to sleep in Rumin's room today, but for some reason, I also ended up helping Sonia-san clean her room. Looking around her room, everywhere other than on top of the bed seemed to be covered in piles of boxes and other miscellaneous things. I cleaned up the stuff from the top of the bed for you. Talia-san said proudly. Well, the bed indeed looked quite clean, but everything else on the other hand. Since you knew I was coming home, you could have at least cleaned up my room for me. Well, I did change the bedding for you. Talia-san said, then left us to deal with all the mess. I'm sorry for having you help me, Yuna-chan. Don't worry, I don't mind. Talia-san seems to be quite the oddball, though. As we started cleaning her room, I figured it would be best to make a storage shed in their yard and move everything not needed there. Once Talia-san noticed, she also moved some of her own stuff into it. Well, I made it so they could store stuff, so it should be okay for her to use the chance. At this rate, the shed would probably get full quite quickly. Well, it wouldn't matter to me much as I wouldn't be staying here for that long. She's always been like that. I wish she at least cared about others a bit more. Oh, that stuff belongs to me, so you can leave it here. Based on Saya-san's instructions, I moved some of the stuff into the bear box. There were a whole bunch of wooden boxes. How had they managed to stockpile such an amount? I was really curious about their contents but still placed them into the bear box without looking into them. I noticed there were quite a few vases rolling around the room as well. It kind of felt like they had just thrown any unnecessary things into Sonia-san's room. After putting everything Sonia-san didn't need into the bear box, we took it to the storage shed I had created previously. Yuna-chan, I'll get mother to dig through it, so just throw out the stuff wherever you like. As she requested, I took out the all stuff and placed it randomly before returning to her room. Now that most of everything had been moved out, it appeared much more spacious. Thank you, Yuna-chan. Now I can finally sleep. Sonia-san said and collapsed onto her bed. Even though I was planning on sleeping in Rumin's room, I noticed that Luca had taken my spot while I was cleaning, so I instead ended up staying in Sonia-san's room. This is the last chapter of the year, please take care of me next year as well. Note. And this makes the last post of this year for us as well. Chapter 221, Bear-san meets with the elf chief. Happy New Year. Please treat me and the bears kindly this year as well. The next day, after having a quick breakfast with Sonia-san, we headed over to where the village elder, Mumurut-san, lived. She was planning on getting more information on the barrier situation while also asking for permission to place the bear house somewhere near the village. As we were walking, a group of people noticed Sonia-san and approached us. Sonia, we heard you came back yesterday. So, that's the rumored girl who is dressed like a bear, huh? They all looked at me. I greeted them with a small nod. The bears aren't here, though. They are summoned beasts, so. As Sonia-san continued to chat with them, we eventually made it to Mumurut-san's house. It wasn't that far from Sonia-san's home and was just about the same size. Still, with only his wife and him living there. Grandpa, we're here. Sonia-san entered without even knocking and yelled out to him. I followed her inside while wondering if entering like this was really okay. There was no response from anybody inside, but Sonia-san, not minding that one bit, headed straight through the house and entered a room in the back. I continued to follow behind her, of course, thinking this must be something standard in villages like these. Inside the room, Mumurut-san was sitting on a large carpet, cross-legged. Sitting next to him was a female elf. Oh, Sonia, you're here. And I see young bear lady from yesterday came along as well. I'm home, Grandma. Sonia-san called the female elf Grandma, but she looked nowhere near that age. No matter how I looked, she seemed like she was in her 40s. The female elf smiled, and spoke up. Welcome home, Sonia. So, the young bear lady over there is the rumored one, huh? I greeted her with a light bow. I can't believe that you actually are dressed like a bear. Oh, let me prepare some tea first. The grandma, who looked nothing like one, stood up and went to a different room. By the way, Sonia, would you mind telling me why the young bear lady came with you today? As it was concerning me, I began to explain why. You want to live in this village? Yuna-chan owns a transportable house and would like permission to set it up here. I would at least like the permission to place it temporarily. It would be difficult to give a reason for why I wanted to set it down permanently, as I couldn't really say that I wanted to set a house down even though I wasn't planning to live here. Is Sonia's home not comfortable enough for you? No, of course it is. It's just that having my house would be more convenient for me. I couldn't find a good time to use the bear phone yesterday, so I hadn't contacted Fina yet. Also, not being able to take a bath left me really uncomfortable, so I would really like to bring out my bear house while I was here at least. It doesn't matter to me if it's near the village or somewhere in the forest, but could you please let me set one up? Mumurut-san scratched his chin while thinking about my request. I actually hoped I could set it up near the border of the barrier rather than somewhere in the village. Especially if I was going to set it down permanently, I would prefer a place that didn't stand out. Still, I shouldn't get ahead of myself. First, I needed to get permission to set down the house. Grandpa, please. Yuna-chan has done a lot for us already. Also, I will take full responsibility if she causes any trouble for the village. I was happy to hear that Sonya-san trusted me so much. I didn't plan on causing trouble for the elves, of course. It would be best to befriend them too, so that I could later get permission to place a bear house here permanently. I understand. However, I will only allow it while you are staying in the village. Thank you, Grandpa. I got permission to place it, but only while staying here. Even with Sonya-san asking, we could only get permission temporarily, meaning that setting one up for a long period of time would most likely be difficult. I thanked him as he did at least give me temporary permission. So, where can I place it? As long as you don't trouble the neighbors and they are okay with it, anywhere is fine. Since the conversation was now finished, I thanked Mumurut-san again and got up to leave, but he stopped me. Wait, my wife is preparing tea. I would also like to hear about what Sonya has done at the capital. It won't take long, so please stay for a while longer. Are you sure? Don't you have to talk about some important things? It's okay. I don't think you'll understand those even if you listen in. I wasn't sure if he was saying I was too stupid to understand, or if it was something only elves could understand. Well, he said it was okay for me to stay, so I would take up on his offer. I was quite interested in the barrier anyway. Sonya's, not so old-looking, grandma soon brought us some tea and fruits, so I helped myself to them while also listening in on their conversation. So, how much have you heard so far, Sonya? Just a few things Rumin and Mother told me. Huh? It suddenly got really hard to comprehend what the two were saying. I had properly cleaned out my ears, so that couldn't be why. I tried shaking my head to focus, even though that most likely wouldn't really help. I see. Only a few people know about this, but there's been quite a lot of monsters breaking through the barrier recently. Quite a lot, you say? I could understand them just fine now. Maybe I should clean my ears once I got home. Anyway, it appeared that monsters were indeed getting through the barrier. Yeah, and that's why Labilata and the others are on high alert. They were guarding the area until you came back. Oh, so it wasn't because I looked suspicious. I kind of felt bad for saying that their shadowing had been disturbing. Wait, Sonya-san had said that, not me. Is the situation really that bad? The only monsters that are getting through are low-level ones for now. Still, even though we haven't had any stronger monsters come in yet, with the barrier getting weaker, I believe it's only a matter of time. What sort of monsters did they mean by stronger than low-level ones? Were they talking about orc level or higher? By the way, what exactly is causing the barrier to weaken? I thought it was going to be fine for another 100 years. Mumurut-san shook his head. I don't know. It's possible that something happened to the sacred tree. A sacred tree? What was that? Something like Yggdrasil? The conversation suddenly started to sound like that of a fantasy world. I wanted to see it, but I would most likely not be allowed to. TL note, Norse mythology, anybody? Has anyone checked on the sacred tree? Sadly, as you know, only those related to us by blood can enter it. There are only me, Arutaru, Rumin, Luca, and you. Luca is still a child and I also can't leave it to Rumin yet. That's why I called for you. Did this have something to do with the thing that needed 3 people? Now that I thought about it, this barrier was rather inconvenient. Well, at least they had long lives and no one passed away yet. Still, what would happen if they all passed away? The 3 of us will go check on it tomorrow, so you should prepare yourself. Sonya-san said and nodded. By the way, why did you bring the young bear lady all the way to the village? She said she wanted to see what kind of place the elves lived in. Such a reason doesn't sound too suspicious, but you're sure she's safe, right? Was he Still doubting my intentions. Well, I did look kind of suspicious with my bear suit and all. Still, people normally wouldn't talk about somebody like that when they were right in front of them. Yuna-chan may look weird, but she's a really good child. She's helped me out lots, and even took care of Rumin, too. She came here because she was genuinely interested in this place. I see. If you're going that far to defend her, I guess you must be right. You can trust her, but still stay cautious, okay? Cautious, huh? Mumurut-san's expression changed when she said that. What was she trying to say? Didn't that make me sound even more suspicious? Yuna-chan can do very bizarre things from time to time, so try not to get too thrown off by what she does. Sonya-san said while laughing. Were the things I did really that bizarre? When I tried to think of the things I normally did, maybe it was true. Bizarre, huh? I'll keep my guard up, then. After saying that, Mumurut-san looked at me. Sorry for talking between ourselves for so long. Yeah, sorry, Yuna-chan. We ended up talking between ourselves, and kind of ignored you. The two of them apologized. At the very least, they should talk about me when I wasn't there next time. Also, was it really okay for me to listen to a conversation like that? Wouldn't I normally not be allowed to hear such things? Not even the other elves knew about the situation. Well, I didn't really care much as I didn't live here. Still, were you not surprised, Yuna-chan? We were speaking in the elven language. Usually people get surprised by that. What did she say just now? The elven language. Usually, we speak the common language in the village, but when we want to speak privately we use the elven language. Yes. The conversation was concerning the village, so I apologize for leaving you out of it. In other words, they were speaking to each other in the elven language this whole time. That was why they had talked about me like that. It was because they thought that I wouldn't understand what they were saying. Did I understand them because of my language of the other world skill? It must have activated for elven language as well. Oh, and that was why Mumurut-san had said I wouldn't be able to understand their conversation. Normal humans couldn't understand the elven language. I should probably pretend like I really hadn't understood a thing. By the way, young bear lady. I would like to hear about what Sonya did while she was in the capital. Was she working properly? Afterwards, I began to talk about Sonya-san's work, being interrupted by Sonya-san many times, asking me to stop it. I also learned that the grandma was called Vina-san mid-conversation. I finally managed to get to this topic. When I thought of the language of the other world skill, I figured it should be able to translate the language of every race, so I wrote that here. It only works for standardized languages, though, so it won't work with monsters or animals. Chapter 222, Bear-san looks for a place to put her bear house. Talking about Sonya-san's work took a long time, so I ended up being treated to lunch after it. I was served some mushroom soup and vegetable dishes, which were all delicious. The same dishes were sold in Cremonia, but they weren't nearly as tasty as these. I wondered if they would sell me the ingredients if I asked them. Then, I could make things like mushroom pizza, plus all sorts of different dishes. Still, I didn't know if the elf village would accept my money. Since they mentioned merchants were coming here from time to time, I figured it should be possible, but I should probably look into it a bit more first. If they wouldn't take my money, then I could probably just trade other stuff I had for their ingredients, but to do that I would need the bear gate set up. As for the other thing I thought about during the lunch, I really hadn't thought my language of the other world skill would be able to translate the elven language. Did this mean I would be able to understand the languages of all other races as well? I didn't know how many foreign languages there were in this world, but the skill sure was useful. On the other hand, I was rather glad it at least didn't work on monsters and animals. If I understood what they were saying, I wouldn't be able to subjugate them. If they begged me for mercy, I would surely have buckled and let them live. After we ate lunch, Sonya-san kept chatting for a while, and then we finally left the house. Sonya-san said that she needed to greet some of her acquaintances, and left me on my own soon after. Well, since she hadn't returned home in 10 years, that much seemed necessary. I'm worried about leaving you alone, so try not to disturb anyone, okay? Hadn't she just told the village elder earlier that she believed in me? Also, I never tried to intentionally cause a commotion. It was always somebody else that brought the trouble to me, and I couldn't prevent that from happening, so it wasn't really my fault. On the other hand, she could at least warn them not to come after me. After Sonia-san left me on my own, I simply wandered around the village for a while. It didn't look like there were any shops around, so I couldn't even buy any elven products. Well, the people living here looked like they were completely self-sufficient, and would only trade items if necessary, so it appeared that shops were quite unnecessary. I decided to head back to Sonia-san's house while thinking of a place to put the bear house. Once I got there, Rumin and Luca were standing outside, surrounded by some elf children. I had a very bad feeling about this. Once the children noticed me, their expressions seemed to light up, but it could also just be my imagination. Rumin looked at me with a troubled expression. Rumin, what's going on? Yuna-san, I'm sorry. Rumin took a deep bow before explaining the situation. Rumin had been boasting about swaying bear and hugging bear to Luca, something about how nice their fur felt and how cute and kind they were. Luca had then passed that on to the other children, and somehow the explanation had got blown even more out of proportion. That left the children desperately wanting to meet the bears, so they had gathered here. What were these siblings even doing? Well, while it was indeed better than giving the children a negative image of the bears, like they were dangerous and scary, overpraising them was troublesome, too. Of course the children would want to meet my bears after hearing that, and in no way could I send them away when they were looking at me like that. Well, it was probably good to leave a good impression of me and my bears, so I pushed aside the bear house problem for now and summoned swaying bear and hugging bear. I would prefer to have the impressions of adult elves improve, but having the children on my side couldn't hurt. With them on my side, the adults should be less cautious of me and could maybe even teach me how to make the bracelet or let me set up a bear house here permanently. They may even tell me more about the sacred tree. Well, that much might be impossible even if they all liked me. As I was summoning the bears, I gave the children a warning. You can't tease or mess with them. If even one of you does so, I will never summon them for any of you ever again. I had no idea how elven children behaved. They could pull on the bear's fur or maybe even hit them. I would feel bad for swaying bear and hugging bear if any of that were to happen. I'll keep an eye on them. Rumin offered to look after them, but was interrupted by screams of joy and some of the children hiding behind her as I had just completed summoning my bears. I wanted to leave Rumin to deal with supervising the children while they played with my bears, but for some reason, a few of them came over to me instead. Big sis, why are you dressed like a bear? They asked with a childish innocence. Unlike adults, they had no hidden motives behind the question. You see, I received the protection of Bear-san while wearing this outfit. I wasn't really lying. The bear suit was so great that it in a way actually ended up being more like a curse. Can I get Bear-san's protection, too? That's going to be hard. You elves already have the protection of the wind, don't you? I'd rather have Bear-san's protection than the wind's. That wasn't good. If this girl went home and told her parents, I don't need the wind's protection, I want the Bear-san's protection instead, I would surely get in a lot of trouble. Their impressions of me might even worsen because of that. I hadn't even accomplished anything in this area yet, and I didn't want the parents to hate me. I had to convince this elf girl to change her mind. That's no good. You see, for elves, it's very important that the wind protects them. You wouldn't want to be the only one not protected by the wind when everybody else is, right? Also, if you want to get the protection of Bear-san, you will have to wear an outfit like mine. What would your mother and father think if you came home wearing this, huh? Not to mention you would be the only one in the village wearing it. I tried my hardest to convince her, but for some reason, it felt like my HP decreased as I did. I started to feel depressed, having made all those comments that kind of degraded me. Finally, the elf girl said, okay, I'll do my best to get the wind's protection, then, which really relieved me. I really hoped this was worth it, and that the villagers wouldn't hate me for showing my bears to the children. In the end, I didn't decide on a place to put the bear house, so I stayed over in Sonia-san's room again. The next morning, Sonia-san and Arthur-san left the house early in the morning to head to the sacred tree. Obviously, I couldn't tell them I wanted to go with them, so I simply sent them off. I left the house soon after to look for a place for the bear house. Rumin and Luca wanted to join me, but I politely declined. I was planning of heading outside the village to find a place for the house. As long as I was within the barrier, it should be safe, and it would be better because the house wouldn't stand out too much there. If it was just a regular-looking house, then I would have been fine having it in the village, but with it having the shape of a bear. Also, village elder Mumurut-san allowed me to build it wherever I wanted as long as I didn't bother the neighbors, and didn't specify that it had to be within the village. That was why I ended up deciding to find a place outside the village bounds. As I walked, I did so as stealthily and quickly as I could since I didn't want any children to notice or I might cause another scene like yesterday. Once I managed to get out of the village unseen, I started to stroll around leisurely. Maybe there were good spots nearby. For now, I simply walked back to where the bridge was and headed upstream. Only then did I notice that I was leaving my bare footprints everywhere, which could prove to be problematic. With monsters breaking through the barrier, I decided to use detection magic and immediately noticed somebody was tailing me. Wasn't the misunderstanding already cleared up? Or, was I being followed for the sake of protection? I could easily outrun the person, but if I did, it would make me look suspicious. I really didn't know what to do here. Since I couldn't think of an answer, I simply continued my way up the riverside. Along the way, I found a waterfall and jumped up on the cliffside like some sort of a ninja. At the top, I was met by beautiful flowers blooming all around. Oh, I just found a very nice spot. It was a good distance from the village, and being on top of a cliff also made it hard to see. The only problem was the elf who was still following me. I used detection magic again to confirm their exact location. They had also climbed up the cliff and were hiding near a tree, further in. What should I do with them? After some worrying, I decided to simply call out to them. If I suddenly took out the bear house now, the elf might freak out and report something weird back to the village. Hey, the elf that's hiding behind that tree over there, can you come out? I called out in the direction of the tree, but got no response. Didn't just calling out like that make me look stupid? A person, dressed as a bear, talking to what appeared to be thin air. It was an embarrassing sight, no matter how you looked at it. Hello. I tried to call out to them again. I really wanted them to come out. After a few seconds, the elf finally came out from behind the tree. It seemed to be the elf from yesterday, Labriat. Well, all the male elves looked similarly handsome to me, so I wasn't sure. Heck, the entire race was just full of pretty people. I hadn't really seen Labriat clearly, so his face did seem familiar as he slowly walked towards me. His eyebrows were indeed slightly angled as he looked at me, so was he maybe mad at me? Labriat had been quite angry yesterday, so this was probably him. When did you notice me? When, huh? The moment I used detection magic the first time, but I couldn't tell him that. Previously I had told him that my summoned bears noticed him, but this time I couldn't use that excuse. Ugh, I made a mistake. Lately, I had been making a lot of mistakes. Just who are you? He questioned me with suspicion. To such a question, I only had one response. Not much more I could say. Okay, and what exactly are you doing here? I must have looked suspicious, wandering around the forest by myself. Mumurut-san gave me permission to build a house, so I was looking for a good place. The chief did. Yes. My house is kind of special and would stand out if I built it in the village. That's why I'm looking for a place out here. I answered honestly. I could have lied, but the village elder had indeed given me permission, so there shouldn't be any problem. Besides, Labriat-san and the other elves would notice it eventually and would report to Mumurut-san. I want to build my house here. Would that be okay? I asked him just in case. It could be that this place was actually some very important location for the elves. There were beautiful flowers blooming here, after all, making for a beautiful scenery. Yeah, there shouldn't be any problem with that, but do you really want to build it here? Are we still within the barrier? Then it doesn't matter whether I build it here or in the village, right? That's true, but haven't you heard about what's happened to the barrier? I know that it's gotten weaker. That's right, so monsters have been appearing inside the barrier. I don't want our guest getting in danger because of it. If you stay in the village, my comrades will be there, so you'll be safe. It turned out he was actually worried about me. I felt bad for thinking he doubted my intentions. My house has special properties, so I'll be fine. I took out the bear house from the bear box, and placed it right in front of where Labriat was standing. What is this? It's my house. The reason I was looking for a place to put it is because it would stand out too much in the village. Right now, my image of the bear house is a house in the shape of a bear sitting down with both legs out, with doors in its stalls. The right side is where the rooms are and the left side is taken up by the storage. I revised it when editing the chapters for Volume 3, so that it would be easier to understand. I also added more about the bear house in the glossary. Chapter 223. Chapter 223. Chapter 223, Bear-san finally contacts Fina. Labriat was quite perplexed by my bear house. What is this? This is my house. Still, why is it shaped like a bear? Most people stopped asking questions after taking a look at my house and outfit. However, Labriat was being quite frank. I wished I could just not comment on what it looked like, honestly. It has the protection of the bear. Yesterday, I decided to use the same excuse I used with the elf girl to explain for my bear house. What a useful phrase. Protection of the bear. Labriat said, switching his gaze between the house and me. After doing so for a while, he finally seemed convinced and stopped interrogating me. While I was glad that bringing out the protection of the bear excuse most of the time ended up being enough to convince people, I still felt weird every time I used it. As you can see, it would stand out if I brought it out in the village, so I decided to use this location instead. Not to mention it is quite close to the village. From the top of the waterfall, I could even see a bit of the village. If I ran, I could get there in no time. True, it does stand out, but that still doesn't change the fact that it's dangerous out here. While Labriat had accepted my reasoning, he was still against my choice of location. He was only worried about me, and it would be difficult to assure him. If I didn't care about how he felt, I would just ignore his opinion. Heck, I could just knock him out and be done with it. Yet, I didn't want any trouble and wanted the elves to like me, so I couldn't do that. After a short silence, I finally got an idea. There's nothing to worry about since I have these two with me, I said, and summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, leaving Labriat with a surprised expression. Your summons, how are they strong? They re quite strong, and they will also alert me if any monsters approach us. So, being here won't really be that dangerous. Labriat took another look around, and when he turned back to me, I could see his lips curling up into a smile. Sonia sure brought home a strange person. This was the first time I had seen him smile. Okay, feel free to stay out here. Still, I must warn you that it will not be our responsibility if anything were to happen to you. Basically, if I were to be attacked, I would have to deal with it myself. Well, I didn't plan on having elves take responsibility for any damages caused by fighting anyway. I'm fine with that. I can handle it on my own. Labriat turned his gaze to the village, seemingly assured. Oh, that reminds me, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Labriat, and I'm in charge of guarding the barrier. If any monsters appear, please let me know, and we will take care of them. I could take care of them myself, but nodded in agreement. At that very moment, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear lifted their heads and cried out. Was something wrong? I looked in the direction of their gazes and saw something black in the sky. Was it moving? Was it a bird? Still, if the bears were reacting to it, it must be a monster, right? I used my detection magic to check, and there was indeed a reaction. It was a monster called a Valcro, a bird-type species larger than eagles. Not to mention there were 10 of them flying towards us at high speeds. Labriat asked, noticing my strange behavior. There are monsters over there. Labriat followed my gaze. Those are the Orville Mountains. Could it be Valcros? Labriat shouted when he noticed the dots. Indeed, it appeared that the Valcros came flying from those mountains, which meant they were most likely living there. What about the barrier? At this distance, they must already be inside. The Valcros were now at a distance where we could see their distinctive red beaks. In the game, their beaks had poison in them, which caused paralysis on skin contact. That made them quite difficult to deal with. Hurry up and hide. Labriat instructed me while glaring at the Valcros. Are they going to attack us? It was possible that their goal laid somewhere else, right? They like to attack us elves, so you need to fall back. Just as he said that, the Valkyros began to descend upon us. They were diving down at very high speeds, so Labriat already began bracing himself for the coming assault, and I fell behind him to give him support. Now that monsters were here, I shouldn't run away and leaving him to fend for himself, but I also didn't want to get in Labriat's way. Labriat shot some wind magic at the Valkyros in front, but they quickly dispersed and dodged it completely, then spread out and surrounded us. You don't have to worry about me. I yelled at him and got ready to deal with any Valkyros coming at me. Labrilotta briefly looked at me before turning back, only saying, okay. Just like Labriat, I also used wind magic on the 4 Valkyros that came diving at me. As my wind cutters flew at them, the Valkyros attempted to dodge, but at this range and the speed of my magic, which was considerably faster than Labriat's, it was more or less impossible for them to do so. They were all sliced in half and dropped to the ground. I then looked over at Labriat's side, and saw that he did hit 3 Valkyros himself, but there were still 3 left. They circled back to the sky, so I got ready for another dive, but they just kept flying away. Labriat tried shooting them down from a distance but sadly fell short. Shit. Labriat sweared and furiously glared in the direction they escaped at. They had already left the range of my detection magic, so chasing them would be quite hard. Labriat calmed himself down after a while and turned to me. Thanks for helping me. It would be hard to deal with them if you didn't take 4 of them down like that. Still, we let some get away. That's okay. We have other elves patrolling the area, and they should be able to take them down easily as long as they aren't taken by surprise. Certainly, the Valkyros could easily be taken down if one was capable of using magic. They were quite dangerous to those who couldn't use it, though. Well, elves generally knew how to use magic, so they should be fine. I need to head back to the village to report this. What about you? I'll stay here. Alright, if any trouble shows up, run towards the village, okay. Labriat told me and then quickly disappeared into the forest, leaving my bears and me behind, next to 7 dead Valkyros on the ground. Could I maybe make some money by selling them? Before that, was it even okay for me to take them? Well, if they ever asked me to hand them over, I would, but for now, I decided to just put them into my bear box. I then turned swaying bear and hugging into their cub forms before heading into the bear house, as it would be much easier to relax there. The moment I sat down on the sofa, swaying bear and hugging bear immediately curled up by my sides, their default spots when there were no guests around. After simply relaxing for a while, I took out the bear phone and called Fina. She should be at home right now, helping Terumi-san with housework, but she wasn't picking up. I did tell her not to answer if there were people over, so maybe they had some guests at their house right now. Just as I was about to cut the connection, Fina finally picked up. Hello, Fina. Great, I managed to get to her. It was pretty amazing how we could still communicate over such a large distance. As expected of one of the gods' cheat skills, I should say. Well, my former world had satellite cell phones, so it was possible to call anyone from almost anywhere, but this was still impressive for this place. Now that I thought about it, how exactly did it even work? Are you busy? No, I'm fine right now. I've just finished doing the laundry and cleaning around the house, so I'm currently resting. Okay, she had the time to chat, then. Anything weird happened back home? No, not really. How are things on your side? We reached the elf village safely. That's great, you've reached it already. I would love to see it one day as well. Do you want to come right now? If I used the bear transportation door, she could come straight away. If I suddenly appeared, wouldn't Sonya-san be completely shocked? She had a point. I should bring her along the next time I came here. Still, to do that, I would have to set up the bear transportation door somewhere close by. Well, in the worst case, I would just have to use the one I had in Maruz. Anyway, great to hear everything is okay back home. MHMO. Fina sounded like she just remembered something. What's wrong? Did something happen, after all? Shortly after you left, Zlef-san and Eleonora-san came to visit you. Zlef-san and Eleonora-san did. It made sense for Eleonora-san to come since Cliff and Noah were living in Crimonia, but why would Zlef-san come around as well? Could it be that they needed me for something? That was the only reason I could think of. They came to check out the shop, but I think they wanted to see you as well, Unawanchan. My shop. I think they called it an inspection. They examined the shop and its food. Oh right, they had mentioned that they wanted to see my shop in Crimonia. That must have been why they came to visit. Did they comment on it anyhow? They complimented the food, saying that it was very delicious. Well, with Morin-san's bread, Elena-san doing her best at making cakes, and the children working hard every day, of course the food was always delicious. Also, when they saw the Bear-san dolls around the shop, they just couldn't stop laughing. Rude, why did they have to laugh? I had made those because somebody said that it would be better if the shop was more bear-themed. They were really popular with the customers, some even asked if they could buy them to keep as decorations in their homes. Yeah, it wasn't really something to scoff at. Anyway, was anyone surprised to see Zlef-san and Eleonora-san come all of a sudden? Yes, Mom was very surprised. What about everyone else? Only Mom and I knew who they were. Mylene-san also came in before us but was told to keep quiet. They just wanted to take a look at the shop without making too much of a commotion. And you, Fina? You weren't surprised? I was a bit surprised, but not as much as Mom. Was Fina starting to get used to nobles? Before, she would get so nervous she couldn't even talk to them normally. Well, she had been playing with Noah a lot lately and even attended Misa's birthday party. It made sense for her to grow more confident. Still, why would they come so suddenly? They could at least have sent a message beforehand. I think they just wanted to surprise you. Well, anybody would be surprised if they showed up so suddenly. I was glad they had come to Crimonia to see me, but I would have preferred it they didn't make it a surprise visit as they missed me because of it. They were really disappointed when they found out that you weren't here. I could almost see Eleonora-san's displeased expression. Was she going to complain to me next time we come across each other? Did they leave already? They did. They were only here for 2 days as they supposedly had to head back to the capital quickly. It seemed like they really had only come to inspect my shop. Oh right, they asked me to tell you that they said hi. Anything else? Yes, Mom was mad that you weren't here. This time, it was Terumi-san's angry expression which floated into my mind. Well, it wasn't my fault that Eleonora-san and Zlef-san had come without warning. Wait, but wasn't it my fault that they had even come? Leaving that aside, I continued to chat with Fina about some random topics before ending the call. I wished Fina had called me when something like that happened. Well, even if she had called, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. It wasn't like I could have gone straight back to Crimonia. Also, I wouldn't have been able to use the bear phone in front of Sonia-san, and even if I could use it, I could have only instructed Fina what to do over the phone. Heck, it would have been a lot more troublesome if Eleonora-san found out about the phone, so maybe things turned out for the best in the end. I want to write about what happened in Crimonia as well. Chapter 224, Bear-san learns more about the sacred tree. After I ended my call with Fina, I unsummoned the bears and headed back to the village. I had to report about where I built my bear house and also wanted to see if they had found out anything about the sacred tree. When I got to the village, I headed to Sonia-san's home, where I ran into Rumin. Una-san, where did you go? Rumin said, sounding a bit angry. Why would she be angry, though? I told you that I was going to look for a place to set up the bear house, didn't I? You did, but I looked for you all around the village and couldn't find you. I even asked a few people, but nobody saw you. Well, I had sneaked out of the village, so. There's no way you walked around the village without anybody noticing you, especially when trying to set up your house. Just where did you go? I hadn't done anything wrong, but was still getting interrogated for some reason. I left the village to look for a good spot. You weren't in the village. It seemed like Rumin had thought I was going to set up the bear house within the village. Well, I never told anyone that I was setting up the house outside the village. There was a possibility that someone would try to stop me. Where did you build it, then? Next to the upper stream of the river, I guess. I didn't get official permission from Mimurut-sen yet, though, so I'm not sure if that spot is okay. By the river's source? Why there of all places? Because the bear house stands out too much. Besides, it's closer than you think. If I ran from there, I would be able to get here in only a couple of minutes, thanks to my bear suit, of course. I didn't know how much it would take other people, though. By the way, did Sonia-san and the others come back yet? Rumin tilted her head before answering. They hadn't returned yet, huh? I really wanted to learn more about the sacred tree, though. The barrier concerned me, so I was a bit disappointed I couldn't hear more about it. I guessed would have to wait to get the official permission for the bear house location and learn more about what was going on. As I was about to head towards Sonia-san's house to wait for them there, Rumin noticed her sister at the village entrance. Wani-san. They came back at a perfect timing. I was going to go up to chat but stopped in my tracks when I noticed they all wore grim expressions and seemed to be very worn out. The situation seemed to be worse than we thought. Rumin also noticed something was wrong and began to worry. Should I even be here, in a situation like this? I didn't know if I should butt into their problems when I was just an outsider. I was also of a different race, so that could be considered needless meddling. Still, if I didn't at least ask, I wouldn't find out where I stood. If they refused, I wouldn't probe into it any further, but if they asked me for help, I would be willing to lend a hand if at all possible. How bad is it, Sonia-san? She didn't even notice me until I spoke up. It must have been bad, right? Sonia-san looked at Mumurut-san and Arthur-san, then nodded. The situation is worse than we thought, it might even be the worst we've ever had. Anne, did you figure out why it is happening? I'm sorry, Yuna-chan, but I don't know how much I should tell you. Oh, it's not because you're not an elf. We're going to tell the whole village at some point. Sonia-san said and sighed. I was even more curious now. How bad was it exactly? Rumin, it's getting late already, so can you keep Yuna-chan company for me? After that, Sonia-san and the other two went towards Mumurut-san's house. In a situation like this, I really shouldn't bother Mumurut-san with my bear house permit. Rumin and I were left behind, so we decided to go to Sonia-san's house and relax there. There I told Rumin and Talia-san all about my bear house I just set up and let them know I would be spending the night there instead. That's fine, but have dinner with us before you go, okay? I accepted Talia-san's generous offer, and just as she was about done cooking, Sonia-san and Arutara-san returned, their expressions looking even more grim than before. Father, Wani-san, something must have happened, right? Rumin finally popped the question mid-dinner. As expected of her, she was able to completely ignore even such a bad atmosphere. Arutara-san stopped eating and slowly responded. We will have to tell this to the villagers sooner or later, so I guess I can tell you what we know, or better think we know. Everybody nodded to Arutara-san's words. Is it okay for me to hear this? If not, I'll leave the room. It's fine, you can stay. However, what I'm about to tell you must not leave the room. I had no intention of spreading panic, so I accepted his request with a nod. In short, the sacred tree got infected by a parasitic tree. Parasitic tree. I had seen such tree-type monsters appear in games before. They would infect other trees in the forest, steal all their nutrients, and eventually take their place. When the process was complete, there was no way to tell whether the tree was parasitic or not, but when those parasitic trees ran out of nutrients, they would start eating animals, monsters, and even people who got lost. They used long branches or vines to catch their prey, and then consume them. Are the surrounding trees also parasitized? It would make sense if that was the case, and it would also mean the area was more dangerous than we could tell at a first glance. The trees might even attack us out of nowhere. No. From what we gathered, the surrounding trees are still fine. Arthur-san explained, and Sonia-san nodded in agreement. Then, how could the sacred tree be parasitized? We don't know. Maybe a seed from somewhere else invaded our forest and ingrained itself upon the tree. It could have been done by a bird, but there are also countless other possibilities. Instead of trying to find out how, we have to figure out how to deal with it, and so far we got nothing. How could one possibly deal with something like that? Defeating it might work, and the best way to deal with plant-based monsters was to burn them. Sadly, that would also mean destroying the sacred tree. Still, how did nobody notice it until now? If somebody had just noticed earlier, then there might have been a way to prevent the damage in time. To enter the barrier, we needed 3 people with our bloodline. That's why we had decided to have Sonia come home first. Doing that backfired, however. We should have taken Rumin, or even Luca, and went to check on the tree straight away. Well, hindsight is 20/20ths, so their actions were logical at the time. The sacred tree had protected the elf village and itself for more than 1,000 years, so who could possibly even consider that it was infected by a parasitic tree, which caused its power to wane? The chief, Mumurut-san, thought that it was just a case of the barrier failing and becoming weaker, and based on history the conclusion made sense. Wani-chan, what is going to happen to the sacred tree, then? At this rate, the sacred tree will lose all of its power and the barrier will disappear. After that statement, no one spoke for a while. At least we now knew that the reason the barrier had weakened was because of the tree itself. Father, is it possible to remove the parasite? Arutaru-san responded by shaking his head. We tried all sorts of things, used magic, cut it with a sword, yet nothing worked. The parasitic tree just absorbed the sacred tree's magic and regenerate itself. If it could regenerate that easily, didn't that mean there was nothing we could do? We racked our brains for a solution but couldn't come up with anything practical. So it's just impractical. Doesn't that mean there is at least a small chance? Someone famous once said, if the probability isn't 0, that means there is a chance. Note, anybody have an idea who said it? I didn't find anything on Google. Sonia-san shook her head, however. The barrier that protects the sacred tree is in the way. The only ones who can enter the barrier are the chief and his blood relatives, which limits the amount of people who can even do anything to help the sacred tree. Yeah, that's certainly limited out options. Also, even though the parasitic tree is weak to fire, us elves cannot use fire magic, so we're out of options. It sure sounded like there was nothing they could do. They couldn't get outside help, nor was their wind magic strong enough to deal with it on their own. They couldn't even exploit parasitic tree's weakness to fire. If I could somehow enter the barrier, I could burn it with my bare fire magic. No, using that would surely destroy the entire sacred tree, so I couldn't even do that. Wait, if the sacred tree's barrier has gotten weaker, doesn't that mean other people might be able to enter too now? After all, the outside barrier was letting monsters in, so maybe the inside one would let people in as well. From what we've seen, it doesn't actually look any weaker. How? Well, to begin with, the sacred tree put up a barrier to protect itself from its surroundings. We elves only borrow that power to build our own barrier. The parasitic tree seems to have hijacked the barrier. Grandpa and father both say that it's possible even our family might not be able to enter it anymore. Things took an even more troublesome turn, We plan on going there again tomorrow to try some other things, like flaming arrows and oil. Flaming arrows sounded a bit crude, but the oil. Was the sacred tree going to live through this? This setup is a bit contrived. Chapter 225, Bear-san learns about the existence of summoned birds. After dinner, Sonia-san asked me if I wanted to stay in her room again, but since I found the bear house more relaxing, I politely declined her offer and decided to return there before it got dark. I took a warm bath, swapped into the white bear outfit, and dove straight into bed, not forgetting to summon Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear so they could keep watch for monsters. Like usual, it didn't take long for me to fall asleep in the warm embrace of my bed. The following morning, I was awoken by the bears taping my face. Eating a quick breakfast, I headed straight back to the village. On the way, I ran into some more Valkros, and quickly disposed of them since it would have been bad if they attacked the children. If there were this many monsters getting through, wasn't the barrier kind of pointless now? Also, what exactly did the barrier getting weaker mean? In games and manga there were many different ways it could happen. If the barrier was weaved together, then holes could appear in certain areas, allowing small monsters to slip through easily. Or, the barrier could lose its strength and not cover the whole area anymore, leaving big opening for monsters to enter. Well, even if I knew the details, it wasn't like I would be able to prevent it from happening. Still, being a person from modern Japan, I was quite interested in how a fantasy setup would work. Thinking of some other possible causes for the monsters to be able to enter now, I arrived at the village, which seemed rather noisier than before. Since I was curious, I decided to listen in on people's conversations, and from what I gathered, it seemed that monsters were now also appearing in the village. I had defeated a few on my way here, but this meant there were even more. The barrier must have gotten considerably weaker over time, now getting to the danger zone. Wait, would I be fine in this situation? Often in stories, when an outsider appeared in some village and calamity befell the village, people would begin suspecting that the outsider had something to do with it. If they started thinking that monsters were here because of the bear or that the barrier had gotten weaker because of the bear, that would be a big problem for me, who wanted to befriend them. I continued my way through the village worried sick about how people would now react to me, but both children and adults greeted me as usual. I just worried needlessly, it seemed. Still, if one person were to blame me, it was likely that everybody else would agree with them and follow suit. As I thought how things could turn out in novels and manga, I came across Sonia-san and Labi-Lotta, seemingly headed to Mumurit-san's house. Sonia-san, good morning. After that I also exchanged greetings with Labriat. Are you going to the sacred tree? They had mentioned. They were going to try using oil and set it on fire. Well, we still have to talk about what to do with it, but for now, we have some other things to take care of. All the monsters that are entering the village. Monsters invading the village seemed like the obvious thing they would have to take care of. That's right. Monsters have started to appear close to the village now, and Grandpa called for us to talk about what our next step should be. Can I come with you? I'm sorry, but that would be a bit. I immediately understand where Sonia-san was going, but then, Labi-Lotta surprised us both. I think we should ask Yuna for her help. No. Ask me for help. If you're worried about the chief's reaction, let me handle it. I don't want to make our guest do our work, either, and understand exactly how you feel, but I believe her help will be more than welcome in this situation. You seem to have a better opinion of Yuna-chan now. Yes. We took down some Valkyros together yesterday, and I saw she was quite capable of handling herself. We should also ask her bears for help since they can easily detect hiding monsters. I've seen them in action. Sonia-san seemed very troubled by Labi-Lotta's suggestion. Thinking for a while, and switching her gaze between the two of us, she finally spoke up. What do you want to do, Yuna-chan? You can say no if you want, but your help would be greatly appreciated. Sonia-san entrusted me with the decision, and my answer was obvious. Of course I'll help. Having accepted their request, we all headed to Mumurit-san's house. I had no problem with helping out, especially if it was just exterminating monsters like Valkyros. I wouldn't want to see Luca or any of the children get attacked. Yes, and we probably can't keep it a secret for much longer. We are currently suppressing as many of the monsters as we can, but there are still a lot more roaming around. We have to deal with all of them before returning out focus to the sacred tree. Once we arrived at Mumurit-san's house, we again entered without asking permission and headed straight to the room in the back, where Mumurit-san and a couple other elves were already gathered. Mumurit-san immediately took notice of me and turned to Sonia-san. Why did you bring our young guest here? I asked her to come. You did, Labi-Lotta. I would like for her to help us. Mumurit-san looked troubled by Labi-Lotta's request. This is our problem, and not something we should get an outsider involved in. What are you going to do when one of the children gets attacked by the monsters? It won't be as simple to deal with as getting hurt from playing around. They might even die if we aren't careful. When Labi-Lotta said that, silence fell upon the room. I understand what you're trying to say, but is the young bear lady okay with this? There isn't much we can reward you with. I don't need a reward. Sonia-san has done a lot for me, so consider this a form of repayment. I could think of some things I would like as a reward, namely permission to build my bear house here permanently, or learning how to make the elf's bracelet, but I had decided to hold back for now. If he asked me again after everything was resolved, then I would bring those requests up, but no sooner. It wasn't a dirty trick by any means, of course, just simple negotiation tactics. If he refused at that point, then I would just give it up for good. I see. Well, glad to have you here, then. I already received a report from Labi-Lotta yesterday that you have already proven yourself useful. He expressed his thanks. Since the chief agreed to letting me help, nobody else objected. Now that everyone has gathered here, let's begin our discussion. The chief told everyone the urgent matter of the parasitic tree. Those who heard of this for the first time were quite shocked by the news. will take care of the parasitic tree, so I ask for everyone else here to please guard the surrounding area, including the village. I was asked to summon my bears to help protect the village. Well, they more or less just wanted them to keep watch, which was what I had already planned to have them do, so I was perfectly fine with their request. Still, if I summoned the bears to close to the village, they might attract the children. If even one of them approached, then surely more would follow, and things would end like they did the last time. Since I wanted to please the elves, I decided to just make sure to keep bears out of sight, instead of refusing them. Just as Mumurut-san finished giving all the instructions, we could hear someone running through the house towards us, and soon after, a young elf burst into the room in panic. There's trouble. A bunch of Valkyros and wolves have gathered near the vicinity of the barrier. Everybody was completely shocked by this news. Sonya, check on the situation immediately. Mumurut-san practically shouted at Sonya-san, who simply nodded and rushed over to the window, where she reached out her right arm. From her bracelet, a hawk-like bird appeared and rested on top of Sonya-san's arm. Please take a look. Sonya-san told the bird, and it flew off. What had I just seen happen? How had a bird that just come out of her bracelet? Was it a secret technique the elves were hiding from everybody? Sonya-san, what was that you did just now? I couldn't hold back my curiosity. Oh. It's a summoned bird. Why are you so surprised? You can summon bears. Sonya-san could summon a bird, and she kept it a secret all the way until now. I wanted to inquire deep but managed to hold myself back as now was not the time for that. Sonya, what does it look like? A large flock of Valkyros is flying in from the direction of Old Bull Mountain. As for the wolves, they are still loitering around on the other side of the barrier. Sonya-san explained with her eyes closed. Was this that thing from games and manga? An observation skill where you could see through your summon's eyes. For some reason, it had me recall a manga where some pervert used a bird's vision to peek at girls bathing. Well, Sonya-san was a girl, so there was no issue with that, but if a guy had that skill, I would have to be more cautious. Maybe there were male elves who had the skill. I might have to investigate. So, no monsters are inside yet, right? Yes. Even the Valkyros now seem to be circling around on the edge. Sonya-san reported. What a useful summon she had. It would be nice if I could also look through my bear's eyes. Still, I don't get why. Yes, why are there so many monsters trying to enter the forest all of a sudden? Oh no, was this the part where they started suspecting me? What's happening? Oh, this could be bad. Sonya-san's ominous reaction made everybody turn back to her. It seems like the Valkyros and wolves are trying to get to the sacred tree. No, I'm sure that's the case. They came here because of the sacred tree. That makes no sense. They have never tried to do it in the past. Why now? Because of the parasitic tree maybe. Thinking about it logically, that would make the most sense. I was just happy they didn't try to blame it on me or my bears. That could be the reason, yes. Still, we need to deal with all the monsters first, and only then return our focus to the sacred tree. If these big groups of monsters get through the barrier, the village will surely be in danger. Everybody nodded in agreement. How should we proceed, then? Labilata, assemble the men and split them into 2 groups. Who will protect the village if the worst comes to pass? It will be fine as long as they don't get through the barrier. We first take on each group in force. We have to subjugate them all before they can enter the barrier. Okay, it shall be done. Labilata and the other men all stood up to leave the room, but Sonya-san stopped them. Wait, don't head out yet. There are some tiger wolves close to the wolves as well. Even more to deal with. Sonya-san took a quick glance at me. Was she trying to ask me to deal with them? I didn't mind taking care of the tiger wolves, but would the elves be able to take care of both wolves and Valkyros? If I took all of them down myself, I could probably keep all the loot, right? Yuna-chan, can I leave protecting the village to you? Sonya-san's request wasn't the one I had expected. Sonya-san knew how strong I was, so I was sure she would ask me to help with the subjugations. I don't mind, but don't you need my help? It will be enough if you can just protect the village for me. Grandpa, please leave the village to Yuna-chan, and let everybody else help with subjugations. You going to leave the protection of the village to this weird girl? One of the elves asked with clear unease. If you think she can't handle it, then just make sure not a single monster get through to the village. Also, I should probably tell you that Yuna can easily take care of monsters like Valkyros all by herself, so there is no need to worry. Was it just me, or did Labilata suddenly grow to trust me quite a lot? Sonya-san and now even Labilata both vouched for me, so nobody else tried to object. I will also stay behind, so don't worry, and make sure to subjugate all the monsters. Mumurut-san cherry on the cake was finally enough to convince everybody to head out. I had the idea for the summoned bird all the way back at the 10,000 monster subjugation arc. I just couldn't decide on who should have the skill. I remember debating with myself whether to give it to Sonya-san, the summoners from the capital, or simply to one of the adventurers. Like, how had they even found out there was around 10,000? By using a summoned bird. Chapter 226, Bear-san patrols the village. As everyone exited the room, only Mumurut-san and I were left behind. Sonya-san had been the last to leave, wearing a very apologetic expression on her face. She didn't really need to feel bad about this. Well then, we should get going as well. Mumurut-san said and headed for the door, with me on his tail. All I have to do is subjugate any monsters that get to the village, right? I will get rid of the monsters. All I need you to do is tell me if and where the monsters appear. Mumurut-san seemed to be doing the same thing as Sonya-san, keeping me away from harm and trouble, but that wasn't necessary. If I spotted any monsters, it would be quicker if I simply took them down myself. To not get in any unnecessary arguments, I kept that to myself and simply summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear in their regular sizes. Mumurut-san brought his hand up to his chin and simply stared at the bears for a while. Let us know if monsters come our way, okay? I told the bears, then used detection magic to check the nearby area. There weren't any monsters in the vicinity of the village, the only reactions I got seemed to be those of the elves. Like Mumurut-san instructed, the elves had split into two groups and were slowly leaving my detection range in the direction two groups of monsters were supposed to be. I wished I could tell where exactly the monsters were, but they were sadly too far away. I knew Labilata and Sonya-san would be able to take down wolves and Valkyros easily, but tiger wolves could be a problem. Even a single tiger wolf was quite a formidable opponent on its own, so if they didn't pay attention they could be in danger. I didn't know which group Sonya-san was in charge of, but I prayed that she would return safely. Mumurut-san and I then slowly began to patrol the village with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear walking by my sides. Many people greeted us as we passed, and while the adults stopped only to chat, the children immediately ran to the bears. Mumurut-san calmly informed every villager we came across that monsters might come close to the village and instructed them not to leave the village at any cost. After doing this of a while, we eventually ran into Rumin and Luca, who seemed to simply be walking around hand in hand. Grandpa. Yuna-san. Once they spotted us they rushed over. We were about to head outside the village but were stopped and told we couldn't. I'm sorry, but you will have to stay inside the village today. Mumurut-san then proceeded to give them a brief explanation. Since the two of them already knew about the monsters coming through the barrier, they simply nodded in understanding. By the way, what are you two doing here? Both of them looked at me curiously. They probably thought it was weird to see me and Mumurut-san walking around together. The young bear lady is helping me patrol the village. Mumurut-san explained and gestured toward Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear. Before I realized, Luca was already patting Hugging Bear. Grandfather, can we come along, too? We promise not to get in your way. Rumin asked, most likely because she notices that Luca looked like he really wanted to ride on top of one of the bears. Mumurut-san thought about for a bit before agreeing. If something happens, make sure you follow my instructions, okay? I let Luca ride on top of Hugging Bear since he seemed like he really wanted to, while Rumin got on Swaying Bear without even asking. We continued our patrol through a very peaceful village, which made it seem like there was no monster problem at all. The bears hadn't detected anything yet, either, so the village appeared to be safe for now. Maybe the barrier, even weakened as it was still doing its job. The peace didn't last for long, however, as soon, other children saw Luca and Rumin riding on the bears and rushed towards us to join in. At first, Mumurut-san was trying to tell them to stay in their homes, but the children were too jealous of Luca and Rumin, making it quite difficult to convince them to go. After a minute or so, Mumurut-san sighed and said, "This was a mistake," to himself, but his expression lightened up soon, and I could hear him whisper, "This is better than having them run outside." Children tended to run off even when told them to stay at home, so having them busy with the bears wasn't so bad. Mumurut-san must have realized that and seemed much more content now. Since the children took over hugging Bear, Rumin now walked beside me. Everything seems to be fine for now, doesn't it? Once we made a full round around the village, we headed to the plaza at the center of the town. Even more children gathered there when they saw Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear, and I let them play with my bears so that they would stay with us instead of heading outside. Rumin made sure to watch over the children so that the bears didn't get overwhelmed. I was thirsty, so I took out some juice, which prompted the children to start staring at me, clearly wanting some as well, so I was forced to take out enough for everyone. At least they thanked me properly. They were brought up well. I almost dozed off a bit as I watched the bears play with the children. It was really peaceful here. Which was a good thing, of course. The fact that no monsters were coming this way meant that the subjugation was going well. As Mumurut-san happily watched the children play, he spoke up. "Young lady, your bears are very docile. Yeah, they are only dangerous when there are enemies around. Oh, that reminds me, Sonya-san can summon a bird, right?" Since the conversation moved in the direction of summoned beasts, I tried asking about it. Since Sonya-san had kept quiet about it, he might not tell me the details, but it was still worth a try. "Well, first thing first, unlike your bears, those birds cannot sense monsters. Still, being able to look through the summoned bird's eyes was amazing and very useful. If I had one, I would be able to look over a mountain or fly out to the sea to see what it was like. I was envious that they were able to see the scenery from the skies. Do many elves have bird summons? No, the only ones who have one are Sonya and Rumin. Rumin has one, too. I looked over at Rumin after hearing that unbelievable fact. Hearing her name being mentioned, Rumin looked back. "Rumin, you can summon a bird, too?" Yes. Somewhat. Rumin admitted that she could in a quiet voice. "That's amazing. And no, not at all. For some reason, she stumbled a bit as she said it. Could you show it to me?" I asked her, thinking she would most likely refuse at this point, but she nodded instead. She put both of her hands out and gathered magical power. After a few moments, something close to a baby chick appeared in her palms. Summoned birds need magical power to grow, and since I don't have much power, this is my limit. Compared to one Enchanted. Even so, it was a cute baby bird. The little bird began walking around in Rumin's palm, looked at Rumin and chirped. It recognized her. "It's so cute. Yes, it is, but I want it to grow up quickly, so it can be more like Wani-san's. When this baby chick grew up, would it look just like Sonya-san's bird?" I thought about how it would be nice if I could make my bears this small, but I figured it would be impossible. Soon after, Rumin unsummoned her bird. Still, I was very interested in how one could get their hands on a summoned bird. Just as I was about to ask, Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear looked up and let out a cry, startling the children. Did a monster appear? I immediately followed their gazes. One of the children said, pointing upwards. It was something huge. Since they were looking at the sky, I had thought it was going to be a Valkyro, but I was wrong. A bird even larger than the Valkyros flew by. Using my detection magic, I learned that it was a cockatrice. It's a cockatrice. When I said that, everyone showed shocked expressions. A cockatrice had the body and head of a bird, while its tail was long like a snake. It was a difficult monster to deal with, especially since it could fly. Rumin. Take the children and hide in a nearby house. Mumurut-san quickly gave loud and clear orders. Hugging Bear, Swaying Bear, please take care of everybody. At my request, the bears let the children ride them as they ran off to safety. Rumin quickly followed along, making sure no children were left behind. Young lady, thank you telling for me about the monster before it got close to us. Now you should get to safety as well. Since I had noticed the cockatrice before it rushed at us, we managed to get all the children safely away. Still, could he take down a cocactus by himself? If the cockatrice dives at us, I will try to draw it away. If what Sonya-san had said was correct, then the monster's goal of breaking through the barrier was to get to the sacred tree. In that case, the cocactus was most likely heading there as well. Can you really take it on by yourself? Mumurut-san looked at the cockatrice and gulped. I don't know, but I'm willing to try if the worst comes to pass. I'll help you, then. Young lady, what are you saying? That's a cockatrice. It's an atrocious monster. Yeah, I knew that, but I couldn't just abandon him either. Just as I was looking for a response, the cockatrice turned its focus to us. Flapped its chicken-like wings and dove straight at us. Are we fighting here? Although there was a lot of space between the buildings, we were still inside the village. If we fought here, many of the houses could end up being destroyed. That depends on how the cockatrice will react. I want to at least try to lure it out of the village. Mumurut-san then proceeded to land the first strike by sending wind magic at the cockatrice, which was approaching us fast. The magic hit the cockatrice, but it managed to reduce the effect by flapping its wings. Now, the cockatrice had its eye on Mumurut-san, acknowledging him as a threat. Young lady, run! Mumurut-san said and ran towards the edge of the village while shooting more magic at it. Wow, he sure was quick. The cockatrice immediately began to chase after Mumurut-san. Deciding on a plan of my own, I ran after them. It's been a while since our last battle chapter. The last one was the golem battle, wasn't it? Chapter 227, Bear-san Fights the Cockatrice, Part 1. Mumurut-san ran quickly as the cockatrice followed him in the sky. From not far behind, I realized that while his attacks were effective at attracting the cockatrice's attention, they did little to no damage. I thought of attacking the cockatrice from behind, seeing how it was focused on someone else right now, but that could also backfire as it might turn towards me and back at the village, making Mumurut-san's efforts go to waste. Better to just keep following them for now. The cockatrice managed to close a bit of a distance to Mumurut-san and then flapped its wings, sending a powerful wind attack against him. Without stopping even for a second, Mumurut-san casted a wind wall to block it and continued running through the village, eventually making it to the forest. Mumurut made quick use of the trees, dashing behind them to dodge the cockatrice's attacks. After a while of doing so, Mumurut stopped at a clearing with a small hill and ready to face the cockatrice, which slowly descended. Certainly, this spot was spacious and suitable for such a confrontation, but without the trees to shield himself, his only option was to face it head-on. Well, our goal was to lure the cockatrice away, so this should do. The cockatrice again flapped its wings at the now stationary Mumurut-san, sending dozens of sharp feathers his way, but Mumurut-san simply created another wind wall while also leaping backwards to dodge any stray feathers. Immediately after landing, Mumurut-san sent a wind blade at the cockatrice, but it swiftly dodged by flying back up. The wind blade curved and struck the ground, leaving behind a deep graze. The cockatrice then began slowly beating its wings to gather up wind, but Mumurut-san immediately used wind magic to disrupt it. Wow, they were battling on equal grounds. Mumurut-san was really cool. Wait, this wasn't the time for me to stand by and watch them. If they were of about the same strength, there was a chance that Mumurut-san could lose if I didn't intervene. Right now, the cockatrice had its back turned towards me, and all its focus was concentrated on Mumurut-san. Thus, I gathered a small bear fireball and shot it directly towards the cockatrice's defenseless back. The cockatrice didn't notice it at all, so the small bear fireball managed to damage its wings. The cockatrice let out an angry shriek, immediately turning around to face me. Young lady. Why are you here? Mumurut-san called out to me, but I simply ignored him and sent another small bear fireball at the cockatrice. In games, it was common sense to deal as much damage as you could while you still had the chance. Still, the cockatrice wasn't going to let me continue hitting it for free. It once again beat its wings, sending red and black feathers directly at me. Young lady. Copying Mumurut-san, I created a wind wall to block the feathers while Mumurut-san took the chance to send another wind blade at cockatrice's back. Again, however, the cockatrice simply flew higher up to dodge it. Why did you come here? Mumurut-san rushed up to me, clearly mad that I had disobeyed him. To help you, of course. What are you saying? Get out of here immediately while I distract the cockatrice. Don't worry, I won't get in the way. I can handle myself. This way, we can take it down together. The cockatrice now circled above, waiting for us to act. Mumurut-san threw a glance at it before turning back to me. Fine, but promise me one thing, if it gets too dangerous, save yourself at any cost. I don't want to see any children die today. Children? Was that how Mumurut-san saw me? If that comes to pass, I can buy enough time for you to run away, at the very least. So, he was just telling me, don't worry about me, save yourself. No way I would do something like that. Sonia and Rumin would be devastated if he died. For now, I decided to just nod in reply, so we could resume the fight. Together, we looked up at the cockatrice flying in the sky. It once again slowly descended towards the ground, this time a bit away from us. Once it landed, its stomach suddenly began to puff up. Mumurut-san, don't move. As soon as I shouted, the cockatrice expelled a purple-colored breath, but I managed to create a wind dome to shield us just in time. That breath attack was very poisonous. In the game, a cockatrice's breath would inflict a lethal poison status effect, so we had to avoid it at all costs. Once the cockatrice stopped breathing out poison, I expanded the dome to blow away all the toxic fumes from our surroundings. Young lady, you really saved me there. Mumurut-san thanked me, then rushed towards the cockatrice and threw a point-blank wind blade at it, slicing off a part of its wing. The cockatrice was infuriated by this and blew a large amount of poison right at him. However, Mumurut-san did not fall for the same trick twice. Using a strong gust of wind, he blew the breath right back at it. Just as Mumurut-san tried to deal the final blow, however, the cockatrice extended its wings and, with a wide swing, knocked Mumurut-san away from it. Mumurut-san. I'm fine. Mumurut-san replied from the ground. Still, the cockatrice wasn't going to wait for Mumurut to get up, so I quickly shielded him with a wind wall with my right hand before shooting a small bear fireball at the cockatrice with my left. I knew it wouldn't hurt it, but I at least wanted to attract its attention. The small fireball hit its left wing, knocking the monster off balance. Would a larger bear fireball be enough to defeat it? Well, if I used such a strong flame, Mumurut-san would surely get steamed in the process. Was it just me, or was Mumurut-san more of a hindrance than I thought? Then again, I couldn't just tell him, "You're in the way, so can you please just leave it to me and get out of here?" Thank you, young lady. Please don't overexert yourself. Since you're hurt, I'll defeat it in your stead. Hoo-hoo, you're simply incredible. To be able to remain so confident even when facing a cockatrice. Mumurut-san laughed as he stood up. I wasn't bluffing or anything, I was quite serious about this. The cockatrice once again took to the sky, taking its time to observe us. Okay, then. Could I borrow some of your strength, young lady? What do you want me to do? When that thing comes down again, could you make sure it doesn't fly back up? Sure thing, I can do that, but why? I am going to try casting a rather powerful spell. I don't want you to get caught in it, so make sure to keep your distance. Mumurut-san stepped a small distance away from me and started collecting magic power in both of his arms. At the same time, bracelet on his right wrist began to shine brightly. I could tell that a tremendous amount of magic was gathering within it. Noticing that Mumurut-san was attempting to do something, the cockatrice once again shot feathers at us. These feathers were getting annoying. Didn't it have anything different? I deflected the feathers with another wind wall. How cowardly of such a monster, only attacking from the sky. I should bring it down. I ran towards it, gathered some strength in my feet, and blasted into the air, flying past the cockatrice. Not good. I jumped too high. With the help of wind magic, I safely dropped to its level and threw a bear kick at its back, sending the cockatrice towards the ground. Wow, it worked. As the cockatrice attempted to raise back up, Mumurut-san finished preparing his spell. Young lady, try not to get caught up in my attack. A whirlwind started to form around Mumurut-san, who then focused it into his hands before shooting it towards the cockatrice on the ground, easily slicing off one of its wings. So powerful. Good thing I used wind magic to descend slowly. Young lady, please finish it for me. Mumurut-san fell down on one knee, breathing heavily. He must have exhausted all of his magical power. As I turned around to send a few wind cutters at its defenseless head, I spotted a large shadow flying towards us. It was another cockatrice, preparing to launch an attack at us. As soon as it got in range, it shot feathers at me. I ended up having to use the wind gathered within my right hand to counter its attack and was unable to finish off the damaged cockatrice on the ground. Mumurut-san shouted at me, knowing he couldn't help me in this fight. Even though he told me to run, I couldn't just leave him behind. I called for Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear in my mind, then fell back to where Mumurut-san was. Can you move? Go to the village and tell everybody to escape. Even if I wanted to run and tell them, I could clearly feel the murderous glare of the newly arrived cockatrice. If it killed Mumurut-san, it would most likely chase after me next. I would just be bringing it to the village. The undamaged cockatrice growled and spread its wings, a whiff of poison coming out from its beak. Yeah, it seemed to be pretty mad at us. It then sent another wave of feathers at us, prompting me to use a wind wall to protect us. Yet, its attack was clearly stronger than that of the first cockatrice, so my wall was not able to block all of the feathers. Young lady, don't worry about me. Please just save yourself. I can't do that. Just as the cockatrice spread its wings again, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear came running over. I created a large gust of wind to protect us all, then used it to blow the new cockatrice away. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear managed to make it to us safely. I am going to keep fighting. Young lady. I then proceeded to pick Mumurut-san up. Thanks to my bear gloves, I could easily lift heavy things, so Mumurut-san felt very light in my arms. I placed Mumurut-san on Hugging Bear's back while he kicked up a fuss at me. Noticing he tried to climb off the moment I let go of him, I used lightning magic to paralyze him. Young lady, what? Hugging Bear, take Mumurut-san back to the village. What are you saying? Go. Obeying my orders, Hugging Bear immediately ran off. Mumurut-san had shouted a few more things at me, but I ignored him. It was time for the second part of our little battle. This cockatrice is not the strong version told in legends, but rather a weaker version. P.S. By weaker, I mean weaker than the ones you usually find in games. In other words, it can't turn people into stones and its poison won't kill all the trees and plants around it. This almost makes it seem like I'm bullying cockatrices for no particular reason. Maybe I should let them destroy the village a little bit. I guess I can just edit it in some other day. Chapter 228, Bear-san Fights the Cockatrice, Part 2. As I was making sure Mumurut-san had escaped, I didn't take my eyes off of the cockatrice for 1 second. As it watched me, purple breath leaked out of its beak and it growled loudly. Judging from the previous fight, I could tell that a cockatrice's wings were a formidable form of both attack and defense. I threw a short glance at the red and black feathers stuck into the ground all around me. A small bear fireball could only singe its wings. Since the feathers could be used as projectile attacks, it made my opponent quite tough. If I wanted to take it down, I would have to use a larger bear fireball. Still, what would happen to the cockatrice's body if I did? If it had any useful materials, I wanted to procure them. Normally in games, even if you burned or cut up the enemy, they would drop undamaged items and materials, but things were different in reality. With Swaying Bear behind me, I stood directly in front of the cockatrice as it angrily released purple breath from its beak. The large cockatrice then cried out and flapped its wings, shooting red and black feathers everywhere. The amount, size, and power of these cockatrice's feathers were on a completely different level from the first one, so I created an earth bear golem to act as my shield. The feathers pierced into the bear golem, but it stood its ground. Even though I wasn't sure if the feathers had poison on them, they meant nothing to the bear golem. I then sent the bear golem to rush at the cockatrice. The cockatrice hurled more feathers to stop it, but the golem did not even flinch from the attacks. Still, just as the bear golem was about to body slam the cockatrice, the monster took to the sky. I quickly followed up by sending a wind cutter at it, but the cockatrice easily dodged it while also returning the attack with another volley of feathers, forcing me to jump backwards. Ugh, this was so annoying. Should I maybe try to take this one down with a bear kick as well? The fight would be a lot easier if the bear outfit had some type of flying skill. Did flying magic even exist in this world? I hadn't really looked into it, but so far, I hadn't heard of it. Still, a flying bear sounded way too surreal. The bear outfit already stood out too much as it was, but to fly in the skies while wearing it, just the thought of it frightened me. If I could somehow learn it, I would have to be very careful about flying in front of other people. I stopped my wild delusions and focused on the flying cockatrice, only to notice the wounded cockatrice on the ground was breathing out purple breath. It could still move even after losing a wing. The purple mist slowly began to accumulate around the grounded cockatrice. It was that poison nonsense again. For a split second, the thought of the bear outfit blocking poisonous gas crossed my mind, but it would be simply too dangerous to test that out right now. Still, if the grounded cockatrice kept letting out more poison, it would most likely spread and cause damage to the surrounding area. While making sure to keep an eye on the cockatrice in the sky, I decided to first take care of the grounded one. Immediately, I used a large amount of magic power to create a powerful tornado, which started to collect the poison in the area. Once the poison was all gathered up, I sent the tornado into the sky to disperse it. I also tried my luck by directing the tornado towards cockatrice in the sky, but it simply flew a bit higher to avoid it. Returning my focus to the grounded cockatrice, I first confirmed that all the poison was really gone, before creating a bear flame larger than even my bears. The flame quickly reformed into the shape of a bright red bear, ready to charge ahead at my command. Thanks to my bear suit, I could only imagine how much heat it emitted. Not wasting any time, I let the flaming bear loose and watched it pounce onto the grounded cockatrice. The cockatrice let out a pained cry and attempted to somehow get away, but the flaming bear had already completely engulfed it. The creature only managed to spread out its wing one last time before collapsing to the ground. After I dispelled the flaming bear, only a scorched body remained. Seeing how badly the cockatrice was burnt, if I didn't have my bear outfit on, I would have likely been steamed alive. It would be too dangerous if I were to use the flaming bear with people around. If I made even a slight mistake, they could end up being burned alive. Now, only the cockatrice in the sky remained. No more would appear, right? When we had grounded the first one, a second one appeared, so it was possible, especially with the saying, "the third time's the charm." I immediately used my detection magic to check. Rather than another cockatrice, several wolves were heading our way. Sonya-san's group was supposed to handle them, so either her group missed them or the wolves came from somewhere else. Regardless, it would be a pain if they showed up during my battle with the cockatrice. Swaying bear, once the wolves reach us, take care of them, okay? I decided to let Swaying bear handle the wolves and returned my focus to the cockatrice in the sky, starting to formulate a plan to bring it down to the ground. While I could try using wind magic again, it could simply negate it with its own attack or dodge it. In that case, could I maybe really try jumping into the sky and using a bear kick again? Still, that might have only been possible thanks to Mumurut-san distracting it. With the cockatrice completely focused on me, the move most likely wouldn't work. Also, engaging a battle in the air would leave me at a big disadvantage. Even with me being on the ground, the cockatrice could freely shoot feathers at me or send strong wind magic at my way. I had to spend a lot of energy simply defending. The worst part of it all was the fact that I had to keep looking upward at it. I had been looking up so much by now that my neck was starting to hurt. Maybe the true enemy wasn't the cockatrice but rather my neck. I should try bringing out some new magic and end this quickly. Making my decision, I sent a wide gust of wind at the cockatrice, making its stance waver to an extent that it was unable to return the attack. Using the opening, I summoned lightning into my hand. Some time after the iron golem subjugation, I had spent some time thinking of a way to make the electricity successfully leave my hand. Only after many trials and error, I had accomplished it. Imagining a bear, the electricity changed into a sparkling, golden bear. This way, I could throw it and it wouldn't disperse. Still, simply throwing it at the cockatrice in the sky and hoping it would hit was no more than wishful thinking. I had to launch it at a much faster speed. Gathering magical power in my other hand, a small whirlwind began to swirl around in it. I then put the two hands together and sent the electric bear spinning inside the whirlwind. Using my right hand, I aimed at the cockatrice in the sky and sent my spell flying. The electric bear rocketed into the sky at a high velocity, heading straight for the cockatrice. Since there was a chance that the cockatrice would dodge even such a quick attack, I created more electric bears and rapidly fired them at it. The cockatrice flapped its wings as strong as it could, attempting to change the trajectory of the electric bears, but it was all for nothing, as the spinning bears pierced through the wind wall. The cockatrice had created and hit its wings. Oh, I actually managed to hit it. Was the attack stronger than I thought it to be? During the test runs, I had indeed noticed that the electric attack seemed to get stronger when spun inside a high-speed whirlwind, but the damage caused surprised even me. The electric bears completely pierced through the cockatrice's wings, leaving baying gaping holes. With the last impact, its wings were practically in tatters, and the cockatrice plummeted to the ground. I was sure that all the electricity would have left the cockatrice paralyzed, but when it hit the ground, all the electricity got grounded as well. I didn't know if the cockatrice was completely free of the paralysis effect, but it wasted no time in standing up, spread its tattered wings, and squawked threateningly at me. Yet, it left me unamused. In this state, it obviously wouldn't be able to fly anymore, making this fight much easier. The cockatrice glared at me while letting purple breath continuously spill from its beak. It was surprising to see it still so lively after taking such a barrage of attacks. It would make more sense for it to drop dead immediately. Anyway, with those wings, the feather and wing attacks were now impossible. I kind of felt bad for it, but I decided to finish it off quickly, since its poison was still dangerous. I dashed up into point-blank range and shot another electric bear at its body, using my whirlwind technique, of course. The electric bear whirlwind cleanly pierced through, causing the cockatrice to drop to the ground, motionless. Finally. The fight left me more tired than I had thought it would. In fact, it had tired me out mentally. Not to mention my aching neck. I moved my neck around for a bit to try and loosen it a little, but it didn't help at all. Would I only feel better after if I slept in the white bear suit? Anyway, since I managed to defeat both cockatrices, this area should be safe now. I called for Swaying Bear to return. Not a single wolf had bothered me, so I assumed Swaying Bear must have defeated them while I was focused on the second cockatrice. I then used detection magic to get a read on my surrounding and noticed that Swaying Bear was with Sonya-san and a couple of elves. With there being no dialogue in this chapter, I again realized just how bad I am at writing description-only paragraphs. Also, just to make it clear, a flaming bear whirlwind is possible as well. When I recalled about the flaming bear that appeared in Volume 2's illustrations, spinning as it shoots at the enemy, it seemed like a rather cool idea. Chapter 229, Bear-san returns to the elf village. Since I noticed the elves were heading my way, I just waited for them to arrive. Soon, Sonya-san, Labriat, and some of the elves all exited the forest together with Swaying Bear. Yuna-chan, what happened here? Sonya-san asked, glancing at the surrounding area. I took a moment to check as well. The ground around us was full of holes and the rest of it was covered in countless red and black feathers. We had really gone a bit overboard, hadn't we? 2 dead cockatrices behind a person dressed like a bear amidst this carnage had to be quite a sight. I hadn't really noticed it before, but now that I looked at it from their perspective, didn't this situation look quite preposterous? Why are you here, Sonya-san? Did you manage to take care of all the monsters? Could it be that she had rushed over after learning that there were cockatrices here? She arrived a bit late, but honestly, that was a good thing. It would be difficult to explain the lightning magic to her. That's right, we've dealt away with them without much of a problem. There were quite a lot of Valkyros though, so it took us longer than I had expected. It seemed like they had managed to defeat all the monsters without any casualties. Yet, if nothing was done about the sacred tree, monsters would most likely continue to gather. The barrier which was supposed to protect the village from monsters was now calling them here instead. If the situation kept escalating, the elves would no longer be able to live here. After we were done, we headed back to the village, but were met by people panicking because a cockatrice had appeared in the village. Luckily, some of them saw Grandpa and you lead it away, so we knew the village was in no immediate danger at least. While we were discussing what to do, Hugging Bear-chan came out of the forest with Grandpa on its back. So, that was why they had rushed here. I was glad Hugging Bear had managed to bring Mumurut-san back to the village safely. I would have to give it a lot of nice pats when I got back. Anyway, when we heard from Grandpa that you were fighting the cockatrice all by yourself, so that he could safely escape to safety, we immediately headed here. It wasn't like I had stayed behind so that Mumurut-san could run, I had just gotten rid of him so that the fight would be less troublesome. Not because he would have been a burden or anything, I just didn't want other people to see how I fight. Grandpa looked like he was about to cry, saying that you might die because of him only because he wasn't strong enough to protect the village himself. I would prefer if he didn't go killing me off in his mind. It seemed like he thought that I would sacrifice myself by staying behind instead of just wanting to get rid of him. Hell no, doing something like that in real life would actually be pretty embarrassing. Well, I figured Yuna-chan wouldn't die, but we still rushed over as quickly as we could, running into Labriat's group on the way. For some reason, Swaying Bear-chan was also with them. Sonya-san glanced at Labriat and Swaying Bear. Labriat then explained that while they were fighting against some tiger wolves, several other wolves managed to pass through the weakened barrier. After taking down the tiger wolves, he chased after the wolves inside the barrier, only to find Swaying Bear already in the middle of disposing them. They proceeded to help it, and then followed it here, where they ran into Sonya-san's group on the way. I patted Swaying Bear to thank it for taking care of the wolves. It would have been very troublesome if they had interrupted my fight with the cockatrice. Anyway, we rushed over, but Sonya-san looked at the dead cockatrices again. The other elves also seemed very put off as they stared at the cockatrices as well. Did you really take down both cockatrices? Labriat asked the question they were all wondering about. Sonya-san had considerable knowledge of my abilities, so she would surely believe me, but the other elves seemed to have a hard time even imagining it. Well, how many people would actually believe that a girl dressed like a bear defeated 2 cockatrices by herself? In my old world, it would be similar to hearing that a young girl wearing a costume killed a wild tiger with her bare hands. Yeah, I wouldn't believe that, either. Yes, I did, believe it or not. 2 of the elves approached the dead bodies to confirm they were really dead. Well, looking at the situation, it's hard not to believe you, but it seemed that they understood there was no other explanation here, but were still having a hard time accepting it. Well, actually, Mumurut-san defeated one of them. I wasn't exactly lying. Mumurut-san dealt the fatal wound with his magic. I merely finished it off. I couldn't really claim that I beat both of them on my own. Even so, that still means you defeated the other one by yourself, Yuna-chan. I couldn't really deny it, so I simply nodded. Thank you for saving Grandpa, Yuna-chan. No, thank you for saving the whole village. Yuna, you have my gratitude. After Sonya-san thanked me, Labriat and the other elves did as well. I barely managed to swallow my wish to be allowed to place a bear house here forever as a compensation. I was sure Mumurut-san would try to thank me later as well. If I was going to ask for permission, I would ask the chief, of course. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad that everyone is safe. Everyone was moved by my words. I felt guilty for actually having ulterior motives behind it. Well, even if I were to tell Mumurut-san what I wanted in front of everybody, they could still refuse my request. For now, I decided to just focus on the cockatrices' bodies. Can I put the bodies into my storage? We shouldn't leave the remains behind, after all. Also, since I was the one to take them down, I should claim the loot, right? You defeated it, so of course you can, Yuna-chan. If you want some of the materials, I don't mind splitting them up, either. You can take it all. Rather, you may consider it an expression of our gratitude. Once I got Sonya-san's permission, I walked up to the cockatrice I had taken down myself. Its wings were full of holes, but I could maybe still use its feathers for something. Even if I only plucked out the intact ones, there should still be plenty. While considering what I could do with them, I placed the whole body into the bear box. Sonya-san and Labriat were not very surprised in the slightest as they both had watched me take out the bear house before, but the other elves were shocked by my actions. I ignored them and approached the cockatrice which Mumurut-san had defeated. When I got home to Cremonia, I had to ask Fina to dismantle them. Wait, could Fina even dismantle a cockatrice? To begin with, asking a 10-year-old girl to dismantle a cockatrice felt wrong. Maybe I should discuss it with Gent-san beforehand. By the way, how is Mumurut-san doing? After storing the other cockatrice as well, I asked the elves about Mumurut-san, whom I had paralyzed. I didn't know if Mumurut-san was considered to be an old man since he was an elf, but either way, I might have accidentally paralyzed an elderly person with electricity. Also, he had used too much magic and was probably very fatigued. Had I gone overboard? Still, if I hadn't done it, he would have tried to continue fighting, so he left me no choice. Do you know what happened to Grandpa, Yuna-chan? He can't really move well. He used some amazing wind magic, so maybe that's why. His magic was able to cut off one of the cockatrice's wings. I hope that would be enough to mislead them. He said something like, "The young lady touched me and then I couldn't move anymore." Didn't that mean that when I returned to the village, an angry Mumurut-san would be waiting for me? Grandpa was really worried about you. I had done something really bad. Normally, when a person tried to stay behind and said, "Leave it to me, save yourself," the other person would refuse and they would end up butting heads, only to both die in the process. If I were to think about this from Mumurut-san's perspective, as he didn't know my actual strength, it made sense for him to worry about me. Trembling, Grandpa only grasped my hand and told me, "Please save the young lady." Just imagining it made my heart hurt. I had to apologize to him the next time I saw him. I had ended up making him worry about me, after all. Grandpa should still be worrying about us, so let's return to the village quickly. I nodded in agreement. Not to mention, there was no point in staying here any longer anyway. As I began walking, Swaying Bear dashed ahead of me and lowered its back. I thanked it, and got on its back, riding it all the way back to the village. Is it just me or did I write Mumurut-san to sound like a tragic heroine? Usually, the one who stays behind is the man, while the woman cries and sends the man off. Chapter 230, Bear-san reports to Mumurut-san. When we returned to the village, Hugging Bear came running up to me. Mumurut-san wasn't on its back anymore. Was he no longer paralyzed? Or, was he simply resting somewhere? Once Hugging Bear reached me, it happily began rubbing itself against me. I got off Swaying Bear and began to pet Hugging Bear's head. Thanks for carrying Mumurut-san back to the village for me. Hugging Bear happily cried kun, closing its eyes while enjoying the pats. Sonya-san, where is Mumurut-san now? He couldn't move, so we carried him back into his house. Also, Yuna-chan, did you really not do anything to Grandpa? When she had asked me earlier, I had been able to divert the topic using the cockatrices, but I was unable to do so now. Well, he seemed like he planned on staying even in his worn-out state, so I used a tiny bit of magic on him. What do you mean a tiny bit? Sonya-san looked at me with inquiring expression but did not pry any further when I didn't answer. Next to us, Labriat explained to the villagers that the cockatrices had been defeated, then gave out orders to retrieve the bodies of the subjugated wolves and tiger wolves. I wasn't sure how many the elves took down, but he was right, the bodies shouldn't be left alone as they might attract other monsters towards the barrier. Not to mention that the wolves were a good resource of food and money, so it was quite important for the village to collect them. I just hoped I could get some of the tiger wolf pelts for myself. Labriat, Yuna-chan. We should head back to Grandpa and report the situation. I kind of wanted to say, me too, but I knew there was no way I could avoid going. I unsummoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear and headed towards Mumurut-san's house together with Sonya-san and Labriat. Grandpa, we're coming in. As always, we entered the house without even knocking or waiting for a reply. I sure hoped Mumurut-san was okay. I had paralyzed him using lightning magic, so he might still be stuck in bed. We headed to the usual room and found Mumurut-san lying down. The instant he noticed us, however, he sat up. Was he still feeling numb? Young lady. Thank God, you're okay. Mumurut-san immediately began fretting over me. Sorry for making you worry. It wasn't really my fault he worried, but I still though it was right for me to apologize for making an elderly man like him worry about me. I know you are quite capable, young lady, but please don't ever do something like this again. If you had died, I would have blamed myself until I stepped into a grave myself. It seemed like he really was genuinely concerned about me. Good thing he hadn't passed away from the stress he was under, people could actually die from worrying too much. Sonya, Labriat, what happened to the cockatrice? Is it gone? Both cockatrices are dead, Grandpa. I see, that's good to hear. Mumurut-san looked relieved after hearing that. Good work, you two. Mumurut-san must have thought that Sonya-san and Labriat were the ones who had subjugated the cockatrice. That was perfectly fine with me. Also, if he had assumed I had done it, then he would have come out looking like a straightforward idiot. When we got there, Yuna-chan had already beaten them. We didn't really do anything. Labriat explained without even blinking an eye. While I hadn't specifically told them to keep quiet about my victory over the cockatrice, I would have preferred him to be able to read the atmosphere a little bit better. Young lady defeated it, is that true? Mumurut-san's voice was filled with doubt, and he couldn't help but ask Sonia-san and Labriat again. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's true. Yuna-chan may look like this, but she is an exceptional adventurer. I got the urge to comment on what she said about my looks or me being exceptional but held back. It was especially hard to do for the looks part. Chief, it's the truth. All of us that were there can confirm that she indeed took down the cockatrice herself. Young lady, is this really true? I nodded since I had no other choice. People already knew I that defeated the cockatrice, so I couldn't really deny it at this point. I see, so young lady is such an excellent adventurer. I realized you were quite strong when we fought together, but I had no idea you were strong enough to take down a cockatrice all by yourself. I wasn't sure how strong exactly he considered me now, but at the very least he believed that I was strong enough to subjugate a cockatrice myself. I was only able to take down the second cockatrice thanks to you taking down the first one, Mumurut-san. All I did was cut off one of its wings, though. Yes, but because of that, I was able to finish it off quickly and easily. Still, seeing how much trouble we had with the first one, how exactly did you defeat the second one? As expected, he was curious about the method I had used against to defeat it on my own. I can't really reveal too much as I used a secret technique. Could it be that I was actually in your way, then? Of course not. For the first cockatrice, I only helped you, Mumurut-san. Still, if I wasn't there, maybe you would have been able to take them down more easily. Maybe, but even if I had told you that I could take them on myself, I'm sure that you wouldn't have believed me. That's why worrying about that is meaningless at this point. There was also no time for us to plan when the first cockatrice suddenly appeared, so if I had somehow explained to you to leave it to me out of nowhere, would you have done so, Mumurut-san? That I would not have been able to, I think. In that case, you would have ended up fighting it either way. You would have pressed on to fight it yourself, cockatrice, and wouldn't run away once things got dire, right? I had figured it would have been best if I cooperated with you to beat it, and in the end, we really did manage to take the first one down together. Still, we did not expect for a second one to appear, and you had already exhausted all your strength taking down the first one. The only way to defeat the newly arrived one was for me to deal with it on my own, but how could I possibly explain all that to you? There was no time for me to even try and convince you. That's why I told Hugging Bear to forcefully take you back to safety. I was being selfish, not willing to reveal my secrets, so please stop worrying about the whole ordeal. Young lady. I never once thought you were in the way. I added, trying to put up a poker face. Actually, I had thought that he was a bit of a burden, but I had to keep that to myself. I see. In that case, please let me thank you again. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for slaying the cockatrices and for protecting both the village and me. Mumurut-san genuinely thanked me with a bow. It was quite embarrassing to be thanked so straightforwardly. After we were finally done, Sonia-san and Labriat reported about their monster subjugations. There turned out to be 5 tiger wolves. I was quite envious, as that meant they had gotten their hands on 5 beautiful pelts. Mumurut-san, what would you like to do about the cockatrice's materials? If you need them, we can split them. Sonia-san and the others had said it was fine for me to have them all, but it was still better to check in with the chief, especially since he had subdued one of them himself. We have no need for them, so you can keep them, not to mention you were the one who defeated the cockatrices. As for the Valkros, wolves, and tiger wolves, we can trade their materials with merchants, so they are more than enough for us. The cockatrice materials were now officially mine. You can sell the cockatrice's materials at the capital's adventurer guild, Yuna-chan. I had asked Sonia-san where I should go if I were to sell the materials. Just in case. It wasn't about money, but if I couldn't find a way to put them to good use myself, it was better to at least sell them, rather to have them rot in my bare box. Sonia, we will head to the sacred tree again tomorrow. Tell Arthur for me, okay? It seemed like Arthur-san was still patrolling in the village vicinity. Well, with so many monsters having appeared today, the same thing could happen again. Grandpa, is your body okay? I was also curious as to whether he was resting here to recover his magical power or because I had electrocuted him. I will be fine. The villagers forced me to rest since I wasn't able to move earlier, but I'm doing better now. My magic should recover by tomorrow as well. We really have to head to the sacred tree and do something about it as soon as possible. He said, standing up to prove his point. If he was still feeling numb, he wouldn't have been able to get up so easily, so it looked like there were no traces of paralysis left at all. In the worst-case scenario, we might have to cut down the sacred tree. Please keep that in mind when we go there tomorrow. If monsters are coming because of the sacred tree, we will no longer be able to live here either way. True, if the sacred tree had transformed into something that kept calling monsters to it, living in the village was going to become too dangerous. Even cockatrices were starting to appear, so it was only a matter of time before the monster problems would become too much to handle. I wanted to help them deal with the sacred tree, but I couldn't do anything if I couldn't enter the inner barrier. Could I maybe attack it from outside? That way, I might be able to help. Well, if something like that was plausible, Mumurut-san and the others wouldn't be so worried about dealing with the sacred tree. After all, that would mean the other elves could have done the same. The barrier could most likely repel all sorts of attacks. If even my bear magic couldn't work, then there really wasn't much I could do. Mumurut-san, is there any way I could help? Maybe by using magic from outside the barrier. If at all possible, I really wanted to help out. Yet, Mumurut-san simply shook his head. I appreciate your offer, young lady, but that's not possible. Is that because I'm not allowed to be there? That too, but there's another reason. Yuna-chan, the sacred tree is inside a rocky mountain. You won't be able to reach it using magic from outside the barrier. Yeah, even using magic from outside was impossible, as there was no way I could try a place I couldn't even see. Maybe my last resort could be to destroy the mountain it was in. My bear golem should be able to level a mountain, but I probably shouldn't do that. In the end, it was decided that Mumurut-san, Sonya-san, and Arthur-san will go, with Labriat joining them as a bodyguard. Can I come along as a bodyguard, too? I asked, expecting them to refuse. It's possible that another cockatrice will come after the sacred tree. That's true, but it might appear at the village, too. Grandpa, isn't it fine for her to come with us? Just as I was sure all hope was gone, Sonya-san stepped in to help. Mumurut-san was clearly surprised to see Sonya-san vouching for me like that. I owe a lot to Yuna-chan and also think monsters are more likely to appear at the sacred tree. I think we should let her come with us. Mumurut-san still seemed a bit concerned and unsure but agreed in the end. We finally got to the sacred tree part. With this, the end of the elf arc is in sight. For me at least. Chapter 231, Bear-san inspects the sacred tree. The next day, the 5 of us departed for the sacred tree. Hugging Bear came along with me today. I had been with Swaying Bear for a long time yesterday while Hugging Bear returned to the village with Mumurut-san, so Hugging Bear ended up pouting. After I had realized that was the case, I quickly summoned Hugging Bear and it happily snuggled against me. After spending the last night with it, its overall mood had gotten much better. I gently patted it, asking it to stay on guard for anything dangerous. We could no longer rely on the barrier, after all. I had somehow managed to get permission to accompany the group to the sacred tree, but since it was deep in a mountain range and protected by a barrier, I wouldn't be able to see it. I had been mulling over ways to catch a glimpse of the tree since yesterday, but I didn't come up with many good ideas. Maybe, I could leap high enough to get on top of a mountain or use earth magic to raise the ground under me so that I could see the tree from higher up. How the plans would work depended on how tall the mountains were. If only I could summon a bird like Sonya-san's, then I could see the tree from the bird's perspective instead. Sadly, my summons didn't have such powers, and Hugging Bear couldn't simply fly me up there to begin with. It made no sense for bears to be able to fly, so there was nothing that could be done about that. Hugging Bear let out an apologetic whimper, interrupting my thoughts. Did it notice what I was thinking? I'm sorry, Hugging Bear. I didn't mean to put it like that. Please don't look so sad. I gave Hugging Bear a hug and patted it. Why did you apologize to Hugging Bear out of nowhere? Sonya-san, who was walking beside me, gave me a strange look. I kind of said something terrible to Hugging Bear, but it began apologizing to me instead. What did you say to Hugging Bear-chan? I was a bit disappointed that Hugging Bear couldn't fly so that I could see the tree from above. Hoo-hoo, that's what you were thinking about. It's already amazing enough that Hugging Bear lets people ride on it. Not to mention how fast it can run. Sonia-san laughed and patted Hugging Bear as we walked. That's right. Even though you can't fly in the sky, I'm very grateful for everything you do for me. I was in the wrong here. I always depended on Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear when I needed to go somewhere. Even if I took a nap while riding on them, they always kept running onwards. When I slept in my room, they stood on guard for me. The moment I told Hugging Bear how grateful I was, it cheered up quite a bit. I'm sorry for making you sad. I rubbed Hugging Bear's head and began thinking of another way to see the sacred tree since flying really wasn't an option. Currently, we were heading to our destination smoothly, not encountering any monsters. Though we had subjugated all the monsters in the area yesterday, we still shouldn't let down our guard. I had Hugging Bear on the lookout for monsters, so it should let us know if we were to come across one. After traveling for a while longer, we left the forest and saw the mountain range. This must be the mountain I had heard about yesterday. The sacred tree must be just beyond it. Looking at it from up close, the mountain was quite high, so jumping wouldn't be enough. Maybe I would be able to climb it instead. Looks like there aren't any monsters around. We still can't let our guards down. Mimurut-san immediately warned Sonia-san after her carefree comment. Hugging Bear didn't detect any monsters, but just in case, I used detection magic myself. With it, I might be able to detect the parasitic tree and figure out its exact location as well. Sadly, there was no reaction. Apparently my magic didn't classify the parasitic tree as a monster. Maybe because it detected it as a plant. Or, was it because the barrier concealed it, and my magic couldn't penetrate through? Either way, I didn't detect any monsters. Is the sacred tree up ahead? I asked, since my detection magic wasn't telling me much. That's right. The entrance is right over there. So, it really was past this mountain range after all. I walked closer and spotted a cave entrance, big enough for Hugging Bear to barely squeeze through. In front of it also stood 3 stone monuments. Yup, this was definitely the entrance. Labriat, young lady, please wait for us out here. Labriat replied. So neither of us could enter no matter what. I really wanted to go in, though. I peeked into the cave, but I couldn't see anything inside as it was pitch dark. Yuna-chan, you can't go inside. I was scolded just for looking inside. Ugh, I already knew that. I just hoped I could at least see something inside. Okay, Arthur, Sonia, let's go. They approached the stone monuments and each placed a hand on one of the stones. Was this how they entered the cave? I could sense magical power flowing into the stone monuments. So, this must be why 3 people were necessary to get to the tree. I kept a close eye on them to see what they would do next, but the 3 of them simply remained still. What's going on? Mimurut-san asked after a while. Sonia-san, is something wrong? After transferring magical power to the stone monuments, they should start glowing, enabling us to pass through the barrier. Yet, there is not a speck of light at all. Mimurut-san stepped away from his monument and tried to enter the cave but seemed like he hit an invisible wall. Arthur-san and Sonia-san also tried to do the same, but to no avail. From my point of view, they almost looked like they were acting out a pantomime. It was a very strange sight indeed. Why isn't it letting us through? Arthur, Sonia, let's try again. The 3 channeled magical power into the stone monuments again, but they remained inactive. We entered just fine yesterday. I don't get why today's different. Perhaps the parasitic tree has completely taken over the sacred tree or the sacred tree won't let us in because of the parasitic tree's presence. You must be kidding me. The 3 of them looked restless. The barrier barred them from passing through, even though it worked just fine yesterday, so it made sense for them to start to panic. The plan to destroy the mountain crossed my mind again. Using bear magic, I should be able to break through. The 3 of them tried activating the stone monuments over and over again, but nothing happened. If they attempted to enter the cave, they were always blocked by an invisible wall. Sonia, Check on the status of the sacred tree. Under Mumurut-san's instructions, Sonia-san summoned her bird, and flew it towards the top of the mountain. So, it really was possible to see the tree from above. The bird soon disappeared over the mountain. How would the barrier work on summons? If Sonia-san's summon could get past the barrier, maybe swaying bear and hugging bear could, too. Maybe any kind of animal, summoned or not, was fine, and the barrier didn't distinguish between the two. Sonia-san closed her eyes to see the bird's view. Looking at her, while I do admit how very useful the summon bird's abilities were, Sonia-san was left completely defenseless in this state. It's even worse than before. As expected. Father, what should we do? Arthur-san asked the now even more worried Mumurut-san. Mumurut-san stayed quiet, however, most likely not being able to think of an answer. Including Labriat, the four of them began brainstorming for any solutions. I was curious about how the barrier's wall felt like, so I got close to the cave's entrance to take a look. It should be around here. I slowly reached out with my hand to touch it. Wait, this is weird. I thought the barrier was around here, but I couldn't feel anything with my hand. I stretched out further with my bear-san puppet, but my hand kept going. Because I expected to be stopped by the barrier. I ended up reaching too far, losing my balance, and tumbling forward. Yuna-chan. Sonia-san noticed my fall and called out to me. Thanks to the bear outfit, I was unharmed, but it was still very embarrassing, falling over nothing. Yuna-chan, are you okay? Sonia-san tried to approach me but then was stopped by an invisible wall. Yuna-chan. How are you inside? I got up and looked around. Oh, I actually reached the cave entrance. Mumurut-san looked at me with a perplexed expression. For now, I decided to step away from the cave and out of the barrier. Young lady, how did you manage to get past the barrier? I probably should be the one asking him that. I just went in normally. Testing it, I went to the entrance again. The barrier did not stop me whatsoever, but as Mumurut-san tried to follow me, he was blocked just like before. I wanted to ask him the same thing. If I had to guess as to why I could enter, it would probably be because of my bear suit. Actually, that was the only reason I could think of. However, as I couldn't explain to them the functions of the bear suit, I could only answer with, I don't know. Can I go and take a look at the sacred tree, then? Since I made it past the barrier, there should be no reason I shouldn't, right? Mumurut-san looked troubled but didn't object. Yuna-chan, be careful. The four of them all sent me off, and I headed deeper into the cave. Only after taking a few steps, Hugging Bear followed me and passed the barrier just as naturally as I did. It looked like Hugging Bear had no problems entering, either. Still, with its big body, it almost scraped along the cave's walls. It might be better to unsummon it and only bring it out again once we were in a bigger area, but Hugging Bear ignored the narrowness of the path and continued following me. Well, it seemed like it was fine for now. Only if the path constricted any more, I would have to ask it to return. Since the cave was very dark, I created a bear light to light up our surroundings. As we delved deeper, the path kept twisting and turning, but eventually, we saw a glimpse of light ahead. That must be the exit. All this time I feared the path getting narrower, but it seemed like we could make it all the way to the exit. Excitedly, I rushed forward towards the light. Soon, we were back out in the open, in a wide clearing surrounded by mountains. The place almost reminded me of a baseball stadium, the rocky mountain surrounding what could have been a playing field. I glanced up and saw the sun brightly shining down. I could also see a flying bird, but from this distance I couldn't tell if it was Sonia-san's summon or some other bird. Bringing my gaze back to the ground, I noticed a large tree in the center of the area. That must be the sacred tree. The tree's trunk was so large that it would take a dozen people hand in hand to wrap around it completely. The leaves were very lush as well. The tree looked so grand that if someone called it a legendary tree, I would have to agree with them. Still, with the parasitic tree coiled around it, the sacred tree didn't have much of its majestic air left around it anymore. There were many vines curled all around it, moving around slightly in a rather disgusting way. The parasite looked like it knew I wanted to distance myself away from it, so its vines moved closer to me. It must think of me as food. I casted some wind magic to slice off a few vines, but while they fell off easily, they also regenerated just as quickly. The vines must be leeching off the sacred tree's magical power. This was certainly a troublesome situation. If we wanted to take it down, we would have to cut down the sacred tree, which served as its source of energy. However, doing so would cause trouble for all the elves. On the other hand, if we left it alone, it would slowly continue turning into a tree that attracted all sorts of monsters. I had to discuss the situation with Mumurutsan first, so I left the tree and went back through the cave. Everybody came up to me anxiously once I left the barrier. I briefly explained the situation and asked how we should deal with the tree. I'm sure that you are aware that this is the elves' problem. Please understand that this is something we wouldn't ask you to do if there was no other way, young lady. As we cannot enter the cave, but for some reason you can, I have no other choice but to ask it of you. Can you please cut down the sacred tree? Mumurutsan said and bowed deeply. I know. I understand how you three feel, but at this rate, monsters will continue surging through the barrier. If we delay this any longer, maybe even the young lady won't be able to pass through the barrier anymore. I will take full responsibility for this. Mumurutsan explained. Young lady, I beg you. Please cut down the sacred tree and the parasitic tree with it. Are you sure you want me to do this? Yes. As I said, I will take responsibility for your actions. It seemed like Mumurutsan had been driven into a corner. The sacred tree had been taken over by the parasitic tree, and it was now calling monsters towards it. Moreover, the stone monuments wouldn't let the elves in anymore. Now, the only one who could subjugate the tree was me. Yuna-chan, I'm begging you, to. In that case, I will return to protect the village. It's easy if it's just Valkyros and wolves. Yeah, we'll be fine even if tiger wolves appear. Well, as long as no more cockatrices show up, right? Everybody agreed with the plan of me taking down the sacred tree. They were acting like they were fine with it, but did they really want me to cut it down? I could hear a tinge of sadness in their words. They were probably forcing themselves so that I wouldn't feel burdened by the severity of cutting down the tree. Are you really, completely sure? Yes, we are. We won't let you be blamed in any way. We'll make it look like I was the one who cut it down. No, let's make it so that the three of us did it. Sonya-san said, and Arthur-san nodded in agreement too. Still, if it's possible, please take it down without burning it. We would like to enshrine the wood from the sacred tree for protecting our village all the way until now. I know I'm being selfish here, but if you end up in danger and have to use fire, then don't hesitate. It would definitely be a waste to burn down the sacred tree. With a tree as big as the sacred tree, many useful things could be made out of it. It could still serve a purpose. Okay, I understand. I will go cut it down immediately, then. Please do. I headed back into the cave once again, straight towards the sacred tree. Oh, we're not done yet. Thought I could write until Yuna subjugates it in this chapter, but I somehow couldn't make it that far. Chapter 232, Bear-san takes down the parasitic tree. I stood in front of the sacred tree. This should be simple since all I had to do was to cut it down. Also, I didn't have to bring down the tree right this instant. I could use whatever method I wanted as long as I didn't burn the wood. It was easy to see through Mumurutsan and Sonya-san's forced smiles. They most likely felt awful about this. I decided to try everything I could before having to kill the sacred tree. Before, I had used wind magic to cut some wriggling vines, but they quickly regenerated. The only sound explanation was the parasitic tree absorbing the sacred tree's magical power to regenerate itself. I had to locate the parasitic tree's core, then. Where could it possibly be, though? Could it have already invaded inside the sacred tree? I walked around to the right side of the sacred tree, where the vines didn't reach as far. On the other side, the vines had already reached the treetop, completely covering up many areas. In this situation, all these protected areas should be suspicious. I had no other choice but to methodically check them all. The elves would have to tolerate me inflicting some damage on the sacred tree, if that meant I could save it without cutting it down. I started with the most suspicious part of the tree. The trunk, which was more or less completely covered in vines. I sent a vertical wind blade directly at the trunk. When it collided with the tree, it cleanly sliced through the vines that wrapped around the tree, yet they managed to stay attached to the trunk. Thus, I sent another wind blade, this time with more force, but the vines still stayed firmly attached. I didn't see any damage on the sacred tree itself. Maybe it was sturdier than I thought. If so, I could probably be a bit rougher with it. I started to think about what I should do. The options I initially thought of all required large amounts of magical power. In addition, my target was leeching off the sacred tree's magic power. It also had regenerative abilities. This was completely unfair. I had to fight while keeping all this in mind. I nervously scanned the area. Hugging Bear looked at me, as if it wanted to ask what I was doing. I told him I'm not doing anything, and quickly took off my bear suit. There was nobody around, so I wasn't too worried about being seen while changing. This was probably the safest place for me to change my suit other than inside my bear house. I turned my outfit inside out, changing into the white bear. Hugging Bear looked happy, probably because we were now matching. This should increase my magic power recovery. Since my opponent also had high recovery, we should be fairly matched now, right? I took a stance a short distance from the sacred tree and began to unleash countless wind blades at it. Using both my hands, I sent blades left and right, shredding the vines. The vines, however, continued to regenerate without stopping, and kept coiling themselves back around the tree. As I was beginning to think that this would be a one-sided massacre until one side lost, the parasitic tree shot leaves at me. Oh, so it could also attack. It would have been bad if it attacked while I had been changing. The vines also began to stretch out at me. They can reach all the way here. I was sure I had been far enough. Hugging Bear, stay behind me and protect me if necessary. Hugging Bear quickly dashed behind me while I kept firing wind blades at the vines around the trunk. Yet, they kept regenerating just as quickly as I shot them down. Come on, this was practically cheating. I decided to block the incoming leaf attacks by surrounding us with an earth dome. The enemy really was attacking cowardly, sending leaves down on us from above. Soon after, the vines started to stretch towards me again. It was kind of sad, seeing the tree have no will of its own anymore, only sending monotonous attacks at me one after the other. I kept attacking the vines during openings, but it seemed rather pointless as the vines kept regenerating immediately after. The regeneration was making this fight really annoying. Well, since the fast regeneration was the problem here, all I had to do was to keep attacking without giving it time to regenerate. If leaf attacks kept getting in my way, then all I had to do was get rid of all the leaves. The sacred tree should be fine even if I removed its leaves, as they would grow back next year. I started gathering some magical energy in my right hand, then gestured towards the lower right side of the sacred tree, making wind swirl around it. The wind gradually grew stronger, and started to wrap around the tree, eventually becoming a full-blown tornado. It was time to finish this. Would my magical power run out first? Would the parasitic tree's regeneration give out? Would the sacred tree be able to withstand this abuse? Would the sacred tree run out of magical energy, causing the parasitic tree to fall with it? One of these would eventually happen, but it would be my win as long as the parasitic tree ran out of power first. A large tornado kept spinning around the sacred tree. It tore off the vines from the parasitic tree, while blowing away the leaves from the sacred tree. The moment the vines regenerated, they were torn off again. If I made a mistake in controlling the tornado, the sacred tree might sustain some damage as well, but for now, I managed to keep all the branches safe. It soon turned into a battle of endurance. Magical recovery versus regeneration. I had no idea which would prevail. The opponent surely didn't have an unlimited magical supply, so there had to be a limit to their regeneration. As for me, even though I was wearing the white bear suit, my magical power could only recover at a steady, slow rate. As the stalemate continued, my tornado continued to tear at the parasitic tree. Some branches of the sacred tree eventually began to snap off, but the tree itself was relatively unharmed. When about half of the leaves have been blown off of the sacred tree, I noticed a dim, green light shining through for just a moment. I thought I was seeing things, but I saw the glimmer once again. Through openings in the tornado, I was sure I could see a faint, green shine. I hadn't been able to see it before since it was located deep in the branches and blended in with the surrounding leaves. Now, I tried to focus on the object to see what it was. Was it maybe a magic stone? Then, what did it belong to? The sacred tree or the parasitic tree? After thinking for a bit, I decided that it should belong to the parasitic tree. Even if the sacred tree did have a magic stone, I didn't think a tornado of this level would have exposed it so easily. I strengthened my tornado, and the sacred tree began to sway. More and more leaves were sent flying while smaller branches began snapping one after the other. Now I could clearly see the green magic stone, encased in what looked like a giant seed. Now that I had managed to expose it, the seed tried to wrap itself in vines to protect itself, but to no avail, as they were immediately torn off by my tornado. If that really was the parasitic tree's magic stone, then it should die if I destroyed it. The only problem was that the stone was in a hard-to-reach spot. If I used my magic recklessly, I might destroy part of the sacred tree along with the magic stone. Well, making a small hole in the sacred tree should be fine. It was called the sacred tree, after all, and it could clearly withstand my current magic. Still, I should probably test something else out before making a hole in the tree. I took out a mithril knife and held it in my black bare hand. With this, I might be able to destroy the magic stone without doing too much damage to the sacred tree. I moved a bit to open up a good angle and prepared to throw the knife. Then, I dispelled the tornado, aimed at the magic stone, and threw my mithril knife with all I got. As the leaves slowly began to float back towards the ground, a silver glint flew straight towards the magic stone. The moment the tornado dispersed, however, vines began to wrap themselves back around the seed in an attempt to protect it. While that could of course stop a regular knife, the mithril knife I threw had been made by Gazersan. Its sharpness was of the highest quality. The mithril knife easily pierced through the seed and destroyed the magic stone within. Soon, all the remaining vines wrapped around the sacred tree stopped regenerating and fell still. By changing the rules, I won this battle of endurance. Any government would surely approve of my method. Well, I shouldn't boast too much as my opponent was a tree, but it was a victory, nonetheless. I decided to take a closer look at the sacred tree. Its leaves were still falling down. At this rate, there wouldn't be any leaves left. This was because I had increased the power of the tornado near the end. The tree looked rather pathetic now. I might have defeated the parasitic tree, but Murut-san could die of shock when he saw the state I left the sacred tree in. Would it be able to recover if we gave it some time? I suddenly got a bit concerned I had gone a bit overboard. They would surely be thanking me for eliminating the parasitic tree, but I really couldn't stand proud and greet them with a smile and victory sign with this. Well, not like I could even form the sign, thanks to my bear puppets. Anyway, leaving the tree in this state, I didn't even have the tenacity to ask for a reward. As the leaves continued to fall, I wondered whether I could do something to its sad state. Maybe it would recover if I gave it some magical energy. In mangas, giving magic to something always helped it recover. If that didn't work, I could also try using some recovery magic. Moreover, if neither worked, I could simply claim that the tree would recover with time. I walked up to the tree, and placed my bare hands on the trunk, proceeding to focus my magic through the puppets. Oh, it was absorbing the magic. It kind of gave off a feeling like it was drinking it. Wait, wasn't it absorbing a bit too much? The white bear outfit helped me recover my magic, but the tree was absorbing it much more rapidly. In that case, I should probably turn my magic into something more specific. I started imagining leaves growing and used recovery magic. The sacred tree began to glow. Oh, this almost looked like some sort of a game event. It was shining so brightly that I couldn't even keep my eyes open. I removed my hands from the sacred tea to shield my eyes. Only once it stopped shining, I slowly opened them again. I moved away from the tree to confirm its status and saw that the leaves had all returned to being full and healthy. It all went well, it seemed. Still, I might have used too much magic. I staggered a bit and then fell backwards. Luckily, Hugging Bear was there to catch me. Thanks, Hugging Bear. I gazed at the tree in awe while Hugging Bear kept me propped up. The tree now finally looked worthy of its name. The leaves were all of vivid, beautiful colors. This was exactly what a sacred tree should look like. After admiring the sacred tree for a few minutes, I heard some noises behind me. When I turned around, I saw Mimurut-san, Sonya-san, and Arthur-san all standing there, dumbfounded. We're finally done. The only thing Yuna can probably collect from this fight are the fallen leaves and fallen branches. Chapter 233, Bear-san in her bear panties, spotted. When I turned around, there were 3 people with stunned looks on their faces. They were all glancing between me and the sacred tree. How are the 3 of you here? I thought you couldn't get through the barrier. The monument suddenly started glowing and we are able to pass through again. Things must have returned back to normal after I defeated the parasitic tree and renewed the sacred tree with my magical energy. That was the only reason I could think of. Young lady, could you explain what happened here? Mumurut-san asked while gazing at the now flourishing sacred tree. Although he asked me to explain, it should be pretty obvious, right? I defeated the parasitic tree, and the sacred tree revitalized itself. I explained to him while I tilted my head. I couldn't think of a better answer. Then, that tornado was your doing. That tornado was simply amazing. I looked at the sacred tree. That tornado was indeed rather big. It was large enough to surround the whole tree, so it must have been quite tall too. Tall enough to be seen over the mountains, apparently. I used the tornado to cut up the parasitic tree. Using a tornado to fight against the parasitic tree is something like that really possible? Well, a lot of leaves and branches were broken off the sacred tree as a result, but yeah, it did work. When I looked around, the 3 of them followed suit. The surrounding area looked as if a large storm had passed by. There were leaves and branches scattered all over, practically covering the ground. All the leaves were still fresh, which was an unusual sight to see. But, the sacred tree's leaves are still. After observing the ground, they looked back at the sacred tree and noticed how lush and vibrant the leaves remained. Sorry, but I do not understand how this could happen. I don't understand either, Father. Mumurut-san and Arthur-san were both confused. Well, given the amount of leaves scattered around, it was a miracle that there were still leaves remaining on the tree. It made sense for them to have doubts. Yuna-san, what exactly happened here? Looking through my summoned bird's eyes, I was able to see that you created a tornado, but the wind created by your tornado was too strong, so my bird wasn't able to get any closer. I wasn't able to see what happened after that at all. Sorry, but what did she just say? She said that she had been watching through her summoned bird's eyes. She had seen everything up until I had created the tornado. Did that mean what I thought it meant? I decided to confirm with Sonia-san. By the way, when did you start watching? I was worried, so I started watching you when you came out of the cave. I must admit, I was surprised when you began to strip. This elf just said something unbelievable outright. That meant she had indeed seen me changing. She had seen me changing. I fell on my hands and knees in despair, with my head hanging down. Thank God Sonia-san was a girl, at least. It was partially my fault for forgetting about the summoned bird, but it was still embarrassing to know that someone saw me changing. Had it been Mumurut-san or Arthur-san, I would have been so embarrassed that I would have immediately run away and hide. I somehow convinced myself to stand back up. However, what Sonia-san said next brought me back down again. Don't worry, I was the only one who saw it, and the bird was still far away. But I didn't think that even your underwear would have a bear. Sonia-san's words were a crushing blow to my sense of modesty. Ugh, I wanted to go home right now. Hugging Bear tried to comfort me by rubbing his face against mine. Thank you, Hugging Bear. Ah, geez. You don't have to be that embarrassed just because I saw you changing. We've seen each other naked in the bath before, remember? So, we should be equals there. Sonia-san said, seeing I was still depressed. Yes, we saw each other changing whenever we bathed together, but it was still entirely different when I was unknowingly watched while changing by myself. I should have made a changing room for myself. Who was it? Who was the one who said this was the safest place to change besides the bear house? Oh wait, it was me. Teehee. If only I could tell my past self to change in a changing room. By the way, why did you change, Yuna-chan? When Sonia-san pointed out my white bear suit, Mumurut-san and Arthur-san turned to study my clothing. Sonia-san had already seen me wearing my white bear suit on our journey to the elf village, but I had never explained its use. Sonia-san must have thought that they were my pajamas. Wearing the white bear suit raises my magical power. It was necessary in the fight with the parasitic tree. Is that so? So it wasn't just because you liked bears. I wasn't wearing this because I liked it. This was all God's fault. He was the one who dragged me into this world and gave me this outfit. I then somehow collected myself and proceeded to explain how I took down the parasitic tree. I thought that if I could destroy the parasite before it regenerated, that would be better. What a rash move. They looked at me with shocked expressions. I got your permission to cut down the sacred tree if necessary, didn't I? Anyway, the sacred tree was a lot tougher than the parasitic tree, so I was able to get rid of the parasite without harming the sacred tree too much. Well, except for its crazy regenerative power, the parasitic tree was not that amazing at all. I could easily cut its vines with a wind blade, and it essentially had no good attacks. I was able to convince the three of them with such an explanation. They had seen the tornado from a distance, and the parasitic tree was now nowhere to be seen. Even if they doubted my magic, they had to accept the evidence. I see. If you were able to use magic of that level, it's no wonder you've defeated the cockatrice. Yes, I had also defeated the cockatrice. That should take care of any doubts about whether I defeated the parasitic tree or not. You haven't told us what exactly happened after, Yuna-chan. I can understand your magic scattering the leaves, but how does the sacred tree still have so many leaves remaining? Sonya-san gazed at the leaves on the ground and the radiant sacred tree. Also, the leaves look much more lush and vibrant than before. It shouldn't have that much vitality left after all that. Did you not see what happened after the tornado, Sonya-san? As I said earlier, the winds caused by the tornado were too strong. My summoned bird might get caught up in it, so I didn't see anything. So, the only things that she saw were the embarrassing sight of me changing clothes and the tornado. It seemed like Sonya-san hadn't been able to see me when I destroyed the parasitic tree's magic stone nor when I restored the sacred tree using my magic. After using the tornado to destroy the parasitic tree, I noticed that the sacred tree did not have much magical energy remaining, so I provided it with some of mine. You gave your magical energy to the sacred tree? Yes. The tree then started to glow and its leaves grew back. It may not have been the whole truth, but it was nothing but the truth. Then that light from before was the sacred tree glowing. While the leaves had most likely regrown due to my recovery magic, I had no idea why the tree had glowed. But there was no other explanation for the glow. That was a bold move, giving the sacred tree your own magical energy. I had to agree with that. My magical energy was nearly empty even now. Even with my white bear suit, it would take quite some time to recover. My body felt very sluggish too, so I just wanted to go home and sleep. Were we possibly able to get through the barrier because she gave her magical energy to the sacred tree? It seemed to me that the reason that the three of them were able to pass through again was all due to that light the sacred tree had released. Once my interrogation was finished, the three of them thanked me again, with Mumurut-san's eyes even watering slightly. This was probably due to all the tension that had been built up over the last couple of days. He had discovered that the sacred tree was invaded by a parasitic tree, got attacked by a cockatrice, and was even prevented from passing through the barrier. That must have caused a lot of stress for him, the chief. Whether someone was a chief, a feudal lord, or a king, there would always be a lot of mental strain coming with the job. I thought it best to let others take care of the annoying things, and only did things that interested me. Yep, it's a typical thought by a useless human. We should examine the sacred tree before returning to the village. Mumurut-san led the other two straight to the tree. I also had to pick up my mithril knife before I forgot. Since the leaves have regrown, I couldn't spot the knife from afar, so I approached the tree as well. My knife is lodged up in the tree. Is it okay for me to grab it? I asked Mumurut-san, who was standing by the trunk. I sure hoped that he wouldn't say that I wasn't allowed to climb the tree. Don't worry, I can get it for you. Where is it? Arthur-san asked me from the other side of the trunk. No need, I can get it myself. You've been staggering for a while now, I think you should rest and let us take care of it. I decided to listen to his advice and pointed in the general direction of where my knife should be. Arthur-san nodded and began climbing the sacred tree. A few minutes later, he returned with my knife. Yuri, welcome. This is trivial, compared to what you've done for us. I found this cracked magic stone up there as well, so I'll give it to you. He said and handed me the stone. It had been split into 4 pieces. As it had originally been quite a large stone, each piece was still about the size of a thumb. I might be able to use it for something, so I gladly accepted it. Mumurut-san continued to examine the trunk, Sonia-san examined the leaves on the ground, and Arthur-san climbed back up onto the top of the tree. Realizing this would still take a while, I decided to use the chance to rest and leaned against Hugging Bear, while leisurely watching the three of them do their jobs. As promised, I should say. Chapter 234, Bear-san returns in triumph. I posted this chapter a bit earlier than normal. ELE note, not me. I'm posting this late. As I watched the three of them work, my eye caught Sonia-san picking up the fallen leaves. There were lots and lots of leaves blown all around us. Did the leaves of the sacred tree have any special value, perhaps? Sonia-san, can these leaves be used for anything? I asked her, picking up a leaf of my own with Bear-san's puppet mouth. When made into tea and drunk, they can recover a small portion of magical power and even relieve a little fatigue. Oh, it could restore both, even though it was only a small amount. Its effects were similar to that of the white bear suit, except inferior. Anne, what does it taste like? Help. This aggregator site is making me manually copy and paste chapters. This is slavery. Call the police. Normal, I guess. It was hard to judge from that answer. If it was good then I wanted some, but if it was bad I didn't. It should normally be one or the other. Then again, if it tasted good and could recover both magical power and fatigue, it would probably become very popular, which make it troublesome. Still, as long as it didn't taste too bad, it might make a hit if I marketed it as a tea that relieved fatigue through my stores, simplifying things. Since it's from the sacred tree, I thought that it would surely make some high-quality tea. Well, everybody has different tastes. Why don't you try some when we get back to the village? Would that be okay? It's fine if it's you, Yuna-chan. I was thinking about making some anyway. Sonia-san said and returned to picking up the fallen leaves. What she said made complete sense. The elves didn't do much trading and kept the sacred tree a secret, so they most likely just saved it. For themselves, right? Well, I might still be able to make a deal after I tasted it. After chatting with Sonia-san for a while longer, Mumurut-san and Arthur-san came over. The two of them had both climbed the tree and dealt away with the leftover parasitic tree's vines. The vines and other materials from the parasitic tree had all been gathered in one spot. Labilata is waiting for us outside. We should go meet up with him and think about what to do with all this afterwards. Is the parasitic tree completely dealt with? It should be fine for now, but we should still come in to examine it again later. Well, the tree was massive, so it made sense for it to be difficult to thoroughly check every part of it. We also still didn't know how the parasitic tree seed had managed to find its way here, and if we didn't figure that out, it could come back to haunt us. At that time, I most likely wouldn't be here to participate in its subjugation, so I hoped that their investigations would bear fruit. Labilata rushed to us the moment we left the mountain. Given that he could only wait, he was quite concerned. Not to mention that we took our time, examining the tree. Maybe we should have let him know about what had happened before doing so. The other three most likely thought that there was no time for that, so it couldn't be helped, especially with me completely forgetting about him. Now that we were back outside, Mumurut-san, Arthur-san and Sonia-san gave him a simple explanation regarding the status of the sacred tree. Once my deeds were mentioned, Labilata turned to me and expressed his thanks, which I humbly accepted. After Labilata was all up to date, Mumurut-san, Arthur-san, and Sonia-san all confirmed that they could still enter the barrier by pouring their magical power into the stone monuments, which began shining, and letting them pass. Then, they had Labilata try to go through, but he was blocked by an invisible wall, confirming that the barrier still blocked out outsiders. Yuna-chan. Can you try going through? I just want to make sure. While Sonia-san confirmed that Labilata could indeed not enter, she wanted to see if I still could. Without touching the stone monuments, I walked straight towards the cave entrance, putting my hands in front of me as I approached the barrier. Yet, no wall blocked me, and I easily reached the entrance. Why does it do that? Perhaps the young lady is a distant relative of the elves. There was no way the blood of elves would be flowing through me as I was somebody from a different world. I shook my head to Mumurut-san's guessing. Even if Yuna-chan has elvish blood, that doesn't mean she should be able to enter. Sonia-san immediately refuted Mumurut-san's suggestion. The reason I could enter was most likely due to this cheat-like outfit I had obtained from God. There was no way I could simply tell them that, though. Yes, that makes sense. I can't think of any other reason, though. Well, at least we know that the young lady has no ill will against the sacred tree, so there should be no problem. Done with our talk, Mumurut-san, Sonia-san, and I went back to the village first, while Labi-Lada and Arthur-san stayed behind to patrol the area around the barrier. Getting back to the village, we saw that the air was quite peaceful. The children were playing outside, and we could hear their laughter coming from all directions. Well, almost all of them didn't even know that the sacred tree was in danger, nor how were going to subjugate a parasitic tree in order to protect it. Also, only a small portion of adult elves knew about the parasitic tree, most only knew about the barrier weakening. Mumurut and the others would be able to decide whether or not to tell the others. I had no problem with that, of course, so long as he kept his promise to me. I had asked him not to mention anything about me defeating the parasitic tree. If he was ever planning on revealing the parasite. I didn't want to be seen as a hero, nor did I want the village to become chaotic from that information. As long as the children that played with Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear were smiling, I was more than happy. Anyway, if they would reveal the parasitic tree, Mumurut-san, Arthur-san, and Sonia-san were to take the credit of defeating it. Seeing the village being completely peaceful, I decided to rest at my bear house and parted ways with Mumurut-san and Sonia-san. The two of them, however, didn't plan to take it easy just yet. First, they wanted to check if Rumin could enter the barrier as well, immediately dragging her to the sacred tree. As for me, I dove straight into bed the moment I got back to the bear house. Luckily, since I was still wearing the white bear outfit, I didn't have to change, but as there was still a chance that somebody might come and visit, I had Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear be on guard in their cub forms next to me. The bed felt so comfy that I fell asleep immediately. I woke up only in the morning of the next day and went downstairs to eat breakfast. I slept too much, making it even harder for me to wake up. At least, other than my heavy head, my body was perfectly fine. Judging by the fact that the bears hadn't woken me up, nobody had come around last night. Or wait, was that their way of them caring for me? After breakfast, I headed towards the village and ran into Labi-Lada along the way. He was on his way to me, with a message for me from Mumurut-san saying that he wanted to see me. The timing was perfect, so was Labi-Lada maybe actually waiting for me? Either way, I wondered what this was all about. If I had to guess, I would say the happenings of yesterday. Well, I wanted to talk to Mumurut-san about it as well, so there wasn't really a problem. Once we reached Mumurut-san's house, we like usually called out Weary coming in, and headed straight inside without waiting for a reply. I had already become used to this, nobody responding to our voices and just barging in. We went to the standard room where Mumurut-san was already waiting for us, with Sonia-san by his side. Other than them, there was nobody else in the room. "I've been waiting for you. Please take a seat." I obliged and sat down on my knees. Mumurut-san then began to explain what had happened yesterday after I had left. I was worried whether or not he should be explaining things to an outsider like me, but they said that it shouldn't be a problem, especially since I had helped save the village and was able to pass through the sacred tree's barrier. Also, the contents of our conversation were not to be that important. First, I was told the barrier protecting the village itself was not letting monsters through anymore. I was glad to hear that the barrier was working as intended again. Additionally, I was told that the barrier had even expanded farther than before. Could me giving my magic power to the sacred tree have anything to do with that? Finally, I was told that Rumin was able to activate a stone monument and pass through the barrier to the sacred tree, which meant that they didn't need to have Sonia-san return to the village every time they wanted to check it out. Anyway, the barrier seemed to be functioning normally again. "This is all thanks to you, young lady, so let me express my gratitude." Mumurut-san said and bowed deeply to me. "Well, normal other than the fact that Unichan can also enter through the barrier guarding the sacred tree." Sonia-san pointed out one of the changes to the barrier. Sadly, I couldn't tell them the real reason I was able to do so and simply ignored her comment. "By the way, there is one thing I want to confirm with you, young lady." "Which is? Are you really sure that we should keep quiet about the fact that you are the one who saved the village?" If so, we were considering making a stone statue of you to put next to the sacred. No thank you. I rejected the idea before Mumurut-san could even finish his sentence. I really didn't want to be worshipped by the elves. I already had enough of that in Mirira. I had asked them to not spread the word too much, but from what I had seen it wasn't too perfect. You saved the elves, so the least we should do is build you a statue so that future generations of our bloodline don't forget what you had done. If you make something like that, I will smash it immediately. If you're that insistent, then I have no other choice but to give up on the idea. Seeing how serious I was, Mumurut-san reluctantly backed down, seemingly very disappointed. Sonia-san was just laughing to the side. She could have said something to him. Since they were elves, I was sure that they would keep something like that for 1,000, no, maybe even 10,000 years. I had to prevent that from happening at any cost. In that case, we would like to at least give you something for all that you have done, Yuna-chan. Is there anything that you want? Finally. I had been waiting for those words. Okay, first I wanted to permanently set up a bear house here. Then, I wanted to learn how to make the elven bracelets. Oh, I also wanted some leaves from the sacred tree. Maybe the branches too, there might be something I could make out of them. Some elvish food wouldn't be a bad idea either. This was a perfect place to get my hands on some good mushrooms. I had already confirmed that their mushrooms were similar to matsutake, which were often used in high-class meals back in my former world. I would love to have some Japanese-style soups and cooked rice seasoned with them. They might also be good if I grilled them over a charcoal fire as well. Was there anything else I wanted? Well, first I had to ask about the bear house, but the problem was still how the bear gate functioned. The capital was quite far away, so if I kept going back and forth too often, they would definitely get suspicious. Was there anything I could do about that? Should I even ask for the bear house or not? If I ended up not using the bear gate, then there would be no point in even having a bear house here. Mumu. What is it that you are worried about, Yuna-chan? If it's something we can do for you, you can tell us. There's something I want to ask permission for, but if news of it spreads, it would be a problem for me. Young lady, you saved our village, so we would never try to displease you. I can even perform a magic contract with you if you so wish. A magic contract. We elves use it when we swear upon something or if we are tied down by a secret. When we perform a magic contract, those bound by the contract cannot go against it. That sounded a bit scary, to be honest. What happens if you go against it? In the worst case scenario you die, but in general, you just feel pain trying to talk about the contract or are unable to say anything about it. The same thing happens if you try to write it out instead as well. Wasn't that just a curse, then? That was way too dangerous. Not really. You are fine as long as you don't talk about it. Yes, it is practically the same as not being able to say something you don't know about. So you just have to act like you don't know about it. I didn't want anyone to suffer or even die, though. Well, that was only if they tried to mention anything about it, but judging by Sonia-san's personality, she could accidentally tell somebody if not for the contract. Just yesterday, she had admitted in front of everybody that she had seen my bear-san panties. If I was going to tell her about the bear gate, there was no other choice but to put her under that contract. Is it possible to change the punishment to something that doesn't make you suffer? And what would that be? Maybe like, you can't stop laughing. I thought about it for a bit and answered. Laughing would be better than being in pain, right? You really are a devil, Yuna-chan. Eh? Why? So, you want us to laugh ourselves to death? Yeah, especially you, Yumina. I told her, responded jokingly. Yeah. Fuck you especially. You can go die in a hole and see if I care. I could only imagine what she would say. It's not impossible, but are you sure? Being unable to stop laughing is better than suffering, is it not? Forcing someone to laugh seems kind of harsh too, though. Still, it would be better to suffer by laughing too hard than to just be in pain. Either way, I wanted the person who might tell others about my bear-san panties to laugh and suffer. Like Mumurut-san had said, she just had to keep quiet about it. Okay, if you insist, we can prepare it for tomorrow. You can do it that quickly. It's not very difficult to do. We just have to change the mentality part of it. Also, is it enough if you do it with just the two of us? The two of them should be sufficient. Yeah, I think that should be fine. The two of you can then just skillfully fool the others. When it came to using the bear gate to come, Mumurut-san should be able to give a simple false explanation. When using it to get to the capital, telling Sonia-san should also be more than enough. With how secretive you are, I'm now very curious about your request, Yuna-chan. Well, she would have to wait until tomorrow to hear it. Chapter 235, Bear-san forms a magical contract. The next day, I headed straight to Mumurut-san's house, and was met by Rumin waiting at the entrance. Yuna-san, Grandpa, and Sonia are already waiting for you inside. And why are you here, Rumin? They told me that they have something important to talk to you about and that I have to make sure nobody enters the house. They even kicked Grandma out. It seemed like they really made sure that nobody would bother us as we performed the contract. I headed straight to the usual room, where only Mumurut-san and Sonia-san were waiting for me. We've been waiting for you, Yuna-chan. All the preparations are already complete. There was some kind of green gemstone, possibly a magic stone, in front of Mumurut-san. It was quite big, similar to the size of the Kraken's magic stone. What kind of monster had they defeated to acquire a stone of this size? Had it been something on the level of a Kraken? Lost in thought, I sat down in front of Mumurut-san. This magic stone contains a magic script within. All you need to do is pour some of your magic power into it and say the contract terms out loud. The process was simpler than I had thought it would be. I would love to have such a useful magic stone for myself. Would it be possible if I used a magic stone of my own? Or, was this some secret art that was passed down by the elves? So, what is your request, Yuna-chan? Initially, I had been planning on telling them about the bear gate, but after having a night to think about it, I had come up with something else. I want you to keep quiet about my secrets. Your secrets? That's rather vague. Well, I do plan on adding secrets in over time, is that okay? Yes, that would be okay, as long as the secrets are related to your current ones. Anything was possible in a fantasy world, wasn't it? I shouldn't really be saying that when I could be called the embodiment of fantasy myself. The only secret of yours that I know of is your bear-san panties. That one is also going to be included, by the way. I said, giving Sonia-san a glare. Wait, Yuna-chan, if your request is only related to your secrets, wouldn't it be better to just not tell us? I have considered that, but if I don't do something about it now, it will become a problem later on. I guess that could make sense. Anyway, we just can't tell anyone else, right? Well, if they tried to tell anybody, they would fall into laughing hell, so it was up to them. Okay, everything seems to be in order. Is this okay? I asked, flapping my bear puppet's mouths. I've never tried this with gloves on, but as long as you can put your magical energy into the stone, there shouldn't be any problems, I think. I placed my bear puppets on top of the green magic stone, followed by Mumurut-san and Sonia-san placing their hands on top of mine. Pour in your magic and say the conditions of the contract. I poured in a bit of my magic and stated the conditions. Do not disclose my secrets to anyone else. The magic stone suddenly shone brightly, covering the room in a green light so blinding that it was impossible for us to keep our eyes open. I closed my eyes but managed not to remove my hands from the stone. In only a moment, the light was gone. Wow, it had surprised me so much that I had almost let go of the stone. Was the contract complete with this, or was there something else? That light was amazing. I have never seen anything like it. It is said that the brightness represents the importance of the contract, and this contract gave off a light much stronger than any other I've seen before. That shows how important your secrets are, young lady. It seemed like Mumurut-san and Sonia-san hadn't expected for the light to be that strong. Was this contract really that important, though? They said that the brightness depended on the significance of the contract, but then again, my secrets included me being from another world, information about God, and functionality of my bear suit. There were also plenty of other things I didn't plan on sharing. All of that must have affected the contract, raising its significance. We completed the contract safely. Now, we need to confirm it works. Confirm it really works. Young lady, don't you want to make sure the contract works as intended? I must admit, I am also curious about the laughing part. How do we confirm it, though? Just by having you two talk to each other. If we both know the contents, then it won't be considered a secret. Mumurut-san said, shaking his head, and a moment later, we heard some running footsteps. Grandpa. Wani-chan. What was that light just now? Rumin rushed into the room. I saw a strong light shining through the windows. Rumin said and looked around restlessly. It seemed like the light from earlier could be seen from the outside. Everything's okay. We just completed a magical contract with the young lady. A magical contract with Yuna-san. That's right. Yuna-chan wanted us not to reveal her secrets to anybody. Yuna-san's secrets. She looked at me like she wanted to know as well. While I was thinking yesterday, I thought about telling Rumin some of my secrets. Just to make things easier later on. Come here, Rumin. Sonya-san called Rumin over. What is it? I'm going to try and tell you one of Yuna-chan's secrets, so we need you to stay for a bit. It will be an important discussion, so make sure nobody else walks in. That too, but the main reason is to confirm that the contract is working. It looked like Rumin was going to be used to test out the contract. Sonya-san leaned towards Rumin's ear and started to whisper something. Yuna-chan's secret is that her papa pan. Sonya-san seemed to be trying to tell Rumin about my panties, but couldn't even finish the word, and started laughing. She kept trying to continue talking but ended up laughing even harder. It got to the point where she was gasping for breath as between laughs, rolling around on the floor, with tears in her eyes. Every time she started to say pa, another fit of laughter would come over her, so it kind of felt like she was laughing at the fact that I was wearing bare panties. Just based on how it looked, she could have been thinking about that and couldn't stop laughing. In any case, Sonya-san appeared to be suffering despite just laughing. Was this maybe even worse than just suffering in pain? She continued laughing for a few minutes straight before it finally subdued. Haa. Grandpa. This contract is worse than a regular one. While visibly out of breath, Sonya-san complained to Mumurut-san. There's nothing we can do about it. It is as it is. Mumurut-san's face stiffened up after seeing Sonya-san's condition. He probably didn't realize that the consequences of breaking this contract would be so harsh. Okay, your turn to test it, Grandpa. Sonya-san gave off an evil smile while handing a pen and a piece of paper to Mumurut-san. Yuri making your grandfather do something like this? No. Grandpa just needs to make sure the contract is working properly, right? Sonya-san said, holding the pen and paper in right front of his face. Mumurut-san couldn't refuse now. He took the pen and paper from Sonya-san and began writing. He was probably going to write something about my bare-san panties, wasn't he? As Mumurut-san began to write, he got down a few characters before his hand started shaking. A few characters later, he stopped writing, let go of the pen, crumpled up the paper, and then started going through the same punishment as Sonya-san. Sonya-san began laughing at him, while Rumin looked concerned. This idea of mine might have been too terrible. I shouldn't have suggested something I had gotten off the top of my head. After a few minutes, Mumurut-san stopped laughing, sat back down onto his chair as if nothing had happened. Ahem, the contract has been bound without problem. He cleared his throat once and looked at us. I will never say anything about Yuna-chan's secrets. After watching Mumurut-san go through the same thing, Sonya-san understood what she must have looked like when she had been laughing, and strongly vowed to never do so ever again. Surely they didn't want others to see them in this state. I would have hated it, too. Thanks for helping us test it out, Rumin. You can head back now. Mumurut-san tried to make Rumin leave. Wait, if it's possible, I want to include Rumin in the contract as well. Rumin was shocked by what I said. Me too. Rumin looked reluctant, especially after seeing what happened to the other two. Well, anyone would be reluctant after seeing that. Why? Are the two of us not enough? While there's nothing wrong with just the two of you knowing, I think it would be better to let Rumin know as well. Why so? Because the sacred tree was in trouble, Rumin had to suffer quite a bit to get to Sonya-san at the capital. I have a solution for that. There was that certain incident that had happened as well. When I had first met her, she was so hungry she passed out. What sort of a solution? If something bad happens in the elf village again, there is a way for her to contact me immediately. I thought about giving Rumin a bear phone. With that, she could contact me anytime she wanted. I could also order the materials and ingredients from the elf village through her and even have her gather them for me. If I could use the bear gate to travel to and from the village, all I had to do was place an order and then come pick up the order a few days later, so that the villagers wouldn't get too suspicious of me. That way, the other elves wouldn't notice anything weird. There was such a method, huh? And, if you warn me, I can easily forward it to Sonia-san as well. Yuri going to let me in on it as well? Yup, because I know how much pain Rumin went through just to get to the capital. Rumin, what do you think of this? Everyone looked at Rumin. If you tell me, I can easily contact Wani-chan. That's right, but you would have to go through me first. Rumin thought about it then nodded. Okay, please let me in on the contract, too. Are you sure? If you talk about it to anybody else, what happened to us earlier will happen to you too, you know. Wani-chan, that's no issue at all. Yuna-san is sharing her secrets with us for the sake of the village. I would never trample over her feelings like that, so I won't have to suffer laughing like that. Rumin told Sonia-san with a serious look. Okay, it should be fine then. I apologized to Rumin in my mind. It wasn't for some cool reason like that. I only wanted to be able to contact her whenever I wanted food supplies or any other materials. Rumin was looking at me with such respect, so I had to keep that thought hidden away, deep down in my heart, even though that innocent look was hurting the core of my soul. Rumin then proceeded to bind the magic contract with me without knowing the real truth. Again the room filled with light, quickly finishing the process. Well then, Yuna-chan, what is your request? I want to set this thing up, so I need permission to build a permanent bear house in an inconspicuous place a distance away from the village. I said and brought out the bear gate. Yuna-chan. What is that? This is a transportation door. If you go through this, you can immediately get to my house in the capital. There's no way such a thing is possible. To prove it, I simply opened the door. I want a magic stone that can create contracts myself. LOL. Chapter 236, Bear-san shares her secrets. To prove to Sonia-san that teleportation from the village to the capital was indeed possible, I pulled out my bear gate and opened it with my bare hand. On the other side was the storage room of my bear house in the capital. The three elves looked frightened by the unknown sight. What is going on? What's through there? Mumurut-san, Sonia, and Rumin's eyes were wide open as they stared through the door. Is this really connected to the capital? Sonia-san went to the door to look behind it, while Rumin stared at the door but didn't attempt to go through. Yeah. It's connected, so all you have to do is go through and see. I entered the door first, arriving in the storage room of the bear house in the capital. Sonia-san was nervous but followed close behind me, prompting Rumin and Mumurut-san to do the same not long after. Where is this? I never used the storage here personally, but it wasn't dusty at all. That was because Fina always cleaned up the place nicely after finishing her dismantling jobs, keeping it tidy. We're in the storage room of my house in the capital. I think Sonia-san will recognize where we are if we leave the storage. I led everybody out of the storage out into the open to prove that we really were in the capital. Sonia-san immediately recognized her city, while Rumin also recognized the place where I had found her collapsed on the ground. As an absolute proof, not far in the distance lay the largest building in the capital, one of a kind in the whole country, the castle of the royal family. This really is the capital. How is it possible? Here, in an instant. Sonia-san was completely dumbfounded by our surroundings, Rumin looked all around restlessly, and Mumurut-san just stood there shocked, his gaze fixated on the castle. Then, Sonia-san started to slowly walk away, so I grabbed her arm. Sonia-san, where are you going? I'm going to check. You can tell this is the capital just by looking at it, right? While she knew this was the capital, her heart was unable to accept it. What if somebody who knows you're not supposed to be here right now sees you? That would be a big problem. It could spell disaster if we just strolled around the capital when we were supposed to be in the elf village, so I quickly dragged Sonia-san all the way back inside. Passing through the door, I tapped Rumin's shoulder and called out to Mumurut-san, then led all three of them back into the storage. Not wasting any more time, we all traveled back to Mumurut-san's house, where I immediately closed the bear gate. I can't believe it. Mumurut-san sat down on the floor cross-legged, deep in thought. Yuna-chan, what exactly is this? Sonia-san asked, examining the door some more. It's one of the magic tools I own. I didn't know how it worked either, so I decided to just pass it off as a magic tool. The only other solution would be to honestly explain to them that it was an ability I had received from God, but that would just complicate things even further. One of your magic tools? Yup. It's a magic tool that connects doors together. Yuna-chan, where on earth did you get something like that? Sorry, but that's as much as I can tell you. I couldn't tell them anything else about the bear gate without raising even more questions. I can't tell you much about how I got it. Sonia-san was going to pry further, but Mumurut-san scolded her. The young lady says that she can't reveal anything else and we have to respect that. We elves also have many things we can't reveal to others. It's essentially the same thing with her. Young lady told us what she is willing to, so we should leave it at that. I too want to know how she got such a tool, but even though she is unwilling to share that, I won't force her to do so, nor will I think any differently of her because of it. Grandpa. Sonia-san understood what Mumurut-san was trying to tell her, and conceded the argument. It was clearly very hard for her to hold back all the questions she wanted to ask, but I just couldn't answer them without bringing up even more troublesome questions even though I knew how she felt. Sonia-san switched her gaze between Mumurut-san and me for a while before letting out a small sigh, her expression showing that she gave up for now. Okay, I get it. I won't ask any more. Also, even if I did know more about it, I would most likely be so scared of it that I wouldn't be able to sleep. Why did you show us something so incredible? Wouldn't it be better to keep it to yourself? Now, that was a reasonable question to ask. The main reason is because I want to be able to come to the elf village whenever I want to. Rumin and Mumurut-san both know that I traveled here from the capital, and Rumin knows how far away the capital is from here. If I were to come to the elf village often, people would surely start to get suspicious. Yeah, it would be very suspicious. Rumin nodded, recalling her struggle of traveling to the capital. That's why I wanted Rumin and Mumurut-san to know about this door, so I can come and go anytime I want. If any of the villagers starts to suspect anything, I want you two to fool them to think otherwise. I had only done it because they were bound by the magic contract. Without it, there would be no way for me to reveal such a thing. Sonia-san, you're going back to the capital, right? If I didn't let you in on the secret, it would have been a problem when I headed back to the capital through the door. Also, if anything bad happens at the elf village, you can use the door to rush there right away. I hoped nothing as bad as the parasitic tree would ever happen again, though. Oh right, using your door would mean skipping the travel time, making everything much more convenient. Sonia-san appeared to be convinced. Instead of having to spend many days on the road, we could close the distance in an instant. Anybody would pick teleportation over regular traveling. I was wondering what kind of secret Yuna-chan was going to tell us, but this is just absurd. Sonia-san couldn't help but sigh again. Not to mention the bright light when we formed the contract. Mumurut-san, I forgot to ask this before, but if I were to tell something to one person here, and then that person tells that information to the other two under the same contract, what will happen? The contract would still be in effect as the other party doesn't know about it. The only way for the contract not to be invoked is if both parties already know that specific piece of information. In that case, I should only tell Rumin about the bear phone, as there was no need to tell Mumurut-san and Sonia-san about it. In the end, the less people who knew about my secrets the better. Anyway, this door of yours is simply incredible. Sonia-san said, then proceeded to try and open it herself. Only I can open the door. Sonia-san pushed with all of her strength against the door, but it didn't budge an inch. She then even called Rumin to help, but even with both of them there was no change. If I wanted to be more specific, only my bare hands could open it, and since only I could use them, it was virtually the same as saying only I could open the door. We really can't open it. Yes, and that's why you can only come here accompanied by me, Sonia-san. Sonia-san finally gave up and sat back down. That's too bad. If I could open it myself, I would make sure to borrow it every now and then to come back home. I wouldn't like it if anyone could use the door as they pleased, so I had to admit God did a good job setting the specifics here. In that case, how exactly do I contact you, Yuna-san? Now that she learned she couldn't use the door herself either, Rumin popped the question. She must have thought that she could contact me by using the door. I will tell only you later, Rumin. Yuri not going to tell us. It's still better if less people know about my secrets. Yuna-chan. How unkind of you, not telling us at this point. It feels like you only told us half the story. Still, if that is your choice, I can only accept it and bury my curiosity. As they were convinced that the bear gate really worked the way I had told them it would, I put it away. Young lady, I understand what you are aiming at. As the chief of this village, I will protect your secrets. Also, don't worry, you are welcome to visit us at any time. Myumurut-san reassured me again. Even now I can hardly believe it. Thinking about all the trouble I went through just to get to the capital. Rumin felt like all her hard work was a waste in the end. Well, I can only teleport to places I set up the doors at, so if I didn't come here at least once, there would be nothing I could do, either, but to travel here by normal means. If you say so. Rumin didn't look completely convinced. Now I finally understand how you can come to the capital often, Yuna-chan. Please keep quiet about it, okay? I know. I would never do something so stupid as betraying your trust after you saved the village for us. Not to mention, the punishment of even trying to do so is just too harsh. Sonia-san shivered just recalling the laughing hell she had gone through. Young lady, so your request is to just set up a permanent house here. That's not enough to show our gratitude for saving our village. Instead, it feels more like you're doing this for us. Not to mention you also defeated the cockatrices. If there is anything else you want, please tell us. In that case, I wouldn't hold back. Then, I also want some of the food ingredients that can be gathered from your forest. Things like the mushrooms, especially. I would also like to obtain some sacred trees' leaves to make tea if possible. Oh, and some branches as well. Would that be okay? Also, if by any chance I could learn how to make an elven bracelet, that would make me very happy. I squeezed in every last wish I had. I was only asking if those things were possible, of course. I wasn't forcing them. I'm sorry. Most of everything you asked for is okay, but we can't teach you how to make those bracelets. Myumurut-san apologized with a bow. I racked my brain on how to respond to such a sudden apology. Don't worry about it, I knew I was asking for too much. There are many reasons, but the crux of it is that it is simply impossible. Well, I was only thinking that if I were able to make the bracelets, I could receive a slight enhancement and also give them to Fina and the other girls as presents. Since it was considered a secret to the elves, I knew it would be hard for them to share it with me. Now that we had established a good relationship, I didn't want for it to be ruined by me prying further. Not to mention that the rest of my requests had been agreed upon. I could set down a bear house, and also get my hands on mushrooms, sacred tree tea leaves, and its branches. That was more than enough for me. No bracelet this time. I just wanted Yuna to finally head back to Crimonia. LOL. Chapter 237, Bear-san gives Rumin a bear phone. Once all the details of my requests were all figured out, I led Rumin all the way up to my bear house on the cliff next to the waterfall. This should be far enough. Will I really be able to contact you even when we're far apart, Yuna-san? Even though Rumin had already been introduced to the bear gate, she still found it hard to believe me. Well, they didn't know that things like cell phones and telecommunication could possibly exist, so they were naturally skeptical in believing that magic or magic tools like the bear phone were a thing. I hadn't heard about anything of the like in this world, and even if it existed here, it must be rare. We'll use this to communicate easily. I handed over a communication device shaped like a bear, the bear phone, to Rumin. Rumin looked at the cartoonish bear in her hand, tilting her head. It's a magic tool that can use to talk to people who are far away. A magic tool that's a bear. Rumin said and curiously examined the magical bear phone in her hand. Well, if I didn't know it to be a magic tool, it could also seem like a bear-shaped toy. Pondering the concept of my creation, I proceeded to take out my personal bear phone. Oh, by the way, this magic tool is called a bear phone. A bear phone. Rumin switched her gaze between the phone and me a few times as though she wanted to say something. I didn't prompt her to speak her mind, though, and rather began explaining how the bear phone worked. As long as we both have this bear phone with us, we can hear each other's voices through it. You can hear the other person's voice. Isn't such a thing impossible? I'm going to connect my bear phone to yours now, so don't be surprised and drop it by accident, okay? She suddenly looked tense. You don't have to be that prepared. I smiled as I made a call to Rumin's phone. Rumin's phone immediately began to ring. Kun. What's going on? Rumin was very surprised to suddenly hear the bear phone suddenly making weird sounds. It was the same calling tone as usual, of course. It might sound more interesting than a digital ringtone, but its charm was slowly wearing off. What am I supposed to do now? Rumin didn't know what to do with the ringing bear phone and panicked. Just pour some magical energy into it. Rumin grasped the phone with both her hands and closed her eyes. She just had to answer the call, but she was making it so dramatic. Soon after, the ringing stopped. It stopped. She looked quite happy with just that, but there was still more to come. Okay, let's move away from each other. I'll say something first and then you can try responding through the phone. I walked away, about 100 meters before lifting the bear phone closer to my mouth. Rumin, can you hear me? Why yes, I can. An astonished Rumin responded. With this, we can speak even when we are far away. Everything clear now? Yes. Still, this tool is simply amazing, Yuna-san. I can hear your voice clearly even though we're so far apart. I looked over at Rumin who happily waved her hand at me while also hopping into the air. I waved back as a reply. Anyhow, I'm going to hang up now. You can try calling me next, okay? How do I do that? Hold the bear phone and pour magical energy into it. It's that simple. Okay, I'll give it a try. When she said that, I immediately cut the call, and soon after, my bear phone began ringing. Yuna-san, can you hear me? I can hear you. Great. I could hear the relief in her voice. Okay, let's head back now. I cut the call and immediately dashed towards Rumin at a speed that could net me an Olympic gold medal. Of course, participating in the Olympics while wearing a costume would make me the laughingstock of the world. Yuna-san, you're amazing. When I got back to Rumin, she seemed almost giddy. Still, will I really be able to talk to you even when you're in the capital? Yes, you just have to follow the same process. I was sure as I already knew that it was possible to talk to Fina who was even farther, in Crimonia. I still had to warn her, though. Still, make sure you don't lose the phone. Without it, there is no way of contacting me. I understand, I will take good care of it. Well, I should probably mention this, even if she were to lose it or someone stole it from her, the bear phone had recorded her magical energy into it the moment she had first used it. Only she could use it now, so even if other people took it, they could only treat it as an accessory. Thus, it was her personal phone now, so the biggest thing to worry about would just be not being able to contact her if she lost it. Anyway, if you have something you want to let Sonia-san know, feel free to call me, and I'll forward it to her. Okay. Still, this thing is just incredible, letting you to talk to someone so far away. She grasped her bear phone, clearly now unwilling to part with it. Just be careful when using it, alright? If somebody else sees you using the phone, a laughing hell awaits you. You, but won't it suddenly ring? Well, that's only if I call you. If it rings, I will quickly go find a secluded place. Once my bear phone explanation to Rumin was all finished, we parted ways and I immediately turned my attention the next order of business. I had to move my bear house. I planned to move it into the rocky mountain where the sacred tree resided, and I had already gotten permission from Mumurut-san to do so. Only a limited amount of people were able to enter that area, so nobody could accidentally stumble upon the bear house there. Arthur-san was the only one who could pass the barrier and didn't know about the bear gate's existence, so I decided to at least have Mumurut-san tell him about me moving the bear house inside. I did have a certain issue, though. I wanted to bring Fina to the elf village sometime, but I wasn't sure how the sacred trees barrier would react to that. Mumurut-san had said that the barrier only barred things passing directly through the barrier, so it should most likely be fine. Still, as I wasn't completely sure, the safe thing to do would be to set up another door outside of the barrier instead of putting Fina into any needless danger. Upon reaching the sacred tree, I found Mumurut-san, Sonia-san, and Arthur-san in the middle of gathering up the fallen leaves. As there was nobody else who could help them clean up, nothing could be done about the fact that the chief of the village and his relatives were doing a thing commoners do, like cleaning leaves. Yuna-chan. Are you done talking with Rumin already? Yup, I'm done. I'm here to set up my house, like I mentioned this morning. Looking at the busy elves, I realized that this wasn't the best time to place my house down. If there had been a cleaned out corner I would take it, but at this point all I would do was just get in the way of their cleaning. Oh, I'm sorry, Yuna-chan. After we were done talking to you, we dragged father here to help clean up, but we're not quite done. This is all because of my unreasonable request, so please don't worry about it. I will just help you pick up leaves. I proceeded to cast wind magic to create a small tornado, which quickly gathered up the leaves. The way the leaves whirled through the air kind of reminded me of a washing machine. Once the tornado gathered up a considerable amount, I dispersed the magic in a way that left behind a mountain of leaves. I then repeated the process a couple more times before helping others stuff the leaves into jute bags. With the four of us, we were able to make progress quickly and gathered all of the fallen leaves in no time. Taking a look at the sacred tree, with the parasitic tree gone, it had made a complete recovery. Now, I just had to put down my bear house, and we would be done here. Mumurut-san, is this spot okay? I asked while also glancing at Arthur-san. Yes, it should be fine. Also, don't worry. I have already explained it to him. Receiving the permission for the specific spot, I brought out the bear house without delay. I placed it on the right-hand side of the cave entrance as I judged it to be a good spot that wouldn't be too exposed to the sun. I turned around only to see both Mumurut-san and Arthur-san looking shocked. Well, they had only heard about me bringing out a house, after all, and never saw it in person. As this was the reaction I usually got, I simply ignored them. 2 days later, Sonia-san and I decided it was time to head back to the capital. We bid our farewells to the villagers, which came to send us off. There was quite a lot of them, and some even came up to me once they realized I was leaving. Since I had let the children play with the bears, I had become quite popular with them. Many of them looked sad, but there wasn't much I could do about that. Don't worry. I'll come again. I didn't lie to them, since I did intend to come back. I simply nodded in response to their question. Once I finished saying goodbye to all the children, Labilata approached. Yuna, I will never forget what you've done for us. If you ever need help, I will lend you a hand. I'll come by again, so I might take you up on that offer if something presents itself. I sincerely accepted his offer. Good. You will always be welcome here. As I was speaking with Labilata, Sonia-san came up to us. Yuna-chan, sorry for making you wait. Oh, you're here too, Labilata. Yes, I was thanking her for her help. Yuna-chan really did help us out a lot. Don't worry about it. Because you let me, I was able to come and see the elf village, so I'm quite happy with the end result. Even so, if she hadn't brought you here, we might have had to abandon the village. There is plenty of reason to show you our gratitude. Labilata retorted. I already got many gifts from Mumurut-san, so I think I have received enough. I felt kind of bad because they kept thanking me over and over again, especially since it was all thanks to the bear suit. It actually had nothing to do with my own ability. Sonia-san smiled at my response before turning to say goodbye to Labilata. Out of nowhere, however, their conversation took an unexpected turn. Labilata, like I already told you yesterday, you don't have to wait for me. I really don't know how long I'll take. If you don't come back in 10 years, I'll come and get you instead. A sentimental discussion emerged between them. Oh right, you didn't know. Labilata is my fiancé. She just casually dropped a bombshell. Fiancé. Yeah. Well, kind of. Sonia-san, you already have someone like him waiting for you, but you still plan on going back to be the capital's adventurers guild master. I like being a guild master, though. It's fun. Fun, huh? Well, it wasn't like I didn't understand how she felt. I would also pursue fun over love any time. I feel kind of bad for Labilata. Don't worry, I can easily wait another 10 years. Elves were just amazing. Still, was it really okay for him to trust her so much? What if she just married somebody else while she was away? Anyway, if I do forget, just come get me. Yeah, I definitely will. The two suddenly became so lovey-dovey that I could almost feel my eyes hurt. Even though they hadn't met for the past decade, this guy was still willing to wait another one. Elves and their longevity simply preposterous. I decided to leave this stupid couple alone and went somewhere else. Luckily, Mumurut-san and Rumin approached me soon after, followed by a couple of men. Young lady, you've done so much for us. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yuna-san, thank you for helping us. Mumurut-san and Rumin both thanked me. Also, it isn't much, but here's what you asked for. As Mumurut-san said that, the men next to him placed a large bag in front of me. Inside the bag are wild plants and mushrooms gathered from the forest. We made sure to put in a lot of the mushrooms you've asked for, young lady. Oh, was he talking about the matsutake? That was so nice of him. When I got home, I should make matsutake rice and soup, and maybe even chawanmushi. I could hardly wait. Chawanmushi, a savory egg custard in a bowl, one thing sumo wrestlers eat to gain weight. Wikipedia it. Also, we added in some tea leaves made from the sacred tree leaves. Really? Is that okay? We're only able to gather more thanks to you, so you don't worry about it. Since it was so, I happily accepted it. I had tried out the tea before, and it was rather delicious. There should be no problems if I placed it on my shop's menu. I just needed to check how much we could serve and discuss it with Terumi-san and the others, especially how we should market it. I expressed my thanks and stashed the jute bag into the bear box. You are welcome to come back anytime. Mumurut-san declared out loud, and all the villagers let out cheerful voices of agreement. Once our goodbyes were finally done, Mumurut-san, Rumin, Sonia-san and I headed to the bear house by the sacred tree. We still needed 3 people to have Sonia-san pass through the barrier. As for me, I just went through it like it was nothing. It was really strange how it worked. Wani-chan, come and visit us soon. Don't worry, I plan on coming back sooner this time. I just have to ask Yuna-chan, and I should be able to come easily. Sonia-san said looked at me. I'll charge you, though. Hoo-hoo, even if you're going to charge me, it should still be cheaper than walking all the way here. Yuna-san, please take care of Wani-chan. Wait, I'm the older one here. Sonia-san refuted. Yes, but Yuna-san is more level-headed. That's not true. I'm still the Adventurers Guild guildmaster, you know. Sonia-san said sulkingly and turned away. When I had first met her, I thought that she had a majestic feel to her. Looking at her now, I was slightly concerned by the fact that she was a guild master. Was it because I found out that there was another side of Sonia-san during this trip? I laughed as I looked at the sulking Sonia-san, then turned to Rumin. Rumin, contact me when you have more tea leaves for me. I'll come get them. Okay, I'll contact you. Yuna-san, really, thank you so much for all your help. Meeting you in the capital was the greatest luck I ever had. I'm happy to hear that. Done with the very final goodbyes, Sonia-san and I entered the storage of the bear house and used the bear gate to return to the capital. The elf arc is finally done. I got a bit tired out through this last part. LOL. I was debating on where to place the bear house. I thought that placing it inside the rocky mountain where the sacred tree is was a no-go, as Fina wouldn't be able to come. Not to mention, if Rumin ever wanted to go to the capital, she would need Mumurut-san and Arutaro-san's help to pass through the barrier. After some thinking, I finally found the solution of placing the door outside of the barrier when necessary. LOL. Once Yuna gets back to Crimonia, should she continue her laid-back lifestyle? I haven't written about Fina for 3 months in real life time now. I better write about her to heal up. LOL. Chapter 238, Bear-san returns to Crimonia. After teleporting to the bear house in the capital, Sonia-san and I headed straight outside. I still have a hard time believing this. We were in the village just a moment ago. Sonia-san said, gazing at the scenery of the capital like it was something incredible. Please don't tell anybody about this. I won't. I don't want to die from laughing, after all. Also, I probably shouldn't forget to mention this, as to return the favor for you saving the village, you may come to the Adventurers Guild if you run into any trouble in the capital and I will personally take care of it. Oh right, Sonia-san was the guild master of the capital's Adventurer Guild. I could trust her saying she would be able to help if something were to happen. Anyway, it was always nice to have a favor from an influential person. Well, Sonia-san, I'm off to home now. If anything happens, just let me know. Wait, Yuna-chan. Mind bringing this with you? Sonia-san said and handed me a keychain-like item with multiple brown feathers attached to it. I made this out of feathers from Forg, my summoned bird. After she said that, she summoned her bird. The eagle-like bird silently stood perched on her arm. So, this is the bird that peeked on me while I was changing. Its name is Forg, you say? Forg, huh? That was a rather cool name. The name could rival my swaying bear and hugging bear. Are you still holding a grudge about that? That was kind of your fault, you know. You just suddenly decided to start stripping, there wasn't much I could do. Okay, fine. I will drop it. So, what is this for, then? I asked her about the keychain. You can carry it with you, or place it near the window of your house. My bird will use it as a marker and will fly to it. If something happens, I can easily contact you through it. Her summoned bird seemed to be able to do the work of a carrier pigeon even though it didn't look like one at all. It could even do something like that, huh? Well, it made sense. If a pigeon could fly long distances and deliver news, then a summoned bird should be able to do the same. Giving her a bear phone would work better, of course, but the summoned bird would make it a bit easier to communicate without a phone. So, I can hang it somewhere inside a room, close to the window. Yeah, that should do. My bird will sense the location of the feathers as long as you don't put it too deep in. That also meant I couldn't put it into my bear box. I still didn't completely understand how the bear box system worked, but I was pretty sure that the summoned bird wouldn't be able to come if I put the feathers inside the box. It was best to just follow Sonia-san's instructions and hang the keychain somewhere in the house. Still, if your summoned bird can do that, shouldn't you have sent it to the elf village from time to time? From what I had gathered, Sonia-san hadn't returned to nor contacted anybody from the elf village for 10 years straight. If she had a summoned bird, the least she could have done was write a letter every now and then. I've never tried to have it fly such a long distance, so I'm not sure if Ford could get all the way to the village. I'm thinking of at least trying it now, and have Ford deliver a letter to Labilata, and see what happens. If it doesn't work, I can always ask you for help, right? Well, if it's just passing a letter, it should be okay. Also, as long as it wasn't an everyday occurrence. Then again, knowing Sonia-san, she would most likely send 1 letter per year. That took care of everything I needed to do in the capital, so I said bye to Sonia. I immediately headed back inside the house to use the bear gate to go back to Crimonia. I made sure to stop by my room and hung the feather keychain next to the window. Would here be okay? Well, Sonia-san most likely wouldn't be contacting me, and even if she was, it most likely wouldn't be something important. Still, if she kept contacting me for stupid reasons, I would have to go and scold her. Only once I reached Crimonia, I realized how long I had been away. Taking in the nostalgic scenery before me, I really felt like I had returned home. This place had slowly but surely become my hometown. Although I felt like just wandering around town for a bit, I decided to rather head straight for the orphanage so that I could let Terumi-san and Fina know I had returned. I figured they would be working at the orphanage around this time of day. When I arrived at the orphanage, I immediately noticed a loud group of children running around outside. I had taught them how to play tag, so maybe that was what they were doing. Soon, the children realized I was there. It's the bear Wunchin. One-chan. The children all ran up to me with big smiles on their faces. How are you all doing? Have you been causing any trouble for the headmistress or fighting with each other? We great. We working properly, too. And we aren't arguing with each other. All the children replied energetically. You've all been good, then. I said and began patting their heads. I also made sure to pat them equally, so that they wouldn't get upset. By the way, are Terumi-san and Fina here? Yes, they are. They're with headmistress right now. So, were they done with gathering eggs at this point? I thanked the children for letting me know and headed straight for the dining hall, where I was met by Terumi-san and the headmistress chatting while drinking tea. Yuna-chan, you're back. Oh, Yuna-chan, welcome home. Yes, I'm home. I just returned today. I said and took a seat next to them. You were away for quite a long time. The elf village was farther than I expected. I can't even imagine such a distance. So, did anything special happen around here? Anything special? Yeah, it did. And you not being here caused us a big problem for us. Terumi-san shouted as if suddenly remembering something. What could have happened to make her act as such? The wife of Crimonia's lord, Eleonora-sama, and the royal head chef Zlef-san both came here to see you. It was terrible having to greet them. Oh right, I had heard about that from Fina. So many things had happened at the elf village afterwards that I had completely forgotten about it. According to Terumi-san, Mylene-san had brought the two of them to the orphanage. She had informed Terumi-san that the lord's wife and the royal head chef were here on the stop, causing her to be so shocked she couldn't even respond, freezing up completely. Even so, that hadn't been my fault. There was really no reason for her to be angry at me. If she had to pick someone, it should be Eleonora-san, who had come without any prior notice. Well, I also visited the castle without ever making appointment, so maybe I didn't really have the right to complain here. Without Mylene-san and Fina being on my side, I don't know what I would have done. My stomach hurts just thinking about it. Mylene-san and Fina helped you? Yes. Mylene-san guided them here and even answered all of their questions. If she wasn't there, I would probably just embarrass us all. It seemed like Mylene-san was actually acting as a proper guild master for once. Well, if Eleonora-san just contacted me before coming. I had disappeared off to the elf village too, so maybe this was indeed partly my fault. Also, if I had been here, I may have been able to do something to help Terumi-san regardless. Based on Eleonora-san's reaction, I think she was trying to surprise you, that's why she came without any prior notice. I could understand if it was just Eleonora-san, but I didn't know why Zlef-san tagged along with the idea. Terumi-san then explained that Eleonora-san was disappointed to find out I was away. She must have been very eager to surprise me, huh? So, what exactly did the two of them come here for? They said they came to inspect your shop here to use as a reference for the shop you're opening at the capital. That shop won't really belong to me, though. I mean, they will be serving my recipes, like the pudding, but the castle will be managing the shop. Yes. I just taught them the recipes, everything else is left to them. Terumi-san then proceeded to explain that, after coming to the orphanage, Eleonora-san had checked out the henhouse. She had been completely shocked to see the children working so hard and even seemed to enjoy speaking to them. The children didn't know that Eleonora-san was a noble, so Terumi-san had been very worried that they might act rudely and make her mad, but her worry was all for naught. After her chat with children, Eleonora-san and Zlef-san headed straight to my shop. When we brought them to the shop, they caused a big ruckus over things there. First, they had been surprised by the stone bear statue outside of the shop, and once they walked inside, they just wandered around for a while, looking at all the bear figurines decorating the shop. I could completely see Eleonora-san waltzing around the shop as she pleased, but Zlef-san as well. Terumi-san continued and explained how Zlef-san had made a commotion while eating the food there. Hopefully they hadn't caused too much trouble for the other guests. Did they calm down after that at least? Yes, Mylene-san and Fina managed to keep a close watch over them. Again, I could understand Mylene-san doing so, but Fina as well. Fina was chatting with Eleonora-sama as they were walking around and eventually got her to take a seat. I was surprised to see the two of them conversing with each other so casually. Well, I had dragged her to many places with plenty of nobles and royalty, as terrible as that might sound to do to a commoner. Also, lately, I heard that she had been hanging out with Noah a lot, and was even exposed to Eleonora-san for an extended period of time. All that forced Fina to grow more accustomed to nobles, and seemingly, all her nervousness was now gone. As her big sister, I was both happy and sad by this growth of hers. Anyway, after Eleonora-san and Zlef-san had eaten Morin-san's food, they had been pretty much done there. Just what had the two of them been thinking? The next day, they had gone to Enzu's shop to check it out and taste some food. Finally, on the third day, they had gone back to my shop right when it opened, ate more food, and took some food with them to bring home before having to rush back to the capital the same day. It was very chaotic. They aren't bad people, but it was very tiring to tend to them. Terumi-san thought about their visit and let out a heavy sigh. Thank you for the hard work. Just as I said that, Fina rushed into the dining room. Fina is finally back with the next chapter. Chapter 239, Bear-san, caught red-handed by Fina. Fina stopped at the door, her cheeks puffed up. Shuri walked in behind her. Had something happened perhaps? I decided to first greet them before asking. Fina, Shuri, I'm back. Welcome back, Yunawunchan. Wait, that's not it. Yunawunchan, what is with this book? For a single moment, Fina had broken into a smile, but she immediately puffed up her cheeks again. Behind her, Shuri replied with, Welcome back, Yunawunchan, but her words were drowned out by Fina's angry voice. Fina walked over to me and loudly placed a book on top of the table. It was a copy of the picture book I had drawn for Princess Flora. It must have been one of the copies I had given to the orphanage children as a present. What do you want to know about it? What do I want to know about it? This is me, isn't it? She pointed at a cartoonish girl riding a bear on the book's cover. Oh right, I had used Fina as a reference when I had drawn the girl. It was a bit late to complain about it now, though. I was actually more surprised that it had taken Fina so long to find out about the book. The children asked me to read a picture book for them, so I did, and then I saw the girl in the book. Fina seemed quite a bit angry. Still, if she didn't know anything about the picture book before this, how did she find out that I was the one who drew it? I decided to ask her before proceeding with explanation. The story is obviously about the two of us. That was true. In the first volume, I told the tale of a girl, very much like Fina, meeting Bear-san, and together they searched for medicinal herbs for the girl's sick mother and brought them to her. I had changed the way we had met a bit to make the story more suitable for a picture book. In the next book, the girl's mother became more ill, so Bear-san searched deep in the forest for a precious flower that could heal her. Once Bear-san found the flower, she used it to cure the mother's illness. I couldn't have possibly written that Bear-san had actually used magic to heal her, so I had changed it to a flower that could cure any illness. Still, no matter how I looked at it, the picture book was based on Fina and me, so it made sense for it to be quite obvious to Fina. The character in the story was created with her in mind, even though I had put in some effort into making sure that character wasn't a split copy of her. Fina, this is a fictional story and none of these characters exist in real life. See, I wrote that down right here. I said and pointed out a certain part on the picture book with my puppet. There, it stated. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or actual events is purely coincidental. I had made sure to clearly declare it was all fictional, so I decided to try and use this as an excuse to appease Fina. Still, this ribbon looks exactly like mine. Well, I had modeled the girl off of her, so of course it was. Also, this story is clearly about me. I had based it on our meeting, so I couldn't contradict that, either. No matter how I read it, the book talks about me. She declared, fully convinced. It looked like the common legal statement from my former world had no effect on her. Also, since I had actually used her as a model for the picture book, it was hard to make up any good excuses. Why did you write a picture book about me? Well, I just wanted to make something for Princess Flora. Princess Flora. After hearing Princess Flora was involved, Fina's voice faltered. Okay, but why does the orphanage also have this book if you just made it for Princess Flora? Seeing there was no other way out of it, I explained the whole story about how the picture book got here. First, I had drawn the picture book for Princess Flora. Soon after, it had become a sensation within the castle, and many people had asked for copies, so I had agreed to have the book printed to satisfy the high demand. It was a request from both His Majesty and Eleonora-san, so I couldn't refuse. I decided to dump all of the responsibility onto those two. Even though I was the author of the book, the ones responsible for copying and distributing it, within the castle, were His Majesty and Eleonora-san. As expected, Fina wavered even harder when she heard their names. I really was a malicious one, Ichan, wasn't I? And back then, since I had seen the opportunity, I asked them to print some for me so that I could give them to the children here. Does that mean there are a lot of people with this picture book? She asked me with concern. I wouldn't call it a lot of people, it was only the people in the castle. Only a few select people in the castle own them. The books might have spread, but it was still mostly families with young children who were interested in them, they weren't circulating as widely as Fina thought. Her response, however, was not what I expected. I can't go to the castle now. Fina dropped down to her knees and covered her lowered face in shame. Would it be bad if I actually asked her, you were planning to go there, here? The old Fina would be like, a commoner like me won't ever be able to go to the castle, so this is fine. She must have changed so much that she even started considering visiting the castle in the future. Well, if she kept traveling to the capital with me, there was a high chance that eventually she would tag along, willingly or not. It's only been distributed to families with young children, so you don't have to worry that much. Also, nobody should realize it's you even if they meet you. Since the artwork was very cartoonish, nobody except for people very close to Fina should be able to make the connection between her and the character. It was similar to how celebrities on TV could walk around in public without anybody recognizing them. It wasn't easy to recognize someone while casually passing them by. The children were all saying, this girl looks like you, Fina Wunchan, though. Well, I couldn't really help her there. Fina, why don't you forgive Yuna-chan for this? She drew you so adorably, after all. Terumi-san had picked up the picture book to skim it after listening to our conversation and was now trying to help me out. No matter how I look at it, this is such a cute book. Terumi-san said as she continued to flip through the pages. If the girl is Fina, then the girl's mother must be based on me, right? She said, coming to a stop at a certain page. I glanced over and saw she was on the last page, which showed a girl and her mother smiling happily in an embrace. It was the scene just after the mother drank her medicine. She drew us so cutely. Look, the girl is just as sweet as you are. Even if you say so, aren't you embarrassed at all, mother? I wouldn't like it if I was drawn weirdly, but since it's this cute, isn't it okay? But still, we're in a picture book. I agree that's a bit embarrassing, but it's not enough to make such a fuss over. Terumi-san's words slowly but surely started to convince Fina. Okay, but why does the girl look like me while Yuna Wunchan just looks like a bear? If you were going to draw me, you should have drawn yourself, too. For my character, I had simply drawn a cartoon bear-san instead. That's because Princess Flora said she liked bear-san. Fina, you do still remember that, right? It's because of that I drew the main character as bear-san instead of me. Fina once again fell silent with the Princess Flora excuse. She couldn't say that she disliked me using bear-san anymore. Ugh, fine. Tell me before drawing me next time, okay? I can draw more. I really don't like it, but the children seem to enjoy your books very much. Still, please make sure that the books don't spread any further. Okay, I'll make sure they don't spread. If His Majesty and Eleonora-san attempt to distribute the book to others, I'll stop them even if I have to use my magic on them. Those two were most likely to try and spread the book around more. Yuna Wunchan, just keep it within reason. Fina told me to hold back after hearing me say that I would use magic on the king. I was just kidding. I'll properly scold them, but no more than that. Fina was somewhat reassured hearing I wouldn't go as far as using magic. Somehow, with all of this, I even managed to get Fina's approval to write the third volume of the picture book. Just when I thought this conversation about the picture books was over, an attack from a different angle came flying right at me. Wani-chan, mother, this isn't fair. Shuri, who had been quiet this whole time, suddenly spoke up. Yuna-nichan, why am I not in the books, too? I want you to draw me as well. Fina looked troubled when she heard Shuri say that. I never thought that Shuri would get mad at me for not drawing her in the picture book. Well, she most likely just felt bad for being left out. You want me to draw you too? Shuri responded with a small nod. I kind of understood where she was coming from. Of course it would make her feel bad, knowing that I was writing a story about her family, but she wasn't included. She probably felt like she wasn't a true part of her family in my mind. Shuri was still young, so it wasn't surprising for her to feel that way. Shuri, I'm sorry for leaving you out. It wasn't on purpose, I was only writing about how Fina and I met, and it turned out like that. When I draw the next book, I'll make sure to include you. You will. Shuri sounded really happy when she heard that. Yup, and I will make sure to draw you cutely. Shuri was even more delighted when I made her that promise. For the third volume, I had originally planned on writing a story about Bear-san escorting Fina and Noah the capital, but if I were to include Shuri, I had to change the plot. I could maybe try writing about the two sisters playing with the bears. Gent-san and Terumi-san's wedding could also be a thing. Although, in that case, Bear-san wouldn't really need to be a part of the story. I could also try changing it so that Bear-san brings Shuri along with Fina and Noah to the capital, but that would mean 3 people were riding on top of the bear. Should I increase the number of bears? I had to think about this a bit more before I decided. With the picture book conversation finally finished, Fina also talked about Eleonora-san and Zlef-san's surprise visit. For a bit, and after chatting for a while longer, I decided it was time to go out and get some fresh air. I wrote about Yuna giving the picture books to the orphanage back in May of last year. When I checked the date, I was surprised by how much time has passed. LOL. I was even more surprised when I realized that the only things I wrote about since then was Yuna defeating the golem, making a cake, going to a birthday party, and going to the elf village. LOL. Chapter 240, Bear-san expresses her gratitude. Here, a chapter since I finished writing early. Walking out of the main orphanage building, I took some time to tour the orphanage and greet the other children and workers. My next destination were the 2 shops as it had been a while since I last saw Morin-san and Enzu. They both offered to make me something to eat, and I graciously accepted their offers. There was no way I could decline after seeing how happy and eager they were to cook for me, after all. I tried to eat everything, but it ended up being way too much. Since Enzu served her food first, I somehow managed to put it all away into my stomach, but when I received a bunch of Morin-san's bread, I secretly put most of it away into my bear box to properly eat it later. Since they were both so kind to cook for me, I decided to invite them to dinner at my bear house tomorrow evening. My next destination was the Commerce Guild. I wanted to have a chat with Mylene-san as she had to deal with Eleonora-san and Zlef-san because I hadn't been here. Oh, Yuna-chan. It's been a while, hasn't it? I heard that Eleonora-san came here when I was out of town. Yes, it was quite the surprise, having her appear out of nowhere so suddenly. Mylene-san said with a grim expression. She then told me that Eleonora-san had even kept her visit a secret from Cliff and Noah. She must really like surprising people. I kind of felt bad for everybody involved but was at the same time glad I hadn't been around when it happened. I already heard some stories from Terumi-san, but was everything okay on your front? I asked, knowing that Eleonora-san had a huge tendency to cause trouble wherever she went. Things were fine here. It was hard to figure out what she was trying to do, but she actually listened to Fina-chan properly. I had heard that from Terumi-san as well, but it did seem like Fina had played quite the role back then. Fina-chan guided Eleonora-sama skillfully even though Eleonora-sama was just going wherever she pleased. When I had asked Fina how she managed to handle Eleonora-san, she said that she just asked her normally. To other people, that must have appeared to be an amazing feat. Terumi-san and others weren't used to dealing with nobles, so just speaking with Eleonora-san would have been difficult for them. I wasn't sure where Mylene-san stood on this, though. Based on my conversations with Cliff, I assumed she should be comfortable dealing with nobility, but decided to ask her anyway. Eleonora-sama rarely comes home, so I haven't had many chances to talk to her. That's why our encounter was rather. She had met with Cliff countless times, so she could easily talk with him, but Eleonora-san seemed to be a whole different story. Since I asked what I wanted to know, I decided to leave so that I wouldn't disturb her work. As I wanted to give her my thanks as well, I asked her to come to the bear house tomorrow evening for dinner. My, that sounds fun. Okay, I'll be there for sure. After saying goodbye and thanking for the hard work of dealing with Eleonora-san, I left the Commerce Guild. Now, I just needed to find Cliff and Noah. Yuna-san, just where had you ran off to? As soon as I met Noah at her home, she angrily huffed at me. I neglected to tell her anything about me leaving for a while. So I had to properly apologize now. I'm sorry. I went quite far away this time, so I couldn't come back quickly. She seemed to have already heard the situation from Fina, so her anger subsided quite easily, and the conversation turned to what happened while I was away instead. When you weren't here, Yuna-san, Mother came home for a bit. Yes, I heard. From what I gathered, she came to check out my shop. Noah happily blabbed about getting to see her mother, who she didn't get to see often. She told me how they had gone to the shop together and then even went out shopping in the streets. Yuna-san, I heard from Mother that you've been going in and out of the capital every so often. Yes, I do that every now and then. I'm so jealous of you. If I could summon beasts like Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, then I could go to the capital myself as well. I only nodded, not telling her about the easier way of travel via the Bear Gate. It did hurt a bit to hide the truth from a child, though. Do you want to come with me next time I go there? Of course. We do need Cliff's permission first, though. A part of me wanted to tell her about the Bear Gate, but I didn't dare as she might not be able to keep it a secret. As we continued to chat, Cliff came into the room we were in, apparently taking a break from his work. Yuna, it's been a while. Yeah, I traveled quite far this time. You haven't been troubling other people, have you? Did he have to say that every time we met? I was pretty sure I hadn't, this time around. I didn't cause trouble, it just came to me on its own accord. Heck, now that I thought about it, I wasn't ever the reason for trouble, right? If you do end up causing a commotion somewhere close to here, do tell me immediately. I can give you protection when something happens. Was he saying, go crazy and just leave the rest to me, right now? If he really meant that, then I could go on rampages all I wanted and then just run off saying, the town lord of Crimonia, Cliff Forsharos, will take responsibility for everything. Well, he did have to deal with the aftermath of quite a few things I was involved in, so I couldn't really complain. Once we were finished chatting, I invited Cliff and Noah over for dinner tomorrow. Noah looked ecstatic, but Cliff seemed to be a bit unsure. I have to work, so I might not be able to come. If it turns out that way, please take care of Noah for me. I nodded in reply and then Cliff left the mansion. Having visited all of the places that I had wanted to, I finally returned to the bear house. Once I got there, I sat down on the sofa, took out the jute bag I had received at the elf village from my bear box, and opened it. Inside, there were a small amount of sacred tree leaves and a whole bunch of wild plants and mushrooms, many of which were matsutake mushrooms. Matsutake mushrooms were considered a high-class ingredient in Japan, and even though I had more than enough money to afford them, I rarely bought them for myself. They were considered a delicacy, after all, and not something anyone splurged on often. The forest surrounding the elf village was not influenced by the seasons, so even though specific wild plants and mushrooms still grew in their own areas of the forest, the elves were free to harvest them all year round. It must be great to be able to harvest anything you wanted at any given time. Maybe I could bring Fina along and gather some things with her. Yes, that would be a good idea. I silently thanked the deity who grew the plants. As I was lost in planning our excursion, I started to separate the ingredients in the bag. Arranging them out in piles, I realized that the amount of mushrooms and edible plants was nothing to scoff at. Not to mention how tasty they looked, clearly freshly harvested. Did the villagers help gather these? With this much, I had enough to make both matsutake chawanmushi and matsutake rice, and maybe even matsutake soup. Since I had plenty, I decided to include them all in tomorrow's dinner. I finished arranging them all and realized that the sacred tree's branches, which were supposed to accompany the tea leaves, weren't included. Well, I was in no rush to use the branches at the moment, so it should be fine if I went to pick them up some other time. The next day, it took the whole afternoon to prepare everything for the dinner I hosted. Everyone that had taken care of me in Crimonia had been invited. I served dishes that were entirely made of the ingredients I had received from the elf village: matsutake rice, matsutake soup, fried vegetables with mushrooms mixed in, and finally matsutake chawanmushi. If I served this back in my former world, the guests would have been ecstatic when they saw all the matsutake in front of them, but here, it ended up being accepted as just a bunch of mushroom dishes. Yuna-chan, your food is delicious as always. Delicious. You sure you are okay with me being here as well? Fina's family gave their impressions of the dishes. The odd one out was Gent-san. He worried he was out of place here. His worry was for nothing, as he already became a true part of the family. It was only because of that I dared to head out of town without worry for what would happen to Fina if I wasn't around. Also, I simply couldn't let him stay home and eat dinner by himself. That would be just too cruel and lonely. Meanwhile, at other side of the table. Yuna-san, this dish you call chawanmushi is very delicious. Yuna-chan, are all these dishes new recipes you created? Noah and Mylene-san commented as they happily enjoyed chawanmushi. Although they complimented the dish, I wasn't sure if they liked it because of the matsutake or the chawanmushi itself. Next time, I should try making different types of chawanmushi and see how they react to those. Everything is really delicious. Even the rice tastes great. It seemed like Morin-san and Karen-san didn't find any issues with the food, either. Sadly, I didn't think it was possible to put matsutake inside bread. I had never heard of matsutake bread, at least, and wasn't sure if it would taste good to begin with. This might be better than what I make. Anzu added in a happy, joking voice. She had already seemed to like the matsutake rice and mushroom dishes but was even more amazed when she tried the chawanmushi. Everybody appeared to be enjoying the meal I had prepared for them. Almost everyone invited had managed to come, only Cliff couldn't in the end, and that was all due to his work. I had also asked the headmistress to come, but she had immediately told me that she wanted to eat with the children at the orphanage and declined. Yuna-chan, are you going to serve these at the shop? Terumina-san asked me. I don't really plan to. Oh, you don't? I thought for sure that you invited us here to taste test for you, so you could decide whether to serve them or not. As I've told you all, this dinner is just my thanks for everything you lot did for me. Just what kind of person did she think I was? I had clearly told each of them that this was a thank you dinner. Still, all of this is so delicious, it's kind of a waste not to include them. Yes, it is, especially the chawanmushi. I of course wouldn't mind other dishes, either. Both Mylene-san and Anzu kept praising my food. Yuna-san, are you really not going to serve this at the shop? I want to eat it again, though. Even Noah was trying to convince me. Rather than the matsutake mushrooms, it turned out the chawanmushi was the more popular choice. Matsutake rice and soup tasted better to me, though. I could just eat those by myself, so it didn't really matter. Maybe I should grill some matsutake rice over a charcoal fire and pour soy sauce over it next time I treat myself to it. Sadly, this recipe uses eggs, so even if we were to only serve it at Anzu's shop, I'm not sure if we would have enough available to do so. So that is the problem. We just have to increase the amount of cluckers we have, then, which will in turn produce us more eggs. It won't be much of a problem, as long as we don't make too many daily servings. We still need to have enough eggs to sell to the Commerce Guild. Terumina-san quickly began calculating the number of daily servings we could offer. She really was a splendid merchant at this point. Yuna-chan, while we are on this topic, there's something I wanted to ask you. Would it be okay if you spared me some cluckers? Mylene-san used the chance as Terumina-san was still busy crunching the numbers. What do you need them for? Cliff and I talked about the cluckers and got the idea of maybe raising them in a nearby village. If we did that, Crimonia could have an additional source of eggs. Sure, sounds good to me. Mylene-san seemed surprised by my prompt agreement. Are you completely sure it will be okay? Yeah, it's fine. I didn't really care about having a monopoly on eggs. However, at the moment, I didn't intend to share the chawanmushi recipe. But it might mean that we may not be able to sell the eggs to the Commerce Guild. Terumina-san, how are our sales? What do you mean, how? Haven't you been checking the reports I have been sending to you? Every month Terumina-san would give me a written report containing various information about wages, inventory costs, bird feed costs, and the net amount of egg sales. Yet, each time I received one, I just quickly skimmed through it, so I didn't really memorize much. Terumina-san showed an exasperated expression and sighed before continuing. Things are going well. Truth be told though, I have been wondering if it was okay for us to be profiting so much. Then it should be fine if we no longer sell eggs to the Commerce Guild, right? Yes, there shouldn't be any problem with that. In that case, maybe we would have enough eggs to add chawanmushi to the menu. Yuna-chan, since you will now have extra eggs, can my store use more of them? Morin-san asked hesitantly before continuing. You made some bread using eggs before, right? From what I knew, eggs were one of the basic ingredients when making bread. That tasted really good, and I wanted to make some and sell it at my shop, but there were only so many eggs available. I'm already using a lot as it is, so I didn't want to ask you for more, but if it's possible now, then. So that was what she was getting at. Morin-san's store already used up a lot of eggs to make things like pudding, tamagoyaki, and egg sandwiches, so she had been worried about also putting them into bread. I don't really mind, but you should talk with Terumina-san about the details. She knows our egg production and expenditures better than anyone. I looked forward to more of Morin-san's delicious bread creations. Hopefully they would arrange everything soon. I guess that the amount of eggs that could be spared for making bread should depend on the amount needed to make chawanmushi. Wait a moment, Yuna-chan, I didn't mean the guild was ready to produce eggs right away. We still have to set everything up, including all the equipment and personnel. There are still various things we have to handle, so it will be a problem if you start to distribute all of the eggs to your shops so soon. When I began talking on how to use the eggs that would no longer going to be sold to the Commerce Guild, Mylene-san panicked and immediately interjected. I know. I was just thinking about what we could do with the eggs once they were freed up. Well, don't scare me like that. This is all because the guild made sure to think about the orphanage. I had to make sure to get your permission before continuing the talks with the other parties. Do you always ask for approval like this? Not really. We normally just do what we want. The term survival of the fittest best described the relationship between competing businesses. To strive for dominance, companies would copy others without a second thought in order to add value to their own products. Then, why are you asking? Well, there are some exceptions, especially when dealing with influential businesses that are run by the country or feudal lords. But I'm not that influential myself. Well, in your case, I made sure to ask as I want to keep your people happy. Mylene-san smiled at me. The things you do always make people happy, Yuna-chan. You think of many new useful things and your actions impact a whole lot of people. There are many, especially in this town, who have benefited because of you. You re-exaggerating. The children at the orphanage, Fina-chan's family, Morin-san, the girls who came from Mirira, everybody leads happier lives thanks to you. I haven't really done much, though. I tried looking around to see if others agreed with me, but sadly. I'm a lot happier ever since I met you, Yuna-chan. Me too, I always get to eat good food since I met Yuna-chan. Yeah, it's all thanks to Yuna-chan. Thanks to you, I now have this beautiful family to take care of. Everyone in Fina's family agreed with what Mylene-san said, so I looked over at Morin-san. UVE saved my daughter and me from ruin, and even gave us a home in this town. I wouldn't call that not doing much. That's right. I'm really happy with how my life is right now. Did Enzu think the same, then? I turned to her as my last resort. Yuna-san, you helped me achieve my dream of opening my own shop, and everyone else who came with me often expresses how glad they are that you helped us. Lastly, as I had no other option, I looked at Noah, who I had done nothing for. I also appreciate meeting with you, Yuna-san. If I never met you, I wouldn't have met Fina, either. Oh, and I also wouldn't have met the Bear-sans. Was it just me or did her thanks sound a bit off? Yuna-chan, you have done so much for this town that nobody would dare to cross you. So, if you say that you don't want us to raise the cluckers ourselves, then we will scrap that plan. For some reason, I had become this amazing person in their eyes. Well, you don't have to worry about me. If you can introduce a new supply of eggs, then more shops in Crimonia will be able to serve dishes using eggs, which would be a good thing. Okay, thank you for letting us do this. I left all the small details, like clucker feed costs for instance, to Terumina-san. With her help, we decided to send a few people from the orphanage to the Commerce Guild to help with caring for the cluckers since they were already so knowledgeable about the process. Once we would be able to set aside enough eggs, we could start making chawanmushi at Anzu's shop and sell many new types of bread at Morin-san's place. Only after we wrapped up our exciting food discussions, Mylene-san decided it was time to take Noah back to her home. Everyone else agreed, and left soon after. Chapter 241, Bear-san Draws Volume 3 of her picture book. I finished writing early, so I submitted this chapter in advance. Maybe that's a good thing, considering the amount of hours I worked on it. Just a few days after I returned to Crimonia, Rumin gave me a call. I'm glad I was able to reach you, Yuna-san. Rumin sounded very relieved when I picked up. She had been concerned about not being able to contact me over such a long distance, so she wanted to try calling me even though it wasn't an emergency. I asked her how the village was, and she told me that ever since we had left, everything was peaceful and not a single monster had passed through the barrier. They had also decided to take turns checking on the sacred tree once every 10 days, and that plan included Luca, too. Rumin told me that when he first went through the rocky mountain to the sacred tree he was more astonished by my bear house rather than the tree itself. Well, pretty much anyone would most likely be surprised to see the bear house after exiting the cave leading to a mountain valley. Also, when we told him that you were going to come visit us from time to time, he sounded really happy. Rather than me, wasn't he more interested in my bears? While that was better than him disliking me, it still made me feel a bit sad inside. After chatting a bit about the happenings in the village, Rumin promised that she would contact me when there were more sacred tree tea leaves available. Of course, I told her she could call me to chat with me about other things as well. After ending the phone call, I relaxed at home for a while. I had promised Fina and Shuri that I would be drawing a new picture book today, so I invited them over. Since I was using them as models for the story, I wanted them to check over the contents as I drew the book, especially since I would be using Shuri as a character for the first time. I didn't want to write something they didn't approve of and also wanted to ask their opinions. It would have been stupid if I worked on it alone and ended up writing something they didn't like, after all. I drank some tea as I waited, and just as I finished the cup the sisters arrived. Are you really going to draw it? Fina asked as soon as she entered the house. Princess Flora is waiting for the new volume. I kind of made her a promise I would get to it soon. Yunanichan, you're going to draw me too, right? Yes, that's what I'm planning on for this volume. While Fina seemed rather reluctant, Shuri looked forward to it very much. First, I made a rough sketch of what Shuri's character would look like. I would be troubled if Shuri said it didn't look like her at all after I completed the volume. Then, I decided to discuss what I would put into the picture book with Fina. I was thinking of having the 3 of you go to the neighboring town. What do you think? 3 of us. Yes, I also plan on including Terumi-san. I've never been to the neighboring town, though. It's not like what I'm drawing has to be true. Picture books can also include made-up stories. Picture book, Volume 3, Bear-san and the Girls. The girl's mother completely recovered from her illness and was now living a very happy life. Running around the house, there was the girl's energetic, younger sister. A cartoon drawing of a girl that looked like Shuri. The little sister said she wanted to meet Bear-san, so the girl took her to the forest. They arrived at the entrance of the forest and called for Bear-san, which answered their calls and exited the forest. Little sister was not scared at all and happily ran up to Bear-san. The girl introduced the little sister, and Bear-san let the girl and the little sister ride on it, playing with her to their heart's content. However, after a few joyful days, the girl's family decided to move to the neighboring town where the mother's friend lived, so they could find work. The girl cried as she bid her farewell to Bear-san, which gently patted her girl on the head. The girl's family left on a carriage to the neighboring town, and Bear-san waved its hand from afar to say goodbye. The girl choked back her tears while the carriage crested over a hill, leaving Bear-san behind. The girl knew she had to do this to survive, so she tried her best to endure, not showing her sadness to others in the carriage, especially since it wasn't just her family traveling but also some other people. The carriage continued its trip towards the neighboring town. They moved further and further away from the forest Bear-san lived in, but they couldn't return. The girl slowly started to brood, and then, the carriage suddenly stopped. The other people riding in the carriage began to panic. Monsters. An old man yelled out. The mother embraced the girl and the little sister, while a few other people got off the carriage to run away. Run away, everybody. You'll get killed if you stay here. The old man yelled at those who stayed. More and more people escaped from the carriage, but when the girl's family tried to leave, they were shoved back by others as they escaped. Only the girl's family remained inside the carriage. We'll be fine. The girl's mother held her two daughters tightly, her hands shaking in fear. They could hear voices shouting outside, as well as the howling of the monsters. There was no way the girl's family could escape now. The carriage began shaking, something was hitting the carriage from the outside. Just as they lost all hope, everything went silent. The girl's family were terrified to look outside. A voice came from outside the carriage. The girl let go of her mother's hand and jumped out the carriage, where Bear-san was waiting for her. The girl, with tears in her eyes, ran to Bear-san and hugged it. The mother and little sister were worried about the girl and climbed down from the carriage as well. I'm fine, Bear-san saved us. The monsters were all defeated. There was nobody else around, and they didn't know what happened. The horses were all gone and the carriage was a mess, but they could not walk all the way to the town. Kuin. At Bear-san's loud cry, a black Bear-san and white Bear-san appeared from afar. The mother and little sister were a bit startled, but the girl was not. She knew that Bear-san had called them. Bear-san, black Bear-san, and white Bear-san laid down and offered the girl's family their back. Mother, Bear-san is letting us ride on them so we can get to the neighboring town. The girl said to her mother, and while the girl's mother had been cautious of the bears in the beginning, she now trusted them and climbed on one of the bears' back. The girl's family rode the Bear-sans towards to the neighboring town, only getting off when they were nearby. Thank you, Bear-sans. The girl said her thanks while her little sister refused to let go of white Bear-san. She didn't want to part from them. Of course, the girl didn't want to separate, either, but there was no other choice. Bear-sans are too big, so they can't go into the town. The mother tried to pull the little sister away, but she clung onto white Bear-sans' neck. If only Bear-sans could become smaller. When the little girl said that, all the Bear-sans cried out and began to shrink. They kept getting smaller and smaller, until they became so tiny they could all fit in the girl's palm. Now the girl's family could carry Bear-sans into the town without having them noticed. They placed Bear-sans into their pockets and headed straight to the town's gate. The girl's family explained to the guards that they were attacked by monsters and then went straight to the home of the mother's friend. A man greeted them happily, delighted to meet his old friend, and invited them to stay with him for as long as they want. In no time, the girl and mother found jobs, and proceeded to live their lives in happiness. All was well that ended well. Jumping back to the beginning of the story, when the girl's little sister Shuri appeared, I made sure to draw her in a cutish, cartoonish style. Aw, so cute. Shuri was ecstatic to see herself drawn so cutely. So, father isn't in the same town as us. Well, I wanted to base this story on the trip Fina and I took to the capital. Since I couldn't find a good reason for the family just to travel there, I decided to put Gent-san in a neighboring town to make things simpler. That means we will only meet father once we reach the other town. Yes, but don't forget, at this point, he is still only the mother's friend. Once I got to the point where I drew the scene of the girl bidding farewell to Bear-san, Shuri looked very sad. Are they really leaving Bear-san? Don't worry, Bear-san will come back at a later point in the story. Continuing on, I drew the page where they got on the carriage and were about to embark to the neighboring town. I thought for sure that Bear-san was going to appear and offer them a ride. It wasn't the right time yet, though. They just parted from each other. Also, I don't think the mother would want to ride on Bear-san when they haven't actually met before. Next scene where they got attacked by the monsters was based on when Misa's carriage had been attacked on its way to the capital. I made sure to make everybody else run away, leaving only the girl's family behind. To make it more dramatic, I drew the carriage shaking, and monster sounds coming from outside. Finally, it was time to have a gallant figure dash over and come to the rescue. It was Bear-san, of course. Bear-san quickly disposed of all the monsters and saved the girl's family from the impending doom. I'm so very glad Bear-san came. Bear-san is so strong. The carriage was left damaged and couldn't be used anymore, but Bear-san couldn't carry 3 people all by itself. Therefore, Bear San called its friends over. I worked hard to draw Black Bear San and White Bear San cutely. These are Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, right? So cute. Fina and Shuri were delighted when new Bear Sans made their appearance. Shuri, who do you want to ride on? Hugging Bear. Shuri answered immediately. Why Hugging Bear? Hugging Bear is white and pretty. She was right, Hugging Bear white fur was indeed beautiful. That didn't mean Swaying Bear's fur was ugly or anything, it was just a different kind of nice. Okay, then the little sister will ride on White Bear San. I then had the girl ride on the main Bear San while the mother rode on Black Bear San. As I moved on to drawing the three of them continuing their journey to the neighboring town, Shuri suddenly perked up with an interesting question. Are the people who ran away okay? You don't have to worry about people who just save themselves and leave behind women and children. Still, I didn't draw any corpses, so I will just leave it up to the reader's interpretation. A great thing about picture books was their ability to spark the reader's imagination and let them interpret things in their own, subjective way. In this case, I thought it would be best to let the parents who read the book to their children answer the question in case the children brought it up. For the sake of the way the parents raised their children, they should decide if they would explain it as people safely getting away or to have them be killed by the monsters. How they answered such a question could leave a lasting impression on their children, after all. Well, at least, that was how I explained it to Shuri. Truthfully, I just didn't want to draw corpses in a picture book. Also, if I left other people in this scene, they would kind of ruin the Bear Sans' gallant arrival. Sometimes, I just had to lie to people to hide my real thoughts. The family safely arrived to the neighboring town, but as the bears couldn't enter the town, they had to part ways again. As they were about to say their farewells again, the little sister said that she didn't want to do it. I wouldn't say. Something like that. I know, but this little sister in the picture book isn't really you, so she can be a bit more selfish. If I don't make her do that, then they will really have to part from the Bear Sans. It seemed like Shuri really didn't want her image in the book to appear selfish, so I was forced to use the parting from bears card. Would you be okay if you had to live far, far away from Bear San? I would be okay. I knew straight away that was a complete lie. Was she really that embarrassed to say something even slightly selfish? Really? And here I was, thinking of giving this to you as a present. I said and took out a Hugging Bear plushie from the bear box. Hugging Bear. Shuri let out a big smile after seeing the Hugging Bear plushie. You don't want it? I do. Shuri replied without hesitation. I know you do. You looked like you really wanted one when you saw the children at the orphanage playing with them. I also have one for you too, Fina. I'll give you Swaying Bear. We made them together, didn't we? Of course you should be allowed to keep a pair. Fina said and embraced the Swaying Bear plushie with joy. Shuri, now what would you do if I told you that you don't get your plushie? Would you just let me take it away? I don't want you to take it away. Right. The girl in this picture book feels the same about her Hugging Bear. After I explained it like that, she was convinced. With Shuri on board, I continued drawing. In order to get the bears into the town without trouble, I transformed them into palm-sized bears. They were even smaller than Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear in their cub forms. They'll be able to stay together with the bears from now on, right? Without any further interruptions, I managed to draw the family entering the town and meeting the men based on Gen-san. Once I drew the scene where the girl and the mother got jobs and the new family started their new life together, Volume 3 of Bear San and the Girl was finally complete. Yunanichan, this was amazing. Yes, it was great. Wait, won't Noah-sama get mad at us? Noah. Why did her name come up out of nowhere? The story is based on our trip to the capital, right? Yes, loosely based. We changed many things. So, what happens when Noah-sama finds out she doesn't appear on her own trip? She did have a point. It should be fine. Fina, you were embarrassed and didn't like that you were put in the story, right? I'm sure that Noah would be embarrassed, too. Also, I don't think she knows that this story is based on us, and I'm pretty sure she won't get to see this picture book, either. Noah shouldn't know anything about the picture books, so she shouldn't find out about this one, either. At the capital, only a handful of people owned one, and in Crimonia, only the orphanage had the books. The chances for Noah to see these books was be very small. If she doesn't see it, it would be fine, but... Fina, you worry too much. I tried to reassure and laughed. Noah didn't get her chance to appear in this volume. It's a bit late now, but I never got to write volume 2 of the picture book, did I? Chapter 242, Bear-san rushes to the capital. Finished with drawing the 3rd volume of the picture book, the next step should clearly be bringing it to Princess Flora. I drew the picture book for her, so it would be dumb to not end up giving it to her as soon as I was done with the next volume. It had also been a while since I last saw Princess Flora, so she might have started to feel sad from not meeting me for so long. Still, should I maybe give the new volume to Eleonora-san first? She would probably want to print copies before I handed it to Princess Flora. If I passed it directly to the princess, Eleonora-san most likely wouldn't be able to get her hands on it for a while. Well, I could just discuss this with Eleonora-san once I got to the capital. As I started to prepare for my trip to the capital, a large bird landed by my window. Why on earth would a falcon appear all of a sudden? Only after looking at it more closely did I realize it was actually Sonia-san's bird summon. Its name was Forg, right? I opened the window, and Forg flew straight into the room, landing on the back of a chair. If Sonia-san sent Forg over, maybe something happened over at the capital. I noticed that there was a letter tied to Forg's leg, so I carefully got it off. Sonia-san might be watching through its eyes, after all. I said after I was done, and it cried out "Qui" before flying off. I waved it goodbye and closed the window before unfurling the letter to read its contents. Yuna-chan, a strange shop opened up in the capital. Do you know anything about it perchance? Just because a weird shop had popped up, why did she immediately assume that I was involved with it? The only building I had constructed in the capital was my bear house, and since the bear house wasn't a shop, Sonia-san must be mistaken, right? The next sentence soon made things clear. There's giant bear statues in the front, and the store sign even says, Bear-san's Relaxing Restaurant. I immediately connected all the dots together. A strange shop, bear statues, and Bear-san's Relaxation Restaurant. Now I understood why Eleonora-san and Zlef-san had came here to look at my shop at such a time. This store should clearly be the newly opened branch of my store in the capital, which was to be built simply because they wanted to eat and share pudding. If perchance it wasn't the branch, then this would mean someone was infringing on my trademark. If that was the case, I would go and destroy it in the middle of the night when nobody was around to see me. I was curious about it, so I sent Forg to deliver this letter to verify it with you. If it has nothing to do with you, then you can simply ignore the message. I didn't waste time and just set the letter down on my table before using the bear gate to go directly to the capital. I practically ran out of the bear house and hurried straight to the Adventurers Guild. I hadn't asked Eleonora-san where she was planning on building the shop, so I didn't know where to find it. At this moment, I regretted not asking her earlier. Still, Sonia-san had seen this shop, so she should be able to tell me. I barged into the Adventurers Guild in such a rush that everybody inside turned to look at me. It's the bear. The bear's here. Don't look her in the eye. A cute bear came in. Is that the rumored bear? Don't say anything else, you don't want to get involved with her. She really is dressed like a bear, huh? All sorts of conversations about me began swirling around, but I ignored them all and went straight to the receptionist. How can I help you today? I want to meet with Sonia-san. Would that be possible? With the guild master? Do you have an appointment? No, but please tell her that Yuna is here to see her. That should be enough. I understand. I will go speak with the guild master now, so please wait just a moment. The receptionist lady stood up from her desk and entered the back area for guild personnel. It seemed like Sonia-san was inside the Adventurers Guild. She owed me a favor and had also sent me a letter like that. There was no way she wouldn't be willing to meet with me. However, contrary to my belief, when the receptionist lady came back, she was alone. Maybe Sonia-san was actually busy right now. Yuna-san, the guild master will meet you in her office. Please head down to her room. I worried for nothing, huh? I thanked the receptionist and headed to the back, where Guildmaster's room was. Oh, we passed by a "Authorized Personnel Only" sign. That made sense if you think about it. After knocking and receiving a reply, I entered the room. Sonia-san was sitting by her desk next to the window, actually working for once. "Yuna-chan, how've you been?" Sonia-san wore a rather tired expression as gestured me to sit down. "You look kind of tired. A lot of work had piled up while I was gone, so," she said, pointing at the mountain of paper stacked on her desk. "Didn't you leave everything to the assistant guild master?" "I left him with regular duties, but I'm the only one who can give the final approval on important matters. Being a guild master sure was tough. When I had come home from the elf village, I was able to cook a meal for my friends and pass the time leisurely, even drawing a picture book." On the other hand, Sonia-san looked like she had been working long hours every day trying to get back on track with her work. It sure was hard to be an adult. "Anyways, you sure got here quickly. I just sent the letter not that long ago, so you must have rushed here straight away. Well, of course I would come running over after reading something like that. So, is the shop related to you, then? I came here to confirm it, actually. Does the shop really have giant bear statues?" Based on what Sonia-san had written in the letter, she had seen it while taking a break from work. I only briefly looked at them, but the laughter it caused sure helped bring my fatigue away. "You laughed at them? Why would she laugh at bear sculptures? Was it the same reason she smiled at me whenever she saw me? At this point, did she just think that anything with a bear on it was related to me?" I tightened my fist inside my bare hand in a menacing way and looked at Sonia-san. Wait, I'm just kidding. Yuna-chan, please don't make such a scary face. Sonia-san panicked a bit, quickly making an excuse for herself. It seemed like my menacing expression actually worked. "So, why did you laugh, then?" "I only laughed for a bit. So, she still didn't deny she had laughed. Anyway, I was curious about the statues, so I went to take a closer look. It was then I noticed the sign above the entrance that said, Bear Sands Relaxation Restaurant, and I realized it might be a new place you opened, so I ended up writing a letter to you. Is it your shop or not?" I proceeded to explain to her that it most likely was the shop that His Majesty and Eleonora-san were planning to open to serve and eat my dishes, especially the pudding. You're opening a shop that will serve pudding? That sounds nice. Sonia-san ears immediately perked up when I mentioned pudding. Still, I do wonder why they decided to use those kinds of bear statues for the store. The sign is also shaped like a bear. Maybe they just thought it was a good idea to put them up. Yeah, maybe. What did you say just now? I couldn't really hear you. Well, it's most likely because my shop in Crimonia also has similar bear statues. Eleonora-san must have gotten the idea from them. Yuna-chan, your shop has those things, too. I didn't want to talk about the reasoning behind it too much, so I gave a simple explanation about my shop in Crimonia. I also told her about how Eleonora-san and Zlef-san visited it while we had been away at the elf village. They must have decided to copy the style after visiting Crimonia. That makes sense, they do seem like the type of people who would do such a thing. But your shop really has bear statues, huh? I could see a grin appear on Sonia-san's face as she reached for her bracelet and summoned Forg. Yuna-chan, I just have to see what your shop looks like. Is that bird flammable perchance? I said and created a fireball with my bear sand puppet. I'm just joking. Please don't use magic in my office. She unsummoned Forg. Maybe she's really tired, although she looks like she's doing well. I extinguished the flames. She said and unsummoned Forg. I guess she really was tired. But where did that energy to tease me come from? I extinguished my flames as well as the danger had passed. I should have taken a look when I sent you the letter. She sounded a bit disappointed. Even if I refused it now, I was sure she would still send Forg over to look. Well, it wasn't particularly troubling if she looked at the shop. It was just that she would definitely comment on something the next time we met. Wait, she just summoned Forg now even though I had received the letter from it only moments ago in Crimonia. Could it be that she could summon her bird from a huge distance? What about swaying bear and hugging bear? Could I do the same with them, too? I had never tried it from a distance before. Since I had never ended up in a situation where I had to, I hadn't even considered such an option. Did you check up on me when I received the letter? No, I didn't. I just ordered Ford to return as soon as it was safely in your hands. So she could do something like that, huh? If I gave my bears such an order, would it work as well? And what were you going to do if I wasn't home or didn't notice it? In that case, I would have looked for you through Forg's eyes. And, if I still couldn't get to you, I would just let Forg return home. The letter wasn't that important, anyway. The contents of the letter were a big deal to me, though. Regardless of who the owner was, be it Eleonora-san or some other random stranger, having a shop showing off bear sculptures was already a big problem on its own. So, where's this shop? In the central district. Sonia-san pulled out a map of the capital and pointed out the spot. I would come along, but I still have a lot of work to do. Sonia-san said, sighing as she looked over to her mountain of paperwork again. Good luck with that. I could only give her a simple reply. Thanks. You did bring us back here a couple of days earlier than I expected, so you actually helped me a lot. If I had returned later than planned, just thinking about it scares me. Don't tell anybody about it, though. I won't. Also, I'll treat you to a meal when I have time to thank you. Okay, make sure you treat me to a high-class meal. Fufu, I will. I thanked Sonia-san for the information and headed straight for the shop with the bear statues. Finally, Chekhov's gun has been fired. LOL. Chapter 243, Bear-san interrogates Eleonora-san. It didn't take long for me to find the shop. I just walked the wide road towards the central district, like Sonia-san had told me to, and in no time I came up to a certain large building. In front, there were 2 bear statues, which I simply gazed at for a while. They were comparable in size with my own bears, but what caught my eye the most were the things they were holding. One of them held a large spoon, while the other, a large fork. They didn't really look like actual bears but rather had cartoonish features which made them appear quite friendly instead of scary. Their faces looked very cute as well. The people who were strolling past the storefront all smiled when they saw the bears. For some reason, I also felt like they were glancing back and forth between the statues and me. My, is that bear mascot from the shop? It's a bear. Are they doing an event? People were mistakenly thinking that I was involved with this shop because of my outfit. I couldn't really deny it yet, so I held it in. Looking. Above the entrance, I noticed that the sign indeed read Bear-san's Relaxation Restaurant, just like Sonia-san had said it would. The name of the shop was very similar to mine and there was even a Bear-san drawn beside the name. With both the shop's name and the bear statue sitting at the front should be enough to point out that the culprit behind this was Eleonora-san. I immediately started to plan my storming inside to question her, but managed to stop myself. I didn't even know if she was actually inside or not, and I also couldn't just barge in without any warning. While I was 99% positive that Eleonora-san was indeed responsible for this, there was a slight chance that this shop belonged to a complete stranger. I should be certain before I did something so unreasonable as barging in into a stranger-owned shop. Best to first head to the castle where Eleonora-san was most likely to be and go on from there. Just as I began making my way towards the castle, I spotted my target walking towards me. Oh my, Yuna-chan. What are you doing here? Eleonora-san smiled as she walked over. What a perfect timing, my opponent came straight to me when I most needed her. What I am doing here? That's not the question to be asking right now. Eleonora-san, what is this? I pointed at the shop behind me with my bare hand. What do you mean? This is your shop in the capital, isn't it? That's not what I meant. Why are there bear statues in front of it? I again pointed, this time at the 2 statues at the entrance. Well, it's because this is your shop, Yuna-chan. It makes sense for them to be there. Since when did it become my shop? All I did was teach you the recipes. I didn't hear anything about how it would be designed to look like my store in Crimonia. Oh, right, well, it started when His Majesty was like, how is Yuna's shop going? And then Zilef responded Yunadano's shop is going well, and Her Highness also chimed in saying I look forward to seeing her shop here when it opens, so somehow, through that conversation, it became your shop. She explained what had happened with a serious expression on her face, which showed she clearly wasn't joking. Just because we hadn't decided on the shop's name before didn't mean I wanted for it to end up becoming my shop. Then, we simply continued with the flow and went to inspect your store to make it look more like yours. How was I supposed to even argue with such logic? So that had been the reason they visited my shop in Crimonia. And nobody had objected to that idea, thinking there was something wrong with it without even asking me. Did all of them simply lack common sense? Well, in my case, I also wanted to use the chance to visit my home. Then, Zlef said that he also wanted to come along, so we went together. His Majesty actually wanted to go, too, but obviously we couldn't allow that to happen. Just what had His Majesty been thinking? Even simply imagining the king showing up at my shop was a frightening prospect. Even if he were to disguise himself, people like Fina, who knew what he looked like, would probably pass out from the shock when he came to Crimonia. I could also clearly imagine him talking to Fina in a very carefree, casual manner, which would make things even worse for her. I had to thank Eleonora-san for stopping His Majesty in this case. Also, I wanted to see you look surprised at me dropping by so suddenly. Eleonora-san revealed her true intentions with a disappointed expression, which made any appreciation I had for her previously vanish completely. Only when we saw your shop sign, we realized that we still didn't decide on a name for the shop. So, I thought it would be best to use yours as a reference. Was there seriously nobody against that idea? Having bear in the name, I mean. Nobody did, really. Zlef simply commented it's a fine name, and His Majesty followed up with I don't mind it, after we returned, so we just went with it. Somebody should really have said something, though. The shop's name had bear in it. This shop was being run by the country, so wasn't that just plain weird? Still, since the country is managing the shop, shouldn't you be calling it something like the National Restaurant, the Royal Palace Restaurant, or the Restaurant of the Purveyor to His Royal Majesty? I don't really understand the last one, but as we're not trying to make it difficult for people to enter, we decided against such names. So you're saying that having bear in the name will make it easier for people to enter? That's not what I meant, but the name will surely become popular amongst the citizens, prompting more people to come in. This was the first time I heard of word bear being popular among the general population. Bears were dangerous and terrifying, they could attack people on sight, so it was best to avoid them. Swaying bear and hugging bear were different, of course, but that was still what the regular bears were like. We thought of the name shortly after we visited your shop. Even though bears are normally scary, the bears at your shop and in your picture books are not scary at all. They're actually quite cute. It's all in the way you portray them. She had a point there. Heck, anything scary made into a cartoonish version would most likely look cute. Even terrible monsters like goblins, orcs, and dragons appeared much more docile and adorable in cartoons. If you're aiming for the popularity with the general citizens, does that mean anybody can eat here? Due to the lack of eggs, most of the dishes should be pretty expensive, especially if they wanted to sell all of the egg dishes. Just like with your shop, we wanted anyone to be able to come and eat here. Still, it will take some time before that happens, as our costs are quite high at the moment. There wasn't much that could be done about that. There just weren't enough eggs available on the market. Unlike my shop, which had the orphanage's cluckers supporting it, they had no choice but to purchase them at a high price. When we manage to increase the supply of eggs, we should be able to lower the costs and in turn have prices more suited for the general population. Still, with the starting prices so high, will any customers even come? If nobody could afford to taste it, then it didn't matter how delicious the food was. Cooking was made for people to eat it, after all. News about this place selling pudding have already spread amongst the nobles. Thanks to that, there have been many inquiries about the shop before we even opened, so you don't have to worry about us not having any customers. It sounded like the shop had already began advertising itself to some degree. Getting the word out there was just as important as the recipes, after all. No matter how good the recipe was, if nobody knew where they could taste it, nobody could eat it. We've also been sprinkling around some rumors about how delicious your cakes are, so the shop is already beginning to establish itself a reputation. It looked like I didn't have to worry about them not having any customers. With nobles and other rich people visiting, there should be no way for the shop to close down before it even really started to get up and running. Anyway, we plan on making money off of the rich clientele first and then reinvest the profits into egg production. With the current prices, the people will be basically funding our business out of goodwill. While she said goodwill, the way she said it sounded more like the words of a scheming merchant. Still, if the country is managing the shop, then money shouldn't be an issue, right? It's not that simple. We were given a limited budget, after all. And, with it, we had to purchase a building at a good location, secure a starting supply of eggs, and train a number of chefs. All of that cost quite a lot of money and more or less burned the budget. When she put it that way, it did indeed seem a bit less simple. Making those bear sculptures must have cost them a lot as well. You must have had it hard, huh? Yes, getting everything to fit the budget wasn't simple. That's why we plan on getting money as we go and use it to improve the business, which will in turn slowly help us lower the prices. Was that really how business worked? In my case, I simply used my money to buy the shop, and then, with the help of my magic, gathered cluckers and created pen houses for them. As for everything else, I just left it all to Terumi-san to deal with. Without money and magic, I would have been unable to open my shop. Maybe I had to thank God for this one, even though it was all due to my bear outfit, which he could have made a bit less embarrassing. Okay, with this, the name makes more sense, but what about the bear statues in front? I complained and pointed at the cartoonish bear statues. Just because the shop name had a bear in it didn't mean they had to go all in on the bear theme and even make the statues like I had done. With the name of Bear's Relaxation Restaurant, I thought it was obvious we also needed to add in the bears. What was with that logic? Was she stupid or something? Wouldn't the sign be more than enough? Did she really have to include the statues? And I must say, the bear-san statues came out nicely, didn't they? I had to admit, they were indeed nicely done. Someone with skill had clearly made them. The spoon and fork very well indicated that the store was a place to eat at, and other differences between the statues were also of nice touch. It was hard explaining what we wanted to the sculptor, though. He didn't really understand what I was asking for at first, and I was almost considering kidnapping him then dragging him to Crimonia almost. I'm amazed you even managed to explain something like this. I was pretty sure nobody in this world had ever made a cartoonish bear sculpture, so these were very well made considering the sculptor only got to follow Eleonora-san's instructions. Well, showing him the picture books did the trick in the end. You showed those to him. Just so that he could use them as reference. Also, I only showed him the bear-san on the front cover. It's so difficult to just explain what your bears look like to someone who's never seen them, you know. Was it really okay for someone of her age and status to use, you know? Yuna-chan, you look like you want to retort to that. I shook my head. In the end, it made sense for the sculptor to only make the statues after using something like my picture book as a reference. I looked closer at the bear statues again. Compared to the bear on the picture book's cover, they looked a bit different, but they did have all the important features down. Anyway, there's not much point just standing here, let's go inside, Yuna-chan. She invited me inside the shop as I inspected the bear statues. Personally, I just wanted to get away from here. Since a while ago, I felt people staring at us, probably because the statues matched the design of my bear suit. Well, both the exterior and interior designs are already complete, so feel free to enter. We walked past a sign indicating that the shop would open soon and entered. The building itself was quite spectacular already, but the inside truly gave off the atmosphere of a high-class restaurant. Except for a certain part, there was another bear statue inside, and it wasn't like the small bears I had sitting on the dining tables at my shop. There was another large bear statue sitting right in the middle of the restaurant. It had made quite the impact on me right when I entered. I looked around if there were any more, but luckily, it was just this one. It held both a fork and a spoon, which matched the ones outside quite well. Referencing your shop, we decided to put one inside as well. Yes, I had decorated my interior with some bear statues as well, but their size was completely different. As for why we just made one big statue, we've heard that because the bears at your store are small, some customers end up wanting to take them home with them, so it was a safer bet going with just one additional large one. The bear statues had become a true symbol of my shop, huh? How embarrassing. And to think that this had only happened because Mylene-san and the others said they wanted the shop to be more bear-like. By the way, Eleonora-san, why did you come here? Since we entered, I presumed she must have come around for work. I came for a final check of the shop. Well, mostly because Zlef invited me to taste test the dishes. Care to join me? Of course. The one most suitable for approving our food would be you, after all. As I had nothing against it when she put it that way, I followed Eleonora-san to the kitchen. If she was here for the final check, did that mean the shop would be opening soon? If so, it would be difficult for me to get rid of the bear statues. Then again, I didn't think anybody would agree with my suggestion to remove them, and I would also feel bad for the sculptor who put in all this hard work to make them. What a dilemma. The branch shop is about to open. Using rich people, it will slowly but surely get to the level of the main shop someday. Chapter 244, Bear-san does some taste testing. Eleonora-san led me to the kitchen at the back of the restaurant. Inside, Zlef-san and a few other chefs were busying themselves with cooking. Zlef, we're here. When Eleonora-san called out to him, everyone turned to look at us. Eleonora-dano, we've been waiting for you. Oh, Yuna-dano is with you as well. Yes, I just happened to run into her outside the restaurant. I would like Yuna-chan to help with the taste testing, would that be okay? While it had indeed been by chance that we ran into each other at the front of the restaurant, it wasn't really a coincidence that I was here. Well, I couldn't really tell them that I rushed here because I heard about a bear-themed shop in the capital from Sonia-san. Of course. If Yuna-dano, who invented the recipes, taste test our dishes, it would be of great help to us. Well, I'm not really a taste testing expert, but I will do my best. I wasn't like the expert taste testers on the TV or manga who could judge food professionally. I was just an ordinary 15-year-old girl with a basic taste and food knowledge. Simply saying it's good or bad will be more than enough. If something doesn't taste right to you, please let us know, so we can fix it. If that was all I had to do, it should be fine. Well then, let me introduce to you our chefs first. The three of them will be working at our restaurant and delivering your recipes to the people of the capital. Zlef-san gestured his apprentices forward, and the three of them immediately lined up beside him. Taking a good first look at them, I noticed that there were two guys and a girl, which surprised me. The guys looked like they were in their early 20s, but she appeared to be younger, most likely about 18 years old. Also, was it just me, or was the girl looking at me rather respectfully? Nah, it must be just my imagination. It would be arrogant of me to think that someone older than me would look up to me. These three have both high social status and good culinary skills, so I assure you they won't leak your recipes to anyone and guarantee that they will not disgrace your store's reputation in any way with bad behavior or cooking. Was it okay to have such an excellent staff run a restaurant like this? It was just a bear shop with cute bears standing outside of the entrance. Were the three of them really fine working at such a place? I wanted to ask them that but held it in. Everyone, please introduce yourselves to Yuna-dano. The two guys, as they introduced themselves, kept glancing at my outfit. Still, knowing that they had been chosen by Zlef-san to work here, their stares didn't feel uncomfortable like they did with others. They were most likely just using it as a reference for the restaurant, especially since from what Zlef-san had told me just earlier, they would take up the roles of the head chef and assistant head chefs in this restaurant. Once the solemn introductions of the two were complete, the girl rushed to me with sparkling eyes. My name is Shyla. I have the least skill of the three, but I am the most energetic. I really didn't think I would get to meet with Bear-san today. I am deeply moved to be able to meet you. She happily introduced herself while grabbing onto my bare hand. Wait, Bear-san. My name is Yuna. Nice to meet you, too. I emphasized my name to her. Bear-san, please take care of us, was the Bear-san on purpose? She was doing it on purpose, wasn't she? I even made sure to articulate my name, but she completely ignored it. Looking at her innocent smile, it didn't seem like she was doing it to spite me, but she wasn't trying to secretly ridicule me, was she? Come on, Shyla. Don't be rude towards Yuna-dano. Zlef-san said and lightly bonked Shyla in the head. I'm sorry, my dear uncle. Uncle. Did I hear that right? She called him my dear uncle, didn't she? Was there some kind of forbidden relationship between them? Or, was I being simply too influenced by manga and novels? Shyla is my niece. She's good at cooking, but her personality can be a bit troublesome. Zlef-san sighed as he explained. Oh, it turned out that was just her personality and he was her actual uncle. My dear uncle, you're being mean to me. I told you not to call me uncle here. How many times do I need to remind you of that? I'm sorry, head chef. Couldn't he tell her not to call me Bear-san too? Bear-san, I did my best to make this. Please try it. Can you please call me by my name instead of Bear-san? At this rate, she was bound to keep calling me Bear-san. I could excuse young children and elderly folk for calling me Bear-san and young bear lady, but being called that by someone close to my age really felt like I was being ridiculed. I'm sorry. We're used to calling you the cooking bear between us. Shyla seemed to realize only now and immediately bowed to apologize to me. Did that mean all the chefs here called me the cooking bear? I also called other people by nicknames sometimes, like Blondie for blonde-haired girls and Muscle Uncle for muscular guys, so I couldn't really judge them. Not that I was particularly fine with being called Bear-san myself, though. Well, that makes sense. His Majesty ordered the guards to let the bear into the castle as it wasn't dangerous. Yes, and when head chef also said not to be surprised if we meet a girl dressed as a bear, we just grew to call you that. Eleonora-san and Shyla helped explain as to how the nickname came to be so commonly used. So, not only was my nickname widely spread throughout at the castle, but Eleonora-san also finally explained why I was never stopped when I came to meet with Princess Flora. Normally, if a commoner, not to mention one wearing a bear suit, were to try and enter the castle, the guards would surely try to stop them and be suspicious of their motives. Instead, people simply bowed and stared at me when I came, letting me enter Princess Flora's room without even asking me my reason of visit. His Majesty didn't want to cause you trouble when you came, and this was the simplest way to explain it to people. Eleonora-san further explained. So that was why. Well, since that meant I could visit Princess Flora whenever I wanted, I couldn't complain too much. It would have been a pain if I were stopped every time. Giving a rational response to things like "Stop, you suspicious person," or "Why are you wearing such a suspicious outfit," would be almost impossible. Well then, Yuna-san, where did you learn all these recipes? Did you create them yourself? How could you possibly come up with all of these dishes? Also, why do you wear a bear costume? With the Bear-san issue out of the way, Shyla immediately began to bombard me with questions. With each one, she also excitedly took a step towards me, so I had to keep backing away or I feared she would trample me. Shyla. Zlef-san warned and gave her head another bonk. Head chef, that hurts. Then calm yourself and I won't need to do it. Only then did Shyla realize what she was doing and backed off. Yunadano, I apologize. She just can't stay still, this one. Yuri being mean, head chef. I've just been looking very forward to meeting Yuna-san. Looking very forward. Yuri always bringing food to the head chef, right? I'm jealous that only he gets to eat those dishes. She seemed to be implying that Zlef-san was being unfair. Every time I visited Princess Flora, I would pass a dish to Unju-san to give to him as an apology for ruining his meal preparations. I also sometimes asked him to try my new dishes, such as pudding, cake, and pizza. Not to mention all the different types of bread that Morin-san and I thought of. You've been making those same dishes, though. Yes, but head chef, you always say that the ones I make should taste better. Well, obviously. You had me eat those while you were still practicing. Well, I've really wanted to talk to Yuna-san, anyway. We're both girls, and since she can make such delicious food. Shyla again shuffled closer to me with sparkling eyes. This girl was so enthusiastic that it was almost scary. Yes, but you must calm yourself or you will scare her away. Zlef-san said and bonked her head for the third time. My head hurts. Yunadano, when you have time, please take some time off for Shyla. It shouldn't be too hard for you to chat as you're both girls. For a shut-in like myself to deal with someone so energetic it might be hard even though we were both girls. I would much rather talk to someone a little bit more reserved, but I couldn't really say something so selfish out loud, so I decided to just jump straight into the taste testing, and ignore the request for now. On the table, there were several freshly baked cakes and breads lined up neatly. They must have timed it with Eleonora-san's arrival, so that was why they had just been baked. Wasn't this a bit too much? On the other side of the room, I saw another table also neatly lined with cakes and bread. Did I have to try all of these? I was just a young girl, so I couldn't possibly eat all of it. Yuna-san, please taste this. Oblivious of my conflicted feelings, Shyla immediately served me a slice of cake. It was a simple strawberry shortcake. Even though I didn't know if I could finish them all, I humbly accepted it. Eleonora-san and I taste-tested cake after cake, and slowly, my belly began to bulge. I usually liked eating cake, but I could only eat so much of it. Eating food was only enjoyable when done with moderation. Cramming it all at once would bring all sorts of unpleasant rise. So, Yuna-san, what do you think of this cake? I thought of it myself. I tried a slice of the cake she offered me. This mixture of sweet and sour is quite good. Thank you very much. Yuna-dano, please try this as well. This too, please. They all presented their dishes to me. Perhaps I made a mistake in taking part in this taste testing. It was too late now to do anything about it, though, so I could only take my time putting each piece in my mouth, hoping I wouldn't burst. For each dish I stated this is my inexperienced opinion, but I think that Anne, without beating around the bush, presented them with my opinions, such as, this is delicious, the tastes don't match well, this is pretty good, it's too sweet, you skimped too much on the salt. The three of them busily jotted down everything I said, as if I really was some sort of food expert. My, Yuna-chan, you're so popular. Stop teasing me, Eleonora-san, and help me eat. I'm eating. Eleonora-san's plate was empty, so she wasn't lying. It was very strange, both of us were always served at the same time, yet whether it was a cake or a piece of bread, she finished each one before me without any trouble. She must be the same as Mylene-san. When they were eating something they liked, they could eat as much as they wanted, their stomachs were like bottomless wells. On the other hand, I was doing my best, just trying to persevere. In conclusion, most of the dishes were delicious. While they had indeed prepared each dish based on my recipes, they also carefully and expertly added their personal take to it. The whipped cream decoration on the cakes was very skillfully applied as well. We tried our best but couldn't draw the bear-san on it as well as we hoped we could. Yes, we apologize for that. If only we could see how your people in Crimonia do it. It sounded like it was such a cute cake, so we had to try it, but the result. I didn't understand what the three of them were talking about. Since when did the cakes from my shop have bear-san decorations on top? Yuna-san, could you please show us how it's done? What exactly are you talking about? Eleonora-sama and head chef both told us how your store uses whipped cream to draw bear-san on cakes. They also said those were very popular amongst the customers. Yes, I saw some children ordering it, and they looked really happy when they ate it. I really didn't know anything about such a cake. Was this Elena-san's doing? Where had she learned of it, though? It was very much like those ketchup drawings on omiris that could be found at maid cafes in my world, but I didn't recall ever telling her about it. Actually, I did remember drawing one before. While we had been making Misa's birthday cake, I was fooling around and drew a bear-san on the cake, which Fina then took home to give to Shuri. Shuri couldn't have gone to Misa's birthday party, so I drew it for her, hoping that it would make her happy. Somehow, Elena-san must have heard about it and taught herself how to draw bear-san on cakes. Well, it wasn't like I had intended to keep it a secret, so I didn't really have too much of a problem with it. We also thought we could make children happy if we could serve something like that to them, so we tried our best, but the result is nowhere near what we wanted. I have no artistic talent myself, so I can't really teach them that. Zlef-san answered, slightly embarrassed. I looked over at Eleonora-san. If I could draw, I wouldn't have had to show the craftsman your picture book to have him make the sculptures. This restaurant had already unexpectedly committed to the bear-san theme, and now they even asked to draw the bears on cakes for them. It almost made me want to strangle myself. On the other hand, Shyla was looking at me with such innocent, pleading eyes that it hurt my heart. If I showed them how to do it, it would feel like I was digging my grave, but if I didn't, I would be disappointing. Everyone who worked so hard for this shop. Does it really have to be a bear? Yuna-chan, are you planning to keep it as a special service for the children of Crimonia? Not because of that, but... Just what had I gotten myself into? Well, it was all my fault, but still. Yuna-san, please teach us. Shyla said while bowing deeply. She kept her head down while I was trying to find a way out, but the other chefs didn't offer me the chance and also bowed. Staying silent at this point was making me look like a huge bad guy. Please do it for the children. All right. I sighed and began drawing a cute bear with whipped cream. Yuna-san, you're really good at this. I see, that's how you do it. I must note this down. Shyla quickly took notes while I was drawing while the other chefs just watched me intently. It was just a drawing of a bear, they didn't have to be so focused on the lines I drew. Thank you very much. I will go practice right away. Shyla said and started copying the bear I drew, prompting the other two to do the same. Did I end up making the wrong choice in the end? Volume 3 pre-orders have already been opened at many different places. For some reason, on Amazon's site, the web version has the front cover, but the hard copy doesn't. I'm not sure why. Anyway, for this volume, I added 4 bonus short stories for the hard copy. I'm still deciding which stories to give the bonus to, so this is more of a notice how it's been going rather than a full release notice. Please do wait patiently for that one. Chapter 245, Bear-san gets her picture book examined. We finished off the taste testing session with some pudding. It was very delicious and made more or less perfectly, so I had no problems with it at all. The fruit toppings also made it look quite luxurious. Ice cream would do well as a pudding topping too. Yunadano, thank you for your help today. I honestly didn't know how much my critiques would help them. All I had done was give them my unprofessional opinion, after all. Also, since quite a few of their cakes were creative and surprising, I had obtained many recipe ideas which I could share them with Elena-san to improve the cake menu at my shop. Not to mention all the breads I hadn't managed to eat, I could bring those to Morin-san to try out. No problem, anytime. Everything was very delicious. Thank you. We are really happy to hear that. The 3 chefs looked delighted at my final verdict. I wasn't really some master chef, so they shouldn't be that excited, though. Looking around, I noticed that there was a lot of leftover food as they had baked entire cakes but just the 2 of us ate them. I proceeded to ask them what they planned to do with the cakes, and they explained they were going to bring them to the castle and distribute it to the soldiers and maids. I wish they had told me that from the beginning. I wouldn't have tried so hard eating everything. I lightly rubbed my belly, deeply regretting my actions. Due to my full body suit, I wasn't sure if my stomach was bulging, but it should be fine as long as it wasn't seen by others. Thinking about new recipe ideas I had obtained while rubbing my stomach, chawanmushi suddenly jumped into my mind. Oh, that's right. Zlef-san, this is a newly made dish of mine. I said and took out some chawanmushi from my bear box. Zlef-san's face brightened while suddenly whole room turned to me with darker expressions. Yuna-chan, wouldn't you also have some for me, perchance? Eleonora-san said something terrifying. I couldn't believe that she still wanted to eat even after eating all that food. You can still eat more? I asked her, thinking she might just be joking. Of course. I must try this new dish of yours, after all. She sounded serious enough. Okay, but don't blame me. If you get fat. I couldn't really do anything about it, so I brought out one more serving of chawanmushi. Noticing Shyla and the other 2 chefs kept looking at me, I realized they must want some as well. Would you like some too? We can. If you don't mind giving us such a treat, then please. I took out a serving for each of them. This looks quite similar to pudding, but it's warm. The dish uses eggs as well, so that's why it looks similar. Everybody quickly grabbed a spoon and began tasting the chawanmushi. Most of ingredients were easy to obtain, but the matsutake weren't as popular as in my world. They were much harder to come by. If I ended up teaching this recipe to others, it would be easier to have it without matsutake included. It's soft like pudding at the same time, also completely different. Yuna-san, this is delicious. They all appeared to enjoy it. There are quite a few ingredients inside. This doesn't appear to be a dessert dish, though. Well, that was left to individuals to decide. For me personally, it made me want to eat it together with rice. Zlef-san, here's the recipe. I handed Zlef-san a piece of paper with the recipe for chawanmushi noted down. I do say this every time, but are you really sure I can take it? Of course. Just make sure you make this for Floraheim. Okay, but I think you should give it directly to Floraheim first. If I gave it to her first, she'd think I thought of this recipe myself. Only after I nodded did he take the recipe from my hands. Yuna-chan, aren't you being too kind to children? You're like that to Fina-chan and my daughter too. You really think so? Eleonora-san immediately nodded. I didn't have the intention of spoiling them. They were good kids, so there was nothing wrong with being kind to them. If they were selfish, I wouldn't treat them as kindly. I would most likely just ignore and avoid them. Well, Fina and Noah are both good children. Not to mention the children at the orphanage and Floraheim as well. I wouldn't do the same if they were selfish and unbehaved, though. Fufu, I'm happy to hear you praise my daughter as such. She said with a big smile, clearly pleased with my comment. Right next to me, Shyla looked over at Zlef-san holding onto the new recipe. Head Chef Zlef. She said loudly while raising her hand vigorously. Can you please teach me that recipe as well? Obviously, I can't. No way. Shyla fell to her knees after Zlef-san shot her request down instantly. Her depressed reaction was completely exaggerated. Dear uncle, you're so unfair. She lifted her face, glancing at Zlef-san as she said that. Call me head chef. Zlef-san corrected her again. Wouldn't uncle be fine too? Was keeping a hierarchical relationship that important even with relatives? Shyla got up and looked at me, her eyes pleading me to teach her. I'm only telling him the recipe so that he can make it for Floraheim. I will also make it for Floraheim. There's no way I can leave the cooking for the royal family to you. Shyla's strong reply was immediately shot down by Zlef-san, making her depressed. The other two chefs, who listened in on the conversation, also wore disappointed expressions. Zlef-san, on the other hand, simply kept reading the recipe while ignoring the three of them. So, this dish really uses eggs, huh? Lately, a lot of the recipes I had been bringing him used eggs. By the way, are you doing okay on the egg front? He required eggs for so many recipes, so I worried he was running low. We have a place that we can get eggs from in the neighboring village, so we just had to increase the amount. It was a bit difficult to do so at the beginning, but that was taken care of. I'm surprised they agreed. I let them try some pudding and they quickly changed their minds. Did he just say he used pudding as a negotiation tool? I must have heard it wrong, right? Zlef-san smiled when he saw my bewilderment. Yes. They had told me that if I produced a delicious enough dish using eggs, then they might consider putting aside more eggs for us. With that, I just knew I had to make a large amount of pudding. We just needed to satisfy all of the villagers to win, after all. Feed all the villagers pudding didn't sound like a normal negotiation technique to me. Usually, negotiations were done through adjusting the price, amount, and length of the contract, weren't they? Could this even be considered negotiating? Like, they could have tried convincing the villagers by saying that all those eggs would be used and that none of them were going to waste or something, not feeding them pudding. Well, I also persuaded Morin-san through pudding and pizza. The power of pudding had become truly terrifying. I noticed that everybody already finished tasting the chawanmushi, so I figured it was about time to leave. Yuna-san, please visit our shop anytime, we'll gladly serve you anything. Shyla-san said, and the other two chefs nodded in agreement. Okay, please take care of me when I come. Yes, we will do our best. Eleonora-san and I finally left the shop after that. Once outside, we were once again met by the giant bears standing guard by the entrance. I had completely forgotten about these. In the end, I couldn't convince them to get rid of them. Moreover, I even taught them how to draw bears on the cakes. A true bear shop was going to open up in the capital at this rate. Shyla had told me I could come anytime, but it would be difficult to approach this place while wearing my bear suit. So what exactly did you come to the capital for, Yuna-chan? Did you come to visit Floraheim? I couldn't tell her that I had rushed here because of the bear restaurant. Not to mention the fact that I had found out about it through Sonya-san's bird and then immediately teleported here by using the bear gate. There was no way I could possibly explain that to her. Oh yeah, that's right. I drew a new picture book, so I was on my way to bring it to Floraheim. A new picture book, you say? Floraheim will be so happy. Well, I wasn't really lying. I did plan to give Floraheim the picture book. I just hadn't planned to do it today. As we chatted, we slowly made our way towards the castle. So, what should I do with this picture book? What do you mean? Aren't you going to give it to Florheim? Don't you want to duplicate it? You probably won't be able to do that if I give it to Florheim first. You thought that far ahead? Don't worry about it. She'll let me borrow it if I ask her. You should definitely give it to her first, I think she would be happier that way. Just like that, it was decided that Florheim would get the book first, and only then would Eleonora-san duplicate it. Still, I do want to read it. Can you show it to me now? Eleonora-san's changed direction and we headed to her mansion so that she could peruse it first. Tsururina-san came over to greet us the moment when we entered. I had last met her when I was dealing with the golem case, but so many things had happened since then. It truly felt like it had been a while since I last saw her. Yuna-sama, welcome. Sorry for coming unannounced, Tsururina-san. Can you prepare some tea for us, Tsururina? Yes, I will bring it to you immediately. Once we entered Eleonora-san's study, I took out the third volume of the picture book and passed it to her. The artwork is cute as always. She commented and began flipping through the book. Soon, Tsururina-san brought us the tea. We thanked her and both took a sip. This girl is Shuri-chan, isn't she? Eleonora-san pointed at the girl in the picture book. Uve met Shuri. Yes, she was with Fina-chan when I visited Cremonia. She's very cute. Please do come visit me if you bring her to the capital next time. I'm sure. I didn't have any plans on coming to the capital again in the near future, so when the occasion came by, I noted in my mind that I should bring them along. Eleonora-san continued flipping through the pages. They re-parting from Bear-san. Flip. Flip. Bear-san saved them from monsters. Bear-san is like a hero. Oh, and swaying bear and hugging bear appeared. Aw, this is really cute. Oh my, they became small so that they can now live together. I want small bears just like them too. She then reached the last page but said nothing. It's great. I do have a question though. What happened to the other people who were riding on the carriage? Fina had asked me the same question. Would that part really bring up questions for the majority of readers? I didn't explicitly state it, so feel free to interpret it as you will. Interpret it on my own, huh? You're touching upon some heavy questions, Yuna-chan. People interpret things differently. The people either got killed after abandoning the girl's family or they successfully escaped. People can either think it was fine for them to escape because they were in danger as well, or think that they deserved to die since they ran away and abandoned the girl's family. Do you think I should change it? No, I think it's fine the way it is. We'll have to think of an answer if Florheim asks about it, though. What do you think we should tell her? She said and returned the book to me. As I said, it was up to how the reader interpret it, so I couldn't give her an answer. If they were raised to be brave and helpful, they would most likely think that the other passengers should have stayed behind to help the girl's family. As for someone who was raised to make quick decisions to help themselves, like merchants for instance, they would probably think that them escaping was the right thing to do. They might tell their kids that it was due to indecision of the girl's family that they were unable to escape in time. What would the royalty teach their kids in such a case? They should first secure their own safety as they were royalty, right? On the other hand, how could they just abandon their countrymen? Royal education sure must be difficult. As we chatted about the contents of the picture book, suddenly there was some noise in the hallway and the door swung open. Looking in the culprit, it was Shia, in her school uniform. Mother, is it true that Yuna-san is here? It's true, so calm down. It's been a while, Shia. She rushed up to me happily. Not long afterwards, Katlia, Marcus, and Timur all also joined us in their uniform. The way Tsururina-san calls Yuna has changed. I've matched it with the published version, which is Yuna-sama. Please don't let this change bother you too much. It's been a while since I included the group of 4 from the school arc. I forget about some people if I don't write about them in a while, so please forgive me. LOL. Chapter 246, Bear-san learns about the school festival. Everybody was wearing their uniform had they just come back from school. Yuna-san, why are you here in the capital? Did you come because of work? Not really. What about you, guys? What are you up to? Had they come here to do homework or something? I had always kept to myself, so I had never participated in a study session. Before. Well, I hadn't needed to study to begin with, so I wasn't making excuses. It was just that I had always been able to do everything by myself without a problem and hadn't needed any help. We came to discuss our school festival project. School festival project. It seemed they weren't here just to hold a study session, after all. Yes, the students of the academy have to prepare a program for the school festival. We'll all be participating, but we can't seem to decide on what to do. Shia explained. It looked like even the schools in this world held events like school festivals. By the time I had entered junior high school, I had already become a shut-in, so my only knowledge of school festivals was limited to what I had seen on TV or read in manga. Maybe the festivals were similar in both worlds. I grew a bit curious at the prospect of joining one. Here. A school festival sounds interesting. If you like, you can come and see us. Really? In general, only those who live in the capital can come, but we are also allowed to invite acquaintances from elsewhere, so there's no problem. Well, I did want to take a look, but would it be a good idea to go to a crowded place with my bear suit? Wouldn't people mistake me for a mascot, then, or, at least look at me weird? Anyways, did you guys at least come up with an idea for what you want to do? Eleonora-san, who had been listening this whole time, chimed in. Yes, but our ideas are all over the place, so we can't pick point one. Shia said, taking a glance at her schoolmates behind her. Anyway, we ended up deciding to discuss it further. Here. At least you should have a lot of ideas. Then what are they? Eleonora-san asked and looked at everybody. Expectantly. Marcus answered. First. I suggested that we hold a sword. Competition. A magic competition might be nice. 2. Katlia added her idea. While sword and magic competition sounded typical for a fantasy world, wasn't that a bit dangerous for a school festival? I want to make something we can sell. Timur added. In. And you, Shia? I'm fine with doing a competition, but as we already spar during our regular lessons, I hoped we could do something that can only be done for the school festival. That's exactly why we should do a competition. It'll stand out, and we don't have to prepare anything easy. True, but it will be almost the same as what we do in our classes. Yes, but people outside of the school don't get to see it, do they? Did Marcus really want to show off that badly? If he wanted to stand out that much, I had a great piece of advice for him: just put on a bear outfit. How about we really open a stand and sell something? What would be sell, though? Food, maybe. Other classes are already doing food carts, though. Yes, I've also overheard them bragging about how they have already gathered a lot of delicious ingredients to use. Marcus and Katlia pointed out the problems with Timur's suggestion. So, Marcus and Katlia want to hold a competition, and Timur wants a stall. What about you, Shia? What would you prefer? After listening to the explanation of other three's suggestion, Eleonora-san asked Shia again. If I had to pick between them, then the stall, I guess. How about you two, Katlia and Marcus? Would you be okay with a stall? I want to stand out, so we shouldn't pick something too normal. I'm also okay with the stall idea as long as we make it interesting. I most certainly want to avoid selling the same thing as other people. Basically, Marcus was fine with a stand as long as it stood out from the rest, while Katlia wanted to sell unique things. In that case, they just needed something unique that would also stand out. Shia, Timur, what do you think about the competition idea? I don't mind, but it depends on how we gather the contestants. Usually, those who want to participate are all strong people. If we're not doing a stand, then we have no other choice but to go with a competition. In other words, you're all okay with each other's idea to some extent. For some reason, Eleonora-san started to take lead of their planning even though she was an unrelated party. Did she have an occupational disease? Eleonora-san was the type of person to throw herself into managing all things she found interesting immediately, but on the other hand refused to do all troublesome work. In that case, let's think over the stall option. First, you can compete with other people anytime, but you don't get many chances to run a stand, after all. True, but even though Timur suggested it, he didn't have any good ideas for what we should sell. That's why all of us should try to brainstorm something together. Yes, if we keep acting like this, we'll never decide we have to submit our program soon, so we don't have much time left. Shia looked troubled. Shia, you should suggest something too. That's right, we don't mind doing a stand, but we need to decide what to sell if that's the case. A school festival. How I had never participated in one, but I did have some similar experiences like opening stores, performing in plays, and even making music. Still, as expected of a fantasy world, people here did do interesting projects involving swords and magic. There were most likely quite a few school festival programs that could only be found in this world. Yuna-san, do you have any good ideas, perchance? Me. Suddenly, they involved me into their discussion. Yuna-san, you're running a shop in Crimonia, right? Do you have something that's rare and will be popular if served at a school festival? Shia, you shouldn't ask Yuna-chan for something like that. Eleonora-san scolded Shia. Something rare that would be popular, it should also be easy to make, right? Making pudding was too time-consuming, and they could have issues with procuring enough eggs, so I immediately removed it from the list. They would need a stone oven if they wanted to make pizza, so if they had to run the stand indoors, they wouldn't be able to use .1. What else could I offer them? Yuna-chan, you don't have to think about it seriously, this is their problem. Eleonora-san's warning made everybody stare at the floor. Well, this was starting to get quite interesting for me, so I decided to ponder for a bit longer. It shouldn't be something completely standard. For example, it could even be things that were done for other festivals, like goldfish ladling, ring toss, or target shooting. If they ran a food stall, they could serve things like yakisoba, shaved ice, candied apple, grilled squid, grilled corn, and Frankfurt sausages. Oh, I had completely forgotten all about those. Anyway, there were plenty of foods that were easy to make. If I recall, I had even made some for Fina and Shuri. Before those two hadn't recognized the dishes, so maybe there weren't any regular festivals in this world. Well, they had grown up in poor conditions, so that could be why they had never heard about them. Fortunately, Fina's family no longer had to worry about food ever since we had met. I might have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? You do. Please tell us. Shia sounded very happy when I told her I might have something for them. Well, I don't know if anybody here has heard about this before. It's very possible that all of you know already what it is. What is it? There is a type of candy made from granulated sugar. Its texture is like cotton. Does this country have anything similar? Candy that's like cotton? I've never heard of anything like that. How about you, guys? Shia's school friends shook their heads, so we all turned to Eleonora-san. I've never heard of something like that, either. Eleonora-san didn't know what I was talking about, either, but I shouldn't completely rely on the people. Here there were two daughters of nobility, the son of a knight, and the son of an important financial figure. It was possible they never heard of it because it wasn't considered a high-class candy. I should ask someone with a normal background just in case. Just as I was thinking of who to ask, Sururina-san came into the room with some tea. Sorry for intruding, I've brought some tea. Thank you, Sururina. Sururina placed the tea on the table and started to leave. Please call me if you need anything else. Maids should be considered commoners, right? I could trust that her answer would more accurately reflect that of the common folks. Sururina-san, if you don't mind, I have a question for you. Just as Sururina-san was about reach the door, I stopped her. A question for me. I will try my best to answer it. Do you know of a candy made from granulated sugar that has texture like cotton? Candy that is like cotton. Sururina-san tilted her head as she thought about it. So, nobody knew of cotton candy in this world, then? I'm sorry, but I'm not quite sure if I've heard of something like that before. Then maybe this idea will work. Sururina-san, I would like your opinion on this as well, so could you please join us? Madam, may I? Sururina-san looked at Eleonora-san. I see no problem with it. Having received Eleonora-san's permission, I took out a certain device from the bare box. Yuna-san, what is this? This is called a cotton candy machine. It can make candy that looks like cotton. I had worked pretty hard to make this thing. One day, I had come across a shop that sold granulated sugar and realized I could make cotton candy. I had immediately tried to make the machine, but my first try was a disaster. Only after many adjustments and hours of hard work, I had managed to make a functional cotton candy machine. In the end, I had used it only once. Even though I had gone through all that trouble of making it, anybody would get tired of eating cotton candy very quickly, after all. It was something to be eaten once in a while and most definitely not every day. That was why I had left it to collect dust at the bottom of my bare box till now. Following the machine, I also took out some granulated sugar I had bought at the shop and poured it into the circular mound in the middle of the machine. That's just normal granulated sugar, right? Yes, you can buy these at both in Crimonia and the Capital. I had first discovered that this sugar was sold at the Capital, but later got Fina to tell me where I could get it at Crimonia as well. Quite a few people like to buy it to make sweets, it seemed. And we can make this cotton candy with this. Yeah. I placed a fire magic stone into the machine and the center began to heat up quickly. I began to spin the sugar, and on the side of the center circular mound, white cotton-like threads began to pop up. San, something weird is appearing. That's cotton candy. More and more threads started to gather. Oops. This wasn't the time to stare. I completely forgot to prepare the wooden sticks. No, not disposable chopsticks, but proper wooden sticks. I quickly took out a couple from the bare box and started to move one in a circular motion around the inside of the circular mound of the machine, causing the threads to immediately start coiling around it. I was a bit clumsy at first but slowly got used to it. The cotton candy grew bigger and bigger as I continued swirling the stick to coil more threads onto it. San, this is amazing. Wow, it's getting bigger. Once the cotton candy seemed big enough, I stopped the machine from spinning. The first cotton candy was complete. It looked just like the ones that could be bought at a food carts. The shape looked a bit off, but that couldn't really be helped as I didn't have much experience in making them yet. Here, it's done. Everybody looked at me and the cotton candy in awe as I offered it to them. Is anything wrong? No, It is just really strange, that's all. San, is this magic? No, it's candy made of sugar. I said and held out the cotton candy closer to Shia. It really looks like cotton. Yeah, it does. Everybody continued staring at it. San, how do you eat this? Oh. Right, noble ladies shouldn't gnaw on things, should they? You pinch off bite-sized pieces with your hand and eat it. With your hand. Oh, could it be that nobles shouldn't eat things using their hands? No, there's no such custom, but. Shia looked at the cotton candy again, then pinched some off with her fingers and ate it. It's sweet. Well, it is sugar. What did you expect? I didn't use any other ingredients, so of course it tasted like sugar. Shia, let me try some as well. Shia passed the cotton candy to Eleonora-san, who pinched a bit off to try it. Wow, this is really sweet. Shia, can you let me try some as well? I would also like some. Me also. Katlia, Marcus, and Timur's curiosity were piqued. Shia held the cotton candy out in front of them, and they all pulled off a piece. It melts in your mouth instantly. It's so weird. It is, but it's so good. It seemed all 5 of them were really trying it for the first time. Sururina-san, this is the candy I was talking about. Have you seen it before? Shia passed the cotton candy to Sururina-san, who also pinched off a piece and put it in her mouth. No, I've never heard of or tasted candy like this before. Shouldn't this be a good thing for you to sell at the school festival? Then do you think it will sell well? The students looked at each other, then looked back at me. It will stand out like how Marcus wants it, and it's unusual, which is what Katlia wants also. It can be sold at a stall like Timur wants. I put everyone into consideration. San, we're very thankful for your idea, but are you sure it's okay to let you use your recipe like that? Yes, would it really be okay if we promoted it? I am certain it will sell, but. Shia and Timur were worried if it was okay for them to sell this unknown candy. It wasn't that amazing, and it also wasn't something to be eaten every day. It was best to only eat it during festivals. Just recalling eating cotton candy at festivals when I had been in elementary school brought a smile to my face. Yuna-chan, wouldn't it be better for you to serve this at your shop? This candy is meant for festivals, so I have no intention of selling it. There. Meant for festivals, really? Well, if it bothers you that much, just promise me to keep the method of production a secret. Once I said that, Eleonora-san looked at the students. Can all of you keep quiet about how it's made? If you can't promise us that, I won't give you permission to make it. Eleonora-san. Why would a school event being ran by the students need Eleonora-san's permission? Not to mention this was just cotton candy we're talking about here. I want to try this, so I promise I won't tell anybody. I promise as well. I'll bring the secret to my grave. I won't tell anybody either. Everybody agreed to Eleonora-san's demand. Alright then Yuna-chan, I'm sorry, but can you please teach them how to make it? Just like that, it was decided that they would sell cotton candy for the school festival, and we immediately began practicing. Still, why was Eleonora-san managing everything here? I apologize for the delay. We've just released the information regarding the publication of Volume 3. I appreciate all your support. Also, the school festival arc officially begins. Chapter 247, Bear-san accepts Shia's Rex. I finished writing early. I wrote over 10 million characters at this point. Since the students had decided to make cotton candy at the festival, they just had to practice it. Once I felt they got the hang of it, it was time for me to head off. I still had to give the picture book to Princess Flora, after all. Alright everyone, make sure you practice every day until the festival. Yuna-san, please, wait. Just as I was about to walk through the door, Shia pulled on my arm and stopped me. What is it? If I were to request you as an escort, through the Adventurers Guild of course, how much would that cost? An escort? Wasn't the price something the client had to decide, or could a request really be done like this? If I remembered correctly, escort jobs had a minimum fee set by the Adventurers Guild, and the price could increase from there depending on the job and the escort. If the client wanted someone of a higher rank, they would have to increase the compensation accordingly. Shia, is there somewhere you want to go? No, that's not it. If you're planning on coming to the school festival, I want you to bring Noah with you. She will probably be enrolled in the academy once she is old enough, and she also mentioned to me last year that she wanted to go see it but wasn't allowed to go on her own. As you come to the capital quite often, I hoped you could bring her with you. True, I did come to the capital quite frequently, it was almost like just taking a walk to me. That was all thanks to the bear gate, though. Also, you have your bears too, so I can relax if I know that you'll be with her. Basically, she wanted me to bring Noah to the capital and stay by her side for the duration of the festival. Since Shia didn't know about my bear gate, she probably assumed that I came to the capital via swaying bear and hugging bear. I couldn't blame her for having that assumption, as it was indeed most logical without knowledge of the bear gate. In any case, I have a bit of money saved up, so I was wondering if you would be willing. What a good girl she was. With such a motive, there was no way I would demand any compensation. I was against the idea of taking money from Shia in the first place. Not to mention, I didn't know what the rate for bodyguards were and couldn't remember how much I was paid the last time I had escorted them, either. In that case, I'll pay for it in full, no matter the price. Mother. Eleonora-san approved of Shia's request but decided to bear the costs on her own. Well, I would feel much less guilty taking money from Eleonora-san than from Shia. Yuna-chan, if you are coming to the school festival, can you please bring Noah with you? I will pay for all the escort fees. Oh, and could you also bring Fina-chan and Shuri-chan as well? Fina and Shuri, too. When I came to visit your shop the other day, Fina-chan provided us with very good hospitality, so I want to repay her. However, if you only brought her, then I'd feel bad for Shuri-chan since she'd be left behind. I would like to thank them both by inviting them to stay at our home for the duration of the festival. Shuri would indeed stay at home by herself if I only brought Fina, but she wouldn't complain too much. She would most likely only say that it was unfair that only Fina got to do things but would otherwise obediently wait at home. However, would those two sisters accept Eleonora-san's invitation? I think Shuri would be happy just knowing she could go to the capital, but Fina, well, Fina had grown up now, so she should be okay with staying at a noble's home. Still, taking care of all three of them might be too much. Eleonora-san pondered. If I used the bear gate, there would be no problem, but of course, I couldn't tell her that. Besides, since I would be bringing Noah and Shuri as well, I couldn't use the bear gate unless I told them about it first. While I didn't think those two would purposely reveal my secrets, I still believed that less people knew about it the better. It was possible that one of them would accidentally leak it out, after all. Noah especially seemed the type who might sleep talk and say something like, "Unisan, your bear-san gate is amazing, mumble mumble dot." Well, at least. If it was sleep talking, I could claim she was just saying random stuff. Will you be able to do it? With how big swaying bear and hugging bear are, two people can easily ride on one of them at a time, so there's no problem with that. We'll also be able to run away if monsters or bandits attack us with how quick my bears are dot. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if my bears could even outrun a dragon. Well, as much as I wanted to see a dragon at least once in my life, I didn't think I would be meeting one anytime soon, especially on the way between Crimonia and the capital. Also, with how strong you and your bears are, we can be much more at ease than if we put them in care of a regular adventurer dot. Based on how the conversation was going, it seemed to be more or less decided that I was bringing them along. Still, the problem wasn't really taking them with me, it was picking the means of travel. So, can I ask you to take care of the three of them? I don't mind, but what if Cliff refuses to let Noah go? Should I just bring Fina and Shuri, then? I don't mind if you only brought Fina-chan and Shuri-chan along, as I still want to thank the two. I don't think Cliff will refuse, while knowing that you will be escorting them dot. Still, on the off chance Noah couldn't receive Cliff's permission, she would have to give up on going. Fina and Shuri would most likely be allowed to come. Terumi-san had said that she trusted me with taking care of them, so it should more or less just depend on what the girls themselves wanted. Well, Cliff might still find a reason to not let her go. Yuna-chan, I'm going to write him a letter, so can you wait here for a bit? Eleonora-san said and rushed out of the room before I could even reply. Now that I had officially accepted the request, I really had to consider how I should bring them here. At least I had only two real options to pick from. Thank you, Yuna-san. I think Noah will be very happy dot. I will bring her as long as Cliff gives his permission dot. Noah and Shia were both nobles, but they were completely different from the idiot son of that idiotic noble family I had an encounter with at Misa's birthday party. I felt bad comparing the girls to him, but it was hard to believe that someone like him was of the same status as them. If I remembered correctly, he had been taken in by some relatives at the capital, so maybe they would be able to change him. I hoped I could also invite Misa to the festival, but that would most likely be hard to accomplish. Yuna-chan, what kind of girl is Fina-chan's sister? She's a good girl and looks just like Fina. They get along with each other, much like you and Noah dot. Hoo-hoo, now I'm looking forward to the festival even more. I will get to see Noah and Fina-chan, and also meet Fina-chan's little sister dot. She hadn't seen Noah since the king's birthday party, right? As for Fina, the last time they had seen each other was probably the golem incident. We have to practice making the cotton candies perfectly, so we won't embarrass ourselves after inviting them dot. Shia's classmates were all taking turns practicing their cotton candy making skills. They should be able to get the hang of it in no time. Ugh, this is just too sweet. I can't eat it anymore dot. Same dot. Marcus and Timur were eating all the cotton candy they made while practicing, and it seemed like they had finally reached their limit. Well, cotton candy really wasn't something to be eaten in bulk. It was practically no different than simply pouring sugar into their mouths. The taste of pure sugar would become too much very quickly, unlike some other more balanced desserts. Come on, you two have to keep eating, or we won't be able to know if we are improving dot. Katlia said and handed Marcus the cotton candy she had just made. You can eat it too, you know dot. No, I can't. I'll get fat if I do dot. Why, you? Even though most girls loved sweets, there was still a limit to how much they could eat, especially as they tended to worry about their weight. I ate way too much cake and bread during the taste testing earlier, so I understood how Katlia felt. The boys would just have to work harder and eat her share as well. You should eat something else to get rid of the sweet taste in your mouths dot. I said and took out some potato chips from the bear box. Since it was salty, it should work well for countering the sweetness. Marcus said and immediately put one into his mouth. After crunching for a short while, he froze and turned to me. Wouldn't this be good to sell as well? That wasn't a bad suggestion. I would have never thought of selling potato chips at an event like school or street festivals, as I came from a world where chips were easy to come by. Yes, this is really good. It should work. If we sell the two as a set, wouldn't it be really popular? Both Timur and Katlia agreed after they ate some chips as well. But are there any places that sell potatoes around? There are. Surarina-san answered the question in my stead. Potatoes are very cheap, so usually only poor folks eat them. Was I the only one who didn't know that? I assent that. Perfect, then. Still, I think it is better if you don't sell it. Why, not? It's tasty. Marcus asked Surarina-san while he grabbed more chips. Thanks to Unisama, we know why symptoms like stomach pain happen when we eat potatoes but others don't. If the customer's stomachs start to hurt and they had eaten our chips, they would put the two together and blame us. I guess that makes sense. I was very surprised when I heard Unisan say these are made from potatoes. That's why I think it's better if you don't serve it at the festival. It is better to avoid such trouble. Chips was already well accepted in Crimonia, so I didn't consider such a problem could arise here. It made sense though, as many people still believed that eating potatoes might randomly cause stomach pain, and didn't know the solution of removing the eyes. Yeah, I think you are right. I would love to make them, but if we were to receive such complaints. Also, Unisan already taught us how to make cotton candy, so that should be enough. With only the four of us, making both would be difficult anyway. The four of them gave up on selling the potato chips with that, and soon after Eleonora-san returned with a letter in hand. Oh my, what's wrong? Did something happen? Eleonora-san asked after noticing the students' expressions. I proceeded to explain the potato chip idea to her. I see. Yes, it's just as Suririna said. You should probably avoid selling potato chips. It might invite more trouble than you think. The four of them had already accepted that fact, so they didn't argue back. Anyway, Unichan, please give this to Cliff for me. Eleonora-san said and handed me the letter, which I immediately placed into the bear box for safekeeping. Now that there really was no reason for me to stay any longer, I confirmed with them when the festival would be held and took my leave. I still needed to visit Princess Flora, after all. Before going, I decided to leave a bunch of potato chips for Marcus and Timur. Thank you for all your help today, Unisan. Shia thanked me, and the other three followed suit. I'm looking forward to the festival. Do your best, okay? I left the mansion and headed straight to the castle. Didn't Eleonora-san need to go back to the castle as well? I was sure someone would mention potato chips or fries in the comment section, but it turns out I was wrong. As I expected, nobody else would. Think of selling potato chips at a school/street festival. Anyway, I finished all the bonuses that come with the Volume 3 publication. The version from Tobu Books comes with an illustrated postcard, so look forward to that and please check the update notifications for more information. Chapter 248, Bear-san is troubled by Princess Flora's question. Here, a release 3 days ahead of time. Enjoy. On my way to the castle, I thought about what to do about the request. Bringing Noah and Shuri to the capital. If we rode on Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, getting here should be no problem. With the four of us, 2 people could ride on each bear, and the journey shouldn't take too long. Still, maybe it would be okay to reveal the bear gate to those 2. If I did, traveling would become much easier, and we could spend the extra time doing other things. I had to consider this carefully, though, as it was an important tool I had to keep a secret. I continued to ponder which to choose all the way to the castle gate. As usual, the soldier at the gate noticed me before I even came close. Well, my outfit could most likely be seen from a mile away, so that wasn't anything special. Just I was about to greet the soldier myself. Oh, if it isn't Eleonora-sama. He called out and saluted at someone behind me. Good work. Came a response. Turning around, I saw Eleonora-san standing right there with a big smile on her face. Eleonora-san. How long have you been there? Hoo-hoo, Yuna-chan. I've been walking behind you this entire time, but you never noticed. It was quite funny. It's rude to stalk someone like that, you know. Even thinking back, I really never noticed anybody following me. Your backside is so cute, though. Especially with how your small tail sways around as you walk. Please don't look at people's butts. I rebutted and covered the tail on my outfit. Admittedly, I also liked looking at swaying bear and hugging bear's tail sway, but only now did I realize how embarrassing it was having someone stare at my own butt. It's cute, though. She said disappointedly as my tail disappeared from her sight. Anyway, why did you follow me without saying anything? At first, I was going to catch up to you and call you, but then I noticed your tail and ended up staring at it all the way until we reached the castle. This person. So, are you here for work, Eleonora-san? Yes, more or less. My job isn't only to take care of your shop, after all. Yuri still doing your other work properly, right? Yuna-chan, don't be so mean. I always do all my work properly. Always sounded a bit suspicious to me, but it did make sense for her to be here for other work. Still, whenever I saw Eleonora-san, she always appeared to be slacking off. Let's not just stand here and chat. Shall we go to Princess Flora's room? Didn't she come to the castle to work? I really wanted to say that but couldn't bring myself to. I was too tired of her shenanigans, so I ignored her. Even if Eleonora-san was skipping out on her work, that was His Majesty's problem, not mine. Both of us were let past by the gatekeeper and headed inside. By the way, I didn't know you could make candy from just sugar. How did you find out about that? Was she trying to fish for more information about me? Either way, I couldn't tell her it was something I had learned from another world. That's a secret, of course. Oh, too bad then. Still, you should be careful to whom you reveal your recipes. Your dishes are all very special and peculiar, so some people are surely going to be very curious about them. If something happens, just let me know. I will do anything within my power to help you. Was Eleonora-san concerned about the students making the cotton candy recipe public? Please do take care of me if something happens. I accepted her offer. Of course. When you make something new, bring it to me right away, okay? Was that her real motive behind her offer? It was very difficult to understand what Eleonora-san was thinking. I hoped Noah and Shia didn't grow up to be like her. Yuna-chan, did you just think of something awfully rude? Nope, I thought that you were being very kind and considerate. She looked at me with doubt. Not like I could tell her what I actually thought just now. I broke eye contact, and we continued heading towards Princess Flora's room. Yuna-chan, can you look me in the eye properly when you talk to me? If you're not coming with me, I'll go by myself. I'm coming too. What about your job? Even though I hadn't intended on asking, I ended up doing so anyways. It's fine, I already did what I needed to do for today. Really now? As we walked down the familiar hall towards Princess Flora's room, we saw what looked like a swaying bear plushie walking on its hind legs towards us. Next to it was Unju-san. Oh my, Eleonora-sama and Yuna-san. When Unju-san greeted us, the swaying bear plushie spoke up as well. Since when could plushies speak? Magic was a scary thing. Okay, enough joking around. Princess Flora poked her face out from behind the plushie. She had been walking down the hall while hugging the plushie in front of her, so it only looked like the plushie was walking and talking on its own. Princess Flora noticed me and happily rushed to me with the plushie still in front of her. Running while hugging onto swaying bear like that looked awfully dangerous, though. Now that I thought about it, I naturally responded to being called Bear-san. I had acknowledged it to be my name at this point. Would she at least stop calling me that when she got older? I asked Unju-san while hugging the princess and patting her on the head. We were going for a stroll. You were going for a walk while holding a plushie. Yes, we were going on a stroll with Bear-san. Princess Flora said happily and continued hugging the bear plushie. I felt bad that hugging bear plushie wasn't here together with the swaying bear plushie, but I didn't think that could be helped. The princess was so small that she was barely able to hold one of them and walk at the same time. Did you come to visit Princess Flora today, Yuna-san? I finished a new picture book, so I brought it here. Picture book. A new picture book. Princess Flora and Unju-san both sounded very happy when I revealed my reason of visit. I had expected Princess's reaction to be as such, but Unju-san surprised me. She didn't really have to go that far, did she? Princess Flora, since Yuna-san brought you a new picture book, shall we return to your room? Or, we can do it after you finish your stroll. I want to go back to my room. While still hugging the swaying bear plushie, the princess reached out her hand and tugged my outfit. It looked like she really wanted to see the picture book. I was really glad I had decided to draw another book seeing her reaction. Okay, let's head to your room, then. Princess Flora grasped my bare hand and we walked to the room together. Yuna-chan, you're so sweet with children. I thought about my actions and realized I couldn't really deny what Eleonora-san said. Was I being too kind to children? Still, was there anyone out there who wouldn't feel warm inside just seeing this smile? I was sure Eleonora-san would also spoil Princess Flora if that smile was directed at her. I also didn't think my level of kindness was anything out of the ordinary, so I decided it wasn't an issue. When we made it to her room, the princess released my hand and walked over to her bed. Sitting on the bed near a pillow was the Hugging Bear plushie. It looked like Hugging Bear had to watch the room all alone while everybody else went out for a walk. Princess Flora placed the swaying bear plushie next to the pillow, then grabbed the Hugging Bear plushie. Why, though? When we go outside, Princess Flora brings around Black Bear-san, and when we're in her room, she switches to White Bear-san. Anju-san explained for me when she noticed my baffled expression. Why such an arrangement? Well, if we go outside, the plushies might get dirty, so if it's Black Bear-san, it won't appear as dirty, I guess. Anju-san had a hard time giving an explanation. Well, since Swaying Bear had black fur, it was true that dirt wouldn't be as obvious on it than on the white fur of Hugging Bear. And that's why she keeps White Bear-san inside the room and takes out Black Bear-san. While I now understood that she wasn't ditching Hugging Bear on purpose, I now felt bad for Swaying Bear. It didn't feel like a good reason to bring only Swaying Bear out was because its fur wouldn't get dirty, but maybe it was still better than the Hugging Bear getting dirty. If dropped, Hugging Bear indeed had a high chance of getting dirty, so it somewhat made sense for that to be the reason. Princess Flora returned to my side while holding onto the Hugging Bear plushie and looked at me expectantly. Without further delay, we moved to the table where we could easily read the picture book. Here you go, Volume 3 of the picture book. Princess Flora joyfully took the picture book out of my hands and sat down on a chair. She then very carefully opened the cover. Anju-san stood right behind Princess Flora and looked at the book over her shoulder. She must be curious about the contents too, huh? Eleonora-san, are you going to need this picture book? Yes, I plan to distribute copies soon, so don't worry. Anju-san said happily. The princess turned the pages of the book slowly. Anju-san, who at first looked like she was going to read it with her, went away for a moment and soon returned with freshly brewed tea. I relaxed next to Princess Flora while drinking the tea. Was His Majesty going to come find me today? I did see a guard running off earlier. I pondered for a while as I sipped the tea. They parted from Bear-san. Princess Flora said sadly. She turned a few pages. She sounded a lot happier again. I guess she got to the part where Bear-san reappeared. Once she was finished reading, she immediately turned to look at us. Can Bear-san really turn that small? For the moment, nobody answered her. Any regular adult would know that bears couldn't shrink. If we explained that to Fina or Shuri, they would be able to understand at their age, but what should we tell Princess Flora, who was still very young? Princess Flora, Bear-san cannot become smaller in the real world. Anju explained in my stead. But the Bear-sans turned small in the book. Anju-san looked over at Eleonora-san and me, conflicted on how she should explain. The princess was clearly treating my bear summons like they were real bears. To begin with, it was difficult to explain the difference between them, especially to a young child like Princess Flora. Princess Flora, normal bears can't turn small. Yuna-chan's bears are just special. Also, the bears in the picture books are even more special. Special? Yes, they're special bears. Real-life bears aren't like them. Eleonora-san stepped in and took over for Anju-san. However, even to that, the princess simply tilted her head. Explaining things to a child sure was difficult. For children who didn't know about Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, they would just read the picture book as something fictional and that would be the end of it. Yet, for Princess Flora, who knew that my bears could become small, that was not the case. Bear-sans can't turn small. She asked and hugged her hugging bear plushie. My bears are just special. Other bears really can't become smaller, no matter what. I tried to explain to her as gently as I could. The princess seemed to be somewhat convinced at this point but still wore a confused expression. She didn't perhaps learn about bears turning small from somewhere else too, did she? If she had asked about what happened to the people who escaped from the carriage in the story, I was going to push it onto Eleonora-san or His Majesty to explain it. However, this was really unexpected. Anyhow, Her Highness decided to finally show up soon after, which was still much later than expected, and His Majesty came in even later. It looked like I wasn't going to be able to escape them today, either. Both of them thanked me for bringing the new picture book but were also noticeably disappointed when they saw I hadn't brought any food this time around. Did they think I could just take out a new dish every time I came here? In the end, I had to pass around some chawanmushi, which they all ate contentedly. Only 2 days left before Volume 3 goes on sale. I look forward to your continued support. She finally managed to give the picture book to the princess, and then Princess Flora is more concerned with the small bears than the villagers that ran away. LOL. Chapter 249, Bear-san visits Noah. After giving Princess Flora the picture book, I went straight back to Crimonia and stayed there for a couple of days. I soon realized I couldn't come up with a solution to the means of travel on my own, and decided to bring in Fina. So, what do you think we should do? Even if you ask me that, I'm not sure, either. I called Fina over to my house so she could help me decide but got shot down by such a response immediately. I had even given her tea and snacks to welcome her, so she could at least have tried to entertain me. I kind of wanted to tell her that I wouldn't give her any more snacks if she failed to give any constructive insight, but I couldn't bear to do something like that and rather brought out even more snacks. So, if I get this right, both Shuri and I are coming to the capital with you. Yes. Eleonora-san wants to thank the two of you for taking care of her when she was visiting my shop. I didn't do much, though. Didn't you guide her around and explain stuff to her? I did a bit, but that was so Mother didn't have to. Terumi-san had really been too nervous to be of any help here, huh? I could clearly picture Fina trying her best for her mother's sake. I don't think you need to look into it too deeply. She just wants to thank you for being her guide. Or do you not want to go? Is the school festival a festival that Shia-sama's school will be holding? Yes, I think so. I've never seen it before, so I'm not completely sure, either. I believe the students will run a few stands and put on a show or two. Having never experienced a school festival in my former world, I barely had any knowledge of it. Thus, I was basically clueless on what a fantasy world school festival would be like. I want to go, but am I allowed to? Shia and Eleonora-san said it was fine, so there shouldn't be a problem. But will cause trouble for you, Yuno-chan. Why did she think so? I never once thought of you as a bother. In fact, you will actually cause me trouble if you don't come. Fina didn't understand what I meant by that and tilted her head in confusion. If I don't bring you along, Eleonora-san will surely complain to me. Why didn't you make her come, or did you even ask her? Maybe even you didn't tell her anything strange, did you, and so on. Well, I didn't think that would actually happen, but she would definitely be disappointed. When you put it like that, there is no way I can decline the invitation. What a good girl. I'm just kidding. Tell me if you really don't want to go and I won't force you. I'll also make up an excuse for Eleonora-san, so you won't have to worry about it. If she really didn't want to go, I had no intention of dragging her along. I wanted Fina and Shuri to have fun at the school festival. If they had to force themselves, then they would surely be miserable. I really won't be a bother to you. As I said, I have never once thought of you being a bother. Actually, I've dragged you around a lot, so did you think I was being a bother to you? I never thought about it that way. I enjoy being able to travel to different places with you, Yuno-chan. I got to go to the capital for the first time, and then I went out to the sea. I also got to visit many different villages. Not to mention the bee tree, and Misa-sama's birthday party. I was nervous and tired many times, but I also had a lot of fun. I studied Fina's expression for a moment and gathered that she wasn't lying. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Then, there's no problem going this time either, right? I'm a little nervous about Eleonora-sama's invitation, but I would like to go to the school festival. In that case, let's enjoy it together. I'd get lonely if I have to go by myself. I wanted to pat her head, but because she was sitting across a table from me, I couldn't reach her. Instead, I just sent her a smile. You said Shuri is coming along this time as well, right? The invitation is for the both of you. You will have to get permission from Terumi-san and Gent-san first, of course. I think Mother will be okay with it. I wonder if Father will allow it, though. You have to ask him, no matter what. I'll come with you, so you don't have to worry. I was always taking Fina around to all sorts of places, so getting permission for her should be easy. Still, we only brought Shuri out with us once, and even that was only staying overnight by the seaside. Since we were going to the capital this time, I didn't know if Gent-san would be willing to let both of them go. I would be the one taking them along, so if we asked nicely, he should allow the two of them to go, right? My adventurer rank was high, after all, and he also knows I had defeated many strong monsters so far. He should trust me with them at this point. Oh right, do you think it's okay for me to tell Shuri about the bear gate? I think it should be fine. That girl keeps her promises and doesn't blab about secrets. She likes traveling with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, though. The same should go for Noah. Just how would she react if she found out she couldn't travel with her beloved Bear-sans? In the end, I did at least manage to get Fina to discuss our trip with me. We couldn't settle on a good solution though, so we decided that I should go and ask Noah directly, while she should return home and inquire with her family. When I arrived at Noah's mansion, Lala-san came out to greet me. Are Cliff and Noah in? I have a letter for Cliff, from Eleonora-san. Can I meet him now? Noah-sama is in her room at the moment, so that should be fine. Cliff-sama is currently working, however, so I'm not sure if he is ready to meet you. I will confirm with him, so please wait inside. Lala-san brought me to a room, and as I waited, Noah barged in. Yuna-san. She rushed up to me with a smile. Looking at her closely, I could see her resemblance to Shia. When she grew up, would she look like Eleonora-san? I hope her personality wouldn't end up being similar, though. I really hoped she wouldn't change, and stay the way she was. Yuna-san, why are you looking at me like that? Noah returned my stare with a troubled expression. It's nothing. I just thought about how cute you are. I think you are cuter than me. Why? Thank you. I patted Noah on the head as she sat down next to me. I heard from Lala that Mother gave you a letter to bring to us, is that true? It was addressed to Cliff, though. Actually, it is about getting permission for me to take you to the capital, upon Shia's request. To the capital? Shia wants you to come and see their school festival, and she asked me to bring you over. Wani-sama did. Noah looked rather happy. Noah and Shia really did get along just like Fina and Shuri. It filled my heart with joy simply seeing how pure their relationship was. So, do you want to go? Of course I want to go. She blurted out immediately to no surprise. Okay, now we just need to get permission from Cliff. Don't worry, I will convince Father myself. She strongly declared. Well, we had Eleonora-san's letter, and I also planned on asking him myself. If I remembered correctly, Cliff still owed me a favor. Even though I had caused a lot of trouble for him and it might feel like I had already been repaid, I was sure there was still a bit left. This means I can travel with Swaying Bear-chan and Hugging Bear-chan again. She smiled and looked at me. Would it be better to let Noah travel with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, after all? Do you really enjoy going out with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear? Of course. Just hearing about the trip is getting me excited. I get Swaying Bear-chan and Hugging Bear-chan all to myself. She couldn't hog them, though. Even if Fina and Shuri somehow weren't allowed to come, I still had to ride one of them myself. Actually, Fina and Shuri are both coming this time, so you can't monopolize both bears. Fina and Shuri are coming too. Eleonora-san invited them. Would you be okay with sharing the bears with them? Of course. I'm a little disappointed I can't have the bears all to myself, but if we can all go together, it will be really fun. What will be fun? Cliff interjected as he entered the room. Sorry for keeping you wait, Una. Don't worry about it. I was chatting with Noah. Cliff sat down in front of me, looking awfully tired. Was he working too much? His work as a feudal lord must be quite tiring. So, I hear that you brought me a letter from Eleonora. At his prompt, I took out the letter from Eleonora-san and handed it over to him. Cliff opened it and skimmed through the contents. Did he look surprised at some point, or was it just me? The school festival, huh? Is it that time already? Father, please. I want to go and Una-san will be there as my bodyguard. Can I please go? I will bring her back safely, so can you please let her go? If I used the bear gate, the trip would be instantaneous and free of danger anyway. Even if we decided to travel by the bears, we should be safe with me and my bears, so I really saw no reason for him to refuse. I have no worries in regards to the escorting. There is no adventurer better than you for protecting Noah. It looked like he trusted me quite a lot. Why did he have such a grim expression when we asked him, then? Noah, have you been studying properly? Yes, I have. Cliff thought for a bit. Is there something you are worried about? When I asked that, Cliff looked at Noah. The last time, when we went to His Majesty's birthday party, I got dragged into a lot marriage proposals talks for Noah. Marriage proposals for me? Noah said with an uncomfortable look on her face. Well, obviously she wouldn't be fine with it. Anyone would be disturbed to suddenly hear about discussions of her own marriage like that. Of course, I declined all of them, but... Noah looked relieved to hear that. I was relieved, too. It was shocking to hear that she got marriage proposals at this age. Still, if we're talking about marriage, shouldn't one Isama be first? Shia will succeed my position here, so she must take a groom herself. Yet, there are many people aiming to be related to our family and are going after Noah instead. There's no way I'm handing over my daughter to those types of people. He must be worried about the idiots that would go after Noah if she went to the school festival. I understood what they were after, even though I wasn't too familiar with noble customs. The easiest way to become related to Eleonora-san and Cliff would be marrying into the family. Still, this was not a conversation for a 10-year-old girl. Were they trying to get to her while she was young and couldn't decide properly on her own? Maybe this was a common way to act in this world, but I didn't think it was a good thing, though. Father, you don't have to worry. I won't marry anybody. Noah declared with a serious expression. Noah, that itself would be a problem too, you know. If I really have to get married, then I will marry Una-san. Cliff and I looked at each other. We didn't hear that wrong, it seemed. Noah, I'm a girl too, you know. Yes, a certain part of me may be flat, but she didn't think I was a guy, did she? We had gone into the bath together before, so that shouldn't be the case. If she considered me a guy, I was going to cry in my pillow tonight. I know that, of course. Okay, good. She had me worried there. In my former world, there were some countries where people of the same sex could get married. Could it be that this world was the same, where girls could get married to each other? What a shocking revelation. If I marry Una-san, then I can be together with swaying Bear-chan and hugging Bear-chan forever. It looked like she was aiming for the bears, not me. That was so like her. I just hoped she wouldn't say something so misleading at first. Okay, then. Una, please take care of Noah. You want me to marry Noah? No. Girls can't get married to each other anyway. I mean escorting her to the capital. That way, she'll be fine even if weird guys try to approach her. Therefore, Una, please make sure to stay by Noah's side at all times during the festival. I planned on doing that from the start. Still, Shia and Eleonora-san will be with us too, so we might have to separate at some point. Then, just make sure there is someone always with her. If anybody tries to approach Noah, show them the Forsharo's family crest you got from Eleonora. If they still don't back down, feel free to let them feel some pain. If they don't back down even seeing the Forsharo's family crest, it's their own fault. What if there's some big shot? I don't think there will be any of those. If that were to happen, then information about that will be sent in advance to either me or Eleonora. That made sense. If it was somebody that could speak to Cliff or Eleonora-san, then they would probably be informed of it beforehand. So, from what he told me, all I had to do was show anybody that approached Noah the family crest knife, and if they didn't back away then, I could hit them. Easy peasy. Just like that, we had permission for Noah to attend the school festival. I wished Cliff would have explained things properly, though. For a second there, I had thought that he was giving his daughter to me for marriage. If he wasn't more clear about his words, people could misunderstand him easily. I had received a shock today, thanks to them not being careful with words. I considered calling this chapter Bear-san is getting married to Noah, LOL. Volume 3 is now on sale now. I really do appreciate your continued support. Chapter 250, Bear-san persuades Cliff. Once our talks were all settled, Cliff massaged the corners of his eyes. Cliff, you seem really tired. He had been doing the same thing for a while. Now, he must be even more tired than he looked. Thanks to a certain someone, the amount of traffic around Crimonia has increased, so I have a lot more work to do. Oh right, Mylene-san had mentioned that a lot of merchants from other towns had been coming to Crimonia these days to do business, and things were getting out of hand. Since it had nothing to do with me, I didn't look into it too much. I did wonder who the certain someone was, however. Being a feudal lord sure is tough, huh? Yes, thanks to a certain someone. You keep saying a certain someone, but who are you talking about? Are you seriously asking me that? Cliff looked at me in shock. Why would he look at me like that? I turned to Noah for an answer. Noah had the same expression as Cliff. Did something big happen and I was the only one left in the dark? Until recently, I had been at the elf village, so it couldn't be helped that I wasn't up to date on the happenings at home. Did something happen while I was out? While you were out? No, it was before that. Have you somehow forgotten that you dug a tunnel to Mirira? Thanks to that, Crimonia had a huge increase in traffic. Cliff said in a higher pitch. Oh right, that. Yup, I had completely forgotten that happened. Lately, I always used the Bear Gate to travel around, so the tunnel never came to my mind. Well, that should also be thanks to the fact I had been forced to make stone statues of my bear self at both ends of the tunnel and wiped out all the memories connected to it. Of course, the tunnel is very beneficial to us as there are now more people passing through Crimonia. More and more people want to see the ocean, and the sea trade has also hit a big rise. Yet, thanks to that, we don't have nearly enough lodging available. Crime is also on the rise due to the influx of people. We need more people for security, but we don't have enough personnel. This is happening in Mirira as well. We have expected this, of course, but it's happening faster than we anticipated. It increased that much. It sounded like a big problem just hearing about it. His job didn't sound glamorous at all. I was glad I hadn't reincarnated into a royal or noble family when I came to this world. If that had happened, I wouldn't have had much freedom, would I? Yes, most people have never seen the ocean before, so a lot of them come through just for sightseeing, escorted by adventures of course. Merchants from everywhere are going in and out to do trading with Mirira. The sea of people is endless. I had no idea that was going on. I wasn't staying at the inn anymore, and I hadn't been to the Commerce Guild or the Adventurers Guild recently, so I hadn't been informed at all. Sounds tough. Now I understood why Cliff was so busy and tired. And, I had learned so without getting in trouble for asking. So, is this still someone else's problem? Yeah, it should be. Why? While I had been the one to make the tunnel, what happened after wasn't my fault. It was Cliff's job to manage the traffic. I didn't have anything to do with it, as I was just a commoner. While it isn't your problem directly, this did only happen because you made that tunnel. How about being a little more apologetic? Thanks to you, I now have less time to spend with my daughter. Basically, he was mad at me for taking away his time with Noah. Okay, do you want me to seal the tunnel shut, then? I tried joking with him. I had no intention of doing that, of course. If I did, we wouldn't be able to get any more seafood, and Anzu would surely be troubled. No. If you do that, I will be ruined for good. He clearly didn't catch my joke, responding like that. I almost felt bad. Yuna-san, you can't close it. If you do that, we won't be able to go to the ocean anymore. Even Noah missed my joke. I was just kidding, you know. I wouldn't actually seal it shut. I tried to calm them down. Well, the only thing we can do is to hold on until we have the personnel. Once I have more people I can rely on, my workload will decrease. Mylene is doing her best as well, so the situation should improve soon. Well, as long as a certain someone doesn't bring in even more trouble for us. He was referring to me again, wasn't he? I would prefer if he didn't talk about me like I was some anime or manga protagonist who only brought trouble with them. In detective dramas, for instance, even more murders would trail in the footsteps of the detective or police protagonists. Or, in action movies, strong enemies would always appear to cause problems with the heroes. Just by being the protagonist of any genre, trouble would always happen nearby. So, I really didn't appreciate him putting me into that group. I was just a regular 15-year-old, costume-wearing girl, who had been dragged into this world by God. I was most certainly not a trouble-bringing protagonist. The only problems I had bothered Cliff with were the tunnel to Marira and the 10,000 monster army incident. Oh, and the punch-out that had happened during Misa's kidnapping. Actually, considering the number of days I had been here so far, maybe that was actually a lot. Is there anything I can do to help? I asked, just in case if I could do something. I couldn't help but feel a slight tinge of guilt, after all. No, it's fine. Things just happened faster than we expected. I'm sorry, I've said too much, it's really not your problem. Okay, good. Still, if you find anything I can help you with, I will do my best to help. You bringing Noah to the school festival while I can't is more than enough. Please let Noah have some much-needed fun and company. Of course. No problem. It looked like there was nothing I could do for him, as I had expected. Seeing Cliff massage the corners of his eyes, he really seemed exhausted. I could maybe use some healing magic, but that might cause even more trouble for him in the long run. Was there anything else I could do? Oh. I just thought of something good. Cliff, here, I'll give this to you. I said and took out some ground-up tea leaves from the sacred tree and passed them to Cliff. I didn't have much of them, so I couldn't spare too much. Once I picked up a new batch, I could bring him some more. It's tea that helps with fatigue. Get Lala-san to brew some for you. This isn't something weird, is it? He held the tea leaves in his hands and looked at them suspiciously. Have I ever given you anything weird? How rude of him for doubting me. I didn't recall ever giving him something weird to eat. I'm pretty sure I hadn't. I hadn't, right? Yes, you're right. You may bring trouble with you everywhere you go, but your food is always delicious no matter what. Sorry for doubting you, I will gladly accept this. He answered after considering for a while and then put the leaves away. Had he acted badly, I would have regretted giving it to him. It was hard to give something out of goodwill if they didn't appreciate it, after all. Oh, and can you please tell me your opinion after you drink it? Wait, you haven't had this before. I did, and it's good. But, I still don't know how well it actually works against fatigue, so I would like to get your opinion on it. I was almost always wearing the bear outfit, so even if I ran around all day, I never got tired, and my white bear side would alleviate all of my weariness by the following morning. Because of that, I hadn't been able to confirm the effects of the tea, especially since I would never go as far as to try exercising without the costume just to test some tea. Yuna-san, I want to try some, too. You can have some as well, of course. It tastes pretty good. Yay, thank you. I'll get Lala to us brew some later, then. I'm going back to work now. Please take care of Noah for me. Cliff then left the room, taking the tea leaves with him. Noah, you can go to the school festival as well now. Yes. And, it's all thanks to you, Yuna-san. By the way, when are we leaving? That was something I couldn't decide. You see. I want to discuss that with you, so can you come over to my house tomorrow? Your house? I don't mind, but why the trouble? I told you how we're going with Fina and Shuri, right? It's something I want to speak with all three of you about. I didn't want to talk about the Bear Gate here, where someone might eavesdrop on our conversation. Is that so? Okay, then. I'll come visit your house tomorrow, Yunasan. Thank you. Then, let's eat dinner together and talk after that. With all said and done, I left Noah's place and returned to the bear house for a few hours. When it was about time for Gent-san to be off from work, I headed to Fina's house. I was going to explain to him that I was planning on bringing his 2 daughters to the capital. Of course, I had prepared various phrases to convince Gent-san and Terumi-san. Things like, I will protect them, so please feel reassured. Or I'm a C-rank adventurer, so don't worry. And I defeated a black viper before, so we'll be fine even if strong monsters attack. Or even if monsters do attack us, my bears will be able to bring them to safety. I readied myself and entered Fina's house. If you're with them, that's fine. I'm not worried if you're going with them, Yuna-chan. My jaws dropped. I didn't think they were going to give us permission that easily. Shuri and Fina both looked ecstatic, though. Yeah, it's fine. When Fina went to the capital, Shuri did her best to hold back. If both of them say they want to go, then who am I to stop them? Still, knowing that you will be with them fills me with ease. She really trusted me that much, huh? I was very grateful for that. Also, there's no way they could refuse Eleonora-sama's invitation. Even if they did reject her invitation, Eleonora-san shouldn't. She wouldn't get mad, but maybe sad. We met her the other day, she is indeed a nice person. I also heard from you and Fina that she is nice and doesn't hold grudges, but even so, it is not good to refuse a noble's invitation. Of course, if it was something bad, then I would at least consider refusing. However, Eleonora-sama is inviting them out of goodwill, and the girls want to go, so there is no reason for me to stop them. That's right. Eleonora-sama is very kind. She can be a bit of a force of nature sometimes, though. Fina was right. When I had been subjugating the mithril golem, Eleonora-san dragged Fina around and turned her into a dress-up doll. While I would love to see Fina in dresses more often, I shivered at the thought of Eleonora-san trying to do that to me. Well, it would be hard for me to take my daughters to see the capital myself. It will be a good experience for both of them. I'm just worried they might cause trouble for Eleonora-sama. I won't be a bother. Shuri pouted while Fina also followed up. I miss the times when Fina would freak out over nobles. As her Wani-chan, I felt a bit sad seeing her grow up like that. Hoo-hoo, I know that you two are both good girls. I'm just worried as your parent. Terumi-san said, patted Shuri's head. Still, Yuna-chan, will you be fine taking care of all 3 of them? They won't be a bother, will they? They won't wander off by themselves, and they're not selfish, so it should be fine. I wouldn't take them if they were children who liked to wander off or acted selfishly. Actually, I wouldn't even consider being friends with such children, let alone taking them on a trip with me. Fina, Shuri, and Noah all listened to me, so I could travel with them with ease. Not to mention the fact that all 3 were good girls who didn't make fun of my bear outfit. If any of them teased me about it, I didn't think I would ever even consider bringing them to the capital. Anyway, just like that, we easily received permission for Fina and Shuri to go to the capital as well. When I was about to head home, Terumi-san invited me for dinner, and I gladly accepted her offer. Before I left, I made sure to ask Fina and Shuri to come to my house tomorrow, of course. Cliff will be our taste tester for the sacred tree tea leaves. LOL. I wrote a post about the differences between Volume 3 and the web novel. There aren't any big changes, but I will continue to write based on the changes made in the publication. I hope you can understand that. Chapter 251, Bear-san plans her trip to the capital. The following day, Fina and Shuri dropped by early, so Fina helped me prepare dinner while we waited for Noah to arrive. Yuna-chan, I've set the plates. Thank you. Can you prepare the tea as well? No problem. Shuri, Noah-sama will be arriving soon, so don't tire yourself out too much from playing with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, okay? Okay, let's play again later, Swaying Bear, Hugging Bear. I listened in on their exchange while I focused on the cooking. While Fina was helping me set up for dinner, Shuri rather chose to play with my cub-sized bears. Just as we finished all the preparations, Noah knocked on the door. Could it be that I'm late? Noah asked after seeing that Fina and Shuri were already by the table. No, you're on time. Those 2 came early, so I got them to help me make dinner. Oh, is that so? I should have come earlier as well, then. Don't worry about that. Well, let's continue talking while we eat. After everyone got seated at the table, swaying bear and hugging bear curled up next to me. Today's dinner was fried rice with a side of salad and soup. We're going to decide on our date of departure, right? Noah asked after she ate her first spoonful of rice. Yes, but first, there's something I want to tell Noah and Shuri. Tell us something. Noah and Shuri looked at me with their spoons hanging in midair. The two of you want to ride on swaying bear and hugging bear on our way there, right? MHM. The two replied without hesitation, as I had expected. Just thinking of being with Bear-san for an entire day makes me happy. Yes, me too. Shuri nodded at Noah's words. Could it be that those two were actually more similar than I had thought? Of course, Fina liked my bears, too. I often saw her petting them when I summoned them. Riding Bear-sans to the capital, it will be the best trip ever. I want to ride Bear-sans soon. They have already entered Bear-san mode. The trip would take longer, but maybe it would be a better idea to keep quiet about the bear gate and just go to the capital with the bears. It still felt like a waste of time, though. Yuna-san, what's wrong? Noah asked me when she noticed me playing with my spoon. Oh, nothing, I was just thinking. I was just thinking that it would be nice to be able to get to the capital in an instant. In an instant? If I could do that, I'd be able to go see Mother anytime I want. Well, if she used the bear gate, she would indeed be able to meet Eleonora-san whenever she wanted. I decided to swallow those words and keep quiet for now. Grasping the timing to reveal a secret was unexpectedly difficult. When I had told Fina, I thought she already knew about it, so it was easy. Telling someone who I was sure didn't know was much harder, especially since it wasn't absolutely necessary to do so. Well, if that was possible, then what would the two of you do? Would you still want to ride all the way to the capital on swaying bear and hugging bear? I want to go with Bear-sans. Shuri replied immediately. If I could get there in an instant, I would love to try it out sometime, but I also want to go on a trip with swaying bear and hugging bear. It seems that Shuri wanted to go with Bear-san no matter what, while Noah was a bit more undecided. Why did you ask us something like that anyway? Just as a reference. I understood their feelings. Even if I told them about the door, they probably wouldn't want to use it in the end, and even if they did, they would regret not going on a trip with my bears. Yunawanchan, how about we travel to the capital with Bear-sans, and then, on our way back, we use that. Fina tried her best to be vague when she talked about the bear gate. Her idea wasn't bad, they would get to travel with the bears, but we also wouldn't waste time coming back. Yeah, it was a good plan. Fina, what is that? It's nothing. Fina kept her promise and kept the bear gate secret, while Noah didn't press any further and returned to eating her rice. Okay then, let's all go to the capital with swaying bear and hugging bear. After talking for a while longer, we decided to depart a few days before the festival began. That way the three of them would get to enjoy the trip itself, and I could pick a different time to tell them about the door. Just like Fina had proposed, I could easily tell them about the door for our way back. Timing would also be much better, then. After the meal, I pulled out some pudding for us as a dessert, and after that, the three of them played with the cub-sized swaying bear and hugging bear until sunset. Noticing they were getting tired, I let them sleep over with bears. Next morning, I began to prepare for our trip to the capital. Since there would be 3 children coming along, I should bring something to keep them entertained. We had reversi, but that would get boring after a while, so I decided to also bring a deck of cards. It would be the main feature of our trip. I had worked on the cards little by little at any chance I got. For the kings, queens, and jacks, I drew little bears on the front of the cards. The bears on the king cards wore crowns, the ones on the queen cards looked like queens, and the jacks bore swords. Of course, the jokers were also bears in the end. I planned on having chibi bears on the backside of the cards, but right now they were still blank. I wasn't confident I could draw 54 of the exact same thing, after all. I wanted to have them printed, instead. If I accidentally messed up the card while drawing, the whole card would be ruined, after all the effort I put into drawing the front. I had to check with the Commerce Guild to see if they could print the cards for me. Just as Cliff had told me, there was a ton of merchants from other towns at the Commerce Guild when I went to see Mylene-san. How did I know they were from other towns? Of course, it was because Crimonian merchants wouldn't keep staring at me, since they were already used to seeing me. On other hand, foreign merchants would keep at it as if I were some kind of rare animal. Based on what Mylene had told me, there probably weren't a lot of merchants from Crimonia who didn't already know who I was. Information about the bear who took down the Black Viper was a well-known secret, after all. Not to mention all the rumors about a bear opening a shop and selling great egg dishes. It was due to that there weren't many people left in this town who looked at me with curious eyes. Only outsiders would stare at me. On a side note, there was a certain piece of very important information that the Crimonian merchants still didn't care to learn. They had no idea what my actual name was and rather just called me Bear. How rude of them to do so after all this time. Once I got to the reception area, I saw a lot of female receptionists, but Mylene-san was nowhere to be found. She must be busy as the guild master, and couldn't just play around the receptionist desk all day long, huh? Rihanna-san, one of the other receptionists I was familiar with, was there, but she was already with another customer. I met her gaze when she looked in my direction, and she nodded to say hi. There was a long line and everyone was busy. I didn't really feel like waiting, so maybe I could just come back tomorrow. When I was about to leave, Rihanna called out to me. When I turned around, I saw that she was done with her customer. Technically, it wasn't my turn yet, but... What did you need today? I have something I want to discuss. When I looked behind me, there were still many people in the line. Is Mylene-san busy? There's some work she has to do. If you're okay with me, I can listen to what you want to talk about. Really? But there are other people still waiting in line. It's fine. The other girls can take care of that. She said it pretty casually, but was it really okay? Rihanna-san then proceeded to say something to a staff member working at the back, and they took her spot. Okay, we can speak back here. I felt like they were giving me VIP treatment, but was that really okay? I decided to inquire with Rihanna-san. This applies to any guild, but people who contribute a lot to the guild naturally have to be treated better. It's the same treatment we give to all the important people in the town. If we make them wait too long, they might become upset, which might in turn cause trouble to the guild. Well, it's not like I would be mad for waiting a while. I know, but we think of you as someone important to the Commerce Guild, so we have to give you priority. Yes. With all the monster materials you sell to us, and the eggs you provide, not to mention the tax we get from the Marira Tunnel and your shop, there's no way we can let you wait in a line. Rihanna-san was making me sound like some sort of an amazing person. The shop was all thanks to Morin-san and Anzu, though. The eggs were also provided because the children at the orphanage were working hard, with the support of Terumi-san and the other adults, of course. As for the tunnel, all I had done was dig a hole through the mountain. How hard could that be? Cliff did all the cleaning, put the lighting and managed everything. Yes, all I had done was dig a hole. And even that was all thanks to my bear suit. Why should I be getting this special treatment for things others did? Okay, the bear suit could be considered a power of mine, and I was technically the owner of the shop, but even using that as an excuse. If I let myself get carried away and took this kind of treatment for granted, I would end up becoming like those stupid, arrogant merchants and nobles. I would never want for something like that to happen. So what was it you wanted to discuss? Do you know where I could do some printing? Printing? Yes, I want to make multiple copies of the same thing. Where can I do that? I took out the deck of cards from the bear box and showed it her. It's a little different from the one I'm used to, but is this a card game? Rihanna-san looked at the bear-san cards and guessed correctly. So there were card games in this world as well, huh? I should look into it when I had time. That's right. I want to print more of them if possible, and also have a background for all of them copied. Is there a place I can get it done? Yes, there is. If you don't mind, we can take care of it for you. That would be quite helpful. I proceeded to explain to her about the front and back sides of each card and even prepared the backside picture so it could be printed on each card. The costs don't matter to me, so please make the cards out of a strong, durable material. Also, I would like 100 sets. 100 sets. Well, I don't think I'll need that many, but I prefer not to run short and have to ask you for a reprint. I needed 10 sets just for the people at the orphanage, and since playing cards could get damaged easily, I wouldn't need to worry about it for a while if I had enough extra sets. Okay, I understand. I'll put in the order for you. How long do you think it'll take? I'll be going to the capital soon, so I would like it done before I go. I told Rihanna-san our departure date. I'll request to have them finish it before that date. Anyway, I must say, these drawings of bear-sans are really cute. Rihanna-san said while carefully examining each drawing. If you decide to sell these to the public, please let us know. The Commerce Guild will be glad to help you with the process. Okay, if I do, please take care of me then. When your order is done, we'll deliver it to your home. With the printing order all sorted out, I left the Commerce Guild and returned home. In the end, they decided to travel by bear. She couldn't tell the two girls we won't be using bear-sans, after all. LOL. Chapter 252, Bear-san takes a rest before heading. I was at home playing with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear when I heard someone knocking at my door. Yuna-san, sorry to bother you when you're busy. I opened the door to see Lala-san bowing at me. It's fine. What brings you here today? If you're looking for Noah, she's not here. Noah came over to play occasionally, and when she did, Lala-san would come to pick her up. However, Noah didn't come by today. No, I'm not here for Noir-sama today. It's about the tea leaves you gave Cliff-sama the other day. Lala-san looked a bit hesitant to continue. Ah, right, the tea leaves. Could it be that he got sick from it? I took a guess based on how she was acting, but I really hoped that wasn't the case. No, he didn't get sick. Actually, Cliff-sama was a bit doubtful when he first tried the tea, but now he is enjoying it quite a lot. Oh, I was wrong. He actually liked them. What was she fidgeting about, then? If the tea tasted good, you must have brewed it well. Thank you for your compliment, but the tea only tastes delicious because the tea leaves you brought are of such high quality. Well, I'm glad he likes it. How is he doing, though? The tea is supposed to help relieve fatigue, but I'm not sure about how well it works. I was eager to know how Cliff's body had reacted to drinking the tea. After drinking it, Cliff-sama's condition improved drastically. Now he has a cup 3 times a day and can carry on until the night without losing energy. Yes. Before, he had been waking up feeling exhausted, but now, for the last couple of days, he feels rested when waking up, and can do his work properly without feeling sleepy. Based on what I was hearing, it seemed to have effects similar to an energy drink. Still, since she didn't say he had trouble going to sleep after drinking it, maybe it was a bit different. I remembered how drinking energy drinks was like in my world, it definitely kept people awake at night. I could easily imagine a mangaka drinking some to fight off sleepiness so that they could stay up all night, without having to sleep. On the other hand, Cliff was able to go to bed without a problem, even after 3 cups a day. So then, Cliff-sama's assistant, Rondo-san, who was also quite tired lately, tried some, and liked it as well. Hence, both of them wanted to thank you for the tea. I'm glad the tea has helped them. This proved that the tea leaves from the sacred tree were working as intended. Since I was wearing the white bear suit at night, drinking it had no effect on me. I simply enjoyed it for its taste. So, about the tea leaves that you gave to Cliff-sama, we ran out. I came to ask if you could possibly give us some more. Of course, Cliff-sama will pay you accordingly. So, she came to get more tea leaves. That was why she was all fidgety, not knowing how to ask me. I still had some left, so I didn't mind giving them some more. Weren't they going through it too quickly, though? I was pretty sure it was bad to consume energy drinks at such a rate. Well, from what the elves told me, they seemed to drink it pretty often, but even so, we didn't know if it would cause harm from overconsumption. Not to mention that Cliff and the elves were of different races, so it could affect them differently. Also, I hadn't asked the elves how many times a day they drank it, so I couldn't compare. I don't mind giving you more, but can you warn them to not drink too much? Is it bad for the body? Lala-san immediately looked concerned, so I quickly shook my head. No, I think it should be fine. I didn't believe there were actually any side effects, but I wasn't a scientist nor did I know the complete properties the tea leaves had. Even when I used the bear's eyes of observation, it only stated that it restores magical power and removes fatigue. It didn't mention anything else, so based on that information, there should be nothing dangerous, but I still wasn't entirely convinced. For example, eating too much sugar or salt could be harmful to the body. It was possible that the skill didn't convey such details properly. If the same applied to the tea, then it was important to balance its intake. A balanced, healthy diet was important after all, no matter whether if it came to food or drinks. It's just that if Cliff wants to get rid of his fatigue, then he should rest properly instead of relying on the tea. There might be no side effects, but if I were to compare it to an energy drink, then he shouldn't be drinking 3 cups a day. If not warned, it was possible he might decide to have even more than that. Yes, of course. I've also been telling Cliff-sama to rest properly. If you can make him promise to only have 1 cup a day, then I'll give him more. Okay, I can promise you that. I'll tell Cliff-sama and only serve him 1 cup a day even if he asks for more. Since Lala-san promised me she wouldn't let him have too much, I gave her the same amount as last time. I know I keep saying this, but only a little at a time. Yes, I understand. I will make sure that he doesn't drink too much. Lala-san bowed and returned to Cliff's mansion. Cliff had proven the effects of the tea leaves for me, but now I was afraid that he was drinking too much. I should probably not serve this at the shop. If people found out about its properties, things might get out of hand. Once Lala-san was out of sight, I returned to playing around with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. Fina and Shuri joined in after a while, and eventually Noah came as well. A few more days went by, and I built a few more cotton candy machines as I wanted to make some cotton candy for the children at the orphanage. Unawanchan, this cloud tastes really good. It's so fluffy. When it melts, it gets all sticky, though. It melts in my mouth. It's so sweet and tasty. Seeing the children happily snack on them, I felt confident that it would work out well at the school festival. The days continued to pass by peacefully. One day, I was spending my time taking a nap on Swaying Bear's stomach, but then Swaying Bear tried to wake me up all of a sudden. Let me sleep just a little bit longer. I mumbled and hugged Swaying Bear's arm tightly, treating it like a body pillow. Yet, Swaying Bear continued nudging me, and eventually even used its paws to make me stand up. I asked Swaying Bear why it was interrupting my nap before noticing someone was calling for me from outside. Who is it? I let out a small yawn and climbed off Swaying Bear's stomach. I really wanted to nap for a while longer. Rubbing my eyes, I walked over to the entrance to see who was bothering me and was met by Rihanna-san from the Commerce Guild. Yuna-san, your order is complete. I brought it here for you. Thank you, Rihanna-san. I yawned again. Oh no, did I wake you up from your sleep? Don't worry about it. I had nothing to do, so I took a nap. I had been bored today, so I summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, played around for a while, and then took a nap. Okay, I won't fret over it then. Anyway, you were saying that the playing cards are done. Yes. Here they are. She said as she pulled out a small wooden box from her item bag. Taking the box out of her hands, I immediately opened the lid to have a look. Inside was a set of cards that had the bear drawings printed on their back sides properly. I also flipped some cards over to check if the other side was okay as well. They were very well made. They read great. Thank you, it turned out better than I expected. Rihanna-san, really, thank you. I thanked her again. This is just our job, no need to thank us. Since it would be a hassle for her to take all the card sets out at once right here in front of the door, I invited Rihanna-san inside. Still, was it really okay for you to deliver it yourself? What about your job? The Commerce Guild should still be very busy, right? I was sure they would send somebody else to bring the cards, so I was surprised when Rihanna-san came to deliver them herself. It's fine. It's my day off, after all. You came to deliver the cards even though it's your day off. Well, it's not something I could ask other people to do for me. I felt like I caused her a lot of trouble. Still, I get to come inside the rumored Yuna-san's house. That's enough of a reward for me. Rumored. Everybody is very interested in what your bear-san-shaped house looks like from the inside. It's just a regular house as you can see. I brought her to the guest room and took out some drinks from the fridge. She delivered the cards despite it being her day off, so I felt I had to at least serve her some drinks as thanks. Once Rihanna-san sat down, she started to bring out the remaining card sets I had ordered. I sat down on a chair opposite of hers, and watched her as she neatly stacked all the sets on the table. There were quite a lot of them, so it should be the 100 I had ordered. How much do they cost? Here's your statement. She said and took out a piece of paper with printing fee written on it. Wait, what about the cost of the boxes? I had completely forgotten about the cases and hadn't ordered them. They must have made them since the cards would scatter about otherwise. I had to thank Rihanna-san for this. Those are complimentary and free of charge. I can't do that, or I'll feel bad. I'll pay for them properly. Then, in exchange, can you tell me how you can play with these cards? How to play? Yes, everybody working at the Commerce Guild is also curious. Of course, I won't reveal it to anybody else. Well, since I had mentioned they were used to play games, it made sense for people to get curious. If I heard of a new card game, I would also want to know how it was played. Sure, I don't mind showing you. Do you want to play now? Would that be all right? Yeah, I have nothing to do today, anyway. I really didn't have anything to do, to the point where I had even tried using Swaying Bear as a body pillow to sleep on. I will be in your care, then. I took out a deck of cards from one of its wooden containers and put away the other sets into my bear box. Although I used to play a lot of card games on the internet, the last time I played with a real set of cards was in elementary school. One by one, I laid out the cards around the table. Take a look at these cards. I think you should already know, but there are 54 cards. There are 4 elemental suits and 2 special cards. Drawn on most of the cards on the table was one of the following symbols: fire, water, wind, and earth. Only the 2 Joker cards were free of those symbols. There are many ways to play using these, but I'll teach you one of the simplest versions first. I gathered the cards together, back up, and shuffled them. Then, I placed each card down on its own again, but this time with their backs facing up. I was first going to show Rihanna-san the game called Memory. This game is a test of your memorization. You flip any 2 cards. If the cards have the same number, you earn a point. The person with the most points at the end is the winner. I see, so you must remember the numbers of the cards that your opponent flipped to. Oh, and if you guess a pair correctly, you can continue flipping until you miss. We played against each other for a while. It turned out Rihanna-san's memory was quite good, so we had a fun round without me having the upper hand. This is rather difficult. It will be good for the children to improve their memories, though. Since she had gotten the hang of memory so easily, I decided to also teach her how to play sevens. It was a game good for formulating strategies. In this case, having a 1 or 1-3 would be disadvantageous, wouldn't it? Well, that depends on your luck, too. Still, how the game turns out depends on how you play your cards. Next, I taught her Old Maid. This game was more fun with more people, just like sevens, so I made sure to explain that to her. I see, so the last one who still has cards loses. The outcome of the game depends on how well you can hide the joker when you have it. A good poker face was needed to dominate in Old Maid. Well, unlike poker, there wasn't much at stake here, but it was still fun to play the game. Also, in my case, I could just pull my bear hood down, so I didn't need a poker face. For the last game, I showed her how to play Grand Millionaire, also known as Extremely Poor. TL note, Wikipedia link. This is a bit difficult. Well, cards are being placed down left and right, after all. I ended up explaining more games to her than I had planned to. I had left out card games like poker and blackjack, which had annoying rules where it was troublesome to even remember how scoring worked. Yunasan, are there more? There are, but the rules get more complicated. I see. I didn't know you could play so many different games with a single deck of cards. It's also good you can play these with more than just 2 people. Rihanna-san began staring at the cards, deep in thought. If we sell this, we would have to include an instruction sheet for the games you can play with it. If I were to sell these, a rule book would indeed need to be included. If people didn't know how to play, nobody would want to buy it. Please let me know if you ever have plans to sell these. The Commerce Guild will gladly assist you in the process. Please help me when the time comes, then. I didn't know how I should go about doing it anyway, so having their help would be much appreciated. Thank you very much for today. Likewise, thank you for bringing the cards and spending time with me. After chatting for a while longer, Rihanna-san left my house close to sunset. They'll depart in the next chapter. Maybe. Chapter 253, Bear-san and the Three Girls Depart. The day to head off to the capital had finally arrived. The plan was to meet at my house right after breakfast. Yet, when I woke up, I realized the girls were already waiting for me downstairs. Aren't you three here a bit too early? It was surprising to see the three girls already at my house when I was just trudging down the stairs, not even changed out of my white bear form yet. I even woke up earlier than usual just so that I could eat breakfast before they got here, but for some reason, the three of them came over way ahead of my schedule. Shuri, I told you we were too early. Fina scolded Shuri. Based on her reaction, Shuri must have wanted to come here as early as possible while Fina tried her best to stop her, unsuccessfully of course. I looked at the third girl, who didn't say anything and just waited patiently. And, what about you, Noah? I just wanted to leave with the Bear-sans as soon as possible. Noah answered immediately. Well, of course she would. The last time we traveled to the capital, Noah had already been waiting for me outside her mansion, well before our meetup time. Since we had decided to meet at my house this time, she couldn't stand waiting and rushed over instead. It was a bit late to consider this now, but maybe it would have been better if we had met at Noah's home. I had only chosen my house so that it would have been easier for Fina and Shuri. Well, now that they were here, I couldn't simply turn them away. Okay, you can sit down in the living room and wait for me to get changed. I returned back to my room and changed into the black bear outfit. I knew the three of them were excited, but I didn't expect them to be this eager. After I changed, I went back downstairs to prepare breakfast. Well, all I was doing was taking out some drinks and bread baked by Morin-san. Like always, Morin-san's bread tasted great. I really wanted to have rice this morning, but with the three of them waiting on me, I had settled for something quick and simple. As I took a bite of my bread, I noticed the three of them staring at me. Do the three of you want something to eat? Yes, please. I want some, too. I had thought they ate before coming over, but it seemed like they hadn't. Or maybe, they were entering their growth period. I took out some more bread, and they all ate it happily. Now I could eat my breakfast without rushing. Once our bellies were full, we left the bear house together. I'm really excited. Noah said while happily skipping down the road. I hope we get to the capital soon. Shuri grasped Fina's hand firmly, with a big smile on her face, to which Fina couldn't help but smile back. I already knew this trip was going to be a blast just seeing how happy the three of them were. I had to make sure to thank Shia and Eleonora-san for inviting us to the school festival. After we exited through the gates, I immediately summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, prompting Noah and Shuri to run over as soon as they appeared. Fina smiled as she watched the two of them from the side. Fina, don't you want to join them? I do, but I'll let the two of them have fun first. Fina was acting mature. She still looked like a child, but she already thought like an adult. Yuna-san, hurry. Wani-chan, come on. The two of them called for Fina and me. Shall we get going, then? I held Fina's hand, and we walked toward the other two together. We separated into two groups. Fina and Shuri were to ride on Hugging Bear while Noah and I would ride on Swaying Bear. Shuri happily grabbed onto Hugging Bear as she climbed onto its shoulder, and Fina followed suit. I mounted Swaying Bear, and Noah got on behind me. Noah, don't you want to ride at the front? No, it's okay. I want to hug you. Noah said and wrapped her arms around my waist. No, Anichan, that's unfair. I want to hug Yuna-nichan, too. Hoo-hoo, this is the special perk you get when riding with Yuna-san. Noah said and snuggled her face into my shoulder. Noah, you don't have to grab on that tightly. I'm making sure I won't fall off. Shuri looked at us enviously. Why, though? Well, Shuri always came up and hugged me any time she could. Did they really like to cuddle up to me that much? We'll switch tomorrow, okay? If I were a guy, was this the part where I would say, please don't fight over me, ladies? Actually, nobody would say that in real life. If there was anyone, they were most likely a huge pain to deal with. When we were all securely set upon the bears, we finally departed towards the capital. With the opportunity to travel far away from town for the first time, Shuri could hardly contain herself. We going so fast. Shuri, don't move around so much. Shuri kept wiggling around, so Fina tried to calm her down, while Noah and I rode alongside them peacefully. The bears ran at their regular speed. We took a break in the middle of the day for lunch before continuing on. Eventually, the three girls fell quiet. At some point, Shuri had dozed off while Fina held onto her so she wouldn't fall off. Noah also fell asleep while holding onto me from behind. Shuri was so excited yesterday that she could barely sleep. She also woke up really early just so she could go to your house quicker. Noah most likely did the same. The bears ran smoothly so that they wouldn't disturb the two girls. Looking at them, they were still fine to travel since the last break. After a few more hours of steady progress, the sun eventually began to set. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear dropped their speed and got off the main road. After looking around for a bit, I spotted a rocky hill where we could stay for the night. Yuna-san, will we camp out here tonight? Noah asked, having woken up partway through the trip. I'm going to put a house down somewhere that's hard to see. I wanted to be sure that the bear house couldn't be seen from the main road. We moved around to the other side of the hill, and then Noah and I got off Swaying Bear. Wani-chan, what are you doing? Shuri asked, rubbing her eyes. We're going to camp here tonight. You can get off Hugging Bear now. Fina and Shuri climbed off of Hugging Bear soon after. Looking around for one final time, I brought out the travel-use bear house from the bear box. It's a bear-san. Shuri yelled out in surprise. Oh right, Shuri had ever seen me take out a bear house from my bear box before, had she? We'll stay in there tonight. Yunanichan, you're amazing. Thanks to the bear house, Shuri's sleepiness was swept away. Okay, let's not dilly-dally and go inside. I transformed Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear into their cub forms, then took the three girls inside. Shuri looked around excitedly the moment she entered. I'll prepare some food. The three of you can sit down and relax. Me, too. I'll help as well. While I was grateful for their offer, I didn't really need their help. I was planning to whip up just a simple meal. I can make it myself. The three of you can take a break with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. I let Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear take care of the girls while I headed to the kitchen. Yunawanchan, tell us if you need help with anything, okay? The girls headed over to the sofa with the bears while I started to prepare some hot food for us. Today's dinner would be rice with Hamburg steak, paired up with miso soup and salad as a side. Since we had bread for breakfast, I decided to go with rice for dinner. I had gone through the trouble to obtain it, so there was no reason to keep the rice stashed away. Since I already prepared the rice and Hamburg steak in advance, all I had to do was take them out of the bear box. I didn't have any salad ready though, so I had to make some. Terumi-san had asked me to have Fina and Shuri eat more vegetables, and I agreed with her. Having a balanced diet was important, after all. I hadn't made the miso soup yet, either, so I whipped some up while adding daikon, carrots, and potatoes. They shouldn't find miso soup strange, since they all had already tried it at Anzu's shop before. Once I had everything prepared, I began bringing the dishes out to the girls, who were still playing with the bears. Fina noticed me enter and came up to me. I will help you carry them. I'll also help. The other two didn't want to lose to Fina and offered to help as well. We set down all the food and began to eat. It's so good. Yuna-san, you can make anything. That's not true. I was being overestimated. You are a chef who can make such delicious dishes, an amazing adventurer, and even a shop owner. You are amazing. That's not true. If one keeps practicing, anybody can get good at cooking. Also, the shop is doing well because Morin-san, Anzu, and Terumi-san are helping. I'm not doing anything. Not to mention I could only fight well because of the bear suit. Although I was able to somewhat rely on my experience from playing the game, that wasn't enough by itself. Without my bear suit I wouldn't even be able to lift a weapon, let alone deal damage. As for magic, if I didn't have the aiming skill that was built into the outfit, I would never have been able to hit anything. Without my bear suit, I couldn't even defeat a horned rabbit. When you say it like that, it really feels like I can't do anything. Noah, you're only 10 years old, you still have a lot ahead of you and many things to learn. After we finished eating, we lounged about for a while to let the food settle before heading off to take a bath. For some reason, Noah and Shuri brought the bears along with us. Why are you bringing Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear with you? So we can go into the bath together, of course. I want to go in with Swaying Bear. It was fine for them to enter, but I should unsummon and resummon them beforehand. It was my little trick to getting them clean, that way, I never had to bathe them. Well, I did sometimes take baths with Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear as well, carefully washing them with feelings of gratitude, and the bears seemed to be happy when I did that for them. If Noah and Shuri wanted to wash them, I should probably let them, instead of ruining their fun by cleaning them magically. Make sure you clean them properly, okay. We will. Fina and I looked at the two with big smiles on our faces. Once we entered the changing room, I took off my bear outfit. I was kind of sad that I was so used to wearing the bear outfit, but when I thought about how I was living in a fantasy world, I would tell myself that it couldn't be helped. After wrapping a towel around my body, I looked at the other girls to see how they were doing. Fina was telling Shuri to fold up her clothing properly, to which Shuri obediently began folding her clothing tidily before putting them into a basket. Next to her, Noah was also hurriedly trying to get her clothes folded. Our eyes met. I always fold up my clothes properly, you know. For some reason, she made an excuse. I haven't said anything, though. Well, anytime I do something good, you look at me just like how father does when he praises me. I didn't even have children, but it seemed like I was already making faces as if I were watching over my own offspring. All three of you are really good kids, I said as I took the bears over to the bathing area. Everyone first washed their body and hair, then we all helped wash the bears together. Noah had a hard time cleaning Swaying Bear by herself, so I helped her. As for Hugging Bear, Fina and Shuri made a good washing team. Their fur foamed up with bubbles easily. In no time, Swaying Bear was all covered in white bubbles. Once we were done soaping them up, we washed them off with hot water, revealing their beautiful, shiny fur underneath. Hugging Bear-chan got all flat. Well, its fur was wet now, so of course it wouldn't be as fluffy. After we finished washing the bears, we all stepped into the bathtub together. Gosh, it felt good. For a Japanese person, bathtubs were the best. A bathroom that only had a shower just didn't feel the same. I submerged myself into the bathtub, with Fina next to me. A bit further away, Shuri and Noah gazed at the water-pouring bear statues. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear were sharing the small cub-sized bathtub. They looked like they were enjoying the bath as well. This was so relaxing. It was definitely a lot more fun than going through the bear gate. Yeah, it was a good choice to go on a trip with everybody like this. Slowly, the tiredness from the day seeped out of us, and once we were satisfied, we left the bath. That felt really good. Noah commented while wiping her body dry. Hugging Bear-chan, you have to dry yourself properly, too. Shuri said and tried to wrap a towel around it. Shuri, dry yourself before trying to dry Hugging Bear. Fina scolded and wrapped a towel around Shuri instead. Such a peaceful, wholesome sight. I put on the white bear outfit and took out milk for all of us. It was refreshingly cold and tasted great. We took turns drying each other's hair with a dryer, then finally tried to dry the bears with it. I was tempted to unsummon them so their fur would dry automatically, but the girls wanted to dry the bears, so I let them do it. They started out on their leisurely journey. LOL. Yeah, things are always laid back when the other girls are around. Chapter 254, Bear-san plays card games. Okay, time to go to sleep. Sleep. K. The three of them all replied. I felt like a teacher in charge of a field trip. Thankfully, the girls were all manageable. Also, if this was a school trip, I would have had to watch over 30 kids, and not all of them would be as well behaved as these girls. Being a teacher must be a difficult job. Well, us adventurers risked our lives, so we both had our hardships. The three of you can share a room, right? I want to sleep with Hugging Bear-chan. The older two agreed to share the room, but despite having been with Hugging Bear all day, Shuri still wanted to sleep together with it. Sorry, but Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear will be sleeping in my room. The bears would want to relax at night as well, so I was planning on letting them sleep in my room. Also, if anything dangerous happened, they could alert me immediately. That's not fair, Yunanichan. Shuri looked a bit upset. Shuri, you shouldn't bother Yunawanchan. You promised mother, remember? Okay, I'm sorry, Yunanichan. Fina scolded Shuri, who immediately apologized. I was glad she listened to her Wanichan like that. What a good girl she was. Also, you have a plushie, don't you? Fina pulled out the Hugging Bear plushie from her item bag and handed it to Shuri. She brought them along, huh? Noah gazed enviously at the Hugging Bear plushie in Shuri's hands. Shuri, you brought your plushie with you. I should have brought mine, too. Noah-sama, I brought the Swaying Bear plushie as well. If you want, I can lend it to you. Fina said and took out their Swaying Bear plushie as well. It's okay, Fina. Thank you for the offer, but I won't betray my plushies. Noah declared. Even if all of the plushies looked the same, each owner treated their own specially, huh? Well, I was glad she was treating her plushies well. Fina, Noah, I think you should already know this, but we still have a long way to go. Don't stay up too late and go to sleep properly, okay? K. They all replied in unison and went upstairs to their room while I grabbed Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear and followed close behind them. I didn't really feel tired, but since we had to wake up early tomorrow, I decided it was best to go to sleep now rather than regret it later. Swaying Bear, Hugging Bear, make sure to let me know if anything dangerous comes, okay? I requested them to keep watch as usual. Having aired out my blanket before the trip, it felt great when I slipped under it and curled up on my bed. Feeling relaxed, I soon dozed off to dreamland. The next day, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear woke me up like usual. I peeked outside the window and saw that it was still dark. Normally, I would still be asleep at this hour, but we had to head out early, so it couldn't be helped. I felt like closing my eyes for a little bit longer, but I knew that would end badly and forced myself to get out of bed. With the bears following close behind me, I headed downstairs while yawning. I didn't see the girls around this time, so they should still be sleeping. I began preparing breakfast for everyone so they could have something to eat when they woke up. Well, it was just the usual bread, soup, and milk. An extravagant meal this early in the morning didn't seem necessary. Just as I finished setting the table, the girls came down groggily. I immediately noticed that Shuri was still holding onto her Hugging Bear plushie. Good morning. We're going to head out after eating breakfast. Yunawanchan, sorry that we didn't help you prepare. I just took the food out of my item bag, so you don't worry about it. Once we all ate our fill, I put away the bear house, and we set out towards the capital again. Another day flew by as we proceeded smoothly without encountering any monsters or bandits. All I had to do was to keep everybody in a good mood. For some reason, I was feeling quite tired out mentally. At least the bears would always feel better when I took turns riding them and slept with them at night. The three girls also changed places, but why did they keep bickering about who would ride with me? This should only happen in the case of handsome princes on a horse. I was growing concerned with their future at this point. After a couple more days on the road, we were very close to our destination. As long as nothing happened, we should reach the capital today. Yet, as if the sky was cursing me, rain started to pour down while we were on our lunch break. Yunawanchan. It's raining. Everyone, grab your things and get to the bears. We very quickly got onto the bears and left the side of the road. I quickly searched for a good spot to bring out the bear house and rushed the girls inside. Is everyone okay? Yes, we're fine. We got a bit wet, though. We managed to escape the rain before we got completely soaked. The bears didn't look like they got that wet, either. Thank God for the bear house, it was so useful. I was worried someone might catch a cold, so I handed out towels to the girls and told them to dry themselves off before heading off to prepare the bath so we could warm ourselves up. It's still raining. When I came out of the bathroom to call the girls in, I saw Shuri peering out the window with Noah peeking from close behind. We won't be able to go any further today if it doesn't die down. We don't have to hurry. We will still make it to the school festival in time even if we stay here for the night. I had reserved plenty of extra time for travel, so even if we were stuck here for another week, we would still make it in time for the festival. It was completely fine to stop here and wait out the rain. After taking a bath, the girls looked bored as they laid around with the bears. Since we were cooped up in the bear house, there wasn't much they could do, so I decided it was time to pull out the deck of cards. I had planned on playing card games in the evenings, but every day we would simply eat dinner, take a bath, and then go straight to sleep so that we could wake up early. There was never a chance to bring it out till now, especially since I didn't want to encourage the girls to stay up late at night. Now was the perfect opportunity to bring out the cards, though. We began with memory. The rules were simple, so it was a good way to get them familiar with playing cards. So, this is a battle of who has the better memory, is it? I won't lose. Hugging Bear-chan, let's do our best. Shuri told Hugging Bear, which she was hugging in front of her. Shuri, you can't play together with Hugging Bear. I didn't know how good Hugging Bear's memory was, but if the bears joined in, I felt like they would most likely win. I had the impression that they could figure out which cards were which, even if they couldn't see the faces of the cards, and would simply paw tap their way to victory. Shuri let go of Hugging Bear and moved closer to the table. She looked a bit sad, but I still couldn't let the bears participate. We took turns playing counterclockwise, starting with me, then Shuri, Fina, and finally Noah. After playing for a bit, we discovered that Shuri had a really good memory. We all got to see a new side of her. This one and this one. Shuri flipped the cards over, revealing matching numbers. Also, here and here. Ah, not that one. Noah cried out when Shuri flipped over the cards. The cards matched again, and Shuri happily took them while Noah brooded. Shuri had found 3 pairs by now, but I decided to let her take the lead. She was doing so well, after all. Fina and Noah both flipped 2 cards each, but they couldn't find a match. When it was my turn again, I flipped 2 cards, and, only by luck, they formed a pair. The game continued, and I barely managed to beat Shuri. Whew, that was dangerous. I won by only 1 pair. I had successfully defended my dignity as the oldest in the group. The other 2 who lost to someone younger than them were frustrated though, and wanted a rematch. After playing memory a couple more times, we moved on to sevens next. Who has the 4 of water card? Noah looked back and forth at the cards she was holding and the ones on the table. She couldn't place down any cards and passed her turn. I can't put down 3, 2, or 1 of water then. She had all those, huh? She shouldn't be telling us, though. Holding on to key cards to use until the crucial moment was one of the important strategies to playing sevens. When she revealed which cards she had and wanted like that, nobody would put those down as they would help her win. At least, that was what I had thought. Oh, I have it. I'll put it down, then. When it was Fina's turn, she played the water 4 card. No, no, no. She shouldn't do that. Wait, Fina. If you do that, the game won't be interesting. But, Noah-sama. Fina looked over at Noah apologetically. Was this what happened when nobles and commoners played a card game together? Playing well in memory meant relying on your own memory, but with sevens, the goal was also to stop others from playing their cards while trying to put down your own. As expected, Fina had a hard time purposely interfering with other people's plans. Her personality wasn't suitable for sevens while she was fine with memory. Even though Noah treated Fina nicely after she helped her out, it wouldn't be a fun game if it continued like this. Noah, I forbid you from saying which card you want placed down. I scolded while pointing my bear puppet at her. It won't be a game otherwise, so play it properly. From here on out, since we didn't know which cards Noah wanted others to place down, Fina couldn't help her out intentionally. Fina started off clumsily but eventually managed to shed her cards one by one. Finally, We were starting to have some fun with the game. Now that it was being played correctly, Noah was also starting to understand the point of the game. Fufu, I'll play down the bear king of fire. Then, I can connect one to it. Noah seemed to be enjoying it now, and the game was proceeding smoothly. Following her, I placed down a card, and it was Shuri's turn. I can't place down anything. Okay, then I'll place a card here. Shuri looked at her hand and passed while Fina placed a card down. I noticed that Noah was also steadily shedding her cards away. The game ended when Noah, who passed the least amount of times, played her final card. I won. Noah celebrated happily. I was glad she took playing the game more seriously. If she had won while doing what she did earlier, I was sure she wouldn't be nearly as excited. Victory was sweeter when battling it out on equal terms, after all. Also, since they were learning the game properly, it was bound to get more interesting, even for me. It was no fun winning over beginners, after all. I only planned on trying harder once everybody became better at them. As they had already gotten the hang of it, I decided to add in an extra rule involving the Joker card, which could be used as a substitute for any card the person wanted. If the person used the Joker for someone else's card, that person would not be allowed to put it down anymore. This should make the game more interesting. After we played enough of sevens, we played extremely poor until dinner time. Had we taken a break to look outside, we would have noticed that the rain had already stopped. Well, we had more than enough time to continue the trip tomorrow, so there was nothing wrong with that. We'll begin the production of Volume 4 soon. The chapter submission time changes frequently, but I'll continue to post every 3 days. If I don't, I apologize. The laid-back trip is coming to an end. In the next chapter, they will arrive at the capital. Chapter 255, Bear-san arrives at the capital. The following day, we rode out under a bright, blue sky complemented by a few fluffy, white clouds. With such weather, we shouldn't need to worry about rain anymore. The road wasn't in bad shape, either, so the rain had most likely ended earlier than I had expected it would. We had been so focused on playing card games yesterday that we didn't even notice when it had stopped. Proceeding smoothly, the wall surrounding the capital came into sight in the early afternoon. So big. Shuri gasped in awe. It was her first time seeing it, so it made sense for her to be this surprised. When I had first laid my eyes upon the capital walls, I had been awed as well. Okay, let's walk from here on out. It would be problematic if the bears caused a commotion. I had already told everyone in advance that once we were in sight of the walls, we would walk. I had explained the reason properly, so they all obediently climbed off the bears. Thank you, hugging Bear-chan, swaying Bear-chan. Shuri patted both bears, and was quickly followed up by Fina and Noah, who also gave their thanks. The bears cried happily in reply. I then proceeded to thank them myself and returned them to their gloves. We didn't walk for too long and soon reached the gates. Compared to the last time when we had come here for the king's birthday party, it was much less busy with way fewer people entering and leaving. Still, just like usual, the passing people stared at me weirdly. It was a gaze I could never get used to no matter how hard I tried. With 3 cute girls by my side, it was even worse this time. The girls tried their best to protect me from getting stared at by walking beside and in front of me, but it felt like that simply made us stand out more. This situation could easily be described as the beauty, i.e.s., and the beast, bear. Passing through the gates, our next problem was figuring out how we would get to Eleonora-san's mansion. We were quite the distance away, and of course, I couldn't just summon the bears in the middle of the capital. We could hire a horse carriage or walk all the way. What should we do? Oh right, Yuna-san, there's something I forgot to tell you. As I was deciding on which means of travel to pick, Noah suddenly spoke up. In Mother's letter, she said we should go to the gatehouse after arriving at the capital. Gatehouse? Yes. There is a carriage waiting for us there. She figured we wouldn't be able to travel with swaying Bear-chan and hugging Bear-chan inside the capital, so she prepared one for us. How thoughtful of her. I wished she had told me beforehand, though. I had no idea she would have carriages prepared for us. What if we had used the bear gate and skipped entering through the city gates, instead? That was a close call. Well, there were plenty of excuses I could come up with, but it could still have been a pain to use them on her. So, do you know where the gatehouse is? Yes, it's over here. As we followed Noah, a guard approached us. I knew it. I heard that a girl dressed as a bear has been spotted entering the capital, so I figured it must have been you, Unidano. Taking a closer look at him, I recognized the person in front of us. Good afternoon, Ranzel-san. It's been a while, hasn't it? Thank you for all your help with the Salbert family case. I should have been the one thanking him. When I had first come to the capital for the king's birthday celebration, he helped me out with handling the bandit case. He had also taken care of the aftermath caused by my rampage in Shilin. Without him, Cliff, Eleonora-san, and Grand-san, I didn't know how I would have dealt with those corrupted nobles. Just thinking about that noble family made me feel sick in the stomach with everything they had done. I kind of regretted I hadn't beat them up some more. I should have at least smacked them 100 times more for hurting my friends. And other innocent people. But please, don't go too crazy from now on. Unidano, you may be an adventurer, but you're still a young girl. Oh, it had been a while since somebody saw me as a little girl. I had been treated as a bear far too often lately. Thanks, I will take care. By the way, why are you here, Ranzel-san? Eleonora-sama told me that you and Noir-sama would be coming soon and to prepare a carriage for you. I've been waiting here at the gatehouse for the past 5 days. This was definitely an abuse of authority. Well, it was for Eleonora-san, so maybe he didn't mind. Good thing we hadn't used the bear gate, or else we would have completely wasted 5 days of Ranzel-san's time. I think my mother has caused you a lot of trouble with her selfish orders. I apologize for her actions. Noah apologized in her mother's stead. No, please don't worry about it. This is all a part of my job. If you were waiting for us, shouldn't you at least switch out with other people? She most likely asked for me because you would recognize me. With that, you could be reassured and ride the carriage in peace. I think Eleonora-sama was quite concerned about that, and didn't want to send someone you didn't know. That made sense. It did feel a lot more comfortable knowing that I would be riding in a carriage handled by Ranzel-san rather than some stranger. I should thank Eleonora-san for her consideration when we reached her. The carriage has already been prepared, so please follow me. Ranzel-san took the lead, and we followed. Thanks, Noah. This really helps. Thank you very much, Noah-sama. Thank you, Noah-nichan. I didn't do anything, though. This is all thanks to Mother. Noah didn't want to take the credit. Even so, we're still grateful that you mentioned it. Stop it. Noah was now troubled as we all thanked her again. Wasn't this the part where she should have proudly accepted it? Soon, we reached the carriage and boarded it, then set off towards Eleonora-san's mansion with Ranzel-san leading the horses. Looking out the small window on the side of the carriage, I saw the capital was bustling with a lot of people as it usually did. I reminisced about the first time I had come here, and realized how many more people there had still been around during His Majesty's birthday celebration. It had been a lot of trouble to even get anywhere with how crowded the streets had been. Yoa. Shuri's eyes sparkled as she looked outside. I was really glad we had brought her along. Do you want to go sightseeing around the capital tomorrow? Shuri excitedly looked at me. There are still a couple of days before the festival, so we have plenty of time to look around. Unisan is right. We came all the way to the capital, so we should take some time to look around. I'll be your guide. Where do you want to go, Shuri? Noah asked, acting like an older sister would. I want to go to the castle. Shuri said something preposterous. The castle. Noah looked troubled when she heard Shuri's request. I wasn't in the position to say this, but the castle wasn't an easy place to enter. How much leeway did my permit for entering the castle grant me? Could I bring acquaintances in with me? I should probably check with Eleonora-san first. If it was okay, then we could take a tour. We can't. Shuri looked a bit disappointed. I can try asking Mother, but... Shuri. You can't trouble Noah-sama. You promised, remember? It seemed like Shuri had been forced to promise many things before coming to the capital. Sorry for being selfish, Noah-nichan. Anywhere is fine as long as we all go together. Noah hugged Shuri in gratitude. Fina looked at the two happily, and I looked at all three of them the same way. If Eleonora-san said I couldn't use my permit to bring Shuri to the castle, I would just have to ask the king to return a favor. I had been letting him eat all sorts of dishes and had also gifted his daughter, Princess Flora, picture books and plushies. Not to mention the time when I had subjugated all those monsters that were about to swarm the capital. He could at least let me bring someone on a walk through the castle in return, right? As the carriage rattled on, we talked about good sightseeing places. Many suggestions were flying about when the carriage came to a stop suddenly. Looking out, we realized we had arrived. Shuri commented when she stepped out of the carriage and looked up at Eleonora-san's mansion. Well, it was a noble's mansion, after all. I'll be taking my leave now. Please give Eleonora-sama my regards. Thank you, Ranzel-san. I thanked him for his service, and the girls did the same. Ranzel-san smiled at us warmly before riding off. Turning back to the mansion, I noticed that Tsururina-san was already standing by the front door, smiling as she waited for us. The guards must have called for her while we were parting ways with Ranzel-san. Noir-sama, we have been waiting for you. Tsururina-san welcomed Noah before turning to me. Yuna-sama, thank you for escorting Noir-sama here today. I just did my job. Fina-sama, I'm glad to see you are well. Tsururina-san, it's been a while. Thank you for taking care of me before. And this cute girl here must be Shuri-sama. Shuri gripped Fina's hand tightly. Come on, Shuri, your greeting. I'm Shuri. Shuri said her name in a small voice. I'm one of the maids working at this mansion, Tsururina. Tsururina-san's smile helped relieve Shuri's nervousness, and she beamed her a smile in reply. Everyone must be tired. Please, come inside. Tsururina-san guided us into the mansion. Tsururina, our mother, and Wani-sama here right now. Madam is home, and Shia-sama should be returning shortly. I thought that Eleonora-san would come find us as soon as we arrived, yet Tsururina-san took us to a deserted room and let us rest while she served some tea and snacks. After chatting with her for a while, Shia rushed inside, still in her uniform. I heard Noah was here. Wani-sama, it's been a while. Noah stood up to greet her. Noah, you're really here. So is Yuna-san and Fina. And you must be Fina's sister, Shuri. Shia-sama, it's been a while. Thank you very much for inviting us to your school festival. It was Mother who invited you to stay here, but please do have fun at the festival as well. Everybody gave their greetings. So, Shia, are things going well with the festival preparations? Yes. Thanks to you, things are going great. Thanks to Yuna-san. Noah tilted her head since she had no idea what her sister meant by that. Yuna-san helped us out on deciding what we would be selling at the festival. That reminds me, how are your cotton candy making skills coming along? We've been practicing every day, so we can make them properly now. Also, since we didn't want the candy we made from practice to go to waste, we've been giving it to all the staff working at our homes. Even our families are helping us eat them. There was only so much cotton candy a person could eat. Still, thanks to all of the practice we've done, I dare say we are able to produce them quite skillfully now. Shia-sama, that's amazing. It's so difficult to make cotton candy properly. That's right, it's hard. Shuri made a circle with her arms to gesture the shape of the cotton candy. When I had made the cotton candies for the orphanage the other day, Fina and Shuri had both tried making them with me. They knew it wasn't easy. What exactly are all of you talking about? Noah asked in confusion. Right, Noah was the only one here who didn't know what cotton candy was. Noah-nichan, it's cotton candy. Cotton candy. It's fluffy like a cloud and really sweet and delicious. It's a very strange candy. Shuri, who couldn't read the atmosphere, explained it to her. Noah looked at everyone after hearing about it. Did everyone know about it? Shia and Fina both nodded. Am I the only one who doesn't know about it? Yeah, she was the only one, here at least. Did you leave me out on purpose? Of course not. We really hadn't intended to. I had just sort of happened that she was the only one who didn't know. But I'm the only one who doesn't know about it. Noah looked at us dejectedly. I would make some for you right now, so you can see and taste it for yourself, but the machine is at Merrick's place, so. Shia's remark made Noah brood even more. It's okay, Noah. I brought one with me. I proceeded to take out the cotton candy machine from the bear box and made some cotton candy for Noah. Only Noah didn't know about cotton candy. LOL. Chapter 256, Bear-san fights over Fina and Shuri. It really looks like a cloud. After I whipped up some cotton candy for Noah, her mood improved. It's melting in my mouth. I was glad to see Noah happily eating the cotton candy. How could you keep quiet about such a fascinating candy? Fina, Yuna-san, you are so mean. Yeah, sorry. I let the orphanage kids try it once and they got tired of it quickly. Actually, Fina and Shuri had eaten it twice, but I decided it was better to keep quiet about that. You could have invited me, though. Noah looked slightly miffed. Still, it's a really strange candy. It's fluffy and melts in your mouth. It's also very sweet and delicious. Well, it's entirely made of sugar, so that's why. Shuri looked like she wanted to have some too, so I made some more for her and Fina. They both ate them happily. Wani-sama, aren't you going to have some? I'm good. To be honest, I can taste the sweetness just by looking at it. She must have eaten too much and now couldn't even look at it anymore. Cotton candy really wasn't something to be eaten all the time. It only tasted good when indulged in every once in a while. If you serve this at the school festival, it will surely be a hit. I think so, too. But if that happens, then we won't be able to look around the festival together, will we? No, that won't be a problem. My group will be taking turns running the stand, so we can take a stroll when I'm free. Yay. Now that Noah's mood had very much improved, our conversation about the upcoming school festival livened up. Sururina-san brought us some freshly brewed tea, and we spent the time leisurely chatting until Eleonora-san finally arrived. Noah, you're finally here. Yuna-chan, thank you for bringing her. No problem. It was a fun trip. Eleonora-sama, please pardon our intrusion. Pardon our intrusion. Fina bowed and greeted Eleonora-san, to which Shuri quickly followed up. Fina-chan, Shuri-chan, welcome. Thank you for guiding me around the other day. I had a lot of fun, so I wanted to thank you by inviting you here. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you for having us. The two of them thanked her for the invitation. If I may ask, where will we be staying? Are we staying at Yunawanchan's house? Fina suddenly remembered that possible issue and asked. Since they were invited by Eleonora-san, it would stand to reason that they would be staying at her mansion. Still, Fina and Shuri probably wouldn't be able to relax while staying in the home of a noble like Eleonora-san, so I didn't mind if they wanted to crash at my place. You can decide, Fina. I don't mind if you stay at my place. Oh my, Yuna-chan. Are you trying to steal my guests? I'm not trying anything. I'm just saying that they can sleep over at my place if they so prefer. If so, there should be no problem if they wanted to stay at my home, either. If the two of them are okay with that, I don't mind. For some reason, what started as an innocent question transformed into a battle for Fina and Shuri. In my defense, I was concerned with how the girls would feel, having to stay at a noble's home. As long as they were okay with it, I had no reason to object. I invited the two of them so I could thank them, so they should stay at my house, no. Saying that, Eleonora-san smiled widely as she drew closer to the two of them. Fina managed to only mutter as she avoided looking at Eleonora-san's eyes, while Shuri, who didn't understand what was going on, simply tilted her head. Where do you two want to stay? Even if you ask me that. Fina's eyes shuffled back and forth between Eleonora-san and me. After panicking for a while, she turned to Shuri. Shuri, do you want to stay the night here in Eleonora-sama's home or at Yunawanchan's house? She decided to push the decision onto Shuri. Yunawanchan has a house here. Yes. It's a bear-shaped house, just like the one back home. I want to see it. Oh, the bear house won this one. Shuri-chan, you should stay here at my place. I'm planning to serve a lot of different, delicious foods. It seemed that Eleonora-san refused to give up that easily and launched a counterattack to entice Shuri to her side. Okay, I wanna stay. Eleonora-san gave me a smirk as if she won a great battle. Then, I guess you'll have to separate from swaying bear and hugging bear. Hugging bear-chan and swaying bear-chan. Shuri reacted strongly, again being drawn to my side. Yuna-chan, how could you use your bears like that? That's unfair. Wasn't she the one who began this, baiting Shuri with food? Still, I did feel bad for her with regards to her losing her guests, especially since she went through all the trouble to invite them here. I'm just kidding. How about they stay at your place for a bit, then stay at my house afterwards? How does that sound? I couldn't tell if Fina's heart could handle staying here for the whole duration. Eleonora-san considered my proposal for a moment. I guess that can't be helped. Okay, I'll agree to that. We shook hands in agreement. It was a bit late to say this now, but just what kind of match had this been? Fina did look a bit relieved now, so maybe it was a good thing. Oh right, before I forget mother, I have a request. I want to show Fina and Shuri around the castle. Can I? Shuri said she wanted to see the castle, so I want to take her there. Noah requested, her voice wavering a bit. Okay, you can do that. Yes. It should be fine as long as Yuna-chan is with you. Everyone looked at me. Oh, didn't you know? Yuna-chan has a permit to enter the castle, so she can enter whenever she wants. That thing isn't limited to just me. I had assumed it would be a problem if I used it to bring someone in. It should be alright as long as you don't bring some strange swordsman or magician inside. If you're just bringing these cute girls along, there should be no problem. Also, if anything happens while they're there, it will be your responsibility. Obviously, there was a world of difference between bringing along a suspicious magician or swordsman versus a few young girls. I could also agree that if anything happened while my guests were there, it would be my responsibility. That much was common sense. They would be my guests, after all. Okay, how about we go there tomorrow, then? I will make sure to get you in. The three of you won't cause any trouble, right? When I said that, Fina looked over at her sister with concern. She had already told Shuri not to cause any trouble, but she was still afraid that her sister might end up doing something inappropriate. It'll be fine. I tried to relieve Fina's concern. If you're worried, I can come along as well. What about your work? I can take a short break. His Great Majesty is there as well. After pondering about it for a moment, I realized that it could become problematic if we encountered any nobles who decided to kick up a fuss, so I agreed to Eleonora-san joining us. Great, let's have a welcome party tonight. Eleonora-san celebrated our arrival with a feast at her home, and we all stayed there for the night. After a quick breakfast the following morning, we prepared to head out to the castle. I want to go too. Shia, who was wearing her uniform, looked at us enviously. Sadly, you have to go to the academy. Make sure you study properly. Also, don't you need to prepare for the school festival? Yes, I know, mother. Okay, Noah, make sure you guide everyone properly in my stead. Shia patted Noah on the head and left for the academy. Should we go then? Yes, let's go. Shuri replied energetically. We passed through the capital, taking in the various sights, and soon arrived at the castle. Shuri had a big smile on her face as she looked up at it in awe. It's so big. You can't be too noisy when we go inside, okay? Fina grabbed onto Shuri's hand tightly as if to make sure she wouldn't wander off. Okay everyone, let's go inside. Today's teacher in charge of our field trip was Eleonora-san, and she led us in. A soldier by the castle gate spotted us approaching. Eleonora-sama, Beardano, welcome. Beardano. Suddenly, I made the connection. Even though I had received the permit to enter long ago, not once did I have to show it. That would mean he didn't know me by name, but rather by the way I dressed. Although, being called Beardano was a bit. These children are my acquaintances, so please let us pass. Yes, of course. You may enter. The soldier straightened his back and stood aside. As expected of someone of Eleonora-san's status. Eleonora-sama, you're so cool. Eleonora-san looked quite happy being praised by Shuri like that. Oh, I almost forgot. You don't have to tell His Majesty that she is here, okay? Eleonora-san gave an order to the soldier while looking at me. The soldier looked at me conflicted. He was probably supposed to report to His Majesty whenever I arrived, but Eleonora-san was stopping him from doing so. With conflicting orders from two superior authorities, he was lost on what to do. It's fine, we're just sightseeing the castle. If something happens, I'll take responsibility for it. I understand. I will not let His Majesty know. The soldier decided to follow Eleonora-san's order in the end, it seemed. Eleonora-san made the right call, though. Even if His Majesty received the report that I had arrived, I had no plans on visiting Princess Flora in her room today, so if he were to head over as usual, he would just be wasting his time, having no other choice but to sit there and wait for someone who wouldn't even show up. Oh, and His Majesty would then tell Flora-sama that I had come, so she would be waiting for me as well. If that happened, I would feel bad for her. It was best if they didn't know I was here from the very beginning. Before she knew it, it became a fight over for the sisters. LOL. And, in the end, nobody can win against Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. LOL. Next chapter will be about sightseeing the castle, I guess. Chapter 257, Bear-san caused misfortune without realizing I. After we entered the castle without any issues to speak of, Eleonora-san commenced our tour. We went through passage after passage, each lined beautifully with decorations. This was all familiar to me, but Shuri, who was visiting here for the first time, couldn't stop her eyes from glittering as she looked around. On the other hand, Fina, who hadn't been here in a while either, looked a bit nervous. I soon realized that Eleonora-san was taking us around to the same places that I had been to when I had first visited the castle. Was there a designated sightseeing tour? Well, since the castle wasn't a place where commoners could enter freely just to take a look around, perhaps this was indeed the set route for guests. We visited many sites and eventually made our way to the training grounds for soldiers and knights, which caused a wave of nostalgia to sweep over me. This was the place where I had met Princess Flora. I remembered how surprised I had been when the moment I had walked in, a little girl had come up and hugged me. I had only later been told that she was the princess. Fina was so nervous at the time that she claimed she didn't remember what had happened at all. Such a beautiful memory. At the training grounds, a large group of knights and soldiers were practicing their swordsmanship. The sounds of metal clashing rang through the air as they swung their swords at each other. As a former gamer, I enjoyed the sight, but would personally prefer to see the magic training. I really wanted to see how powerful the castle's mages were. The 3rd Knight platoon is training right now. Eleonora-san muttered as she looked at the knights training. She rolled her eyes, looking a bit displeased. Okay girls, let's go somewhere else. We hadn't even looked at them for a few seconds when Eleonora-san already ushered us to leave. Well, this might not be something that the children should see, so I didn't object. I wasn't too interested in knights and soldiers practicing myself, either. Why, if it isn't at Eleonora-dano? Just as we were about to leave, a bearded, 40-something-year-old man called out to Eleonora-san with a big grin on his face. The moment she saw him, her feminine face looked like it was physiologically repulsed. His eyes were disagreeable enough with me that I reflexively pulled my Bear-san hood down. Fina and Shuri hid behind me while Noah was already behind Eleonora-san. Lutium. Eleonora-san uttered his name as she turned to face him. She looked as if she had accidentally chewed on a bitter bug. This must be the rumored bear. And your daughter, I see. The man walked up to us. He looked at Noah and me as if he was going to run his tongue all over us. My daughter is timid, so could you stop looking at her? Excuse me. She reminds me of her older sister, how cute. Yes, both of them resemble me, that's why. Eleonora-san returned the man's comment with a polite smile. Anyway, are you giving them a tour of the grounds, Eleonora-dano? Yes. We didn't want to get in the way of your practice, so we were just leaving. We'll appreciate it if you didn't mind us. No. Please look around at your own pace. The other knights will work harder knowing that you are watching them. I appreciate your offer, but we still have many other places to visit, so please excuse us. Come on girls, let's go. We silently followed Eleonora-san as she began walking off. When I turned to sneak a peek at the men, I saw him glaring at Eleonora-san. Mother, is everything okay? Don't worry about it, Noah. I won't let him lay a single finger on you. She placed her hand on Noah's head and smiled gently. That man seemed to know who I was, but I couldn't recall a pair of eyes that looked so nasty. I felt that might be a good idea to at least know who he was, so I planned to ask Eleonora-san about him later. Fina and Shuri luckily hadn't been involved, and I would like to keep it that way. To help brighten the mood, Eleonora-san brought us to the gardens. Yua, there's so many flowers. So beautiful. How about we take a break here? Fina, Shuri, let's go over there. Don't run and trip, okay? Noah grabbed the two by their hands and led them further into the garden while Eleonora-san and I slowly strolled towards the center. Those three look like they're having a lot of fun. We looked at the girls getting along and smiled. Eleonora-san, who was that man earlier? His attitude towards you was kind of bad. I asked her when the girls were out of sight. If that guy was a danger for the girls, I would consider him my enemy. That guy hates me. I could tell that much. The men had scowled at Eleonora-san when we were leaving, after all. Do nobles have factions or something? I still didn't know much about this world. I hadn't ever had to deal with these kinds of politics, since I hadn't been actively going to school nor had to learn about it in order to get a job. The only things I could presume about such politics was based on the stories of manga and novels. Of course there are factions, but perhaps it is more accurate to say that he bears a grudge against me. Could it be that Eleonora-san had given him some crazy orders to carry out? Or, maybe he was simply resentful because she kept skipping out on her work. I'm pretty sure what you're thinking of right now is different from the actual reason. I'm not thinking of anything. I really wished she would stop reading my thoughts. His name is Count Ludium Roland. The reason he resents me is due to Cliff. The two of them never got along, but there is a larger reason for it. You see, a while back, there was this other guy who used to work for Cliff. His attitude was pretty bad, too, and at some point, Cliff was enraged at something that person did and had him executed. That person, however, was Ludium's relative. The official story of his death was that he had been killed by a rival, but I think the Count managed to sniff out the truth. That's why he resents Cliff and me. I couldn't imagine Cliff ordering an execution of somebody. Since he had done so, that guy must have done something extremely awful. No wonder the Count disliked Cliff and Eleonora-san so much, his relative had been killed because of them. Still, that was just unjustified anger, wasn't it? I had a feeling that there was something even deeper as to why he hated Eleonora-san so much. By the way, Yuna-chan, you're involved in this, too. I couldn't remember ever getting involved with noble matters or doing anything that would cause someone not to like me. The only nobles I was familiar with were Cliff and Grandsan. Yuna-chan, do you remember the Salbert family from Shilin? Oh right, there was also that noble family. I normally didn't want to recall them. The Salbert family are also distant relatives of the Roland family. Then, the son from the Salbert family. Yes, the Roland family were the ones who took him in. That incident is also another reason why he despises me. And me, too. I think that depends on Gerardo's son. Before the Roland family took him in, His Majesty had forbidden anyone who knew what had happened to disclose the contents of this case. Anybody found leaking information, even to their own family members, will not be forgiven and will be executed. That's why Gerardo's son shouldn't have said a word to anyone about you. That, and I'm pretty sure he is too embarrassed to say that he got done in by a girl wearing a bear costume, as if anyone would believe him that, anyway. Also, I've heard a rumor that Gerardo's son had been sent to Ludium's territory as a servant. I'm sure anyone there knows better than to try and dig out why a noble had been turned into a servant. Before, Ludium had been using the Salbert family as his pawn, but his powers took a blow when that family was thoroughly dismantled. Since he knows we, the Fosquiros family, were involved in their destruction, he resents us for it. She let out a small sigh as she finished her explanation. I'm, well, sorry. Yuna-chan, you've done nothing wrong. You have our gratitude for saving Misa. Also, the Salbert family ended up being destroyed in the process. Compared to that, getting resented by that guy is nothing. Not to mention that he had already hated us from the beginning anyway. I could now understand why he hated Eleonora-san so much. Half of it was due to my actions in Shilin, so I still felt bad for having caused trouble for Eleonora-san. With all that, him treating me as such can't be helped. Actually, there's one more reason. Yuna-chan, do you remember that time when you subjugated a swarm of monsters near the capital to protect Cliff? Yeah, I remember that. I had wiped out a 10,000 monster army back then. I still had some remains of the defeated monsters in my bear box. When news of a monster horde heading to the capital had been released, Ludium had taken the initiative to rally an attack force to drive back the monsters so that he could garner the achievements. Eleonora-san looked at me. Yes, and then I had butted in and subjugated everything, taking all the achievements with it. When he found out that the monsters had been defeated before he could do anything, Ludium was furious that he was left with nothing. He kept bothering His Majesty about the identity of the adventurer who subjugated them. Of course, His Majesty only told him that it was a rank A adventurer, nothing more. His Majesty had kept his promise not to reveal my name, I needed to thank him for that. Maybe I should give him something delicious to eat next time I came here, without the usual cruel treatment. However, he did find out that the adventurer was somewhat related to Cliff. He got that idea when he learned that Cliff had gone and met with Sonya of the Adventurers Guild right after the monsters were subjugated. Oh, and I was with him at the time. Yuna-chan, you were still a rank D adventurer back then, so nobody would have imagined you were the one who subjugated all those monsters. His Majesty told him a rank A adventurer took care of them, so Ludium could never have guessed it was you. Not to mention nobody would expect a girl wearing a bear outfit was capable of such a feat. True, nobody would imagine a rank D adventurer would be able to subjugate 10,000 monsters all by herself. Especially a young girl dressed as a bear. What's more, his most recent business ventures had ended up failing due to bad luck. Just a while ago, monsters had appeared in the ore mine and completely shut the place down. Seeing that iron could no longer be mined, he quickly bought up a large amount of iron on the market to drive up the prices even higher so that he could sell them at a massive profit. However, before he sold any of it, a certain someone went and fixed the monster problem at the mine. Because iron ore could be mined again, the prices dipped immediately, and he suffered quite the loss. Eleonora-san gave me a devious smile. She must be talking about the golem incident. I couldn't be blamed for that one, though. I had simply taken the request from the Adventurers Guild and had defeated the monsters like normal. Also, the guild records should state that Jade's party and the Idiot Rangers party had been the ones who had taken the golems down. Good thing I hadn't claimed any responsibility for it. Even if I personally told someone I had defeated the mithril golem now, nobody would believe me. Still, for everything other than Cliff executing the Count's relative, I was somewhat involved in the story. The only saving grace in all of this was the hope that the guy didn't know I was responsible for all of the troubles happening to him. Foo-foo. You don't have to worry about it, Yuna-chan. It was his fault for trying to make easy money. It serves him right. I even laughed when I heard about what happened. Eleonora-san couldn't help but stifle another laugh. Anyway, I really don't think he knows you're involved in any of those cases. Still, he does believe you're related to us, which might bring you trouble. If that guy harasses you, both His Majesty and I will make sure to protect you. Thank you. Nothing has happened at this point, so it should probably be fine. I had gone in and out of the castle many times by now, and I couldn't remember ever receiving any harassment. To begin with, I hadn't even known about him before today. Nothing would most likely happen in the future, either. The school festival was starting soon, and with Fina, Shuri, and Noah here, I should leave this matter aside for now. In this chapter, I was able to make use of a setting that I had written before on a whim. Enzo Roland is the noble who embezzled the money from the orphanage. He was then executed by Cliff. Turns out, he was Ludium Roland's older brother. By the way, Yuna does know about that, but she clearly forgot. Anyway, as you've seen in this chapter, all of the things Yuna has done, which caused misfortune for others, have been covered up. They were all set so we could laugh at it later. Chapter 258, Bear-san gets surrounded by Bear-sans. As we continued to chat, Eleonora-san and I made our way to the center of the garden. We sat down by the table there and admired the flowers, with a nice cover above us blocking out the sun. It was a really pleasant place to take a break. At the corner of the garden, we could see the girls playing together. It wasn't just them, though. Princess Flora, Her Highness, and Unju-san had all joined the girls there as well. I could also see the swaying bear and hugging bear plushies sitting by a table next to them. It looked like Princess Flora had brought her swaying bear plushie, and Shuri had placed her hugging bear plushie next to it. I wondered what the reason for doing so was. Oh, Yuna-chan. Eleonora-san and I decided to head over, and Her Highness was the first to notice us. When she called out as such, Princess Flora turned around immediately. Good afternoon. I greeted the princess first, then Her Highness, and finally Unju-san. Just as I was finished, Shuri came up to Princess Flora with her hugging bear plushie in hand. Why were they playing with the plushies when they should be enjoying the flowers? Looking over, I noticed Fina was also holding onto the swaying bear plushie while looking at me nervously. I lightly petted her head, trying to reassure her. Noah also looked lost on what to do and looked over at her mother for help. How exactly did such a situation develop? Kitty-sama, Princess Flora, what brings you two here? I was taking a walk with Flora, and then, these girls came by, so I invited them over for some tea. Laid out on the table were a few cups of tea, which Unju-san must have prepared for them. Eleonora-san took a seat next to Noah and asked for a cup of her own. Yuna-chan, why don't you sit down as well? I sat down beside Fina and took a sip of tea Unju-san served me. Fina, what's going on? I whispered to her. We were walking around, gazing at the flowers, when we suddenly ran into Her Highness and Princess Flora. Shuri noticed that Princess Flora was holding onto a swaying bear plushie and rushed up to her. Shuri-chan called out "It's swaying bear-chan," and ran right up to us. I was so surprised. Apparently our whispers weren't that quiet, so Her Majesty joined in onto the explanation, smiling as she recalled what had happened. Good thing Princess Flora and Her Highness were nice and kind. If Shuri had ran up to nobles with a bad attitude, she would have most likely gotten in trouble. I wished she was more careful. Well, if there were many nobles like that here at the castle, I wouldn't have felt comfortable visiting so often, much less bringing the girls with me. The girls introduced themselves and told us that Eleonora and you brought them here, so I invited them to join us for some tea. Also, Noir-chan and I have met a few times before, so we already know each other, don't we? Yes, we've met before. Noah replied rather timidly. So even a noble like Noah would become nervous in the presence of the queen, it seemed. Then again, royalty weren't people anyone could normally meet without being granted an audience, so that made sense. Noah also lived in Crimonia, so it must be rare for her to meet them. Wait, didn't that mean I was the weird one since I met the king every time I came to the castle? Still, I was very surprised to see that the two girls have the same plushies as Flora. From further conversation, it seemed that Princess Flora had been uneasy with Shuri's sudden appearance but had relaxed when Shuri had called out Swaying Bear's name. Shuri had told her I have one, too, and had Fina pull out the plushie to show to the princess. Princess Flora's wariness had completely disappeared once they had started talking about me. Was it normal for royalty to get along with commoners over bear plushies in this world? In the fantasy stories I had read, that would definitely be impossible. Commoners wouldn't be permitted to even get this close to royalty. Normally, this would be the scene where the commoners were groveling on the ground and apologizing repeatedly. Thanks to the bear plushies, though, the three of them were now sitting and chatting together. Bear Sands, there are lots of Bear Sands. Princess Flora smiled happily at the set of plushies. On the other hand, Noah looked a bit depressed as she was the only one without a plushie. Feeling bad for her, I summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear in their cub form and passed Swaying Bear to her. Swaying Bear-chan, Hugging Bear-chan. Swaying Bear, Hugging Bear. The younger two strongly reacted to the bears. I'll lend you Swaying Bear, Noah, so please don't look so sad. Noah happily placed Swaying Bear on her lap and hugged it tightly. Noah-nichan, you're so unfair. Swaying Bear. Ufufu. Now the two younger girls were enviously looking at Noah. I could never win. Their fixation soon moved from Swaying Bear to Hugging Bear, which I was holding. You two have your plushies, don't you? Yuri mean, Yuna-nichan. Hugging Bear. Their envious looks were now completely directed at me. I will take care of it, so you can't argue over it anymore. But before I knew it, Her Highness had walked over to my side and lifted up Hugging Bear from my arms. Mother. Her Highness held Hugging Bear cheerfully and returned to her seat. That was my Hugging Bear, so I hoped she would return it properly. Looking around the table again, I suddenly realized how strange this situation had become. There were 5 bears here now. Aside from Eleonora-san, Unju-san, and me, everybody was holding onto a bear of their own. Yuna-chan, I'm sad, too. I'm the only one who doesn't have a bear. What did she mean by only her? I'm not holding one, either. Hugging Bear had just been kidnapped by Her Highness, after all. But Yuna-chan, you're a bear, too, aren't you? It seemed that I was already considered a bear by other people at this point. Well, right now, I somehow needed Eleonora-san to give up so that the amount of bears didn't increase even further. Foo-foo. This is indeed a unique gather-up. Far wouldn't be able to join even if he wanted to. By far, Her Majesty must have meant His Majesty, Ferret. Well, he would most likely feel awkward sitting among a group of girls, so he might not even want to join in. There were a lot of children here as well. I was also worried that Shuri would do something rude to His Majesty, so it would really help if he didn't show up. Wait, if Yuna-chan is here, maybe Far is waiting for her in Flora's room. Shall I call for him? Unju-san asked us. No, it's fine. When we came, I asked the gate guard not to inform him, so His Majesty doesn't even know that Yuna-chan is here. We've only planned on bringing the girls for some sightseeing around the castle and not stop by Princess Flora's room. Really? In that case, we're not having any delicious foods today. Her Highness sounded very disappointed. Could it be that this couple thought I only came here to bring food for them? Granted, I did feed them every time I visited, but I was bringing food to Princess Flora, not them. Yuna-chan, why don't you take out some cotton candy? Eleonora-san, noticing Her Highness's crestfallen expression, suggested to me. Cotton candy. My, what is that? It's a candy that feels like you are eating a cloud. Shuri answered while playing with the plushies. A cloud. Princess Flora tilted her head at Shuri's explanation. Like the ones in the sky, you mean? Her Highness looked up at the sky from underneath the cover and gazed at the white clouds floating by. Mother, can you eat clouds? Maybe. They are white and may taste delicious. Just what was with that answer? Did the people in this world not understand how clouds worked and thought it was possible to eat them? She must have only said that to mess with her daughter and didn't seriously believe so herself, did she? Still, it wouldn't be good if the princess really believed that, so I decided to make it clear. Flora-sama, you can't eat clouds, but there's this candy, which looks similar to a cloud. Here, let me show you. I took out the cotton candy machine from the bear box, poured in some granulated sugar, and turned on the switch. The middle dome began heating up and spinning at a high speed. Soon, a white thread began to spin out from the middle. Something came out. Princess Flora leaned over the table and watched in fascination at the cotton-like threads gathering on the inner sides of the machine. I quickly took out a stick to start wrapping the cotton candy around it. Yuna-chan, can I do it? Shuri asked me just as I was about to begin. Okay, but make sure you do it properly. I passed the stick to her, and she began carefully swirling the threads onto it. On the side, Fina looked like she was about to say something but didn't. Shuri continued to move the stick around, letting the white threads slowly coil around it, and the shape of a cotton ball began to emerge. She had only tried making it once before at the orphanage and was this good already. Could it be she had talent for this? Still, if she said she wanted to be a cotton candy maker in the future, I would have to tell her that wasn't a good idea. It's a cloud. My, it really looks like one. It must be very fluffy to the touch. As the cotton candy grew bigger and fluffier, Princess Flora became more and more excited. Encouraged by the princess's reactions, Shuri carried on until I realized it was getting too big. Shuri, stop, stop, stop. I cried out before it was completely too late. Shuri panicked for a moment but quickly stopped the machine. The cotton candy now looked like a miniature mountain sitting on top of the small stick. Well, even at this size it should still be considered a good final product. Princess, here, take it. It's delicious. Shuri said and held out the large cotton candy to Princess Flora. As she reached for it with her small hands, I was worried she would drop it, but she managed to hold it up. How do I eat it? You pinch off small pieces and put them in your mouth. I couldn't tell a princess to just bite it off as she pleased, so I suggested a more ladylike manner. Also, your hands will get sticky, so it's best to set aside your plushie first. The moment I said that, Anju-san immediately moved the plushie sitting on Princess Flora's lap onto the table, saving it from the impending doom. The princess didn't mind and pinched off a small piece of cotton candy with her little fingers before putting it in her mouth. It's sweet. Flora-sama's expression lit up as she said that. Us girls really like sweet stuff, huh? Oh, is that so? Shuri-chan, can you make some for me as well? Shuri said with a nod and turned on the machine to make another one. This time she managed to make a regular-sized cotton candy and passed it to the queen, who immediately tried it out. Meanwhile, Princess Flora found herself unable to finish such a large cotton candy, so Shuri began helping out. Wow, they sure got along well. Was it thanks to the plushies connecting the two? So, what were you talking about before we came here? Eleonora-san asked Noah sitting next to her. We talked about Yuna-san and whether mother has been causing any problems lately. How rude. I'm doing my job properly, you know. Doing her job and causing problems were two different things, though. Or, were they all the same to Eleonora-san? Well, if she didn't do her work, that would cause other problems, so maybe that was the correct way of thinking about it for her. Still, with that kind of declaration, I really wondered how much trouble Eleonora-san was causing Cliff and the king on a daily basis. Fufu, don't worry about it. Far is working hard, after all. Kitty-sama, when you put it like that, it makes it sound like I'm indeed causing problems for him. Do you think you aren't? Noah looked at her mother with an exasperated expression. I'm doing my work properly. If I wasn't, I would have been kicked back to Crimonia, wouldn't I? What she said made sense. If she really was the troublemaker she appeared to be, she would have been sent back to Crimonia long ago. But wait, that might actually be a good idea. I could return to Crimonia and be with you, then. Wani-sama would get mad at you if she heard you say that. Do you really not want me back home? Eleonora-san looked a bit depressed. I'm sad that I don't get to see you very often, but if you return to Crimonia, then when I attend the academy, I'll be all alone at the capital. Noah said timidly. Yuri right. Let's live together when that time comes, then. Eleonora-san said and hugged Noah tightly. Fufu. So, Eleonora, you were guiding your favorite daughter around the castle, then? Yes, I wanted to let the friends of my cute daughter sightsee the castle. I simply couldn't refuse her when she asked me. Eleonora-san's hug got even tighter. Noah was starting to get embarrassed and tried to escape her mother's grasp, but Eleonora-san wouldn't let her. Swaying Bear, who was currently between Eleonora-san and Noah, looked like it was suffering. I really hoped Eleonora-san would lessen her embrace soon. So, why did the girls come to the capital? They didn't come just to see the castle, did they? My daughter Shia invited them over for the school festival. The school festival, you say? My daughter also mentioned it not too long ago. Her Highness said. Daughter. Princess Flora knew about the school festival. Did she want to go to the school festival as well? We continued to chat and admire the flowers for a while longer. Eventually, Princess Flora and Shuri fell asleep while hugging onto their plushies, and we decided that it was time for the castle sightseeing event to end. Also, I did manage to get Hugging Bear back from Her Highness. I decided to name Her Highness Kittia. I just kind of forgot to give her a name before. In case I called her by another name already, I apologize. Next chapter is probably going to be the start of the school festival. Chapter 259, Bear-san plays with Noah's hair. A few days had passed since we had arrived at the capital. Every day, we would take Shuri around the capital to sightsee many different places. We had even visited Sonya-san and Gazer-san. I had also brought the girls to my bear house, and we had cleaned it together then played with the bears in the yard. We had busied ourselves well, and in no time, the day of the festival arrived. Well then, I have to go and get ready. When the festival starts, please come straight to the academy. I will meet you at the entrance, so please don't go running off before I come and get you. Wani-sama, you've told me that several times already. Oh, also, did you get the money? If you forget it, you won't be able to buy anything. Mother gave me some, so I'll be fine. Actually, Noah hadn't been the only one who received money from Eleonora-san. Both Fina and Shuri had also gotten an allowance. Fina had been reluctant and wanted to refuse at first, but, with Eleonora-san's unwavering insistence, eventually gave up and accepted it. Eleonora-san had tried to give me money as well, but I told her she had already paid me for my escort services and had managed to refuse. Also. Shia kept pacing back and forth, trying to think if there was something else she should remind Noah about. Wani-sama, I will be fine. Please hurry up and go, so you aren't late. Noah scolded her older sister, who should have already left a while ago. Ugh, fine. Yuna-san, please take care of the girls. I will. Good luck with your stand. Thank you. Okay, I'm heading off now. Shia ran out of the room with her skirt fluttering behind her. Geez. Wani-sama thinks I'm still a child. Well, you still are, aren't you? Now that Shia finally left for school, the room suddenly fell quiet. We still had some time before we had to leave, so what should we spend it on? Oh, that's right. Come here, Noah. She trotted over to me slowly. Sit down on the chair. Noah did as I asked, so I moved behind her back, took out a comb from the bear box, and started to go through her long, golden hair. What are you doing? Noah asked, a bit startled. Well, Cliff asked me to make sure weird, evil bugs don't get close to you at the festival. You really believe what father said? Don't you believe him, Noah? I'm not sure. Still, I don't think anyone is going to approach me unless it's at a party. While I understood Noah's point of view to some extent, my only knowledge of nobles came from fantasy stories. Here, I wasn't sure how or where people would approach Noah. It was possible that some male noble might come up to us at the festival and ask to look around the place together. If he was only around 10 years old, I didn't think anything bad would happen, but if an older person showed up when it came to noble marriages, it should be fairly common for there to be an age gap, and putting the two together. So, why are you combing my hair? I thought we should change your hairstyle. With that, people who don't know you that well shouldn't be able to recognize you. The chance that somebody could recognize her from afar should be low if she looked a bit different. Usually, when searching for somebody in a crowd, a person would look for some defining characteristic. In my case, if I changed from my bear suit into some plain clothing, nobody would recognize who I was. Changing Noah's hairstyle should most likely do the trick in her case. We're redoing it just in case trouble does come around. Well, if you really don't want to change your hair, we can put the idea aside. I'm fine if you're doing it for me, Yuna-san. With Noah's permission, I began changing her hairstyle. Tell me what looks good. Fina and Shuri, give us your opinions, too. K. While combing through Noah's beautiful long hair, I thought about what hairstyles would suit Noah. First, I parted her hair in half and made it into twintails similar to Shia's. It's the same as Shia-sama's. It's Shianichan. Fina brought a mirror and placed it in front of Noah. It really is the same as Wani-sama. Noah touched her hair with a delighted smile. It suits you, but sadly, we can't do this style. I mean, if you look like Shia, people will find out who you are immediately. I had already known beforehand that it wouldn't be a good idea, but I couldn't resist wanting to see Noah with twin tails. As expected of sisters, when I made her hair like that, she looked just like Shia. Shia must have looked very similar to Noah when she was younger. Next, I tried a ponytail, and after that, a side ponytail. Noah-sama, you're so cute. Noah-nichan, you're cute. Whichever hairstyle I tried, they all looked cute on Noah. I was having a hard time deciding which one fit her best. As I continued to play with Noah's hair, Eleonora-san entered the room. My, what are we doing in here? We're replaying with Noah's hair. Yuna-san, that's not it. Noah pointed out and proceeded to explain to her mother what we were actually doing. Playing with her hair was a part of it, though. I see. In that case, I have to join in. Mother. Eleonora-san took over from me, and we began to come up with more and more hairstyles. Dumpling hair, braids, there was no style we left out. We even came up with many variations, and each and every one of them looked cute on Noah. Noah, which one did you like best? Ugh, my head hurts. Mother, Yuna-san, aren't you two just playing with my hair? Yup, we were. Getting to play with such beautiful, blonde hair like Noah's was a rare opportunity that I wasn't going to let slip by. I would have played with Fina's hair, too, but there was only so much that could be done with her short hair. Noah's longer hair was much easier to style. Still, if we didn't decide soon, we would have to leave for the festival without having accomplished anything. After debating a while longer, we finally settled on a hairstyle. We gathered Noah's hair up in a ponytail and tied it with a large ribbon. A ribbon ponytail wasn't too special of a hairstyle, but if it stood out too much, her disguise would lose all meaning. As it was already time, we set off for the academy soon after. Eleonora-san wished she could go with us, but sadly, she had to go to work. We went by foot, and Noah happily skipped down the road with her ponytail swinging back and forth behind her. I'm so excited. Noah, is this your first time going to a school festival? Yes. They don't let me go to the capital alone, after all. Well, of course they wouldn't let a 10-year-old girl travel to the capital all by herself. She had been 9 years old last year, which was even more of a reason not to let her go. Shuri, you can't let go of my hand, okay? I know. Also, make sure you don't drop your money, okay? I won't. Don't worry so much. Next to Noah and I, an older sister was worrying about her younger sister. Since the academy we were going to was attended by nobles, Fina had warned Shuri not to act so casually like she had with Princess Flora the other day. Fina hadn't been able to scold her at that time, but had done so the moment we left the castle. It would be troublesome if we got involved with some strange noble, and it would cause problems for Eleonora-san as well. That was why Fina was now holding Shuri's hand tightly to make sure she couldn't run off. Fina noticed I was smiling at them. I was just wondering if this is what all siblings are like. Shia was also very concerned about Noah, so. Wani-sama worries too much. That's right, Wani-chan worries too much, too. Shuri agreed with Noah. A child never knew the extent of their parents' love, or in this case, the extent of their sister's love. As we got closer to the academy, we started to see more people heading in the same direction. Consequently, more and more eyes fell upon me. Naturally, I hadn't forgotten the fact that the more people there were, the more stares I would get, but what could I do? I heard children whispering to their parents, "Bear-san," and it's a Bear-san from the school festival. But I could only do my best to tune out those whispers. By the time we arrived at the academy, we were practically drowning in stares. Wani-sama hasn't come to get us yet. We couldn't find Shia around the entrance. As we waited, festival attendees slowly flowed into the academy. At the gates, they all held out either their citizen or guild cards, as required by the academy to ensure no criminals could enter. Having nothing better to do, I watched other children running around near the entrance. Then suddenly, one of them ran up to me and hugged me. It's Bear-san. Bear. One after the other, children slowly began gravitating towards me. What a cute suit. Was it made specifically for the school festival? What a cute Bear-san. Mother, I want to see Bear-san, too. One by one, the adults let go of their children's hands, and the crowd of children around me kept growing bigger. Could they please not do this? I pulled down my hood to cover my face. Yuna-wanchan. Yuna-nichan. The three girls called out to me in worry. Now wasn't the time for that. They should be helping me get away from this swarm of children. Had they been monsters or some other foes, I could have just used magic or a bear punch to blast them all away, but I obviously couldn't do that to the children. Bear-san is so soft. Bear-san, fluffy. Sorry, but can you let go? I asked the children kindly, but to no avail. Eventually, I was still stranded in the sea of kids with no way out while the adults simply watched and smiled. Could they please stop them instead of just watching? Help! I cried out for help. Yuna-san. What is going on? My Lord and Savior Goddess, Shia, appeared out of nowhere. Shia, help me. I called out to her. Shia took one look at all of the children around me, sighed, and began extracting me from my predicament. Come on, Bear-san is troubled. Let go of her. As Shia persuaded them, the children let go one by one, and I was eventually freed of their encirclement. Thanks, Shia. You really saved me there. Yuna-san, what in the world were you doing? Shia looked at me with a bit confused. We were waiting for you here, and then the children just kept coming at me. All I had done was stand here. I hadn't done anything else. The children continued staring at me, as if I was a gigantic stuffed toy they desperately wanted to grab onto. Maybe I was being overly conscious about it, but I never thought that getting attacked by children could be this terrifying. Yuna-wanchan, are you okay? Yuna-nichan. When the girls came to me, the other children looked at them and started approaching me again. I immediately told the girls to stay where they were, and luckily, Shia quickly found a solution. If we stay here, the children will come after her again, so let's head inside. We agreed, and Shia escorted us towards the academy. The children who were left behind looked very disappointed, but that couldn't be helped. Shia, thank you so very much. I don't know what I would have done without you. Yuna-san, you're always wearing that outfit, so it makes sense you forgot what could happen. It stands out quite a lot, after all. It wasn't like I forgot. I just didn't think the children would see me as a festival attraction. Could I even walk around the academy like this? I don't think anybody remembers original Shia's hairstyle, but in the publication, I changed her hairstyle to twin tails. There's an illustration of it there if you want to check it out. As per usual, I changed it to twin tails in the web version as well. I really appreciate all your support, getting me this far. Chapter 260, Bear-san meets a princess. I took out my guild card and held it above the crystal board. After I was cleared, I was given a piece of paper. Looking around, I could see that other people who were entering also received one. I took a look at the paper's contents and realized that it was a survey. It was asking me to note down which programs I thought were interesting. So, manga magazines were not the only ones that did this, huh? I wondered if surveys were a common thing here. Tallying all the results from different slips sounded like a pain, especially since people's honesty could always be questioned. Some might just write something quickly, not caring about how that affected results. Just as we entered the academy, some of the children who had surrounded me earlier also got past the check. They noticed me, and since we were all walking along a single path, I realized I had nowhere to escape to. I quickly walked over to Shia so that I wouldn't get separated. If we are walking, I don't think they will try to surround you again. Anyway, let's head to our stand first. Everyone nodded in agreement to Shia's suggestion. By the way, I've been wondering this since the moment I spotted you, but why is Noah's hairstyle different? She must have been surprised to find out that Noah's hair had changed, huh? She had seen her just this morning, after all. Does it not suit me? Noah touched her hair in worry. No, it's cute. Still, you made your hair just like usual this morning, so why is it different now? Yuna-san took father's words seriously. Noah then proceeded to explain why I had changed her hairstyle. Well, father and Yuna-san worry too much. I understand father and mother being concerned about the marriage thing, but those people won't directly approach Noah to discuss it. Still, you never know if one of those people really fancies Noah. For example, if they saw Noah at a party, thought she was cute, and wanted to talk to her when they had the chance, then they might try to get close to her if they spot her today. Noah was a very cute girl. Also, she attended parties wearing beautiful dresses, so it might have been love at first sight for someone. However, Noah's reply to that was quite frank. I'll reject any guy that can't bring up the courage to talk to me during a party. She flat out rejected them before they even came up to meet her. Did she prefer guys who were more open with their words? Still, womanizers often behaved that way, and I didn't think she would like them, either. Although there shouldn't be any boys around her age who were like that, the thought of it being a possibility was terrifying enough. Also, if they couldn't talk to me during a party, there's no way they would approach me in a crowded place like this. That was true. The kind of guy I was thinking about wouldn't call out to her in a place like this. Not to mention, we were here with her. It should be fine as long as we didn't get separated. I think it's good to change your hairstyle once in a while. It's less likely that some annoying person you know will come up to you, and the hairstyle also fits you. Many nobles attended this academy. It was possible that some annoying person could try to chat her up. We had to proceed with caution in case someone similar to that stupid noble we had met at Misa's birthday party appeared. Still, with this many people around, I don't think I would be spotted either way. There were already quite many people walking ahead of us, not to mention the trail of children from earlier following behind us, many of whom were around Noah's age. Trying to pick out Noah amongst this crowd should indeed be quite difficult. Where is your stand, Shia? We are at the number 3 practice grounds. Shia proceeded to explain that each program had its designed location. Related activities were grouped together so that people wouldn't have to search for them all over. With how large the academy grounds were, I kind of wished for an information pamphlet of some sort. Instead, I noticed that the academy had placed signs at various areas, which displayed a map of the campus and the information on where each program was happening. The number 3 practice grounds was one of the places used for sword and magic training around the academy, but for the festival, it was home to Shia's cotton candy stand. We continued to chat about hairstyles as we followed Shia and took in the surrounding sights. After walking for a while, we reached the number 3 practice grounds. In the open plaza, many food stands were lined up, as well as various clusters of chairs and tables. It looked like a fine place to sit down and eat something before rushing onward to see more attractions. Since it was already approaching lunchtime, the place was starting to bustle with customers. The food stands are split into various locations on campus, so it shouldn't get too crowded, I think. Numerous attendees were lined up at the stands and many others were already sitting or standing around while enjoying their food. Once we arrived at the cotton candy stand, I noticed that unlike the other stands, there were no customers here. Had they not begun selling yet? Katlia greeted us when we arrived. How is it going? Everything is in order. I look forward to how much we will sell. Their enthusiasm was good, they clearly believed that the cotton candy would sell. I looked around, and while some of the other stands didn't have many customers, at least they had some. Turning back at this stand, which had no one coming to it, I was beginning to worry a bit. Fufu, we will definitely be the best among the food stand groups. Marcus declared. Food stand group. The academy is giving out rewards to get us, students, all fired up. If we win, we can get many luxurious prizes. You received a survey at the entrance, right? Oh right, we had received something like that. I took a look at it again. It asked us to write down 3 of the programs we found interesting and liked the best. It seemed like this was how the students would compete for the prizes. You have to write down the number of the program you want to vote on, so remember the numbers of the programs you enjoyed the most. Our food stand is number 90, so be sure to write it down. Well, only if there are no better places. I didn't plan on being biased towards family and friends. If I had to vote, then I would do it fairly. At least, that was how I felt. Fina and the others, on the other hand, took out their surveys and began writing down their number, which I promptly stopped. I told them they shouldn't write down it yet when we hadn't even tried their cotton candy or looked at the other stands. Shia-san, shouldn't you introduce me already? A girl standing behind Shia tugged on Shia's twin tail. I had noticed that the girl had been staring at me for a while now. She wore the same uniform as Shia, so she must be a student as well. Her face looked familiar, so I might have seen her somewhere before. Well, I didn't think I would forget about such a cute girl like her, so it must have been a very brief meeting. I get it, so please stop pulling my hair. The girl released Shia's hair, and Shia immediately fixed her hair. Hair was a girl's life, so nobody should pull on it, even lightly. You guys were leaving me out of your conversation. I'll introduce you, so don't pull on my hair anymore. Yuna-san, this is Tilya-sama. She is helping out with our stand. When Shia introduced her, the girl stepped forward. I've finally got to meet the rumored bear-san. My name is Tilya. Nice to meet you. I'm Yuna. Nice to meet you, too. The girl named Tilya extended her hands towards me, so I did the same. She immediately grabbed my puppets with both hands. It seemed she knew about me, but But this was my first time actually speaking with her. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had seen her before, though. Had I passed her by some time I had been at the capital. When I had accepted the student escort mission from Eleonora-san, I had come to the academy, so it was quite possible I had seen her there. However, what the girl said next was entirely different from what I was expecting. You really do go around wearing a bear-san outfit. Thanks for always taking care of my little sister. Her little sister. She had said I often took care of her little sister, so she must be the older sister of someone I knew, right? Out of all the girls I knew, I couldn't think of many who she could be an older sister to. There were Noah and Misa, and if this girl was older than she seemed, then Katlia could also be a candidate. Going by her appearance, though, I couldn't imagine a younger version of her would look similar to any of these girls. Well, I knew there were sisters who didn't look alike, but that was quite unlikely, right? Well, they might have a different mother or father, so maybe. My first thought turned to Cliff being a cheater and neglecting to mention that he had a daughter with another woman. That would explain why this girl didn't look like Eleonora-san at all. Yuna-san, I don't know what you're thinking of right now, but I think it's wrong. Shia rejected my in-mind speculation. I thought it was a plausible story, though. My sister is always saying bear-san, so I thought you were someone who wears bear fur around, but I guess I was wrong. I didn't think you would be such a cute bear. Your hands and feet are also bear-shaped. Tilia petted my bear-san puppets and then even moved to my feet and torso. Sorry, but can you stop touching me? I'm sorry. Can you let me hug you at least? I thought saying it like that would be enough to make her jump away from me, but instead, she opened her arms for a hug. Why was this happening? Yuri so soft, just like my sister said. She squeezed me tightly as she hugged me, not even waiting for me to allow it. Wait, what? This feeling might get addicting. She kept rubbing her hands all over me, and finally she pressed her face against my chest. How unfair, me too. Shuri ran up behind me and hugged me, too. This was no different than the situation I was in earlier at the entrance. I grabbed Tilia by the shoulders and pushed her off of me. Just what is going on here? Shuri, you let go, too. I'm sorry. My sister would tell me how soft and good you feel when she hugs you, so I've been wanting to hug you ever since. Even so, you shouldn't suddenly hug someone like that. Tilia apologized and finally stepped away from me. She kept mentioning a little sister, but really, just who was she talking about? No matter how hard I racked my brain, I still couldn't figure it out. If it wasn't Noah, could it maybe be Misa? They didn't look alike at all, though. Father and mother told me many stories about you as well. Her father and mother. I had only met Misa's parents once, and that was at her birthday party. I hadn't seen them since. Especially how you always bring my sister delicious food. Food? I didn't recall ever bringing Misa food. The only thing I had brought her was a birthday cake. Still, I don't get it why you always come when I'm not around. When I get home, they all tell me all about how delicious the food Bear-san brought them was, and I feel very left out each time. Also, Nisan told me that when Bear-san comes, father always stops working, which causes him a lot of trouble. Why can't you trouble me? Wait, could it be? This person's sister called me Bear-san, and I brought her food often. Her father would slack off from work whenever I came, and her brother would be troubled by that. All the pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place. I turned to take a look at Noah, and it was clear that she was very nervous being in the presence of Tilia. With that, there was only one possible answer left. Could it be that you're Princess Flora's older sister? Correct. You didn't know. Of course. I hadn't known. I hadn't even known that the king had another daughter, much less knew her name. Nobody had told me, and I hadn't thought to ask. I knew that his oldest son was around 20 years old, while Flora-sama was only 4 to 5 years old, so thinking about it now, it wouldn't be strange for there to be another child between those two. I took another look at Tilia and could immediately tell why she looked familiar to me. Her features were very similar to Princess Flora and Her Highness. So, all in all, when I heard that Shia-san knew Bear-san, and that Bear-san would be coming to the festival today, I asked if I could help out at her shop in exchange for introducing me to Bear-san. Just what had Shia been thinking? Making a princess help out at a food stand. Noah was also looking at Shia and Tilia like she couldn't believe what she had just heard. So, Flora-sama has an older sister, huh? Oh, and I wanted to thank you for taking care of for my sister so often. No, TT's fine. Also, I wanted to tell you that she really loves the bear plushies you gave her. Oh, and the picture books are nice, too. Every time I heard about you from Flora, I wondered just what kind of girl you are, making all these things for her. I made food and drew picture books for her, but the plushies, I hadn't made those. Well, I hadn't specifically told her that, so no wonder she thought I had made them. I also appreciate your willingness to teach recipes to Zlef. The pudding is really delicious. It's really delicious. I want to eat more of it sometime. When Tilia started talking about the taste of pudding, Marcus and the others also joined in. If everybody works hard, I will treat you to some, then. Okay, Timur, let's do our best. With pudding as a reward, everybody's spirit rose. Well, giving them some pudding was nothing if that was what it took to motivate them. With this, Flora's older sister has finally appeared. I decided to make an older sister when I wrote about the eldest son, but there wasn't any good opportunity to have her appear, so I used the chance here. LOL. Next chapter will be some sightseeing, I guess. Chapter 261, Bear-san advertises the shop. I was very surprised to find out that Princess Flora had an older sister. I never thought I would be meeting her here, at the school festival, of all places, either. Not to mention, she was unexpectedly close friends with Shia, but this was most likely because His Majesty and Eleonora-san were close friends as well. Their families were close, while they were also of the same age. Considering how likely nobles and royalty would interact with each other, I suppose it made sense that they could be friends. Still, were all royalty in this world this friendly? Well, it was much better than having a royal family with bad intentions. So, how is the stand doing? It looks like you're not selling much. Well, that's because we haven't had any customers yet. They'll start coming now. Hey kids, you want to try some cotton candy? Marcus called out to the kids who I had noticed were staring at me. The children looked at each other, shook their heads, and ran off. Ah, there goes the customers. Marcus, you can't ask them with such a scary face. What, are you saying my face is scary? Yuri not smiling enough. Just like Shia said, Marcus' smile wasn't what we would consider the best. If a person with a smile like that approached me and asked me to try some food I had never heard of before, I would refuse too. I, myself, only made food for people I knew and didn't charge them for it. That was why everybody ate my cooking without running away. Here, everybody was a stranger, so I didn't think anybody would try out the cotton candy without knowing what it was, much less pay money for it. Shia's group was in a bit of a bind. Even if the cotton candy was delicious and novel for this world, it wouldn't sell if people didn't know that. I turned to look at the other stands. Between each of them was a sizable gap, probably to make use of the practice ground's wide space and give the stands an open-air feel. The shop next to us was selling soup, and the one across was selling drinks. Had the space between each shop been smaller, the customers from the other shops would have naturally spilled over, and our stand wouldn't have such a drought. Sadly, that wasn't the case, so we had to figure something else out. I turned back to our stand. The first thing to check was the price of the cotton candy. If it was expensive, not many people would buy it, and it might be too much for children, who I expected to be most interested in it. Still, looking at the set price, there didn't seem to be any problem. Any child should be able to afford it with their pocket money. Why did I know how much pocket money the children had in this world? Because Terumi-san had warned me that I was giving Fina and Shuri too much money. I had been giving them that much because I wanted to thank them for all they did for me, but apparently that wasn't a good idea, especially since the two of them ended up passing the money along to Terumi-san to save it for emergencies. Terumi-san had given them some pocket money for the school festival from this fund. That was why they had tried to refuse Eleonora-san's money, but it had been to no avail, of course. Next, I looked at the sign. The sign only stated, cotton candy, on it, and I could immediately tell that was a big problem. Our customers had no idea what cotton candy was, so a simple sign stating that wasn't of much use. Without any samples, even if people were interested in what cotton candy was, they wouldn't even know what the food they would be eating looked like. No wonder people were just passing by and ignoring this stand. We sadly didn't have any sample holders. Also, the cotton candy didn't have a strong aroma like the other foods being sold around here, so we couldn't attract people that way. The problem wasn't the price, but rather the stand's appearance and lack of advertising. I didn't think it was good for an outsider like me to intrude and help them, but knowing how much they had practiced making cotton candy and how motivated they were, it would be so sad if they didn't even sell anything. Since I was the one who had taught them how to make it, I would feel sad as their teacher as well. Why don't we remodel the stand a bit? Remodel. There's not enough advertisement. Oh. Okay, sure, but we can't take up too much space. I will keep that in mind. Right now, we definitely wanted to show everyone what cotton candy was. Although I couldn't make elaborate, plastic food samples like the ones found in my former world, I could try something similar. Gathering my magical power, I used earth magic and began molding a statue. When I finished, I could hear audible gasps from those around us. It was a 2-meter-tall bear, sitting down next to the stand. Using some more earth magic, I created another statue in the shape of cotton candy and placed it in the bear's hand. With this, the bear statue appeared to be eating the cotton candy, so anybody should be able to figure out that we were selling food. Amazing. It's a bear sen. A bear made a bear. Who just said something dumb like that? I looked around, but I couldn't find the culprit. Well, maybe this is a little too much. Yeah, but why a bear? That was probably because my imagination was too influenced by bears at this point. I would prefer to make something else, of course, but ever since I came to this world, my magic attacks were in the shape of bears, the golems I created were bears, my restaurant statues were bears, my summoned beasts were bears, the picture books I drew were about bears, and to top it all off, I myself wore a bear suit. Sure enough, my thoughts had become constantly filled with bears. No matter what I tried to imagine, I would always end up back to a bear. Thinking about it like this, it was possible that I had passed the point of no return, wasn't it? When surrounded by bears, it was scientifically proven that anyone's head would become filled with bears. If you don't like this, I can make something else, too. If I tried my best, I should be able to make something else, right? No, it's fine. This is cute, and you made it for us. It will help advertise our stand perfectly. Luckily, nobody had a problem with it. Great. I made sure not to reinforce this bear statue, so it can be broken down easily. Just break it when the festival ends. Be careful though, the whole thing should crumble at once when you do. You want us to break it? Well, it'll get in the way after the festival ends, won't it? It's not like it will be of any additional use after the festival. My customer-attracting bear, not panda for once, stood there in full glory. I noticed a few children were already staring at the cotton candy in the bear's paw. I immediately recognized them as the group of children who had been at the academy entrance. Maybe I could get these children to help us out. Marcus, make 3 cotton candies. Okay, sure. The children's focus quickly shifted to Marcus as he started to make them. The white threads zooming out of the machine must have caught their attention, and when Marcus deftly coiled the threads around a wooden stick, they couldn't resist but comment. Ooh. Something weird came out. What's this? Is this food? The children were completely captivated. I could easily see the results of Marcus's hard work. He had clearly practiced a lot and now weaved the candy like a true pro. Next, I called Fina and Shia over and whispered in their ears. Fina nodded and went over to Shia and Noah and whispered to them as well. Shia responded with "Oh, I see. Good idea," while nodding at me slightly. When Marcus was finished making all 3 cotton candies, I took out some money to pay for them. He tried to refuse, but I told him I'm a customer, and gave him the money. Then, I handed 1 candy each to Fina, Shuri, and Noah. The 3 of them thanked me and began eating happily. It's so good. It's tasty and sweet. Yummy. The 3 of them commented on how tasty the cotton candy was as loudly as they could. This was what could be called the fake buyer trick. Well, anyone standing nearby should already know that the girls were helping the shop, but since the girls were enjoying the cotton candy so much, it shouldn't be enough to scare any customers away, thinking this was just a scam. The children couldn't help but stare at the girls eating the candy so happily. Many people who were about to pass by our stand stopped to take a look. First, their eyes fell onto my bear suit, then on the bear statue which was eating something, and finally, on the strange food that the girls were putting into their mouths. Are they eating cotton? People were slowly starting to become interested and a crowd gathered. I looked over at Shia and she gave another knowing nod. All right, since we've attracted such a crowd, we will now hold a taste testing session. Please stay and try some. It's very sweet and delicious. Shia called out at the crowd. When Marcus heard Shia mention a taste testing session, he immediately began making more cotton candy. Cloud-like cotton once again appeared out of the machine and he skillfully curled it around a stick. The spectators were all surprised and looked on with curiosity. Then, Shia took the freshly made cotton candy and passed it around for everyone to try it. One after another, people pinched off a piece and ate it, all shocked by its taste and cloudy consistency. They didn't expect for it to instantly melt their mouths nor that it would be this sweet. Some children even began asking their mother to let them try some. Slowly but surely, our candy was gaining traction. Some of the customers even invited other passers-by to join, and I happily joined them for a while, before moving behind the stand and sitting down. I could leave it to the students to do the rest. I was an outsider, after all. After I left to the back of the shop, the children started calling Bear-san, so I waved my hand at them. It would have been problematic for the stand if I was seen negatively. I behaved well, as if I was some sort of mascot character. With this, the word should spread, and we should continue to gather a crowd. The bear statue could be easily spotted among the stands, so new customers would have an easier time finding this place. I was quite happy, looking at everyone buying and eating the candy for the first time. They all seemed to enjoy it. Oh right. Shia, I think you should already know this, but the candy will eventually melt, so make sure to let the customers know. If some customers decided to bring it home, they may be surprised that the cotton candy would eventually lose its structure. Well, even if any complaints occurred, they should be rather insignificant for the stand's business. Okay, I will make sure to remind them. Okay, Shia, do your best. We're going to head off now. Wani-sama, please do your best. Sorry, I really wanted to bring you around, but it's okay, we have Yuna-san with us. That's what I'm most worried about. How rude. I didn't do anything yet, so could she not make it sound like I was the problem here? Well, I couldn't deny that my outfit attracted a lot of attention, but in that case, how about I guide them around? Tilya-sama, you would do that. Bear-san, you can call me Tilya. Are you sure that is okay? Well, then, could you please call me Yuna and not Bear-san? All right. Yuna, I'll guide everyone around so Shia won't have to worry. Doesn't she have to help out with the shop? I asked Shia instead of Tilya. It's fine. Tilya-sama only promised to help out on the third day. Since it was fine to do so, we started our sightseeing tour together with the princess, Tilya. Fina and Noah looked worried, but they should get used to it, right? In the next chapter, we will get to look around the school festival. LOL. Chapter 262, Bear-san Enjoys the School Festival, Part 1. After visiting Shia's stand, we ended up going around the school festival with Tilya. Everybody introduced themselves before we started our tour. Technically, Noah and Tilya already knew each other but had actually never spoken before. Fina very nervously introduced herself, while Shuri was simply going "It's a princess." Fina quickly scolded her to introduce herself properly. Tilya laughed and patted Shuri's head, not perturbed at all. Well then, are there any places you want to visit? Or, do you want to eat something first? I wasn't particularly hungry. Girls, are you hungry? I'm not hungry, so we can go to other places first. I'm fine with that, too. Me too, I'm not hungry. Nobody was hungry yet, so it was decided that Tilya would bring us around first. Thanks to the mood of the school festival, everybody we passed by smiled at me. They would often utter "a bear," or "it's Bear-san," but they didn't try to surround me. On the other hand, quite a few groups of students noticed Tilya was with us and approached to greet her. They would then look at me and ask, "Why are you with a bear?" As Tilia guided us away from one of the groups, she spoke to me. "I'm so happy to finally meet the rumored bear-san. Many people in the castle have met you, but most of them don't know what kind of person you actually are. I heard from Mother that you are an adorable bear-san, while my sister told me that bear-san is very kind. Also, when I asked Father, he simply said she's a bear. Well, I never like to talk about myself, and I was sure the king would keep his promise about not revealing that I had defeated the 10,000 monster army. Still, why do you wear this bear outfit? Isn't it hot?" She suddenly sprang the question on me. Luckily, I already had an answer prepared for it. I received the protection of the bear with this. Protection of the bear? Does such a thing exist? Tilia looked at me suspiciously. Well, I wasn't exactly lying, since if I took off my bear suit, I would lose all of the powers it granted me, including heat and cold resistances. Likewise, if I took off my bear puppets, I wouldn't be able to summon my bears, cast any magic, or even be able to lift a heavy sword. I would simply be unable to fight at all. Also, I wouldn't have access to my item bag anymore, which was a very important tool to me. Not to mention that, without my bear shoes, I wouldn't be able to run quickly nor jump far. Really, without the protection of the bear, I couldn't do anything. I could hear Shuri and Noah discussing I want the bear-san's protection, too, on the side. I wanted to warn them that they would need to wear the bear suit to receive its protections, but when I thought about it, I realized those two would be more than happy to, which was a very scary prospect. "You wear this outfit for protection, huh? Well, it's fine since it suits you, and you're really cute in it. I think the boys would be too embarrassed to wear something like that, though. No, I was a girl and had also been very embarrassed wearing it. It was just that I had given up caring at this point. Talking about bears, could you please show me your summoned bears next time? They should look just like Flora's plushies, right? She heard about my summons as well, huh? I wondered what else the royal family gossiped about me. Surely, they had other more interesting topics to discuss, no? The bear plushies are very cute, but when I asked Flora if I can have one, she looked at me like she would cry and told me no. That's why I want them even more now. Just what was she thinking? How could she even consider taking the plushies from Princess Flora? Even I knew how important those plushies were to her. She always carried around at least one of them everywhere she went, and when she returned to her room, she would neatly place them beside her pillow. How could anyone think of taking the plushies away from her knowing that? You can't take the plushies from the princess. Shuri went up to Tilia and told her that. Fina instantly tried to cover Shuri's mouth, but she was too late. Fufu, I know. It's just that the plushies are so cute, I want them myself as well. Still, you don't have to worry. I won't take them from her. I wouldn't forcibly take something so important to her. Tilia faced Shuri as she promised her that. I was glad that she didn't actually treat her little sister's belongings as her own. If you really want them, I can give you a set as a present. Just leave Princess Flora's alone, please. Yuna, not you too. I won't take them, I said. She had two, so I thought it would be okay to ask for one, but realized my mistake as soon as I saw her expression. Swaying Bear-chan and hugging Bear-chan aren't supposed to be separated. That's what Flora and Mother told me as well. I thought they were simply different colored bears before. Yes, to someone who didn't know them well, they were simply of two different colors. Yet, I was fully confident that even if my bears were the same color, I could still tell them apart. That was how long I had been with them, after all. Anyway, Shuri-chan, do you have the plushies as well? I have the hugging Bear-chan plushie. How about everybody else? I have Swaying Bear. I have both. So, everybody has at least one then. Yuna, please make sure you really give me at least one as well. I had promised to give her a set of plushies so she wouldn't be tempted to take Princess Flora's, hadn't I? The conversation about the plushies turned out rather lively, and before we knew it, we reached a new area. The academy grounds were bustling with people, so each program had at least some people enjoying it. Now then, where shall we start? Yuna-san, where do you want to go? How about we start from the beginning? Since I didn't know what programs there were here, I figured the best would be to just go through from where we were. We entered the plaza, and we saw students showing off their sword and magic skills. It felt a bit weird watching students perform in their uniforms, but after reminding myself that I was in a fantasy world, I realized that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. There seems to be something interesting over there. With Tilia taking the lead again, we reached a big crowd. Stretching our necks to see what was going on here, we saw that the people here were gathered in front of a stand where a knife-throwing game was being held. There were many targets of various sizes placed all over the lengthy stand for the participants to aim at. The guy currently playing threw a knife and hit one of the targets. He rejoiced and received what appeared to be a prize, which he then gave to a girl right after. Was that a hair ornament? Before I could get a closer look, another guy stepped in front of the stand. He tried to aim for a target slightly farther away but missed all 3 times and had to apologize to the girl he was with. This looks like a place for guys to show themselves off to their girlfriends. We get a prize if we hit the target. Shuri was staring at the biggest and the prettiest hair ornament on display next to the stand. It was a very beautiful hair ornament, and it was also the game's grand prize. This is my time to shine. Tilia boasted. Winning at this game seemed to be pretty difficult, though. Reading the rules on a sign next to the stand, the challenger would earn points for each target hit, with more points being given depending on the distance. The prizes were separated into 5 grades, and to get the prettiest hair ornament, the challenger would have to earn the maximum number of points possible. The guy from earlier only received the prize from the 3rd grade. The next person in line tried aiming for the closer targets and managed to win a small hair ornament from the lowest grade. The girl he gave it to looked pretty happy, but the crowd began booing him. In my former world, they would probably be yelling, "Die you normies." A girl stepped up to play next. Was she trying to get one for herself? Does everybody want to try? I want to. If everybody else is doing it, then I will as well. Everyone looked excited to try. For a split second, I wondered if it was okay to let children hold knives, but then I remembered that both Fina and Shuri were experienced with using knives to dismantle beasts, so I couldn't really stop them, especially when they looked so eager. It wasn't like they would be throwing them at people. Since this was a festival, I should join in and have some fun as well. When I followed the others to step into the line, I could hear people going bear. It's a bear. All around me, but I simply ignored them. Soon, it was our turn. Tilia stepped up first. When the students running the stand saw the princess, they were all shocked. Tilia-sama. Let me play, okay? Why yes. Go ahead. Fufu, I'll take the prize for sure. The student gave Tilia 3 knives, and Tilia stood in front of the targeting area. Which targets would she aim for? Tilia readied her first knife and threw it gracefully. The knife soared through the air in a nice line and landed with a good sound, right in the middle of a target. Ooh, she was quite good. The crowd also cheered for her. Tilia-sama, you're amazing. Tilia-sama, you can do it. Her next 2 throws also landed on their targets. With her combined points, she won a 3rd grade flower-themed hair ornament. If she had aimed and hit one of the farthest targets just once, she would have won the 2nd grade prize, yet she decided to play it safe. After collecting her prize, Tilia returned to us. Princess, you're amazing. Hee hee, of course I am. I'm good at knife throwing, after all. That was good and all, but for a princess to be skilled at knife throwing, wasn't there something wrong with that? Well, it might be fine if she had learned it for self-defense, but why throwing knives? My turn. Noah confidently stepped to the targeting area and aimed for the same targets as Tilia. Her first 2 throws missed, but she managed to hit her 3rd throw, so at least she got the smallest hair ornament. That was close. I almost received no points. Fina, Shuri, it's better to aim for the targets closer to you. It was Fina's turn next. She followed Noah's advice and only aimed for the closest targets, earning her a small ornament as well. The closest targets were meant for children and beginners to aim at. That way, anybody could get a prize, and I noticed there was a large number of small hair ornaments prepared. Just as I was about to try, Shuri jumped in front of me. My turn. Are you sure you want to try? Wani-chan taught me how to hold a knife, so I'll be fine. She had taught her how to hold it, not how to throw it. Still, since Fina didn't say anything, I figured there was no harm in letting her try. When Shuri stepped to the targeting area, the spectators became rather excited. How cute. Will she be okay? Do your best, and other comments came flying at her. Receiving her 3 knives, Shuri took aim for the closest targets just like Fina. Her first throw was too far to the right and the second was too far to the left. Her third throw managed to hit, but the knife didn't penetrate the target and fell to the ground. All around us, we could hear people saying she tried her best. Or give her a prize. Shuri returned looking very dejected. Well, that couldn't be helped. She was small and had never done it before. Shuri, I'll give you mine. Fina tried to give Shuri the ornament she won herself, but Shuri shook her head. But that's yours, One-chan. These two were such good sisters. Okay, then I'll win one for you, Shuri. Yunanichan. I mean, I can't really use hair ornaments with this hood of mine. I said and pointed at the bear-san hood that was covering my head. I didn't need the ornament since I was covering myself with the hood anyway, so it was better give it to Shuri instead. Okay, time to show my skills. The crowd started to clamor the moment I got up to the targeting area. It's a bear. Bear. Did she make that suit for the festival? Who's wearing the costume? It looked like people thought I was a student here. Here you go. One of the female students passed me the knives while taking a glance at my outfit. Did these girls make the ornaments themselves? I took the knives and looked at the targets. Which ones should I aim for? Since all of the targets were stationary, my bear-san homing skill could easily hit any one of them. I decided I had to do my best for Shuri. Grasping the knife in my bear-san puppet, I threw the first knife. It flew through the air and solidly hit the bullseye of one of the farthest targets. The crowd cheered. Amazing. She hit it right in the middle, and on the farthest target. That's gotta be a fluke. I threw the second and the third knives, and of course, they hit dead center again, each on a different, farthest target. Amazing. The bear is so cool. What is this? She hit the farthest target 3 times in a row. Bear-san's amazing. The crowd continued to cheer wildly. They were exaggerating things. I was sure any regular adventurer could do this. I wasn't a C-ranked adventurer for nothing, after all. I walked up to the girls running the stand to receive my prize. They looked shocked and exchanged a few questioning expressions before handing me the grand prize. I felt a bit bad taking it like that, but, oh well, it was worth it for Shuri. With the beautiful hair ornament in hand, I immediately decorated Shuri's hair with it. Thank you, Yunanichan. It looks good on you. She beamed me a bright smile. I was glad I worked hard, this smile was completely worth it. I couldn't help that I had stood out so much, but the crowd seemed to think I was just playing a role for the program, so it should be fine, right? I'm jealous. Noah looked enviously at Shuri. Okay, how about I get one for everyone then? I looked over at the remaining prizes, and the girls running the stand turned stiff. Yunawanchan, I think you should stop here. Yes, you shouldn't clear them out. Fina and Tilia stopped me after seeing their expressions. Okay, I will try again myself, then. We rejected Noah's request, and left the knife-throwing stand before we brought about even more trouble for the students managing it. With that, the sightseeing of the school festival begins. Chapter 263, Bear-san Enjoys the School Festival, Part 2. With everybody, but me, getting a hairpiece of their own, we left the knife-throwing stand. Shuri's hairpiece was huge and very pretty, so she was skipping happily as we walked around, looking for the next attraction that would catch our interest. If you'd have let me try once more, I would have gotten the same one as Tilya-sama's. Noah had missed 2 of her throws, so I had no idea where that confidence was coming from. If I were to try again, I could have gotten a better prize as well. Tilia declared, clearly competing with Noah. If we're going to do it once more later, then I will give my prize to Fina next. That's unfair. Well, with how the girls running the stand had looked at us when I had claimed the grand reward, I had a feeling they wouldn't let me try anymore. I had taken the grand prize too easily, after all, so I would surely trouble them if I were to return. As we chatted, we spotted another interesting attraction, a ball-throwing game. Yunanichan is so cool. Yunawanchan, you're great at this. Well, I was kind of cheating. I hit the furthest target with the ball without much of a problem. It even had obstacles in the way, but that didn't hinder me in the slightest. You were good at knife throwing too. I'm amazed that you can hit targets like this, without missing even once. Yes, and that one is pretty hard to hit as well. The ball throwing targets were placed from 10 to 20 meters away from the challenger. The difficulty of hitting them ranged from A to E grades, where the E grade was for the closest targets and the A grade for the farthest ones. The A grade targets were also much smaller than the large E grade ones, not to mention all the obstacles littering the path towards the A grade targets. Similar to the knife throwing game, the challenger received 3 balls to throw, and the prizes were split into 5 categories, from A to E grade, with a prize awarded depending on the targets hit. Hitting targets A, B, and C earned one enough to win an A grade prize. On the other hand, hitting the E grade target 3 times only netted them an E grade prize. Tilia had aimed her first ball at target A, but after missing, she had given up on it and went with target C next, which she had successfully hit. With her last ball, she had aimed at target B but had sadly missed again. Noah had aimed all 3 balls at target A and had naturally missed everything. I couldn't understand why she hadn't tried for the easier targets after her first throw when she must have realized how hard it was to hit target A. With her first ball, Shuri had hit target E. She had then aimed for target D with the second but had missed the mark. Her last throw had managed to hit target D, though. Fina had done the same as Shuri and had gone for the target E first. Seeing she had hit it easily, she had gone for target D on her second throw and had scored again. She had then proceeded to try for target C with her last throw but had sadly missed. At first, I had been worrying over which target I should go for, before realizing this was just a game and the most important thing was to have fun. With that settled, I had taken a closer look at the target A. There was a board hanging above the target, so I couldn't have lobbed the ball to arc it above the obstacles. On the other hand, right in front of it were various poles a ball could bounce off of, making a forward approach quite difficult. Noah had aimed for it even though it was reckless to do so for a normal person. However, hitting it was just the perfect challenge for me. I had held the ball in the bear sand puppet's mouth and aimed straight for target A, adding a little bit of curve to my throw. The ball had weaved in between the obstacles and slammed against the target without much trouble. Seeing my first ball hit its mark so easily, the girls had all complimented me, and even the crowd watching had applauded me. 2 more balls later, I received a grade A accessory without any issue while showing off once again. This time, I gave the prize to Noah. For the next attraction, we joined a rolling ball challenge. It was like an obstacle race, but with a time limit. This time around, I won a homemade bracelet, which I gave to Fina. We continued to participate in all sorts of games, and the number of earned prizes kept increasing. Fina, Shuri, and Noah now each wore many pieces of accessories I had won for them. They were wearing hair pieces, necklaces, bracelets, and brooches. At the last game, we had even received flowers grown by the students. Only at this point did I realize that it was possible to wear too many accessories. We've been invaded by all the prizes. Tilia shared her interesting take on the situation after also inspecting the 3 girls. Well, she was also wearing all the prizes she had won herself, so she shouldn't have been the one to talk. Since Yuna keeps winning all the best prizes, the students running the stands end up looking stiff. Well, they made it difficult on purpose, so it only makes me want to challenge them more. I wasn't someone to shy away from a challenge, after all. Normal people cannot clear challenges of such difficulty, though. Well, even I was only able to do it thanks to my bear skills. Without them, I wouldn't have won a single prize. Forget hitting the targets, I doubted my throws would have even reached them. Chatting happily, we moved on to the next attraction. Hey, what's that over there? There was a large cloth surrounding a small area so we couldn't see what was inside. I wonder what its purpose is. It seemed like Tilia didn't know, either. Well, it was impossible to know all the programs in every area, especially with how big the academy was. Anyway, judging by how the cloth surrounded the whole area, it could be a haunted house. The cloth didn't cover the top, so light could come in, which meant it couldn't be that. Maybe a maze, then. We walked around the enclosed area until we came across the entrance and a student standing next to it. A bear. And Tilia-sama. The male student was first surprised to see my outfit but was then even more shocked when he recognized the princess. What kind of attraction is inside of here? This is an area where you can experience the dismantling of monsters and animals. I'm not sure if it's a place you would like to enter, Tilia-sama. The student explained while pointing at the sign by the entrance. The sign explained that they showed the dismantling of monsters and animals, with an additional warning at the bottom, dismantling of monsters and animals in progress. Participant discretion advised. There are even programs like this. Well, that's because there are many students who are aiming to become knights, soldiers, or even adventurers, and they will often have to dismantle monsters they subjugate while on duty. Also, if they run out of food while on the road, they will have to hunt down and dismantle animals so they can eat. Of course, there are students who won't ever need to do something like that, but there are quite a few who would find this skill useful. That made sense. Knights and soldiers might indeed have to dismant animals in a pickle. Does that mean we can see the dismantling process inside? Yes, but it would be of no use for us, so let's go somewhere else. Shuri said while raising her hand. I want to take a look as well. Fina agreed with her sister. Well, Fina dismantled monsters for a living, while Shuri had often been helping her lately, so it made sense that they would want to watch other people do it and maybe learn a trick or two. You too, this isn't something for children to see. Let's go somewhere else. Tilia tried to pull on Shuri's hand, but she didn't budge. I want to go inside. Why? It's not something pleasant to look at. You might not be able to eat meat after seeing it anymore. What do you mean, you'll be fine? Tilia, those two will really be fine. They've both dismantled many monsters and animals before. If anything, I was the one who wasn't okay here since I couldn't stomach doing such a thing myself. That's right. I think it will be a good learning experience, so I want to see it. I guess it can't be helped, then. But, just for a bit, okay. Tilia relented to Fina's request but looked rather displeased in doing so. I completely understood how she felt since I also didn't want to enter. Can we go inside? Tilia asked the student who looked surprised. I wouldn't suggest entering if you're only curious. Shuri answered for Tilia. The student looked over at Tilia, a bit concerned. I'll take responsibility for them. I understand still, if any of you feel sick please leave the area immediately. If that comes to pass, I promise I will take them outside before it's too late. Tilia promised the student who gave up on stopping us. Okay, the showing is about to begin, so please head inside and wait for it patiently. When we went in, there were already about 20 people inside. Some of them were students wearing their uniforms, but there were also a few other visitors. This was just a school festival program, but for some reason it gave a feel of a full-blown presentation. Since there were students showing off their sword and magic skills, maybe it was reasonable for there to be a display of dismantling techniques as well. There's less people than I thought. Well, there aren't that many students who are into dismantling to begin with, and most of them are busy handling their own programs, so they might not get the chance to come. This seems to be a reasonable amount of people. When she put it that way, it made sense for there not to be that many people here. The center of attention was a large table, already surrounded by the small crowd. As we stood in the back waiting for the presentation to start, Shuri started to squeeze her way towards the front. I grabbed her arm right away. You shouldn't cut in like that. But, I can't see anything if I don't stand in front. With Shuri's height, she really couldn't see a thing from here. Even so, she shouldn't but since we had come in later than others. There's a platform here. Tilia said and pointed at a platform near us. The students managing this program must have placed one here so that people in the back would be able to see as well. We climbed onto the platform and could now see the table clearly. There was a student along with two adventurers standing in front of the table. Looking a bit more closely, I realized I knew who the adventurers were. Jade-san. It was Jade-san and Mel-san, who had helped out with the golem subjugation in the iron mine. What are the two of you doing here? That's our line. We were requested to come and assist the students dismantling. And you? I came to have fun at the school festival. And by assist you mean? The student here will do all the work, we're only here to give instructions. The conversation that had suddenly sprung up between us, one sitting on the platform and the other standing by the table, naturally attracted attention. A bear. It's a bear. Thanks to Jade-san, we were now standing out. Well, nothing much I could do about that at this point. Let's talk later. Jade-san said, noticing the attention we started to receive, and I nodded in agreement. Calling for everyone's attention, Jade-san began the demonstration by taking out a wolf from his item bag and placing it on the table. The student moved next to it, ready to begin. Yuna, do you know that adventurer? Yeah, we worked together before. I never expected to see him again here of all places. I didn't see Toya nor Senya-san anywhere, so it looked like it was just Mel-san and Jade-san while the rest of the party must be up to something else. The student started dismantling the wolf under Jade-san's instructions. He proceeded slowly, carefully peeling the skin off of it. Fina and Shuri leaned forward as they observed the student's motion seriously, while Tilia and Noah quickly climbed off the platform so that they could stop watching. I felt bad for leaving Fina and Shuri, but I also got off the platform soon after. Mel-san noticed and came over, hugging me immediately. Mel-san. Yuri still wearing this bear outfit of yours. Could she stop touching me like that, though? Mel-san, aren't you going to help with the dismantling? Jade's there, so it's fine. Yuna-chan, are you going around the school festival together with these girls? Mel-san said, taking a glance at the two next to me before also looking up at the platform, where Fina and Shuri were still watching the demonstration intently. Since she wasn't surprised to see Tilia, she must not know that Tilia was a princess. Yes, we received an invitation from someone attending this academy. And now you're bringing a bunch of cute girls around, huh? Well, I couldn't deny that. Everyone with me was indeed cute, after all. Still, why did you come here? Only adventurers and those who want to be soldiers come check out this demonstration normally. There are plenty of better programs for young girls to look at. Well, we came because those two really wanted to see it. I said, nudging my head towards Fina and Shuri, who were so immersed in the dismantling that they didn't even notice we were talking about them. Ah, if you use the knife like that. You can't do that, there will be a hole. Also, the order you are doing it in. The pelt. You have to cut it more neatly. Ah. For some reason, they were criticizing how the student went about dismantling the wolf. They didn't speak loudly, though, so he shouldn't be able to hear them. If he could, I was sure he would have already picked a fight with them. What interesting girls. That student is not very good but not bad, either. The Adventurers Guild would be willing to buy the materials dismantled at such a level. Ah, the meat. Such a waste. For some reason, it was way more interesting to watch Fina and Shuri's reactions than to watch the program. The things they're saying are kind of amazing. The older sister has been doing dismantling for the Adventurers Guild since she was very young. She has gotten really good at dismantling. Her little sister has started to join in as well, lately. I had my monster and animal dismantling mostly done by those two now. I even got a mithril knife for Shuri. So, you came here because they're interested in dismantling, huh? I don't think it's helping them much, though. Ah, if you cut it that way. Fina looked like she was reaching the point where she was about fly off the platform right at the student. The dismantling continued for a while longer before the student finally finished, unharmed. Realizing the show was over, Fina and Shuri got off the platform and came back to us. How was it? It was no good. Wani-chan is way better. I didn't really know how good or bad the student actually was, but he clearly didn't meet their expectations. That was just how high Fina's dismantling level had reached, huh? Gent-san had really taught her well. With that, Jade-san and Mel-san show up once more even though their role is a small one. Next chapter should be about the dismantling master Fina. If it won't be, sorry. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.